In 2011, South Korea passed the Corporal Punishment Ban Act. Teachers were no longer allowed to physically punish students. But ever since the anti-abuse law was implemented, it has become increasingly difficult for teachers to manage them. Even when students brazenly violate teachers' rights, there's absolutely no way to stop them. Students are much more cunning than adults think. They are incredibly good at exploiting legal loopholes to get what they want. Based on a survey of 1,196 teachers nationwide, 98.6% agreed it is harder to manage students than before. Among them, 85.8% stated it is very difficult to manage. One day, as teachers' rights were constantly threatened and classroom discipline continued to decay, a teacher was assaulted by a student and ultimately died. An incident occurred where a teacher was beaten to death by a student right in the middle of a class. Deeply aware of the collapse of the education system, the Ministry of Education and the National Assembly took advantage of the public's attention being diverted by some superstar's scandal, and swiftly passed a bill that risked causing public outrage, the amendment to the Teachers' Rights Protection Act. A schoolboy says goodbye to his mom to go to school. The two are startled by a loud noise and turn to look. Someone is falling from above. Early in the morning, right as school was starting, a second-year upperclassman jumped from the building. His name was Baek Gwang-suk. Even though we had never spoken, he was very famous in school. Everyone knew who he was. Because this upperclassman's nickname was Skeleton. Just hearing that nickname is enough to guess exactly why he jumped. The first person to see him jump was me, a first-year student, Kim Yong-min, the moment I saw his tragic death. I actually burst out laughing. Are you asking me if I'm some kind of psycho? Going back to a day in the past, Kim Yong-min recalls the time he was being bullied. One of the guys in the group asks, "Hey, how many decibels did it hit?" "Let me see." Another guy replies, 67 decibels. Sigh, just average. He grabs Kim Yong-min by the collar. "All right, it's my turn this time, right? Watch closely, you guys." As he says that, he pinches Kim Yong-min's leg extremely hard. He screams out in pure agony. They gloat and revel in his suffering. Wow! Holy shit, it's over 100. Kim Yong-min's pathetic scream could totally break a world record. Gu Hun-suk wins. "You idiots, hurry up and hand over the 10,000 won. Haha. Damn it, why'd you choke him? You're supposed to hit him with your fists." The fat guy yells, "Hey, do it again. Hurry up and scream, you little punk. Your own voice got mixed in, so this one doesn't count. Haha." If the second-year punching bag skeleton was Senior Gwang-suk, then the first-year one was me. Of course, I did try to fight back at first. That homeroom teacher who looked so kind and gentle. "All right, you should report things like this to me. I'll have a proper talk with them." He once swore and promised that he would absolutely help me fix the problem. You have to get along with your classmates. How can you just casually bully your friends like that? After that, the teacher did indeed have a proper talk with them. It was just during the morning homeroom session in front of the whole class. "Since this is your first offense, I'll let you off the hook this time. If there's a next time, I'm going to deduct your conduct points." The pink-haired guy mockingly replied, "Yes, sir." From that day on, I went from just being bullied by my classmates to receiving the honor of being the whole school's bullying target. But my homeroom teacher obviously knew this would happen, so why did he do it? It didn't take long for me to find out why. Behind the vending machines, the teachers were chatting. "Seriously, we aren't kids. Why do we have to sneak out here every day just to have a smoke? I know, right? I wonder when the school will finally build a separate smoking room for teachers. Not letting us smoke is one thing, but they even ban us from disciplining the students. It feels like teachers have less and less of a voice. A few months ago, Mr. Shin scolded some students for talking back to him. The audio recording got posted online and he ended up being disciplined by the higher-ups, right? Teachers these days have absolutely zero human rights." The homeroom teacher walks over with a cigarette in his mouth and disagrees. "Really? I actually think things are pretty good right now." "Huh? Banning corporal punishment to protect students' human rights really isn't a bad thing, but it doesn't solve the root problem. Now all we can do is deduct points from the troublemakers, and if we deduct too many, the parents will just come to the school and throw a fit." In short, this is clearly the Ministry of Education not allowing teachers to manage their own students, right? So the answer is quite simple. We just need to teach them what's in the textbooks and be done with it. We don't need to care about anything else. If we keep sticking our noses where they don't belong, won't we just end up like that teacher who got beaten to death 2 years ago? Student matters. Just let them sort it out themselves. Kim Yong-min heard every single word of that. He finally understood something. That's right, that morning homeroom session was just a theatrical act. The homeroom teacher just wanted to tell us, "Don't bother me with these issues anymore." No one was on my side, so I only had two choices, either transfer schools or grit my teeth and endure it for 3 years. But now, everything has changed. That day, something unexpected happened. A crowd of students gathered by the window, looking down at the schoolyard. Holy shit, the cops are here again today. Are all the second-year bosses going to get locked up this time? The police officially opened an investigation into the upperclassman's death. Everyone in this school knows he was being bullied. Soon, the bullying epidemic in this school will be dragged out into the light, and those who bully him will all be thrown into prison. From then on, this school's culture of isolation will vanish, and students who always had to live in misery like me will finally be able to hold our heads high and rightfully enjoy our school lives. Or so I originally thought. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The truth smacked him right in the face. Things were nothing like he thought. Hey, I heard about that unlucky second-year kid. The police closed the case, saying he jumped because of academic pressure. Oh, really? I heard that when the cops came to investigate all the second-year students before, not a single person breathed a word about that bastard getting bullied by the whole school. I found out later that the teachers even instigated the second-year students to cover it up. In the end, that kid was the only one who lost his life. As he's talking, his whole body suddenly trembles, and he almost falls. Kim Yong-min is being bullied again, flattened beneath his ass. Hearing the news, he's utterly shell-shocked, his entire body trembling unstoppably. The bullying bastard looks down and curses at him. You little punk, what the hell is wrong with you? His ears can't process a single word anymore. He's sweating bullets, pale with fear. How could this be? How is this possible? Exactly, goddammit. How is this possible? He kicks straight down on his back like stepping on a cockroach, spewing insults. I just said a few words and you already can't take it. I only let you off for a few days because the cops have been coming around lately. You're itching for a beating, aren't you? He beats him to his heart's content before stopping. Working out a little just made me hungry again. Hurry up and go buy me some instant noodles, you little shit. Have them cooked and brought out here in exactly 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Kim Yong-min can only lie there, clutching his head and taking the abuse. After this incident, he was truly filled with despair. This damn country is way too lenient on these punks. The world these brats live in is some sacred, untouchable territory, and there's absolutely no way I can handle these things on my own. And so Kim Yong-min decided to jump from the building's rooftop, even if doing this won't change a single thing. But it's the only way I can cause trouble for this school, and the only path left for me to find freedom. He makes up his mind to jump. I have no regrets. But before he could even lift a foot off the ground, a voice rang out right behind him. No, you can't do that. You can't just kill yourself right in front of someone like that. I'm going to have nightmares, right? Who knows since when, but a long-haired man with a cigarette dangling from his lips was sitting there, looking over. Kim Yong-min asks in confusion, "Who are you? Are you a teacher here?" The man smiles casually and replies, "It's a hassle to explain, so just consider me one for now. If you're a teacher, why are you sitting up there?" He takes a long drag of his cigarette. "Because I get a clear view from up here." Scenes of violence happening right at this moment, the students bullying the weak. Just how pitiful this school really is. Kim Yong-min is stunned by the man's words. Not even giving his brain time to process, the man jumps right down. Smiling warmly, he invites him. "If you want to die, save it for tomorrow. For today, just take me to the teacher's office first, all right?" Just like that, he completely forgets about his suicide and follows the man to the teacher's office. The two talk as they walk. "Anyway, why do you want to die? Are you being bullied or are your grades bad? Whatever it is, just endure it for 3 years and you'll be free. What's so hard about holding out? I think a little brat like you really needs to go to the military to get properly disciplined." "What would you know?" he says in a low voice. "Only those who are trapped truly understand what it's like. You say I'll be free if I endure it for 3 years. I used to think the same thing. But what am I supposed to do? I really can't take this anymore. Not a single person is on my side. Just how the hell am I supposed to keep enduring this?" Kim Yong-min screams out in pure fury, but a sudden smack to the head comes flying in from some guy. His fury vanishes and he collapses to the floor, clutching his head in pain. The guy unleashes a torrent of curses. "You little bastard," the bell already rang. "I fucking told you I wanted instant noodles and you're just dragging your ass back now." He hoists him up by the collar and growls, "Hold on, why are you empty-handed? Where are my damn noodles?" Before he can even utter a word, the guy violently slaps him several times. "Are you out of your mind? Are you tired of living? Our dear Kim Yong-min only snaps out of it when he gets beaten, right? Are you beyond saving? Do you want me to bury you alive? The teacher standing on the sidelines watching has a face that's growing darker by the second. Unable to watch any longer, he violently grabs the punk's dragon fruit-like head. Catching him completely off guard, the punk yells in surprise, looking over at the man. What the hell? A vicious slap lands squarely on his face, making him see stars. The guy is sent flying by the slap, crashing hard onto the hallway floor. The man smirks wickedly, throwing out a mocking remark. You little punk, it's our first time meeting, but you're saying everything I want to hear. That's right, kid. To get you to snap out of it, a good beating is exactly what's needed. The punk scrambles up, clutching his swollen face, and stammers out, Who the hell are you? Kim Yong-min can't believe it, exclaiming in astonishment, Sir. What, you're a teacher? The pink-haired punk asks in disbelief. I'm too lazy to explain right now, so just consider me a teacher. The man replies lazily to brush it off. Oh, really? So you're a teacher. The idiot grins triumphantly, acting like he just got some leverage over him. He deliberately shouts out in front of the crowd of students. A teacher is beating a student at school, right? Shoving his face up close in defiance, he taunts. Come on, hit me again. Let's see it. Damn it. If you want to be put online and lose your job, then go ahead and hit me. He laughs out loud, issuing the challenge because he knows teachers can't strike students due to the law. The man couldn't care less. If the kid wants it, he'll gladly oblige, instantly unleashing a barrage of slaps across the bully's face. Well then, I won't hold back. Pink Hair tries to fight back but fails miserably. He's all bark and no bite. Fuck, do you think I'm joking? I know an older bro who's a streamer. He'll absolutely expose you when the time comes. He threatens while blocking the blows. But the teacher doesn't stop, instead encouraging him. Wow, doesn't that mean he'll become a celebrity? In that case, you definitely have to film it nicely. A little elegance, a little style. Thousands of slaps rain down, not a single one using the same posture. The students watching nearby feel immense satisfaction. Ha ha ha, that teacher is brutal. Seeing that bastard get beaten up feels so damn good. From a distance, a teacher from the office asks curiously, Who? Who is that? Unable to endure it any longer, Pink Hair decides to fight back. Fuck you. You're fucking insane. I don't give a shit if you're a teacher or not. You're a dead man today. I'm the boss of the first years. He charges forward, boiling with rage, fists ready to reclaim his lost pride. The man calmly kicks his leg, making him lose his balance. The bully falls down with a loud thud, looking incredibly embarrassing. He scowls in defiance and scrambles back to his feet, but the MC traps his head tightly behind the door. Damn it! Open it up right now, he yells, struggling to push the door open. Back in the day when I was beaten by a teacher, I even had to say thank you. He swings the stick down on the unruly bully's rear. The bully screams, his face contorting in pain. The other students holding their recording phones are completely stunned. The stick rolls across the floor. As for the bully, he's foaming at the mouth, sprawled out flat on the floor without any strength left to resist. What an unlucky day. The MC sighs with immense satisfaction after taking care of this foolish scum. Just then, a teacher rushes over in a panic. I am a head of academic affairs. Who on earth are you? Why are you beating our student? The MC smiles brightly and replies, I was just assigned to this school today. The old teacher, completely clueless, responds, assigned. Why haven't I heard anything about this? Without hesitation, he immediately replies, geez, if I had notified you in advance, wouldn't you guys just put on a show like when the inspectors come? That's exactly why I had to sneak in. Here are my credentials. Public official ID, Nakwa Din, Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. He arrogantly flicks the ID card against the old teacher's forehead. The old geezer looks at the card in panic. Someone from the Ministry of Education? What's this all about? He calmly asks back, don't you watch the news at all? You know about the incident 2 years ago where a teacher was beaten to death by a student, right in the middle of a class, right? This is the department established under the revised Teachers' Rights Protection Act passed at that time, directly supervised by the Minister of Education. Less than greater than. For short, it's the Teachers' Rights Bureau. You can check the details in the official dispatch arriving tomorrow. The job of this bureau is to send us under the guise of teachers into rotten schools like this one. To discipline scumbags like you who couldn't care less even if a student is bullied to death. A garbage school that only knows how to cover up the truth behind someone's death. He grabs his stick and presses it against the old teacher's forehead with a furious look. But the old man swats it away, trying to cover it up and deny responsibility. What do you mean, cover up the truth? We have never. Anyway, once I investigate everything clearly during my tenure here, the truth will come to light. The MC smirks slightly, dropping an even more shocking piece of news on the old teacher. Besides that, there is something even more important. Everyone in our teacher's rights bureau is granted a special privilege. Special privilege. The bald teacher, completely confused, asks back only to immediately receive a swift strike from the stick that slices off a few of his sparse hairs. And that is, absolutely no limits on our educational methods. He declares to him, I will use the authority entrusted to me by the government to strictly enforce comprehensive education at this school. He makes a firm declaration that he will properly deal with these scumbags. Ahaha, you are Supervisor Manhwa Din, right? The teacher asks in a soft, polite voice, while his phone replays the scene of the MC teaching the pink-haired punk a lesson yesterday. He tries to make excuses for the death of the male student who jumped off the building due to bullying. Sir, there seems to be a little misunderstanding. The student Baek Kwang-suk truly jumped because of immense academic pressure. Our school has never had any incidents of ostracism or school violence. Of course, 3 years ago, the Scholarship Foundation even voted us an excellent school. The two old geezers with pale faces and dripping with cold sweat skillfully try to explain themselves. Furthermore, since our founding, we've had many outstanding graduates. This includes Assemblyman Ryu Gang-pil, a prominent 3-term figure of the current ruling party. All these high-flown, glowing words about the school just keep pouring out in front of the MC. Therefore, we beg you to put in a few good words for us with the Ministry of Education. The two old-school administrators try to flatter him, hoping he'll do them a favor. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get that thing to give to our guest. Right. Yes, sir. The principal urges the old teacher to bring out something that seems highly secretive. He places a money envelope on the table, clearly trying to bribe him and shut him up. Although it's not much, please accept this for your travel expenses. Bam! The heel of a leather shoe slams heavily onto the money envelope on the table, creating a loud bang. Principal, it seems you've misunderstood something, he says in a nonchalant tone. Although I'm from the Ministry of Education, I'm not an education inspector, and I don't even have a teaching license. To someone like me, who has neither the ability nor the authority to evaluate whether a school is good or bad, doing this won't bring you any benefits. Manhwa Din refuses to take it, outright admitting he will never help this old geezer. So stop with this pathetic flattery. Pulling this kind of stunt at your age. I feel embarrassed just looking at you. He stands up, digs in his ear, and walks away, leaving the two old men in utter awkwardness. How dare this little punk talk to me like that? The principal flips him the middle finger, cursing him out inwardly, but lacking the guts to say it aloud. Oh, right. He suddenly turns back around, startling the two old men so much they quickly retract their middle fingers. Buzzing his electric shaver, he casually asks, that student Baek Kwang-suk who jumped off the building. What class was he in? Principal stammers in reply, that is. In the classroom, amidst the chaotic noise before class starts, the bullying is happening once again. The bald punk forcefully squeezes a male student's cheeks, demanding, open your mouth. That's it, don't leave a single drop, drink every last bit of it. Liquid pours rapidly from the bottle, making the boy cough and choke violently. The bald punk yells in annoyance upon seeing him spit the liquid out of his mouth. Huh? What? How dare you spit it out? A heavy punch lands on the poor student's head as the punk continues to curse at him. Hey, you little brat, I told you to drink all of it. You little shit, why aren't you drinking such good stuff? Other people want it and can't even get it. It seems the liquid is alcohol, leaving the boy dazed and unable to stay conscious. Seeing that class is about to start, he finally lets the boy go, reminding him, all right, clean up a bit. Class is about to start. Before walking away, he puts on an act of fake friendly concern. You little punk, I'm only doing this for your own good. Afterwards, he turns to the male student in the designer red shirt who is slouched over his desk at the back of the class. Jun-hyung, you're still hungover, right? If the teacher mentions the smell of alcohol, well, just say this kid drank it, and we're good to go, right? The guy covered in designer brands doesn't even bother to lift his head, replying with extreme confidence. Cut the crap, you're the one who isn't sober, aren't you? Even if a teacher catches us, I don't give a damn. The bald punk follows up with some heavy flattery for the golden boy. True, damn it. What kind of blind teacher would dare lay a finger on the noble son of an assemblyman? Another female student holds up her phone, actively gossiping about the video of Manhwa Din teaching a student a lesson yesterday. Hey, have you guys seen this? It's freaking hilarious. What's this? Ha ha ha, a teacher beating a student. He says he's from the Ministry of Education so he can beat students however he wants. What the heck? This sounds like a plot from a comic book. Is this our school? Look at the uniform. Come on, there are tons of identical uniforms out there. The boys and girls eagerly gossip about the shocking incident, and every single word falls right into the ears of the designer-clad guy at the back of the class. The door slides open. It seems the teacher has arrived. Nakwudin walks in, met by the noisy and utterly bewildered classroom. Ah ha ha. Hello everyone, he greets the students with his standard bright smile. Everyone feels incredibly weirded out, their heads full of question marks. Who on earth is this guy? The bald punk from earlier boldly asks, Mister, who the hell are you? The MC answers in surprise, Oh, hasn't the head of the grade told you guys yet? Yesterday, your homeroom teacher and the assistant homeroom teacher both caught the flu and need to rest at home for a few weeks. I am Nakwudin, the substitute teacher who will be filling in as your homeroom teacher during this time. I'm a bit embarrassed to say this, but this is my very first time standing at podium. He enthusiastically introduces himself. The class instantly erupts in murmurs. Hey, he says he's a substitute teacher. He must be a total loser, right? But he doesn't mind at all, continuing his friendly introduction. I hope we can all get along well from now on. But absolutely none of the students care about what he's saying. They're busy chatting about their own things, creating an unbearable racket. I told you this isn't our school. Want to go eat spicy rice cakes later? I extorted all that kid's money at the internet cafe yesterday. There's a really pretty girl at the school next door. You idiot, when are you going to introduce her to me? The chaotic chatter grows louder and louder, completely ignoring the MC up at the podium. Nakwudin reaches for the attendance book. Next, I'll be taking attendance and getting to know everyone along the way. The names are read out one by one. Kang Sun-young, Go Jong-chan, Kim Na-rae, Kim Dong-gu, Kim Ha-dae. Jo Jun-hyung. The steady roll call continues to echo, while the male student wearing his Chanel and Gucci designer clothes remains slumped over. Baek Kwang-suk. As he reads this name, no one answers anymore. A heavy silence falls over the entire classroom, with hesitant glances flashing across the room. He asks in confusion, looking around trying to find the student with that name. Oh, where is Baek Kwang-suk? Did he skip class today? Huh, but there clearly aren't any empty seats. The guy in the red shirt slowly lifts his head, shooting a domineering glare at him. The bald punk casually speaks up. That guy is dead. Because he was too stupid and his grades sucked, he lost his mind for a second and jumped off the building. Just like that, splat, dead on the spot. He mocks and laughs at his classmate's death. The punk obliviously continues to mock the MC, looking incredibly punchable. Sai, you really should have done your research before coming to this school teach. Look at how you've ruined the mood in the classroom. Ah, so that's how it is. He smiles, answering softly. Brushing off what just happened, Nakwudin continues with his work. Thank you for letting me know. Now, I'll continue with the attendance. Baek Bung-so. Another name is called, but again there is no response, just as his attention shifts to the male student who was being bullied earlier. The boy's face is flushed red like a boiled lobster, exactly like a drunken man's. He immediately approaches him and asks with full concern, Oh my. Baek Bung-so, why is your face so red? Are you sick? A very strong stench of alcohol hits his nose, and he instantly figures it out. Huh, this smell is. Before he can finish, the bald punk shouts out to falsely accuse him. That guy just chugged a whole bottle of soju in class. He puts words in the poor student's mouth, as if the story he's spinning is the absolute truth. I don't know what provoked him so early in the morning, but he put on this brave, fearless face and pulled out a whole bottle of soju. Downed it all in one go. Suddenly, he rushes over and sniffs the punk's shirt as if searching for some kind of evidence. The MC replies instantly, exposing the bald punk. Oh, I can smell a bit of alcohol on you too, Ha-dae. Did you perhaps drink with him? The punk hastily denies it all. No way, it's just because I sit right next to him. Do you know? The smell of freshly drunk alcohol and alcohol left overnight are completely different. So let me take a guess. Less than greater than. Because you drank yesterday and you're still not sober. So to avoid getting penalized, you forced Bung-so to drink it, right? He exposes the clumsy lie, making it impossible for him to deny. Hit right on the nail, the bald punk flies into a rage out of embarrassment and yells, You crazy old man, do you think you're writing a script or something? His face darkening, he bluntly asks, Is this the exact same method you used to kill Baek Kwang-suk? The bald punk stammers in response, kill him? Damn it, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Who are you saying killed? Before he can even finish his sentence, his mouth is shut up for good. He grabs the punk's loudly quacking, duck-like mouth and violently pulls on it. The guy shrieks in pain as he's dragged along by his mouth. He flashes a sinister smile and delivers his warning. Originally, I just wanted to quietly observe the school's atmosphere today. But this mouth of yours is just too utterly disgusting. The punk's duck mouth is yanked so hard that his whole body is flung to the side. The bald punk tumbles head over heels, landing bottoms up right in front of the entire class. He wails loudly, crying from the sheer pain, his two lips stretched out pointy like Sunio's. He calls out, "Where's the class president?" A male student awkwardly stands up and replies, "Yes, sir. That's me." He tells the class president, "Hurry up and take Bung So to the infirmary to sleep it off." Manhwa Jin continued speaking to the whole class. From observing this school yesterday, I have drawn the following conclusion. There are a total of 3 types of garbage culture here. First, disrespecting teachers. Hearing his words, the students in the class hesitantly looked at each other. He continued. Second, the prevalent bullying culture in the school. Finally, before he could finish, the bald guy jumped out to cause trouble, throwing a notebook at him. "You damn old man, eat this." Without flinching, Manhwa Jin easily caught the notebook and effortlessly smacked it right onto the bald guy's head with a thunderous blow. That ignorant fool lost consciousness and collapsed at his feet. Manhwa Jin continued to expose the true face of this rotten school. Even though a student died, the school administration took no effective measures to prevent a similar tragedy from happening. He returned to the podium and formally reintroduced himself. "Let me introduce myself once again. I am under the Ministry of Education. I am Manhwa Jin, a field supervisor from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau." He faced the bewildered class and said solemnly, "Furthermore, you are the first unlucky ones to be placed under supervision since the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau was established. If you want to know why the Ministry of Education created such a terrible department, just go online and search for the keyword legal education for problematic students." On the phone screen, tens of thousands of comments strongly supported his actions and the correct decision of the Ministry of Education. His face darkened as he reminded them. In other words, everything happening today is brought upon yourselves by you guys. He loudly announced a physical punishment for all the students in the class. "All right, if you understand the situation now, hurry up and do push-ups for me. And taking attendance, yet you're still this noisy. What kind of standard is this? When the teacher is speaking, you must stay quiet and listen. Oh, stop just looking at each other's faces. If you don't want to end up like him, everyone get into a push-up position within 3 seconds. He pointed at the arrogant bald guy lying motionless on the floor, whom he had just taught a lesson as an example. Less than greater than. The sound of moving desks and chairs echoed as the students in the class started standing up to do push-ups. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out from the boy wearing designer clothes at the back of the class. "Sit down," he ordered. "You don't have to listen to him. Everyone sit down." At those rebellious words, he immediately issued a warning. "I've counted to 3, you know." The boy spoke again like the supreme ruler of this class. "Sit down." He yelled angrily, "Hurry up and sit down, you idiots." The students in the class hesitated and fearfully sat back down in their seats. He arrogantly provoked, "Teacher, what should we do now?" He raised his head and casually said to him, "These kids, compared to the teacher, seem to be more afraid of me." Manhwa Jin silently looked at him and then at the class roster in his hands. Ryu Jun Hyung. His student ID photo and name appeared clearly in the notebook. With a cold face, he looked up at him. Manhwa Jin ordered, "Ryu Jun Hyung, come to the front." The guy immediately refused, "No." He reminded him, "If I have to walk over there, you'll be in much bigger trouble." The boy wasn't scared at all and even challenged him. "Just come over here. Let's see who's really in trouble." 2 fiery gazes locked onto each other from the front to the back of the class. He narrowed his eyes, smiled, and said to him, "Then let's find out." The clacking sound of leather shoes gradually walked toward the back of the class where he was sitting. The sound of leather shoes hitting the tiled floor grew closer and closer to the kid in designer clothes. 2 faces filled with murderous intent stared at each other. Manhwa Jin walked right past him. He raised his foot and kicked the door open with a loud bang. Looking outside, he saw the 2 officials who were eavesdropping earlier, and he called out, "Principal, Dean of Academic Affairs. What are you doing here?" "Ah ha ha." 2 sneaky faces, looking like thieves caught red-handed, embarrassingly replied, "Ah, well." He glanced at them judgingly. "You're all grown men. Why are you sneaking around like mice hiding here and peeking?" The principal laughed loudly and replied, "Ha ha, it's nothing. We just came to observe how people from the Ministry of Education teach students, wanting to learn a bit." He crept up and whispered to him standing there, "Ah, there's one more thing we forgot to tell you earlier. The thing is, that student Jun Hyung sitting in the last row, he is the son of the 3-term assemblyman I mentioned before, Assemblyman Ryu Guang Pil." He acted surprised and asked back, Ah, is that so? Turns out he's the son of an assemblyman. He chuckled nervously and purposely advised him. That's right. I even heard that he and the Minister of Education are alumni from the same university. We don't mean to interfere with you teaching the students. We're just afraid it will cause a disaster later. Hearing those words, the precious son arrogantly stepped outside with a bald guy. The old principal eagerly asked, "Oh, Junhyun, how is your father doing lately?" Now Wajin pretended to panic. Then I almost caused a huge problem. What if I angered Junhyun? That three-term assemblyman would definitely be very furious. Then I'd be called back and scolded by the minister, right? Hearing those words, he became even more smug about being a privileged kid with a powerful dad. The old principal said to him again, "That's right, you truly are very understanding." He then replied, "I must also thank you for letting me know such important information." The man continued, "You're too polite. We just hope you can smoothly get through this period, and after returning to the Ministry of Education, please say a few good words for our school." The kid smirked with smugness, but as soon as he walked past, Na Wajin grabbed him by the mouth. He screamed in surprise. "Ah, what are you doing?" He smirked and said to the old man, "Principal, do you know?" His large hand tightly squeezed that previously arrogant face, making it impossible for him to escape despite trying with all his might. At their age, they are very easily swept up by the atmosphere. The fact that someone sitting in the principal's position like you fears their background and cowers like that's exactly why this brat looks down on teachers so much. And because this brat looks down on teachers, he dragged the other students into disrespecting teachers as well. From there, it formed this unique culture of the school. As soon as he finished speaking, the inspector threw the kid aside with a thud like tossing a chicken. Junhyun face-planted hard onto the floor. He continued speaking. "If you want to restore the school's teaching authority, you must first eradicate this culture. Therefore, if you still dare to interfere with my teaching methods, even if you are the principal, I will teach you too." Wajin gritted his teeth and threatened the fat principal. He ordered the other old man, Dean of Academic Affairs, call all the teachers and staff to the gym. He stammered back, "Everyone." Wajin replied, "I have something to announce to everyone." Meanwhile, Junhyun was still lying flat on the ground, grinding his teeth loudly. "In the gym, I am the supervisor of the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau, Manhwa Jin. Even though I've only observed this school for 2 days, I've already discovered a lot of problems," he said to all the teachers in the room. "But with my strength alone, I cannot manage all the students in the school. So gathering everyone here today is to ask you all to support me in this work." One more thing, during the supervision period of the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau, you can use the same privileges as I do. Every word spoken made the teachers drop their jaws in astonishment. Any troubles arising from using these privileges, I will shoulder completely. I guarantee that none of you will be implicated at all. As he spoke, he walked over and opened the cabinet door. The opening of the door brought a huge surprise to all the teachers. "All right," he continued amidst everyone's stupefaction. "Come here and pick something to your liking," he said while pointing at the cabinet filled with various wooden sticks and clubs. A female teacher asked in shock, "Wait, are you telling us to physically punish the students?" She stepped forward questioningly and said, "But no matter how disobedient the students are, they still have human rights. How can we?" Teacher Kim stepped forward near the cabinet amidst everyone's hesitation. He decided to pick a wooden stick and said to everyone, "All right, I'll take this one." The light radiating from the stick like a treasure made Teacher Kim extremely excited. So nostalgic. Wait, how long has it been since I last held this? His eyes flashed with excitement. Could this be the grand revival of the golden cane of the Manhwa district? The other teachers also took turns stepping up to pick an item. Makes me reminisce about the good old days. Oh, this cane is made of birch wood. Within a week since teacher Na Wajin arrived here, this school underwent a massive transformation. Are you all thugs? Or a bunch of beggars? Voices echoed as Kim Yong-min watched in astonishment. A scene unfolded before his eyes. Teacher Kim was using the cane to spank the students, making them scream miserably. "If you want to drink soda, take out your own money and buy it. Why do you always force others to buy it for you?" he scolded loudly. From the moment the golden cane of the Manhwa district was revived, "I will not let you arbitrarily bully your classmates anymore, got it?" The teacher's shouts and the painful screams of the students echoed throughout a corner of the school. The teachers' privileges have returned, and they could enforce discipline through corporal punishment. Especially the teachers over 40, including homeroom teachers, were frantically teaching the bad students a lesson with their canes. It was as if they were competing with each other. "Ouch, can't take it anymore. This is the proof of your determination." They started applying all sorts of bizarre methods to educate the students, making them do push-ups carrying heavy logs. Of course, not all students could happily accept this sudden change. In one classroom, when a teacher was about to discipline a student with a cane, he fought back. "What are you doing with this? Are you trying to hit me?" He gritted his teeth and asked back. He snapped the stick in half and declared, "Humph, I don't care to study at this garbage school anymore." Right at that moment, Manhwa Jin opened the door, walked in, and said, No, you shouldn't do that." Carrying a stick in his hand, he smiled and said, "How can you drop out of school? You're still so young, you shouldn't have such thoughts." The teacher stepped forward, put his arm around the student's shoulder, and dragged him along. "Come here. Let's go somewhere quiet and have a proper talk about your future." Annoyed and wanting to escape, he yelled, Let go of me." The door opened and then slowly closed. For those students who dared to resist corporal punishment, teacher Manhwa Jin would personally take action to educate them in a special counseling room. The door of the special counseling room opened once again. The teacher brought the boy out, his face pale after being taught a lesson, and advised him, "All right, remember what I said." The female teacher looked at his face and was startled with fear. He burst into tears, crying profusely as he choked out, "Teacher." After that, they seemed to turn into completely different people. "I want to go to school." Sincere words came from the bottom of their hearts. The students finally came to their senses. Somewhere else, a teacher was pinching a student's ear and scolding, "You punk." She loudly reminded him, accompanied by agonizing ear twists, "How many times have I told you, no sleeping during class?" She ordered, "Hold out the back of your hand. Hurry up." On the rooftop, the students gathered and complained to each other. These days are truly torture. Is this a school or the Samcheon re-education camp? Arg, I don't even dare to go to the bathroom lately. Just sitting on the toilet feels like my butt is going to split open. The bald guy turned around and asked indignantly, "Jun Hyung, are you really planning to just keep enduring this?" He suggested that the precious son should quickly seek help from his powerful father. "Go tell your dad or find the media to expose all of this. You have such a huge backing. You must use it in a time like this." Jun Hyung, annoyed and disdainful, replied to him, "A little punk who knows nothing like you dares to order me around. My dad's aide already said it. This is the Ministry of Education's first pilot project. They aren't stupid either. Do you think they didn't anticipate what would happen? Even if it makes the news, they have prepared countermeasures a long time ago. Furthermore, this is a law passed 2 years ago under the leadership of the then-ruling party representative. It's hard for my dad to intervene. Even if we post it online, public opinion will just side with the teacher beating up the problem students, so there's really nothing we can do right now." Jun Hyung sighed helplessly, looking up at the sky. The bald guy angrily refused to accept it and wanted a confrontation. "Hey, are we just supposed to swallow our pride like this?" Jun Hyung scolded back, "You idiot. Is that what I meant?" Just then, another male student walked up. Jun Hyung frowned and replied, "I'm just waiting for the right moment. Just you wait. When the time comes, I'll definitely turn the tables." The student who just walked up asked blankly, "Jun Hyung, did you call me?" At the same time, Young Min was sitting and hugging a cup of instant noodles. The inspector walked up and asked, "Hey, pitiful kid from the rooftop, are you still running errands for them?" Young Min smiled brightly and replied, "No, this is mine." "Is that so?" he replied, and the two sat together by the flower bed. Young Min slurped his noodles, while Hwajin smoked a cigarette. He suddenly asked him, "How is it? Is school okay these days?" Young Min replied while eating, "Thanks to you, sir. Nobody bullies me anymore, so I feel like school life is pretty good right now, even though these days won't last long. Ever since you came, those problem students have definitely quieted down a lot, but I don't think they'll change their true nature. You also said you were only sent here to work for a while, and then you'll leave. Once you're gone, this school will probably just go back to the way it was." He poured out the worries in his heart to him. Hwajin slapped his student's back with a thud and laughed loudly. "You brat! Whether it was before or now, why are you always so pessimistic? Hey, and not stupid, of course, I've thought about those issues. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Just wait and see. I have my own plans." Another dark figure stepped forward and called out softly, "Sir, please help. Help me." A weak voice echoed from afar, leaving Young Min stunned. The male student, with a face bruised and swollen like an eggplant, begged, "I feel like I can't live anymore. Please save me, sir." He immediately stood up and threw away his half-smoked cigarette. Hua Jin walked over and motioned for him to follow. "All right, follow me. Tell me your story." His eyes grew darker, showing his fury. The bruised male student was so scared he was sweating bullets, recalling what just happened. Jun Hyun's words echoed in his head. This can't be solved with normal methods. But what if we do it this way? A student, unable to endure excessive corporal punishment, severely stabbed a teacher. He followed Jun Hyung's instigation, rushed over with a knife in his hand, and unexpectedly plunged it into the MC's stomach. Drops of metallic-smelling blood dripped onto the tiled floor. Wajin was taken aback by the attack from the trembling student with the knife lodged in his abdomen. Yang Min panicked and screamed, "Sir." The male student gasped in fear, pressured by his cold glare. Wajin grabbed his hand and pulled him in. "Gotcha." He twisted the idiot's arm behind his back, making him cry out in pain. "You little punk. Quite cute, aren't you?" The MC didn't hesitate to smoothly pull the knife out. As a man, if you hold a knife, you should stab properly. You didn't even penetrate 1 centimeter. Then he grabbed the student's arm and dragged him away. "Follow me, you punk." The boy was thrown and hit the wall with a thud. The special room had another student to be educated. The sound of a lock clicking echoed in the special counseling room. Now Wajin took off his coat and told the student from earlier to sit down. Button by button was unfastened. Behind the black suit was a large physique covered in terrifying scars, along with a fresh stab wound profusely bleeding. The male student's eyes widened in shock upon witnessing that sight. He pulled open a desk drawer and took something out. A mirror was thrown towards the boy. "Catch." He told him, "Hold this and reflect the wound for me." The sound of stitching raw flesh echoed as the student obediently sat to the side, holding the mirror for the MC to stitch his wound. Suddenly he asked, "Who put you up to this? That stab of yours had 0 killing intent. I know someone ordered you to do it, so answer me right now." Hua Jin had seen through the entire plan and the mastermind behind it. The boy yelled, slamming the table and taking all the blame. "No, nobody ordered me. I did it because I wanted to." The knife spinning in his hand suddenly stabbed right between the boy's fingers, paralyzing him with fear. He leaned in close to threaten him. "Hey, think carefully. This is attempted murder. You could easily do a few years in jail. No matter how scared you are of those guys, would you really take the fall and go to prison for them? Do you want me to show you who's scarier, them or me?" Hua Jin raised an eyebrow in warning. The room suddenly became eerily quiet. Then he sighed, waving the boy off. "Forget it. Get out." Hua Jin put his clothes back on and muttered, "This little punk, wasting such a good opportunity. People like you, even if someone helps, nothing will change. Just accept being bullied for the rest of your life, you coward." The provocative words hit right at his humiliation. The male student's face darkened as he loudly retorted, "What can I even do? I don't want to be killed by them." Gwang Suk didn't listen to Jun Hyung either, and that's why. He ended up like that. Gwang Suk isn't like me. Not only was he good at studying, but he also had a lot of good friends. Memories of his old friends suddenly flooded his mind. And Jun Hyung, from the moment he enrolled, was always fooling around with the delinquents, running amok in the school. Jun Hyung and Gwang Suk originally didn't care about each other. Their social circles were different, so they had absolutely nothing to do with one another. But ever since that incident happened, in the classroom on a certain day in the past, the teacher scolded loudly. I've said it many times, you're not allowed to put your feet on the desk during class. The female teacher angrily reminded Jun Hyung, what kind of place do you think this school is? If you want to keep acting up like this, you might as well drop out and go find your dear father. At the same time, an underling signaled, all right, finish recording. Jun Hyung couldn't take it anymore and slammed the desk, standing up in anger. He frowned and talked back to the teacher. Damn it, why are you being so fierce? He spat out threats, leaving the teacher stunned. You're just a lowly public servant, and you dare speak to me like that. Listen, lady, do you know, I just need to make one phone call to my dad's assistant, and you'll lose your job immediately. He even raised his hand, intending to strike. If you ever raise your voice at me again, ill. Before he could finish, a lightning-fast punch struck, contorting his face. Another male student stood up furiously. You little punk, I've put up with you for a long time. He raised his voice and said, how dare you curse at a teacher? Ever since then, Gwang Suk's school life began to grow darker and darker. What's wrong? Seniors. I still have to go to class. Jun Hyung and his senior cronies ganged up to bully that male student. Deafening, violent sounds echoed from the flashback. A message notification chimed for all the students in the school. A message popped up in the school-wide group chat. From today on, this punk will be the whole school's sandbag. First years are no longer to treat him as a senior, and everyone has to smack the back of his neck once every day. From then on, the school established a sandbag system accompanied by the words, I'm an idiot, please punch me. Gwang Suk was never treated as a human by the students in the school again. And that wasn't all. Gwang Suk's situation reached a dead end. Gwang-suk's father ran an interior design company that specialized in government projects, but ended up losing all his contracts and eventually went bankrupt. His father sank into despair and alcohol. Unable to endure the bullying any longer, Gwang-suk said helplessly, "You guys, until when do you plan to bully me?" A trembling voice echoed from the person being crushed under Junhyun's shoes. "It's because of you that my dad's company went bankrupt. Isn't that enough? Until when do you guys plan to torture me?" The question was only met with bursts of mocking, gleeful laughter. Junhyun grinned and spat out a sentence. "Until when? Until you drop dead, of course. If you can't take it, just end it yourself." He ground his foot harder into the face of Gwang-suk, who was in extreme agony. The memory gradually faded back to reality. You know what happened next. After Gwang-suk jumped, those teachers were the first ones to warn the students to keep their mouths shut. The police completely dismissed the assemblyman's son as a suspect in the investigation. "In this school, Junhyun is the king," the male student exclaimed indignantly. "That devil." Gwang-suk already jumped, yet he said the spare rib system was very interesting. "Just because my student ID number is right after Gwang-suk's, he turned me into the spare rib." Suddenly, a snoring sound broke his train of thought, and the male student looked up curiously. Now Hwa-jin had fallen asleep who knows when. He called out softly, "Sir." "Mr. Teacher?" Only then did he wake up. Hwa-jin let out a big yawn and asked, "Are you done talking? You little brat, he's just a student, yet he scared you this much? To the point that you had to whine for this long." He immediately retorted, "But he's no ordinary student. Didn't you hear anything I said? Or can't you deal with Jun Hyun either, so you're just pretending you didn't hear?" The MC shoved his phone screen closer to the male student. Come here, look at this." The inspector smirked mischievously. "Is it really that hard to deal with him?" On the rooftop of the building where Jun Hyun's gang gathered, they wondered among themselves. No ambulance, no police car either. They discussed their supposedly perfect plan. What did that guy run away? See, I told you this method wouldn't work. There's no way an idiot like him has the guts to stab someone. Then forget it, I didn't expect that guy to have the guts to stab someone anyway. We still have Plan B and Plan C tomorrow. Suddenly, the loud shouts of teachers rang out. "So you little punks were hiding here." Now Hwa-jin put his arm around his student's shoulder, pointing towards the rooftop to watch the good show. "Look, delinquents always hang out on the rooftop. This is truly Korea's national rule." The punks frowned and said, What's this? You little brat relying on a teacher now." Those guys use Gwang-suk's death as a threat again. "Do you want to die a tragic death like Baek Gwang-suk?" Hwa-jin and the student confidently walked up to the bullies despite their mockery. "Oh, you still dare to drag your body here to die?" He whispered in his ear encouragingly, "Go on, just do as I told you." "Yes," the male student replied firmly and rushed forward to the thug's shock. A beautifully powerful uppercut landed squarely. Junhyun was punched so hard he saw stars, his eyes rolling back as he crashed to the ground with a thud. Everyone was stunned by the retaliation of the bullied student. His two lackeys finally snapped out of it and quickly grabbed him by the collar, lifting him up. "You crazy bastard. Tired of living?" Without waiting, Hwa-jin immediately reached out and grabbed the collars of those two idiots. He effortlessly tossed them aside, sending them crashing face first into each other. Now Hwa-jin whistled, praising his punch just now. "Phew, kid, you've got some talent." That right uppercut was a thing of beauty. Jun Hyun refused to give up, scrambling to his feet to fight back. "You little piece of trash. I will absolutely not let you off." Before you could finish, he was yelled at, "Shut up, shut your mouth right now. You little brat." He held up his phone showing a breaking news report. "You're nothing, just a piece of trash riding on someone else's coattails. You're done for." The news broadcasted the scandal involving Assemblyman Ryu Gang-P, along with shameful affairs and bribery allegations. Junhyun stared blankly, completely stunned to see his father on the news for scandals. Huh? Dad? Why is my dad? Impossible." Now Hwa-jin smirked, knowing the wicked were finally paying the price. Now Hwa-jin slammed the file folder onto the desk with a thwack, complaining, "Are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" He sat in the chair, grumbling about the decision of the minister standing not far away. This first ever experiment in history. How can you use a congressman's son's school as a guinea pig? The teachers will definitely be too afraid of this kid's dad to support me. It might even turn into a political issue, so don't blame me when that happens. The minister replied, leaving him no room to refuse. "Save the chatter, just do your job well." He smiled with confident ambition and told Hwa-jin, "As for everything else, I'll take care of it myself. Back to reality. The TV was reporting on Assemblyman Ryu Gang Piz's sex scandal, accompanied by disgraceful incidents and bribery allegations. Jun-hyung stuttered, unable to believe his own eyes. Dad. He screamed in denial, firmly asserting, "No, it's impossible. It must have made a mistake." In front of everyone on the rooftop, Jun-hyung went frantic with despair. How could my dad? The bald guy stepped forward and shook his shoulder. Hey, Jun-hyung. His face darkened as he asked him, what the hell is going on? At this moment, his childhood memories came flooding back. At home, I was treated like trash, ruthlessly beaten by my father. Aren't you going to lie face down? His father scolded him mercilessly. How can the son of Ryu Gang Pi have such terrible grades? While his mother hurriedly intervened, Honey, please stop hitting him. He scolded his mother right in front of him too, you too. What kind of way is this to raise a child? To my father, who was from a prestigious family and a congressman, I was a son who made him lose all face. But in front of outsiders, it wasn't like that at all. He put on a completely different face, and they would always tell me, Is your dad doing well these days? Remember to put in a good word for me when you get home, understood? His so-called friends would banter, I heard this kid's dad is a congressman. Wow, this golden spoon is really solid. We've got quite the sturdy backing. Because I had a backer like my dad, they were all afraid of me, so at least at school, I got to enjoy a power that surpassed even my father's. Jun-hyung became the ringleader of the bullies at school. He insulted and beat everyone. I absolutely never spared anyone who dared to challenge my authority. My greatest joy was watching them act all high and mighty in front of me 1 second, only to fall to their knees and beg the next. But then one day something happened. A bug meant for my amusement actually jumped off a building. That was Gwang-suk. Outside the counseling room, Jun-hyung hesitated, too afraid to touch the doorknob. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. He trembled violently, terrified that his bullying would be exposed. There are cops in there. If Dad finds out about this, I am dead meat. The door opened and he stepped inside to face the police and teachers. Take a seat, make yourself at home. You're the son of Assemblyman Ryu Gang P, right? The cops comforted him. It's just protocol. Sit here for 10 minutes before you leave. How's your dad doing lately? Right then I realized something. As long as I'm in this school, no matter what I do, I will be indulged. I am the king of this school. That delusion of power went further and further. But what goes around comes around. Brought back to reality, someone like him was an utter failure. Jun-hyung was breaking down. He asked himself in despair, why do I have to endure this right now? His former lackeys turned on him, bullying and humiliating him. Fuck. Without your dad backing you up, you're absolutely nothing. Damn it. Just thinking about how I used to be his lackey, it's just. Jun-hyung was furious, grinding his teeth loudly. He resisted with tough talk. You little brats, you're making a huge mistake. He scrunched his face into an ugly grimace and threatened, Have you ever seen a congressman go to jail? Fuck, just wait 3 or 4 months for this to blow over. I will bury all of you alive. The lackey contemptuously spat right on his face. They picked their ears and walked away, treating Jun-hyung like trash. I have no idea what this idiot is babbling about. He was stunned, a deep hatred welling up inside him. I absolutely won't let you off. Anyone who dares to mess with me is dead. Suddenly, Wajin appeared out of nowhere and picked up the toilet paper roll, complaining. These brats are so damn noisy. I was trying to squeeze it out with my sphincter, but I couldn't focus at all. Wajin sarcastically mocked the rich boy's fall from grace. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The moment your family goes bankrupt, they instantly abandon you. Look at the kind of friends you've made. Jun-hyung jumped up and yelled at him, What, you heard everything. Unwilling to accept that he didn't protect him like he did the other bullied students, he questioned his teacher. Then you should have stopped them just now. It's obvious your student was getting beaten up. Usually, you hit us over the smallest things, so what about now? Hua Jin turned off the faucet and asked back, Why should I do that? It has nothing to do with me. He shook his wet hands and answered with an indifferent expression. Starting now, I am no longer a teacher here. At that moment, a teacher's voice echoed through the school announcements. The internal inspection by the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau has concluded. There will be no more corporal punishment here, and starting tomorrow, everything will be back on track. Through this, I believe you all have learned a lesson. The students, finally liberated, chattered noisily. Fuck, it's finally over. The teacher added a reminder. From now on, be good and listen to your teachers, and avoid repeating this kind of incident. Understood? The loud cheering and clapping gave the homeroom teacher a headache. Quiet down, you little punks. Mr. Na Wah Jin had left the school. Yang Min's fears became reality. Just as expected, Jun Hyung became the bullied one at school. "I am a skeleton. Please punch me hard in the back of the neck." Before long, the bullying culture in this school rose from the ashes once again. Jun Hyung, with the sticky note on his back saying, "I am a skeleton. Please punch me hard in the back of the neck," became everyone's laughingstock. He fell into despair. Suddenly, he was attacked out of nowhere. Another thug kicked him, sending him flying. The guy even mocked him in the face of his glaring glare. "Ouch, what's with that look on your face, kid?" He teased him just like he used to do to others. "What? Unhappy about getting bullied by a freshman? Didn't you say it yourself? You don't need to treat a skeleton as a senior." He said, "Wait, you little punk, you dare wear a hoodie." A group rushed over, demanding to strip Jun Hyung of his clothes. "Take it off, you brat, take it off. These clothes must be expensive." Only the target of the delinquent students had merely shifted to Ru Jun Hyung, the former second-year boss. All of this was witnessed by Yang Min. But things didn't end there. At home, Jun Hyung was beaten to a pulp by his father. He clutched his face in shock and asked his father, "What's wrong?" "Dad, what is it?" He immediately roared back, "You have the nerve to ask me what's wrong." He pointed at the TV news broadcasting the achievements of his precious son. "You little bastard, what is that?" Moving on to the next news story. Jun Hyung was flabbergasted by the exposure of his crimes on TV. The TV was showing video of school violence and teacher humiliation. The son of Assemblyman Ryu Gang-P is suspected of being a severe delinquent, and the footage is currently going viral on the internet and social media. The article stated that he abused his father's power, not only trampling on teachers' rights for a long time, but also violently bullying classmates, ultimately leading to his student jumping off a building. Every word hit Jun Hyung like a bolt of lightning. "Assemblyman Ryu, we're hearing that a huge swarm of reporters is rushing here. Stop them immediately. Don't even let an ant slip through." He raised his cane, ready to give the kid another severe beating. "I'm already suffering enough, and you're adding fuel to the fire." Jun Hyung had to take the brunt of his father's wrath. He cursed, "You useless piece of trash." Jun Hyung lay in his room, endlessly repeating the words, "Die, die, die." Meanwhile, at the school, kerosene from a jerry can was pouring out freely. Jun Hyung was pouring kerosene all over the school corridors. He wanted to burn it all down with a spark. Those words kept echoing through his mind, fueled by hatred. Die, die, die. His fury and hatred reached a boiling point, and Jun Hyung wanted everyone to die with him. "I have never spared anyone who dared to bully me." As he poured the kerosene, he muttered, "Tomorrow morning, I'm going to burn every single one of these bastards to the ground." Suddenly, a flying kick came out of nowhere, sending Jun Hyung tumbling. He rolled across the floor along with the jerry can of kerosene. Wajin spoke up, "You are truly beyond saving. Do you still not realize what you did wrong?" From now on, he pulled out a lighter and lit a cigarette. With a gaze like a demon from hell, he looked down at Jun Hyung and delivered his judgment. "I'm going to give you a thorough re-education." Jun Hyung panicked, completely caught off guard by what just happened, and stuttered, What is this?" With his face and hair completely soaked in kerosene, he finally saw who the person was. "Why is the teacher from the Ministry of Education here?" "No, wait, put out the fire immediately." Wajin nonchalantly flipped open the lighter to light his cigarette. Only then did Jun Hyung realize the danger and desperately tried to stop him. "No, wait, put the fire out. It's covered in kerosene here." "So what if there's kerosene?" He let go, dropping the lighter. "So what if there's kerosene? Didn't you pour it all over to start a fire?" The flame hit the kerosene and violently burst into an inferno, terrifying Jun Hyung so much his face turned ashen with fear. He screamed agonizingly like a slaughtered pig. Following his scream, the fire roared even larger, as if it wanted to swallow everything whole. The flames followed the oil trail right to Jun Hyung's feet, making him panic and scramble to his feet in a desperate attempt to escape. Faced with this scene, Hwajin just stood there silently watching like a grim reaper, here to claim his soul, letting Jun Hyung run for his life with his pants catching fire. Unluckily, he slipped and fell while running. Instant karma. Jun Hyung fell flat on his face, slamming heavily into the wall. Terrified to the core as the flames crept ever closer, leaving him with no way out, he could only watch in despair. Only now did that idiot realize the consequences of his actions, trembling as he begged, "Save me, I was wrong." He clutched his head and screamed frantically, "I was really wrong. Please save me, sir. I'm begging you." At that moment, Wajin stepped forward, holding a fire extinguisher. Without hesitation, he sprayed the fire extinguisher straight at him. He looked at Jun Hyung as if looking at an absolute fool. The snow-white foam blasted from the extinguisher, swiftly putting out the spreading fire. After putting out the fire, Hwa Jin tossed it aside, while Jun Hyung, scared out of his wits, was still cowering and clutching his head in the corner. He turned to look at him and reminded, "All right, now you won't forget this lesson even when you die, will you?" The burning speed of ignited oil is slower than a human's running speed. He squatted down facing him. "I always believe that to achieve the goal of true education, the student must experience it themselves, rather than just relying on verbal persuasion. Just like how you now know that the speed of fire catching is actually slower than you thought." Suddenly, Hwa Jin roughly grabbed Jun Hyung by the collar. The memories of him being a bully, riding roughshod over others, came flooding back like ghosts, in stark contrast to his current situation, becoming the one the whole school despises, ganged up on and bullied, and crushed by absolute authority. Along with the news broadcasting the scandals of Assemblyman Ryu Kwang-pil, plus the shameful events and bribery, every word from Hwa Jin felt like a stinging slap to Jun Hyung's face. What level of hell a person can be pushed into? You've probably experienced it profoundly by now, haven't you? A taste of your own medicine, making scum like you deeply reflect on your own mistakes. He listened, his eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. He continued, "At the same time, you must take responsibility for what you've caused." Hwa Jin declared, "That is, the true education I pursue." He let go, tossing him aside like a bag of garbage. He pushed himself up and reminded him of a heartbreaking truth. But no matter how you take responsibility, Baek Gwang-suk can never come back. His tall back bearing a heavy sorrow, his voice deepened. "So at the very least, you must carry this sin for the rest of your life." Hwa Jin dropped one last sentence for Jun Hyung, condemning him to face the court of conscience and bear this regret forever. It seemed the last shred of conscience in him had been awakened by Hwa Jin. He lowered his head in silence. Tears of remorse and humiliation poured down his young face like a stream. He wailed, collapsing in the middle of the hallway, unsure of how to face the dark future ahead. The next morning, Mr. Na Hwa Jin made it onto the news. He not only publicly revealed his affiliation with the Ministry of Education, but also released all the criminal evidence of Ryu Jun Hyung that he had investigated during his time at the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. Subsequently, the police urgently arrested Ryu Jun Hyung, along with all the delinquent students who had bullied Baek Gwang-suk. That same afternoon, the news reported that Jun Hyung's father had been expelled from the party. Ultimately, unable to withstand the public pressure, Jun Hyung's father publicly resigned from his position as an assemblyman. But also because of this, Mr. Na Hwa Jin's teaching methods spread everywhere across the country. All over the internet and in news articles, this incident involving the Ministry of Education was covered. At this time, Jung Min was sitting and scrolling through his phone. Online, the opinions of those who agreed and disagreed were equally divided. He felt worried for his teacher. Will Mr. Na Hwa Jin really be okay? Somewhere else, a luxurious black car had just started rolling. Inside the car, a secretary was reporting to the Minister of Education. These are the questions that reporters will likely ask at today's press conference. She discussed seriously, because the Teachers' Rights Bureau's moves have been too drastic. I'm afraid we will hear many aggressive questions this time. Furthermore, the ruling party might use this opportunity to incite public opinion and strongly criticize the Ministry of Education's methods. The secretary asked him softly, "Have you prepared a script to deal with them?" The seasoned old man irritably interrupted, "All right, stop it." He continued bluntly, "Anticipating all kinds of scenarios and preparing a script in advance like a coward, that's not my style. A head-on breakthrough is the ultimate truth. I am the manly Choi Kang-suk. Situations countless times more difficult than this couldn't stop my footsteps. I will definitely show them that this Choi Kang-suk's mouth is far more formidable than those reporters' pens." Hearing this, the secretary cursed inwardly. This old geezer, he really knows how to bluff. Suddenly, the car stopped, the horn honking loudly. The car braked abruptly, much to the driver's panic. A man in a suit with disheveled hair blocking the road was the reason the car had to stop. The car rushed forward and stopped just a few centimeters away from the man's feet. The secretary asked the driver in panic, "What's wrong?" The driver stammered, That is. Assemblyman Ryu Kwang-pil is blocking the front of the car. Right before their eyes appeared the haggard face of the man who had just lost everything. The secretary hurriedly said, "Let me go down and see," but the minister immediately stopped her. "Never mind, just let me handle it. He got out of the car, facing the suicidal assemblyman who had just rushed out to block them. The man voiced his question. Big Brother Kang Suk, was it you who leaked my scandal to the reporters? The old minister was in no rush to answer, calmly flicking his lighter to light a cigarette. He gritted his teeth and reproached. Even though you've left the assemblyman's seat, we're still in the same party. We're practically family. How could you be so heartless as to abandon me like this? He used the tone of an old acquaintance and sworn brother to cling on. Besides, we were even college classmates. The days of joining the student council and eating at the cafeteria together are still vivid in my mind. How could you? He couldn't understand, couldn't accept it, howling like a wild beast. What unforgivable mistake did I ultimately commit that you had to push me to this dead end? The minister then calmly pointed his half-smoked cigarette at him. Hey, Ryukwang Pill. He pressed the lit tip of the cigarette against his vest, making a sizzling burn mark, to the shock of the newly ousted assemblyman. Do you really not know where you went wrong? He continued in a sarcastic tone. Are you speaking the language of humans or demons? The news reports on the unethical things you've done every single day, and you still have the nerve to come ask me. In the face of the scumbag assemblyman's panic, he deliberately teased, Oh, looking at your expression, it seems you really don't know. All right then, let me enlighten you a bit. His face darkened as he shouted loudly, Your biggest mistake was failing to raise your son properly. That absolute oppression making the guy turn pale came from a man named Choi Kang-suk, with 26 years of political experience. A six-term National Assemblyman, former representative of the ruling party, and the current Minister of Education. Please allow me to reintroduce him, Choi Kang-suk, 69 years old. A six-term National Assemblyman, former representative of the ruling party, and currently the Minister of Education. Entering politics at the age of 43, he walked majestically before the flashing cameras of the reporters. His working style was to never show deference to anyone. Regardless of who the opponent was, he always spoke bluntly, never saving face for others, which made him a frequent subject of gossip. But exactly because he wasn't hypocritical like other politicians and always straightforwardly helped citizens solve their problems, he had a solid support base on par with presidential candidates. That was what people were saying about him right at this press conference. Choi Kang-suk stepped up to the podium and adjusted the mic. All right, you reporters here all know my style by now, don't you? He said confidently to the reporters below. Let's make this quick and wrap it up. And moreover, he was also the politician the reporters wanted to avoid the most. Below in the hall, a reporter raised his hand and introduced himself. I am reporter Choi Sin-gu from the Goryeo Ilbo. The reporter spoke up. I've heard that the currently controversial Teachers' Rights Bureau was established based on a bill passed 2 years ago, when you were the representative of the ruling party. This is an oversight agency with absolutely no limits on its methods of guidance. In other words, even corporal punishment is permitted. So can we understand that, as the initiator of the bill, you support the use of corporal punishment? Every single word caused the old minister's face to gradually darken. He immediately asked back, Why are you only asking such a question now? The reporter asked in confusion, Excuse me. He continued, The Teachers' Rights Protection Amendment Bill was passed 2 years ago. Why didn't you speak up then and wait until now to bring it up and ask me this? That's right. Back then you guys were too busy chasing after celebrity scandals, weren't you? Faced with such sharp words, the reporters couldn't retort and could only suffer in silence. Here goes this old geezer again. He also didn't forget to mock the corruption of the media. Sigh, I understand. You guys have to make a living too. No clicks means no income, right? Choi Kang-suk faced the entire hall and solemnly declared, I do not support corporal punishment. However, we established the Teachers' Rights Bureau to bring schools where teachers' rights have been severely violated back on track. Furthermore, our targets for intervention are extreme schools that ordinary teachers cannot improve on their own. We have no intention of expanding this method nationwide, nor is it meant to abolish the ban on corporal punishment. Another reporter raised his hand. I am reporter Baek Chan Kwang from Y Broadcasting. He asked, Does this perspective stem from your mindset, an outdated belief of spare the rod, spoil the child? He smirked and replied, Spare the rod, spoil the child. Although I really want to say, I oppose that viewpoint. But the reality is that after the Teachers' Rights Bureau's intervention, the atmosphere at that school improved significantly, didn't it? Hey, Mr. Reporter, I think whether what you call an outdated belief is truly obsolete or actually the current reality, we need to let the students themselves prove it. Realizing they were losing the argument, the reporters started sweating bullets. Yet another female reporter. I am Yoon Jin Seok, a reporter from the Cheil Daily. I would like to ask the Ministry of Education. As she spoke, she held up photos of the injuries on the disciplined students. Through our interviews, we found that students who were disciplined by the Teachers' Rights Bureau all have physical injuries like those in the photos, clearly caused by corporal punishment. What do you think? For such human rights violations to occur in a 21st century educational environment? Kang Suk immediately shot back. Then tell me, who do those human rights exist for? During the time we enforced the corporal punishment ban in the name of protecting students' human rights and neglected the educational environment, a student committed suicide by jumping off a building. Every student has the right to receive education in a safe environment. To punish a few thoughtless students and teachers, while also rectifying the educational environment, is it really necessary to make such a fuss over the bullies getting a little hurt? Every word he spoke echoed weightily across the entire country, in schools and faculty offices. Less than greater than. We should prioritize protecting the students who listen to their teachers and study hard, shouldn't we? Jung Min was also watching the press conference and heard this. Back to the live interview. And as for you all, you've been asking the same question over and over. As reporters, don't look at issues so one-sidedly. Only then are you respecting the public's right to know, right? The minister interrogated the reporters who were only chasing hot scoops for clout. Now I'll tell you straight, as long as this Choi Kang-suk sits in the seat of the Minister of Education, no matter how much opposition there is, I will firmly push forward the operations of the Teachers' Rights Bureau, he asserted resolutely. So I asked the parents to stop calling me. From now on, any calls related to the Teachers' Rights Bureau, I will not answer. The minister's harsh and unwavering declaration was made before the entire nation. Meanwhile, at another location, Na Hwa-jin was watching the press conference and marveling. Wow, this crazy old man really is. He said he was going to explain, but it ended up being a declaration of war. How did this kind of guy manage to get elected for 6 terms? Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out from behind him, making him jump. What kind of guy is this guy, huh? Feeling guilty, he forced a laugh, pretending he didn't know what he had just said, and greeted the minister he was just bad-mouthing. You're here, sir? Uncle. Those 2 words made the old man's face contort. He fiercely delivered a kick that sent Hwa-jin flying. Who's your uncle, huh? You little punk. In front of a grave, Hwa-jin and Kang-suk were paying their respects. The old minister spoke up. What the hell are these awful cookies? They're ridiculously expensive and way too sweet. Hwa-din shot him a sideways glance and replied, This is God Dun's favorite. How could you not know what your own daughter likes? While he was pulling weeds around the grave, the old man calmly ate the sweets. Then he spoke up. The operations of the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. Will it be all right? I feel like the reporters and the parents will completely stand against us. The old man licked the cookie crumbs off his fingers and said firmly, I am Choi Kang-suk. Choi Kang-suk. As long as it's something I want to do, there's nothing I can't achieve. Hwa-din said, then stood up. The strongest candidate for the next presidential term. A man wielding such massive power is truly terrifying when he gets serious. The 2 stood in silence before the grave of Choi God-dun, Na Hwa-din's late wife and Choi Kang-suk's beloved daughter. He asked softly, Will God-dun be happy with us doing this? He replied, Revenge isn't for the dead. It's for the living who can't bear the pain. The girl's grave adorned with a plate of sweets and fresh flowers. His melancholic expression faded as he quickly changed the subject, pushing away the past losses. Damn it, this sunny spot is too bright. It's so glaring I can't even open my eyes, he said, then hurriedly walked away. Let's go, he called for Hwa-din to follow. He replied, You go ahead, I still have things to do. The old man turned his head and asked, Oh, is that so? Which school is next? It's Guwon High-Tech Vocational School. Moreover, the principal personally sent the supervision request, Hwa-din said. Kang-suk found it strange and said, The principal requested it. Normally, if something happens internally, they all just want to cover it up. He picked his ear and blew on his finger, but the principal of this school personally sent the request, which proves one thing. He's completely out of options. At Guwon High-Tech Vocational School, Na Hwa-din swaggered up the stairs with his hands in his pockets, right through the crowd of students. Let's see, just how chaotic is this school anyway? Before he could finish his thought, he witnessed a truly absurd scene as 2 students lunged at each other, throwing punches right in front of him. A blonde guy threw punches and cursed, You son of a bitch. The long-haired guy didn't back down, landing a punch straight into the blonde's stomach. Ah, what did you just say? You little punk. The other students saw this and ran for their lives in terror. Ah, fuck. Here we go again. Run. or we'll get dragged into it. From down the hallway, a gang of fierce-looking students with green and red hair, looking like street thugs out to collect a debt, stormed over. From the other side of the corridor, another group of students marched over furiously, looking ready to brawl. The guy with a mohawk leading them cursed, "Damn it. You Pikachu losers from the electrical department. Are you tired of living? How dare you bump shoulders with us great auto department guys?" The students from the electrical department didn't let it slide and immediately snapped back. "What did you say? You little repair shop doblins. Wasn't it because you guys walk without looking?" After exchanging insults, both sides charged in, throwing punches and kicks in an absolute frenzy. "Beat the crap out of this electrical department. Quick, crush these auto department punks." Manhwa Din, having watched everything from the start, grinned in amusement. One look and it's obvious what's going on here. He walked toward the chaotic brawl and said loudly, "So, you want me to put an end to this war, right?" A toddler in diapers, deeply engrossed in playing with a toy car. A boy's confession about his passion for cars. "Since I was little, I really love cars. When playing with toys, I had absolutely no interest in things like robots. I only played with toy cars. So compared to other kids, my dream was set very early on. When I grow up, I want to be an outstanding automotive engineer. To realize my dream of becoming an automotive engineer, I enrolled in this school, but the violent sounds of reality shattered his beautiful dream. Die, you little punk. Fuck, this is crazy. I'll smash everything." Faced with this cruel reality, he didn't know what else to say, wondering in his heart, "I really don't understand what they're fighting for every single day." The chaotic scenes of punching and kicking like a wild marketplace kept happening. 2 or 3 male students lunged at each other, throwing punches. Some guy got knocked away and landed right at Kim Hung-soo's feet, startling him. The guy rolling on the ground saw him and cursed, "You little punk. What the hell is wrong with you? Why aren't you fighting?" The more he yelled, the paler the boy became from fear. "Aren't you going to join the fight? Watch out or I'll beat you up right now." Hearing that, Kim Hung-soo gathered all his courage, clenched his fists, and rushed forward to throw a punch. But before he could even let out a battle cry, another punch landed squarely on his face. Hung-soo fell backward, flattened on the ground like a squash bug. He was so helpless that he burst into tears. "This is so damn annoying. Every single day is just infuriating." Black leather shoe appeared in his line of sight. Manhwa Din walked over, glancing down at this crybaby kid. He brushed past him and kept walking, leaving Hung-soo completely bewildered. He lay on the ground, pondering in deep thought. Who is that guy? He looks so familiar. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the old principal warmly welcomed Manhwa Din. "I just contacted your department this morning. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Principal Lee is truly grateful. Please, have a cup of tea." He spoke hesitantly. "The thing is, what I wanted to entrust you with is—" Before the old man could finish, he interrupted. "I saw it on my way in." The main guy directly pointed out the issue of this school that forced the principal to personally seek his help. The turf war between the departments, right? Guwon High-Tech Vocational School. What a terrible school. At this moment, in the multi-purpose gymnasium, a male student got kicked right in the jaw and sent flying. A group of male students were trembling on their knees in a straight line on the floor, waiting for the mohawked boss punishment. He roared, "I told you to take down at least one of them. You guys can't even do your own parts." He was so loud that Hung-soo flinched, thinking to himself that if he had to describe just how bad it was. "I really want to get into a time machine, go back to the past, and tell my younger self to stop liking cars. But if onlys are just if onlys." Returning to reality, following his memory, he recalled the first day of school, which was the class ranking battle. The boys rushed in and punched each other like crazy. "I am the boss of the first years now." 1 week later is the intergrade ranking battle. A male student shouted proudly. A month later, with the second and third years as the main force, the interdepartment ranking battle officially began. Those thugs continued to fight as if it were their daily meal. Of course, someone who can't fight like me has consistently been dead last in the auto department's ranking battles for 3 years straight. The image of Hung-soo getting punched with a bloody nose flashed back. But there was one comfort that made him endure until his third year. He genuinely loved the practical classes of the auto department. "I originally thought now that we're third years and a new semester has passed, people wouldn't fight anymore." But reality dumped a bucket of cold water on him. The mohawked guy shouted loudly to show his dominance. "Lee Ho-sung, you little punks. Listen up carefully. The ones with the lowest IQ in the auto department." He scolded the underlings in his department. "Forever in second place. How can our great auto department be stuck as number 2 forever? I, Lee Ho-sung, I will definitely bring the auto department to the #1 spot before graduation. He was obsessed with an empty ranking achieved through violence, ignoring his teacher's advice. I did this just so you guys could attend school properly. Yet just for the title of #1 before graduation, you cause all this trouble. He stubbornly argued back, so what if we win first place? It's all because of these guys who can't even get their jobs done. Suddenly, his attention shifted to something else. He saw Hung Soo grimacing on the ground. Who's this? Isn't this my loyal third-year junior, Kim Hung Soo? The Mohawk guy abruptly changed his attitude, stepping forward to help him up and said warmly, "Aigu, Hung Soo, you're a third-year student now. Why are you still kneeling here? Get up. Come on, get up. Sit comfortably." Our Hung Soo is a third-year student too. He deserves some special treatment. He said this and turned away, leaving the boy with a bewildered expression like a deer in headlights. Unexpectedly, he spun right back around. He unleashed a kick, slamming it right into Hung Soo's stomach while he was completely off guard. He took the excruciating hit, flying backward from the momentum. He frowned, running a hand through his hair, and cursed, his attitude pulling a complete 180 from before. "Motherfucker, it's because of a dog like you that I'm losing face out here." He grabbed the boy's hair and roared, "Hey, Hung Soo, you've been following me for this long. Never mind taking down an opponent, you can't even throw a single punch? You're a total disgrace to the third years." He forced him to look up and face him, demanding, "What the hell are you even doing at our school? I mean, why would a weakling like you enroll in Goo on high-tech vocational school famous worldwide for its fists? What kind of stupid question is that?" Every single word he spoke pierced Hung Soo's eardrums, leaving him utterly stunned. Students obviously come to school too. Before he could finish, someone else intervened. It was Nakwad Din, who leisurely strolled over with his hands in his pockets. "I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've ever heard such bullshit logic." He crossed his arms, wearing a helpless expression, and finished Hung Soo's interrupted sentence. "You little punks, school is a place for studying, not a place for you to fight." Both the Mohawked guy and Hung Soo turned around in surprise, asking, "Who is this old geezer?" He walked towards him and asked, "Hey, mister, who are you?" Quadin pointed at himself and said, "Me." He replied calmly, leaving the crowd of students staring in shock. Directly under the Ministry of Education, with the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. That was when Hung Soo remembered seeing him on TV. That's right, he was on the news. Field Supervisor Na Quadin. He continued under the glaring eyes of the bulky guy. But it seemed this guy had lived under a rock and never watched the news, as he asked blankly, "What's that?" leaving Na Quadin just as puzzled. "Unbelievable," he asked again. "Hey, you don't know the Teachers' Rights Bureau? Do you never watch the news or surf the net? It even reached the top 1 trending search." The guy retorted, "Fuck off, I don't give a shit about that kind of news." His hands moving faster than his brain, before anyone could say more, the guy threw a punch, wanting to teach him a lesson. "If you don't get lost right now, then prepare for a severe beating." Quadin merely smirked in disdain. He threw a straight punch, smacking right into the arrogant kid's face. Struck by an unexpected counterattack, the Mohawk guy couldn't believe his eyes and asked blankly, "What the? Huh?" With the heavy thud of a falling body, the guy had been knocked out cold. The surrounding underlings shouted in shock. "What is this situation?" Senior host Seng taken down with just 1 punch. Quadin beckoned towards Hung Soo, telling him to come closer. "Hey, shorty over there. Come here and help me out for a second," he said with a bright smile. At practice lab #1 of the electrical department, the group of male students from earlier was holding a gang meeting. The leader spoke. "They got beaten up by us right at the start of the semester, and now they want to pick a fight. This time we have to finish off those bastards completely, so they never dare piss us off again." Du Hongji said, "We will ambush the auto department on their way to school. I'll take care of Lee Ho Seng. You guys handle the rest. The top spot of this school forever belongs to our electrical department. Is that clear?" He roared to his fired-up subordinates. Suddenly, a disruptive voice echoed from the PA speaker in the corner of the room, catching their attention. "You cowards from the electrical department, listen carefully. I'm Kim Hung Soo, the dead last of the auto department. I have more than enough power to handle all of you by myself. If you've got the guts, come to the gym and fight, you bastards." Every word spoken aggravated the leader, making him furious with a scrunched-up face. Immediately, the electrical department students threw the doors open and rushed toward the gym to teach the idiot who dared challenge them a lesson. The scowling blonde guy raised his foot and kicked the door wide open. Suddenly, a stick fell from the sky and smacked him right on the head, making him see stars. Na Hua-jin wielded the stick, whacking each of them relentlessly, making them wail in pain. What is going on? Only then did he speak up to greet and calm the students. Hello, boys. Calm down and go back to your seats. In the gym, the students sat properly at their desks while Hua-jin stood with a stick resting on his shoulder. He announced, from now on, the electrical and automotive departments will study together. His class is called Mental Education. If anyone has a problem with it, drop your ranks and fight me. He beckoned, challenging the rebellious students. Na Hua-jin told the electrical department students who just rushed in, from now on, the electrical and automotive majors will study together. The name of this class is Mental Education. If you have a problem with it, drop your ranks and fight me. The bald guy with thick lips asked in annoyance, who is this old man? He stepped closer to him and said, Hey, old man, who are you and what are you pretending to be here? Hua-jin asked in response, Me. He didn't hesitate to introduce himself. Directly under the Ministry of Education, Field Supervisor of the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau, Na Hua-jin. The Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau? The guy thought to himself. Then he suddenly exclaimed, Ah, I've seen it on the internet. Are you that teacher who can hit students however he wants? Ha ha. You're considered an educated person in this school, aren't you? Looks like our school has become your second target for supervision. But the students here aren't to be messed with. You better brace yourself, he said mockingly. After that, he turned his back to leave, telling everyone to head back. Suddenly, the stick spun in Hua-jin's hand, flying through the air and smacking right into the leader's back. He immediately said, This guy is pretty ridiculous. Hey, who said you could leave? His eyes grew bloodshot with rage as he cursed. Damn it. He grabbed the stick that just hit him and said, If you're a teacher, you should know your place. Don't you know what it means to drop your ranks to fight? He pointed the stick at Hua-jin and threatened, If you keep pissing me off, whether you're a teacher or an adult, I'll beat you without mercy. The main character showed no fear and simply asked back, On the contrary, I want to ask you, do you even know what dropping ranks to fight means? If you have any grievances, just let them all out. No, I'm begging you. Come at me and fight me. He gave the guy a dangerous smile and said, The content of the first mental education class is knowing yourself. The punk cursed angrily, Damn it. What the hell is the first class? He swung the stick and charged at him, yelling, It's already the last period of the day. After I'm done beating you, I still have to go home. Before he could even touch a hair on him, he was hit with an uppercut that made his eyes roll back. That uppercut sent him flying away. He crashed onto the floor in front of his underlings, looking incredibly pathetic. Hua-jin kicked the stick up with the tip of his shoe and said, I thought you were a good fighter. Why are you so pathetic? He rested the stick on his shoulder again, looking badass as he provoked them. Why yell so loudly during a fight with your hands raised so high? Tisk tisk, you're still too green. His underlings worriedly gathered around to check on him. Hong-gi, are you okay? Wake up, Hong-gi. Hong-gi, hey, do Hong-gi. They kept calling him, but he was already out cold, eyes rolled back and foaming at the mouth, unable to hear anything. The second-in-command underling gritted his teeth and glared at him bitterly. You bastard. He pointed at him and ordered the rest of the underlings. I don't care if he's a teacher or whatever. Get him, all of you. The whole group swarmed toward him like angry bees. Na Hua-jin calmly waited for the 1 versus 10 showdown. The students from the automotive department sat in their seats, enjoying a great show. The guy with the mohawk said, Ha, this scene is exactly like looking at us half an hour ago. With agile movements, he dodged past the guy holding the stick. No one knew when Hua-jin took back the stick to whip their butts. Those who were hit grabbed their butts and screamed in pain. Every single butt was beaten black and blue. In just a few short minutes, he had beautifully dealt with those idiots, leaving them sprawled on the floor groaning, My butt is on fire. A blond guy watching the whole thing widened his eyes in shock and blurted out, What is wrong with that teacher? He's too fast. Right then, he walked over with a stick on his shoulder. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and come at me, making him tremble in fear. No need, he waved his hands, stammering a refusal. He didn't say much and just grabbed him by the collar. With tremendous strength, our main guy lifted the cocky punk off the ground like a chicken. Seems like you're the number 2 guy in the electrical department. A commander who loses a battle must take responsibility. Hua-jin swung the stick continuously, smacking his butt. He didn't drop him to the ground until his butt was swollen. He turned his head and asked, shaking out the hand he just warmed up with, Anyone else want a piece of me? Causing the whole group to shiver without daring to make a peep. He said, "If not, then sit there and behave." A moment later, Hua Jin slammed a thick stack of documents onto the desk. School is a place to impart knowledge to students, not a place for you to fight. He lectured while walking between the rows of seats for the two departments. Your fate will be decided by the results of this test. The Guwon Tech Vocational School's basic aptitude test in literature. No cheating. He explained the test, leaving the students completely dumbfounded as they looked at it. Hyung-soo held the paper, his eyes wide with astonishment. This is it. The level of our school. Guwon High-Tech Vocational School Basic Aptitude Test for Literature. The students scratched their heads in frustration at the documents on their desks. Every single one of them fell into deep thought. Hyung-soo boldly grabbed his test paper and walked forward, thinking to himself, if it's just about academic performance, I'm the top student in the whole school. He determinedly walked up to the teacher. The next day at the sports field. School is a place to learn. We won't fight anymore, the voices echoed around. Studying is number one. Fighting is useless. The students listened while dragging tires and running out of breath, their faces grimacing as if they had eaten flies. Some others sat resting on the bleachers. Exhausted from running, they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The brats wailed miserably. We finished running 20 laps, dragging the tires. What should we do next? Please give us your orders, sir. A group of them prostrated before the male student who scored 100, sitting nobly like a king on his throne. Then run 10 more laps, he ordered with a gleeful expression. In an empty lot, students lay scattered with bruised faces, motionless and piled on top of each other in a messy heap. Another guy pulled out a cigarette while making a phone call. He sat on top of another student, looking like a victor. "Ah, is that Hong Gi? Did you see the message I sent? My suspension got lifted out of nowhere. I don't get it at all. They specifically said it was indefinite, but it got lifted after just 2 weeks. How are things on your end? Are the rankings done?" he asked over the phone. He frowned upon hearing the bad news. What? The half-burnt cigarette was snapped in two. Huh? You're telling me about the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. What kind of bullshit is that? He was Jang Gwon-hyuk, a third-year electrical major ranked number 1 in the whole school for his fists. In the cafeteria, students were given meals based on their grade point average. The higher the score, the better the portion. Less than greater than. Are we in a war or something? Why are you feeding me this garbage? I'm getting discriminated against even just for a meal. It was a pathetic tray of food with only white rice, potatoes, and a few pieces of kimchi. A group of higher-ranked students made mocking remarks. Meat again? I'm getting sick of eating it. At the top, the student who scored 100 points was eating like a king with a lavish meal. To stay healthy, I should eat more vegetables like those brats down there. Rule number 1. Class rankings are strictly based on grades. He chewed loudly, looking incredibly punchable. This taste is acceptable, I suppose. The angered students from the automotive department furiously slammed their food and cursed. Damn it. Discriminating even when it comes to food is taking it too far, damn it. They voiced their frustration. He pointed a wrench at our main guy. We can challenge the instructor at any time. The IMO incident must have broken out for reasons just like this. Challenge, Na Wajin looked extremely moved. Oh my, is this the sense of achievement a teacher feels? I'm so touched, I'm about to shed tears. I never expected to hear you guys mention the IMO incident. In the end, it was the same familiar scene, a bunch of students lying all over the floor after losing their challenge. Na Hwajian happily twirled the stick in his hand and said, "Then I'll channel all this emotion into this stick and give you each a whack, but the price of failure is very steep." At this moment, Hyum-soo was grabbed by the collar and threatened, "You little punk." The Mohawk guy couldn't stand his swagger anymore and wanted to give him a beating. "How much longer are you going to show off?" he yelled, spitting everywhere. "You think that teacher is going to be here for an eternity. As soon as that teacher leaves, just wait to be on the news. The headlines will say a scrawny third-year student turned into a corpse." His threat made Hyum-soo turn pale with terror. Our main guy suddenly walked over from out of nowhere and said, "According to the rules, any servant who dares to threaten the king will have his entire family exterminated." He shouted, "All servants, assemble." Article 3 of the rules. They must respect the king and be obedient to the king. Absolutely no more rebelling against the king. Studying is the only way to elevate your status. A group of students being punished with push-ups were forced to shout the slogan loudly. You must never disobey the orders of those ranked higher than you. Speak louder. If you feel wronged, then study hard to become the king. Hyung-soo, sitting on his throne, shouted at the low-scoring servants below. Hua Jin stood nearby and remarked, "Wow, you were just showing off a bit at first, but now you're getting better and better at disciplining them. I think you could become an instructor later on. You look quite gifted at it." His words immediately made Hyung-soo break into a cold sweat. Trembling, he turned to ask Hua Jin, "Teacher, can I stop being the king now?" The terrified kid grabbed his arm. "As soon as you leave this place, they'll kill me." Tears and snot were streaming down his face. "They're right, you can't be here for an eternity. Enduring this until my 3rd year wasn't easy. I can't just lose my life like this." He patted his shoulder and declared firmly, "What are you scared of, kid? You won't die. At the same age, wearing the same uniform. There's basically no reason for you to be afraid. Once this educational session is over, Guwon High-Tech Vocational School will become that kind of school." But fear still flickered across Hyung-soo's face. "But even if you discipline all of them, this school won't change." He and the protagonist stood together on the podium, looking down at the students below. "Do you know who established the ranking system of this school?" The person mentioned was the undisputed #1 in the whole school. The doorknob turned. The door was about to open. Jang Won-hyuk walked in. Those boys were still panting exhaustedly from being disciplined. The bald guy kindly reminded him, "Hey, you blockhead. You clearly know you can't win, so why even try to fight back?" The roosterhead angrily retorted, "You shut your mouth. You're just a punk who relies on grades to show off. At Guwon, only fists matter. Do you know what day today is? Jang Won-hyuk is coming to school." He was utterly shocked. "What did you say? Wasn't he suspended indefinitely? He's out after just 2 weeks? How would I know?" He said he suddenly got a notice from the school calling him to attend immediately. The bald guy said casually, "The absolute supreme, the boss of Guwon. As long as Jang Won-hyuk returns, that teacher will." His expression was extremely smug. "Be dead meat." The bald guy was gloating, eagerly waiting for someone to teach the teacher they hated a lesson. The classroom door banged open with a loud thud. Hyung-soo and Hwa Jin stared with wide eyes. The whole room suddenly shook like an earthquake. The roosterhead sneered. "Damn it, that teacher is dead meat this time." The pitiful doorknob fell off with a clatter. A tall figure stepped into the room. Gwon-hyuk walked in carrying a hammer and said, "Sorry, I got a notice to return to school, but someone locked the door." He introduced himself, Imjang Gwon-hyuk, a 3rd year in the electrical department. Hyung-soo was terrified hearing the name, Jang Gwon-hyuk. Gwon-hyuk looked up at the 8 classroom rules on the wall. He let out an O. The classroom rules read, "We are students coming to school to learn. 1. Class rankings are based purely on grades. 2. You can challenge the instructor at any time. 3. Disobeying orders from higher-ranked students is forbidden." Not bad at all. Hwa Jin walked over, carrying a stick, and asked, "So you're Jang Gwon-hyuk, kid? That was a pretty cool entrance. I heard from the principal that you're the ringleader who turned this school into this mess. So you can get properly educated here. I told the principal to lift your suspension. Shouldn't you thank me?" "Haha, but being late on your first day back, shouldn't you be punished? Get down on the floor, you brat, and put that hammer down." The more he spoke, the darker the kid's face became. He tossed the hammer aside and replied, "Well, I'm truly sorry about that. I'd just like to sleep in a bit." After saying that, Gwon-hyuk took off his backpack and sat down on a chair. A piercing sound rang out as he threw an earth-shattering punch at Hwa Jin. "Wow, it's just like what they said," he sneered. "To think you could dodge this attack. It seems you've got some skills, teacher." Through the cloud of dust, Hwa Jin was blocking the blow with an unfriendly look in his eyes. "But what's with that look on your face? Isn't it written right up there? Rule number 2, you can challenge the instructor at any time." He jetted his chin toward the board. Gwon-hyuk continued to provoke him. "Could it be that because I'm tougher than you imagined, you're scared now?" Hwa Jin raised his left hand, which was tingling from blocking the kid's punch just now. He wiped a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth and praised, "Indeed, with this level of strength, it's finally worth loosening my joints a bit." He stepped closer to Gwon-hyuk. "That makes sense. This kind of student is all the more meaningful to educate." Their fiery gazes met, igniting an explosive battle. The stick fell to the floor with a thud. "Indeed, this kind of student is all the more meaningful to educate." The teacher sneered, bringing his face close to the school boss as he spoke. The blonde boss showed no fear and shot back immediately. Then let's set the rules straight first, so you don't back out later. If you get beaten down by me here, can you get the hell out of our school? The older man confidently grinned and agreed. If I lose face like that, I'll get the hell out even without you telling me. Happy? When words failed, fists took over. He clenched his fist tightly, preparing to give the damn teacher a beating. Then I'll make you get the hell out right now. He formed a fist and charged swiftly toward the teacher. Hua Jin gently sidestepped to dodge. He quickly counterattacked with a punch. 5 fingers met his cheek. He took the teacher's lightning-fast punch head-on. The counterattack was so fast he couldn't react, getting punched so hard his face contorted and his eyes widened. But he quickly regained his composure, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Hua Jin. The blonde guy immediately grabbed his face and violently smashed his head into the ground. He stood firmly while Hua Jin was lying flat on his back on the floor. Hua Jin fainted, the whites of his eyes showing. Memories came flooding back, showing him fighting with other boys and gaining the upper hand. That was the first time that male students saw Jang Gwon-hyuk. In the finals for the first-year boss title, the bald guy was beaten black and blue, lying flat on the ground. Seeing that majestic and cool posture, he was certain that this man would definitely become the new legend of Guwon High-Tech Vocational School. Not long after, Jang Gwon-hyuk defeated the second and third-year students, achieving the miracle of a first year dominating the whole school once again after 8 years. In a narrow alley, a thug from that group called out, "Hey, you trash from Guwon." Huh? He took a drag from his cigarette and asked, "I heard. Your school's boss position got snatched by a first year, right? Being brainless amoebas is one thing, but now even your fists have gone soft. Ha ha ha." Gwon-hyuk frowned, glared, and warned them, "Hey, don't you dare walk past our school gates anymore. The smell of engine oil is too awful." Gwon-hyuk scowled, his eyes burning with murderous intent. According to the story, after the fight with those thugs from the neighboring school, Jang Gwon-hyuk's influence didn't just stop within the school. He even claimed the title of #1 in the whole district. Whoa. We've finally taken over the entire district. Ah, you little brats. This is the lesson Guwon is teaching you. His schoolmates scream happily with pride. 8 years ago, when our school was still called Guwon Technical, Jang Gwon-hyuk, the seniors back then were known as the Guwon Overlord Army, taking this whole district by storm. But I strongly believe that Jang Gwon-hyuk will definitely surpass the legend created by Guwon Technical 8 years ago. Back to the present, joyous cheers erupted wildly as Gwon-hyuk had beaten the old teacher who had made them suffer for days. The disciplinary teacher has been taken down by our senior Gwon-hyuk, Jang Gwon-hyuk, truly living up to the title of Supreme Boss. The lackeys couldn't stop kissing his ass and cheering for him. Jang Gwon-hyuk, the name echoed repeatedly, as if honoring a new king. Amidst the familiar cheers, Gwon-hyuk just looked down indifferently at Hua Jin lying unconscious on the floor. The noisy rooster had approached, running his mouth loudly, truly worthy of being the one-punch saint Jang Gwon-hyuk. No matter who it is, you can take them down with just one punch. Good job, Gwon-hyuk. All right, then there's only one thing left to do. He gritted his teeth, making a sound like a wood-boring beetle, and turned his head in one direction. Kim Hyum-soo, you little brat, drag your ass over here right now. It's punishment time. He glared at Hyum-soo and yelled, eager to exact revenge for being scared out of his wits these past few days. Gwon-hyuk stepped forward and patted Lee Ho-sung on the shoulder. Before he could even process it, he took a full-force punch that sent him flying. The rooster head fell with a thud, lying unconscious at the feet of the terrified bald guy. Gwon-hyuk angrily furrowed his brows and grabbed the bald guy by the neck to interrogate him. Damn it! Are you guys messing with me? He gripped the guy's neck with one hand, cutting off his air supply. Just how useless are you guys? That's exactly why that teacher dared to tell us to take off our rank badges and fight one-on-one. He yelled furiously, ignoring the bald guy who was gasping for air, eyes rolling back as he was about to suffocate. With so many of you, you couldn't even handle a guy like that, and you just got spun around by him. What a bunch of idiots. Gwon-hyuk finished with a blow to his stomach that sent him flying backward. The bald guy crashed down, dry heaving and coughing violently. And to think I was planning to lead you useless trashes to conquer other districts. Conquer other districts? The guy looked up and stammered. Gwon-hyuk turned to his lackeys and said, Listen up. After I pacified this district 2 years ago, things have been quiet for a while. So the number of people who have forgotten how terrifying we are and started looking down on our school is growing again. This time, we'll make them taste even more agony than 2 years ago, reestablishing Guwun's prestige. I let you guys fight for rankings as real combat training to prepare for taking over other districts. We will completely wipe out the legend written by the seniors known as the Guwon Overlord Army from 8 years ago, and then replace them, becoming the new generation's legend. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. It was Manhwa Jin. Hearing those words, he couldn't help but clutch his stomach and burst out laughing, startling Gwon Hyuk. He covered his mouth trying to hold back his laughter, but he couldn't stop the sounds from escaping. Unable to hold it in anymore, he pounded the floor, laughing hysterically, as if he'd struck gold. You actually dare call yourselves a legend, and you want to pacify the district too. I'm dying of laughter. I was wondering how you were going to discipline them. Seeing that the teacher hadn't passed out, Hyung-soo jumped up and sighed in relief. I honestly can't listen to this anymore. I'm feeling embarrassed for you. Hearing his words, Gwon Hyuk turned his head back, glaring with a terrifying look. He stood up and snatched the cigarette from his mouth. At first you acted all mysterious and unpredictable, but it turns out you're the most immature brat among these kids. What if you pacify the district? Is your mom going to buy you a popsicle as a reward? He placed the cigarette in his own mouth and spat out some provoking words. As if his sore spot had been poked, he flew into a rage and warned him. Don't you look at me with those eyes. Saying that, he swung his fist and charged in again. Hwa Jin couldn't be bothered playing the clown with this immature brat anymore. He raised his arm and delivered an elbow strike to his stomach. A scream of pain rang out like a slaughtered pig, accompanied by the cracking sound of ribs shattering. It seemed that elbow strike had broken a few of his ribs. He might just be done for good this time. While Gwon Hyuk screamed miserably, he softly dropped a single line. Judging by that sound, something definitely cracked. Newton's third law of action and reaction, he said, then coolly flicked the ash off his cigarette. The stronger the action, the greater the reaction. The only reason you're this pathetic, you little punk, is because you're a stupid bear who only knows brute force. He lectured on physics while insulting the kid, making his face wrinkle up like a monkey's butt. Even though it's a law of physics, I think it's the truth of this whole world. Obsess over money, and money will make you suffer. Obsess over power, and power will hurt you. Obsess over strength, and strength will destroy you. This is the law of true education. Hwa Jin smiled triumphantly at his scowling face. He even played dirty by flicking his chest a few times, making him yelp in pain. Let's see here. Your ribs are cracked, so you won't be bullying your classmates for the next 2 or 3 weeks. Hey, King. He turned and called out to the students sitting on the king's throne. From now on, this guy will be the servant exclusively serving the king. Unable to believe his ears, Hyung-soo asked in shock, What? Take your time and experience it. Saying that, he flashed a mischievous, toothy grin. Experience what it feels like to be at the rock bottom of the very ranking system you created. Inside a Chinese restaurant, a group of boys gathered around to eat and gossip. You guys must have all heard about it by now, right? A few days ago, Jang Gwon Hyuk challenged Sura Hai to a one-on-one, fighting against the Gun Alliance. One of them spoke up. Based on my razor-sharp intuition, Jang Gwon Hyuk definitely won't stop there after dealing with Sura. If we just sit back and play nice, sooner or later, he'll make us pay. Instead of doing that, why don't we unite and attack Gun together? Another guy chimed in, What's wrong? Why do you all look so pathetic? Don't be scared. Aside from Jang Gwon Hyuk, the rest of the guys at Gun are nothing but cowards. Damn it, everyone knows that. But the biggest problem is Jang Gwon Hyuk. Listen up, boys, that's exactly why I called you all here for a meeting. Let's figure out a way to deal with that bastard together. I'm out. He took down 20 guys from Sura all by himself. How the hell are we supposed to handle him? What a bunch of idiots. Who said we have to attack him head-on? Whether we stab him in the back or drop a brick on his head from a rooftop, as long as we take him out quickly, it doesn't matter. Just then, another guy walked into the room, interrupting the conversation. Are you guys trying to prove you aren't stupid enough? You're talking like a bunch of morons. Hurry up and collect the money, damn it. With enough cash, there's no problem in the world that can't be solved. Back at the technical school where Hyung-soo was studying, he marveled inwardly. Unbelievable things keep happening every single day. An earth-shattering scene was unfolding right before his eyes. Gwon Hyuk was pouring water and serving Hyung-soo. What else do you need? Jang Gwon Hyuk, the top fighter of our school, looked at him and asked. He's actually serving me. Hyun-soo thought to himself, sweating profusely and scared out of his wits. Of course, that guy wasn't always this obedient. At another time, Won-hyuk gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hey kid, what did you just say? How dare you make me fetch water for you?" I was already in a foul mood, and now I have to deal with this useless piece of trash. If you dare speak to me again, I'll pull out every single one of your teeth, he threatened, making the fake king tremble like a leaf. Just then, Mr. Hwajin walked over. "Oh ho, you little bastard, how dare you speak to His Majesty like that? Sailor Moon is like the king's fairy. I will punish you in the name of justice." As he spoke, he wielded a rainbow feathered duster like some delusional anime character. He even poked the feathered duster into another guy's nose. The guy couldn't hold back and sneezed. What the hell? Before he could do anything, a wave of agonizing pain hit him, feeling like his ribs were going to burst apart. The rooster head guy rolled to the side, clutching his chest and trembling, while Hua Jin happily handed the feather duster to Hyun-soo. "Your Majesty, this is a gift for you. This item has the power to banish all evil, the king's magic wand." Hyun-soo took it, his head full of question marks. In another empty lot, a group of boys gathered again, plotting an uprising. "Let's take down that teacher together. We have strength in numbers. Surely he can only take on 1 or 2 people at a time, right? This ridiculous situation is all because you guys are too cowardly. As long as we unite and fight to the end, we can definitely beat him." The leader tried desperately to persuade them, but the other guys shied away in fear. "Then let's go. Why are you acting so crazy with us after getting beaten up? You're just a coward like the rest of us." After losing his power, Gwon-hyuk no longer had the ability to lead these guys. But it wasn't just Gwon-hyuk who had changed. A voice cut through Hyung-soo's train of thought. "That's right, you little brat. That's exactly how you solve this problem. Your head is completely empty, so teaching you is actually pretty fun. That's what you call being smart and quick-witted, idiot." It turned out the two punks were actually discussing their studies with each other. "I helped you raise your rank, so why don't you treat me to some sweet and sour pork? And add a portion of dry boiled chicken, too," the bald guy said to the rooster head guy. "As a deposit, could you buy me a soda first? You're being way too greedy, you punk." The two of them chatted animatedly as they walked away. In the school cafeteria. After more than 2 weeks together, a miracle had just occurred. The boundary between the electrical and automotive engineering departments had vanished, and they were coexisting peacefully. The students from both departments had become much more sociable. Judging by the current situation, even if Mr. Hua Jin leaves, it wouldn't be a big deal. Except for me. What's going to happen to me? Hyung-soo was still terrified about facing retaliation. In a secluded corner not far away, a man was quietly observing everything. It was the old principal. Seeing this scene, he felt a blooming joy in his heart. He returned to his office and spoke with Mr. Hua Jin. It's truly astonishing that those who looked ready to devour each other can now coexist so peacefully. Mr. Na Hua Jin, you are truly incredible. Even the ferocious Jang Gwon-hyuk has become obedient, he praised enthusiastically. Whenever I see them completely transform. As an educator, don't you also feel incredibly proud of these achievements? Mr. Principal, your personality is quite naive for your age. Do you really think that kid has actually changed? Na Hua Jin asked him in return. On the way home from school, Hyun-soo and Gwon-hyuk were walking together. "School is over, you don't need to help me carry my bag anymore," Hyun-soo said, trembling. "Shut up, it's the school rules," Gwon-hyuk replied. "Isn't this exactly how you've been living for the past 3 years?" Out of everyone, Jang Gwon-hyuk was the one who changed the most. Hyun-soo thought to himself. Ever since his followers stopped paying attention to him, had Gwon-hyuk realized something. He reached up and touched the spot where his ribs had been broken. 2 weeks had passed since he got beaten to a pulp by Mr. Hua Jin. His ribs were almost fully healed. "I've never been so tolerant in my entire life. Tomorrow, I'm going to smash that thing that keeps haunting my dreams," Gwon-hyuk thought to himself, recalling the teacher's punchable face. The image of the main guy haunted him endlessly. Once I'm done dealing with that teacher, it's time to handle those spoiled little punks. I'm going to crush them. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Oh my god, unbelievable. I just saw something even weirder than a UFO. Jang Gwon-hyuk, the leader of Gun, is carrying a backpack for someone. Is this some new form of bullying?" A group of boys appeared out of nowhere, looking for a fight. "Do you have a death wish? I'm here for revenge. You son of a bitch." "Only 3 of you. Even if 30 of you showed up, it would still end the same way," Hyung-soo said disappointedly to the 3 clowns over there. "Aren't you being a little too confident? Aren't you being a little too confident? Motherfucker, why are you acting so arrogant? The leading guy with his arm in a cast gritted his teeth and asked, "Naturally, it's because of the money we spent." Suddenly, another figure appeared. "The world nowadays is amazing. There's even an uncle service you can hire. They specialize in dealing with big shots like you on behalf of their clients, a company that kicks out bad students." It seemed those guys had hired some shady gangsters to get revenge on Guan Hyuk. Hum-soo flinched in terror at the sight, while Guan Hyuk's face darkened with rage. An old man with a ponytail spoke up. "Kid, you didn't know how dangerous the world was before, and playing around was fun, wasn't it? But there's got to be a limit to your mischief. Otherwise, you wouldn't be bothering us older brothers. Come here so I can educate you." Before the guy could even finish speaking, a fist flew straight toward his face. Guan Hyuk punched him with a loud smack, making him cough up blood. "So what if he's wearing black? Do you have iron armor on? Whether it's black X or any other color, anyone who's human will go down for my punch," he declared boldly, acting like he could take on the world, and lunged at the man wearing sunglasses next to him. Unfortunately, his punch was blocked as easily as taking candy from a baby by that guy. "This kid is really strong," he praised while gripping his arm. "But with your skills, do you really think you can claim the #1 spot in this area?" he asked, leaving Guan Hyuk in utter shock, unable to believe his eyes. "He actually caught my fist. Back when I was in school, I was way tougher than you," he smirked and tossed out a remark. A powerful punch swung squarely into his chest, right on the spot where his ribs were previously broken. Guan Hyuk coughed up a mouthful of blood, deeply shaken. "Even though I'm getting paid for this, I still feel pretty bad." He casually watched him collapse to the ground, coughing up blood and groaning in agony. "This time, the person I'm working on happens to be my very own junior. You're a junior from my old school, right? I graduated from Gun Technical High School about 8 years ago. Back then, all the guys in this neighborhood called our school the Tyrant Army, and I was known as the Lord," he said excitedly. 8 years ago, the top dog of Gun Technical High School was known by the nickname, the Lord. "You're saying, you were the overlord of Gun?" Guan Hyuk stared at him in astonishment and asked, "The very same guy who swept through this entire area 8 years ago." His eyes flickered with excitement. He said as he stood back up, "Senior, do you know what the hottest topic of gossip in this area is?" He roared and charged forward again, swinging his fist. "It's the two of us. Let's see who's truly the stronger one." Showing absolutely no fear, the man casually tossed his cigarette butt away while blowing out a puff of smoke. Then he immediately raised his leg and delivered a swift kick straight to Guan Hyuk's jaw, giving him no time to react. "What the hell is this situation?" The kid started to panic. "His kicks are actually faster than my punches." That legendary senior smirked and said, "Who's the stronger one?" Then he lunged forward, throwing another punch. "Don't flatter yourself. Back in my day, punks like you were nothing. You just got lucky with your timing." A lethal blow straight to the throat made Guan Hyuk spit out a mouthful of blood. He screamed out in agonizing pain. Childhood memories began rushing back. It was a children's playground. The first time I hit someone was when I was very young. 3 little brats walked over from out of nowhere and started teasing Guan Hyuk as he sat on a wooden rocking horse. "Ah, why is this renter kid here again? Hey, I told you not to play here anymore. You only pay a tiny bit of rent and still dare to come here. Aren't you ashamed?" One of the brats spoke up. "Ugh, every time I see him, it pisses me off. Why is this dirt-poor trash allowed to live in our building? Guess what my mom said about his family? His whole family is a bunch of beggars. Why did they even bother having kids?" Every single insulting word pierced his ears, making Guan Hyuk glare back in furious anger. "Insulting my parents. That crossed the line of what I could endure." And so a brawl broke out. Mini Guan Hyuk knew how to fight even from a young age. After that, the kids who got beaten up told their parents, which led to him and his mom getting scolded. Just how on earth are you raising your kid? It's true that the poorer they are, the less educated they are. His mom could only apologize. "I am so incredibly sorry." Right from that moment, I realized something. As long as I'm good enough at fighting, then no one will dare to bully me. A violent thought had bloomed, twisting the mind of that child. Whether it's those who mock my poor background or the bastards who despise our ignorance, I'll beat them until they piss their pants. No one is allowed to look down on me, because I'm always at the top. He had thought that way until he was beaten into this pathetic, miserable state. But this is the very first time I've ever encountered something like this. To think there's someone I absolutely cannot defeat. With the overwhelming stench of blood surging and that man's punches raining down like crazy, he thought to himself, This is terrifying. Each earth-shattering blow landed on Guan Hyuk's handsome face, leaving it battered and bloody. His consciousness gradually faded, leaving only one thought in his head. It's terrifying. I'm so scared. Stop. Please stop, he pleaded, trembling. Please don't hit me anymore. I lost. I won't hit them anymore. No, no. From now on, I will never get into a fight again. Hearing those words, those guys felt immensely satisfied, while Hung Soo was utterly shocked. So please spare me, Guan Hyuk muttered, begging the older guy. He stopped hitting him and turned to ask the guys who hired him. What now, clients? They cheered in delight, giving him a thumbs up. Holy shit, this is awesome. That's perfectly enough. Money really is the most useful thing ever. To think we actually get to see Jang Guan Hyuk cry like a baby. But I don't think so. This type of guy will absolutely never repent. Once his wounds heal, he'll definitely come looking for you guys to cause trouble again. So, if you pay extra, I guarantee you'll live in peace from now on, all the way until graduation. How about it? They completely ignored Guan Hyuk, who was lying flat on the ground crying pathetically. Right now, that older guy was grabbing his hand and he was turning pale from fear. Hold him tight. Don't let him move. He raised his foot ready to stomp down and completely cripple Guan Hyuk's right hand. He screamed, begging miserably. Please, just spare me. To avoid making a scene, he had been dragged here too. The blonde guy was referring to Hung Soo, who was sitting hugging his knees like a statue on the side. Geez, the hell are you screaming for? Keep quiet and we'll at least spare your life. We're just going to cripple your hand a bit, it'll be quick. Take it like a man. Hung Soo turned pale hearing that, unable to believe it. He thought to himself, before this, I had never even spoken to Jang Guan Hyuk, but because of the ranking system this guy created. I had to endure suffering for 3 whole years. The brawls, the fights, and the scrambling for ranks. I always resented him for turning the school into a place where, if you don't know how to fight, you live a life worse than a dog's. But still. Please spare me just this once. Guan Hyuk cried out, begging. The shiny black leather heel was about to stomp down on his hand. Suddenly, Hung Soo rushed forward, using his own body to block the tip of that shoe. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, the metallic taste filling his mouth. It was an unexpected move that left everyone watching completely stunned. That older guy asked in confusion, You little punk, what the hell are you doing? Hung Soo gathered all his courage to speak up and beg for the person he once despised so much. Please spare him, boss. No matter how much I hate Jang Guan Hyuk, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. He trembled as he shielded Guan Hyuk, as brave as a hero saving a damsel in distress. This is enough. The guy just smirked and replied, I don't want to waste my breath on you. Move aside, now. Hung Soo shook his head, his eyes incredibly resolute. A thunderous slap struck him, sending him flying away. That guy was furious, shifting his target to beat the living daylights out of him instead. Get out of the way. I said get out of the way. Guan Hyuk watched blankly from the side, unable to understand why. This guy. Why did he step up? Even though I'm really grateful to him. But we don't even know each other at all, right? The smartwatch measuring his heart rate suddenly beeped when it detected Hung Soo's heart rate spiking to 177. A warning notification popped up on the phone. Child protection. The child is unwell. Heart rate, 177. At this moment, teacher Nakwa Din, who was doing push-ups at home, received the notification on his phone sent from Hung Soo's watch. He immediately grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat and picked up his phone to check. Back at the scene, he was still getting mercilessly beaten to a pulp by that older guy. The guy beat him so much he got exhausted, panting heavily like a bull. This brat is even tougher than that guy who calls himself the strongest in the area. To think he actually lasted for over 10 minutes. Why the hell are you going this far? Anyone can see you're just his lackey, so what? You don't hold a grudge against him. No matter how much I hate him, there has to be a limit, right? Teacher. Hung Soo was lying flat on the ground but still managed to smile and speak up. Luckily, he had managed to stall the guy until teacher Nakwa Din showed up. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Who the hell dared to lay a finger on his precious student? The whole gang stared blankly at the man who just walked up, having absolutely no clue what was going on. Nakwa Din walked over to Hung Soo, who was battered and covered in blood, and asked, Give me a quick summary of the situation. He grimaced and replied, They are the uncle's service. They take money to handle delinquent students. They're gangsters. He scoffed and said, So they're gangsters. No wonder I was just thinking these faces look way too damn old to be students. Hearing that, one of them instantly shot up and snapped as if someone stepped on his tail. What? Old? You bastard, am only in my early 20s. Early 20s? Did you soak your head in brine or something? Why does your face look as wrinkled as pickled cabbage? He pointed a knife at him, trying to look badass while throwing out some threats. You son of a bitch. If you dare to spout any more nonsense, watch out or I'll slice your mouth wide open with this. As soon as those words left his filthy mouth, he shrieked in agony when his right arm was suddenly twisted behind his back. He collapsed to the ground, screaming miserably. Fuck. What the hell is this? My arm. A massive hand reached out again and grabbed his head. Naquan Din forcefully slammed his head into the ground, scrubbing it like he was washing a dish, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. Wonhyuk, standing not far away, watched everything with wide eyes. That's good. It's a relief that you guys are gangsters. I've been feeling suffocated lately, and now I finally get to blow off some steam. Since you aren't students, then I don't have to hold back at all. Our main lead growled with intense, murderous intent at the street thugs, his hand still gripping the head of the guy he had just beaten unconscious. He asked while cleanly taking down each of those thugs. You guys are the Uncle Service, right? I've seen it on the news a few times saying there's a bunch of gangsters who take money to deal with students. Very well, what we do is exactly the same. But there is a fundamental difference between you and me. Do you know what it is? That is, I am someone who works for the nation, while you lot are just a bunch of hooligans. The older guy finally started to panic, staring intensely at Naquan Din. Remembering how he had just taken down his underling, he thought to himself. Lightning-fast speed, combined with the sheer nerve to beat someone up without even blinking an eye. This guy is not a normal person, he concluded and quickly pulled out his heat, a dagger, getting into a combat stance. Seeing him pull out a knife, our main lead stayed silent for a moment before issuing a warning. Hey, it would be best for you to put that knife down. Right now, I can still treat you all as just some guys in a simple brawl, but once you pull that thing out. The scarred guy broke into a cold sweat and backed away. But then he recklessly charged forward with the knife. Stop playing crazy with me. He slightly cracked his fingers and said, picking up a weapon, turns it into a real battle with an incredibly serious face. The scarred guy charged forward while Naquan Din was in a defensive stance ready to welcome him. He narrowed his eyes, closely observing the guy's movements. The attack was blocked and the knife rang out with a fierce clanging sound. That thug was completely caught off guard. Surprise, you little brat. He thought to himself, what the? How is this possible? He could effortlessly bat away my knife-wielding wrist. Furthermore, this stance. Could it be? Without overthinking it, the guy continued charging forward with his knife to attack, like taking a desperate gamble, all or nothing. But strangely, every single slash was blocked by him, dismantling the moves perfectly. The guy finally realized fear. Damn it, I messed with the wrong guy this time. When I first joined the gang, I heard the bosses say, even if you have a knife, there is one type of person you must absolutely stay away from. The knife slipped from his hand and went flying away. Martial arts skills that can take down a knife-wielding attacker. That was what he had been warned about by his bosses. A powerful elbow strike rushed toward him. He delivered a blow that left the guy completely dazed. The scarred guy fell down like a punching bag, landing with a loud thud that made him grimace in immense pain. Before the guy could even gather his senses, he relentlessly landed a punch right to his face, breaking his nose. Not bound by any specific moves or rules, aiming solely for survival and taking down the opponent. Special Forces martial arts, practical close-quarters combat. He growled at him from above. Get up, we're not done yet. Naquan Din grabbed him by the hair and dragged him along like carrying a chicken by its neck. What they call a battle. Only ends when someone loses their life. Consecutive blows rained down on his face. Everyone around witnessing this scene had their jaws drop in absolute terror. The guy was beaten until he wailed and cried for his mommy, begging for mercy. I won't fight anymore. Please spare me. But Naquan Din couldn't care less and continued to beat him. He attacked without showing any mercy, stomping straight on the guy's face. The scarred guy had no strength left to resist, his teeth knocked out and his eyes rolled back. Terrified, he screamed in his heart, this guy is for real. I am genuinely going to die at his hands. Naquan Din, like a cold-blooded fighting machine, prepared to lunge forward and deal the finishing blow. The man used all his remaining strength to struggle, hugging his pant leg like a pathetic dog, begging, No, please don't. I don't want to die. He screamed miserably. Please, please spare my life. I was wrong. Please, please let me go. But he didn't even bother listening to the guy and just kept rushing in, raining down punches. The man with missing teeth and a face swollen like a pig's fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Scarface hurriedly clasped his hands and begged, looking incredibly pathetic. Please, please, sir. Just spare me, and I'll never be a thug again. The final finishing kick sent him flying away, knocking him out cold. His nose bled like rain, but Mr. Hua-jin paid him no mind, just glaring at him coldly. Hyung-soo watched from the side, trembling with fear and terrified out of his wits. Oh my God. He looked up and caught the eye of the male student he had just beaten to a pulp. Scarface hastily dropped to his knees before Hyung-soo. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you. He clasped his hands in prayer, seeing him as his only lifeline. Please, tell him to stop. I am willing to compensate you 20 times your medical bills. Hyung-soo listened to his words, completely dumbfounded and having no idea what was going on. Mr. Hua-jin finally lit a cigarette, walked over and said, You finally figured out who you should be apologizing to. Apologies are meant for the person you hit, not the person who's hitting you. Since you've learned your lesson, get lost. Yes, yes, and leaving. After saying that, the three thugs dragged each other away and bolted. Mr. Hua-jin then walked closer to Gwon-hyuk and said, Did you see that clearly? This is exactly what you've been doing all this time, he growled, facing the stunned Gwon-hyuk. After that incident, the next day, Mr. Hua-jin left the school. The emperor of the electrical and auto mechanics department were finally proceeding with the ceremony we've all been waiting for, the execution of Kim Hyung-soo. His hands were tightly bound behind his back, and his mouth was covered with duct tape, looking completely helpless. The entire crowd of electrical department students who previously had to serve this king were shouting slogans. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Do you hear that? This is our wrath. The rooster-headed guy smirked and said, Kim Hyung-soo, I warned you, didn't I? As soon as that teacher leaves, they'll be broadcasting the discovery of your corpse on the news. Hyung-soo's mouth was taped shut, unable to make a sound. He was likely a goner this time. A loud crash echoed as the door was kicked open by someone. The one who just kicked the door open and walked in was Gwon-hyuk, and he roared, All of you, get lost. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on my Hyung-soo is dead meat. Hearing Gwon-hyuk make such a bold declaration, Hyung-soo was frozen in shock, eyes wide and jaw dropped. At the Ministry of Education's gate, a glaringly red car was pulling in. Seeing this, the security guard politely asked the person inside, Thank you for your hard work. What brings you here today? Inside the car was a woman with equally bright red hair who said, I am the new supervisor for the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau starting today. Back at the technical high school, the students were gloomily whispering among themselves. One guy said, What's wrong with this dude? He took the most beatings, didn't he? Was he threatened by that teacher or something? On the other side, Hyung-soo had just gotten the duct tape ripped off his mouth, his lips swollen like 2 pieces of pork. He clutched his cheek and stammered out a thank you to Gwon-hyuk for saving him. Hyung-soo scratched his head and smiled while secretly thinking to himself, What is this situation? Does he want to fight me one-on-one? Meanwhile, Gwon-hyuk was internally agonizing over Mr. Hua-jin's words from yesterday. Did you see that clearly? This is exactly what you've been doing all this time. You only use your innate strength to bully the weak, arbitrarily rank others, and trample on their dignity. If you come experience it yourself, lift your head, you'll never know what it feels like to be bullied. At that moment, Hua-jin had intended to stomp down with his foot. He stomped heavily right in front of the kid Gwon-hyuk's crotch, nearly costing him his manhood. He looked down at him and said, But you're very lucky. If that thug hadn't shown up, I would have taught you a lesson exactly like I did to him just now. And one more thing, your greatest stroke of luck is Hyung-soo's character. Hearing Hyung-soo's name, Gwon-hyuk blankly stared at his savior. It was indeed Hyung-soo who had just saved him. In that situation just now, most people would have stood back and watched your wrists get crushed. No, some would have even gloated, because you turned their school lives into a complete mess. But Hyung-soo bravely stepped up to protect an enemy like you. If it were you, could you have done the same? A person's true rank isn't determined by their strength, but by their character. If you still can't grasp this principle, then when the time comes, you're going to receive a real lesson. He left those philosophical words for Gwon-hyuk, hoping he would see the light, and then casually shoved his hands in his pockets and walked away. He fell silent after hearing that. Perhaps he had finally realized something about his own behavior and actions over the past years. Returning to the present, the male student who used to be number 1 in the school didn't bother replying or mocking him, but just silently turned away. He walked off, leaving Hyung-soo staring blankly after him. After taking a few steps, he stopped as if he wanted to say something. In saying this so you don't misunderstand, I didn't do this because I was threatened by that teacher. It's because yesterday, you were actually pretty cool. Oh my good Lord in heaven, to think there would come a day when Gwon Hyuk would praise the school's lowest-ranking third year as badass. Hyun-soo was so surprised his eyes went wide. From that day on, Kim Hyung-soo was no longer bullied by his classmates and graduated peacefully. As for Gwon Hyuk, he stopped fighting, and in the days that followed, he worked hard at his internship and prepared for his future. After graduating, they each walked their own separate paths, until 10 years later they both ended up working at an electric car manufacturing company. Truly a happy ending for everyone. Back in the present, at Inspector Na Wajin's house, he was faced with a mountain of documents. "Hey yo, I just got back. What's with all this?" he complained to the minister, who was also his father-in-law. "What else could it be? It's your next assignment." No matter how much the outside world debates the legitimacy of using violent punishment, the reports keep pouring in. This proves that our work is highly valuable, doesn't it? So could you speed up your work a bit, taking 2-3 weeks just to handle one school? Do you even know how to work? Do you think I am some hired thug? You think I can just beat them up and call it a day? Boss, you need to find a way to hire more people. With this much work, how can I handle it all alone? Na Wajin complained while flipping through the documents. The minister could only sigh upon hearing that. "You punk. You talk too much. I already planned to do that without you asking. A new person will be reporting in shortly." Suddenly, Wajin stopped, looking alarmed at one of the school profiles. He hastily flipped through the documents to check. "This is absolute madness. What the hell is this? How could so many terrible things happen in a single school? Just what kind of trash school is this?" He slammed the file down on the table. It bore the name Suyo Girls High School. Our main character awkwardly rubbed his chin. A girls' high school. A girls' high school. Well, minister, you can ask me to do anything, but a girls' high school is a bit. Wajin complained. As a grown man, how could he be sent to sort out a girls' high school? The old man immediately got annoyed and said, "You brat, why do you keep grumbling so much? I knew you have this kind of attitude, so I specifically recruited an incredibly outstanding female agent." Just then, the red-haired woman from earlier was also approaching the door. "You probably know her too," the minister cheerfully introduced. The secretary spoke up. "Minister, the new supervisor for the Teachers' Rights Bureau has arrived." The old man excitedly replied, "Oh, perfect timing. Send her in right away." As soon as she stepped inside, she offered an incredibly stern salute, startling the two men inside. "Whoa, what's this? Do I have to salute back?" Seeing his new colleague, Wajin thought to himself, "Who is this? She looks a bit familiar." She then continued, reporting for duty, from the 7XX Special Forces Group. Sergeant First Class, Lim Han-rim. Upon hearing her name, Inspector Na Wajin jumped in shock and blurted out in a panic. "What? By orders of my superiors, I am reporting today to the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau, under the Minister of Education." End of report. The older guy, recognizing an acquaintance, shouted, "Sir, Sergeant Lim, why are you here?" She smiled brightly and replied, "I came to catch a deserter. The captain who suddenly vanished in the middle of a mission was hiding here all along." She greeted him even though his face was totally blank. "It's been a while, Captain Na Wajin." At this time, at Suyo Girls High School, a male teacher was being shoved against the wall. "That's enough. Why on earth are you doing this?" Surrounding him was a crowd of female students, some recording videos and others snickering. Among them, a platinum blonde girl holding a pair of hair clippers spoke in a whiny voice. "Aw, teacher, why do you have to act all proper like that? Teacher, even though you look okay, this hairstyle is just too ugly. Come over here for a sec. Let me shave a really nice style for you." As she spoke, she pushed the hair clippers closer. The teacher, face pale as a ghost, gritted his teeth and glared at her. He then pushed back, grabbed her wrist, and scolded. "Stop it right now, Han Da-ri. Is it really that fun to mess with a teacher?" She immediately fired back. "Huh? Did you just grab my hand? What are we going to do? Is our dear teacher going to be in trouble?" Hearing those words, the teacher froze in his tracks for a good 5 seconds. He clumsily and hurriedly tried to explain. "No, that's not it. I just..." Before the teacher could finish, she spoke up with a smug look on her face. "I'm sure you know very well what the consequences are for inappropriately touching a student, right?" At the disciplinary committee office, the teacher named Nu Lap Lap was walking in. All the teachers in the room gasped in shock upon seeing the freshly shaved head of the man, whose face was filled with extreme sorrow. Oh my good heavens, what is the meaning of this? Mr. Nam, what happened to your hair?" Was it class 2-4 again? The other teachers asked him but only received a displeased look in response. The teachers began to lament. Sigh. What are we going to do with these kids? Students nowadays are too scary. Can we even teach in peace anymore? That's right. Ever since that incident happened, the situation has only gotten worse. Another teacher chimed in. Shh, why are you bringing that up again? So the victim today is Mr. Nam Sang-wook. But Mr. Nam is still quite lucky. The fact that they're still teasing him proves that they at least still consider him a human being. From a distance, all those words reached the ears of another female teacher who was preparing documents, her face looking no brighter than his. The fact that they're still teasing him proves that they at least still consider him a human being. That teacher left, leaving the gossip behind her. She had now arrived at the aforementioned class 2-4 to prepare for her next lesson. She stepped into the room, which was filled with an incredibly noisy and bustling atmosphere of chattering students. A group of 3 schoolgirls gossiping. Have you seen this? What the hell, this is crazy. The teacher thought to herself, to them, I'm just a ghost. She spoke in a flat tone. Everyone turned to page 87. But there was absolutely no response, as if she were completely invisible in this classroom. Elsewhere on the highway, a familiar red car sped along. Captain, you're being too much. How could you not recognize the comrade who shared meals and rolled in the mud with you? Manhwa Jin and Lim Hanrim were bickering in the car. Hey, he shot back, if it were you, would you have recognized me? Hanrim pouted and replied, Are you kidding me? Has it been 10 or 20 years? We haven't seen each other for just 2 years. Then go grab a random person on the street and ask them. You've completely transformed in just 2 years. Who could possibly recognize you? The image of the gentle girl with black hair and a high bun had turned into a rebellious woman with fiery red hair, a total mismatch. Wajin frowned, judging her flashy hair. Even if, you don't need to tie your hair up in the real world anymore. But what's the deal with this hair looking like it's smeared in pig's blood? Her mouth twitched. You still talk so recklessly. What do you mean, smeared in pig's blood? Brushing her hair back, she bashfully confided in him. My hair was this color back in school. Since I have to face students regularly from now on, I thought it'd be nice to bring back that old vibe. Hua Jin looked at her appraisingly. Seems like you weren't exactly a good girl back in school, huh? She instantly snapped back. Hold on. The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it is. What right do you have to police my hair now? What's the deal with your long hair anyway? It's not like it doesn't suit you, but if you went through the trouble of growing it out, couldn't you at least groom it properly? I'm in mourning, you brat. Hearing his words, she was completely taken aback. She realized she might have accidentally touched upon a deep sorrow of the man beside her. Just as they arrived, he said, We're here, pull over. Hanrim dropped him off on the side of the road. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct her. You go ahead and enter as a student teacher first. Before I get back, investigate the school's atmosphere a bit. Hanrim smiled brightly and gave him a military salute. The car sped off again, leaving his fading silhouette behind. Wajin slowly walked in. The place he arrived at was a police station. At the girls' school, in the teacher's office, Hanrim was being introduced to her colleagues by the principal. This is our new student teacher, Ms. Lim Hanrim. Please help our new teacher out so she can adapt to this place quickly. The red-haired woman cheerfully introduced herself. Hello, everyone. I'm Lim Hanrim. I'll be in your care from now on. She bowed as she spoke, showing respect and sincerity. The old principal was considering his options. Let me see who would be best to mentor her. Homeroom teacher of class 2-4, Ms. Jung Sun Young. You will mentor our new teacher. The invisible teacher slightly jolted in surprise upon hearing her name. She had no choice but to agree and accept the task of helping the woman. I'll be troubling you from now on, Hua Jin said. Then the two greeted each other to get acquainted. The homeroom teacher of class 2-4 then took the red-haired woman on a tour of the school. As they walked, she chattered away innocently. It's been 7 years since I last came to a school, so nostalgic. I graduated from a girls' school too. I wonder what the kids are like these days. Back then, we used to joke around with the teachers all the time. Not letting Hanrim say another word, the teacher cut her off. Ms. Lim Hanrim. Regarding class 2-4, let me give you a piece of advice first. Absolutely. Do not do anything to attract attention, she said, her face darkening as if delivering an incredibly grave warning. After that, the two silently walked into the classroom together. As soon as she stepped inside, Hanrim was taken aback by the commotion and the buzzing gossip in the classroom. All over the class, girls were gathering to gossip, playing games, or sleeping. What a crazy bitch. That's hilarious. Did you see the science teacher today? He's going bald. Look at this brat, she dared to unfollow me. That girl's boyfriend got beaten to a pulp. A ton of absolute nonsense was being discussed. Ms. Sun Young stood at the podium and spoke. Everyone, let me make an introduction. This is Ms. Lim Han Rim, the new student teacher. In the corner, 3 girls were posing for photos, completely ignoring her and not letting a single word enter their ears. Everyone, today is the student teacher's first day in class, could you please? Despite her efforts to get the message across, they didn't care at all. A thought popped into Han Rim's head about this situation. The invisible game. Towards a specific target, there's no action, no communication. They don't even bother giving them a hard time. They just ignore them like thin air. An extremely cruel method of isolation. How dare they pull this trick on a teacher? Hello everyone, I'm Lim Han Rim. I hope to get a lot of help from you all from now on. The most terrifying part of this game is, once the rule is broken, the first person to speak up becomes the next target of isolation. In this situation, if someone initiates a conversation with me, then that person is the mastermind. As soon as she finished speaking, a hand went up. Ms. Student Teacher. Your hair color is so pretty. A beautiful girl spoke up in praise. The more I look at it, the more I love it. Where did you get it dyed? Tell me right now. Han Rim replied, I got it done in a salon in Bucksong. If you want to go, I can give you their business card. At first, they were polite words. Thank you so much. Then came a personal questions. Miss, how old are you? 26. What about a boyfriend? Do you have a boyfriend? Unfortunately, no. Do you want to be my boyfriend? It gradually crossed the line with mocking remarks. How much did you spend on plastic surgery? Ugh, disgusting. Plastic surgery should have its limits. From your face to your body, everything is so fake. Especially the middle part. Haha. Add it all up and it probably easily exceeds 1,001, equivalent to about 180 million Vietnamese dong. They openly mocked her right to her face. You plastic monster, so sickening. Just how insecure must she be to go under the knife this much? Every word darkened Han Rim's expression, her eyes losing all trace of friendliness. She gave a slight smirk. She naturally confided, speaking of surgery, I did actually go under the knife for one thing. It was a reduction surgery. The girls were taken aback by her answer, looking up in curiosity. I love sports, but it was just too inconvenient to move around back then. As she spoke, she twisted and turned her body as if stretching. I guess you girls wouldn't be interested in a reduction anyway, so I don't need to tell you how much it costs, right? Hearing this, the girls' faces contorted as if they had just stepped in dog poop. This bitch. That's so fucking disgusting. Han Rim froze upon hearing that remark. She immediately asked, who was that? What did you just say? They instantly denied it. I wasn't talking about you, miss. I'm just watching a video. The bitch in here is talking so disgustingly. The girl made up an excuse, waving her phone around. She's like a psycho, and she even dyed her hair red. She wasn't going to back down and instantly retorted, you little brat. So disrespectful. Leaving the kids dumbfounded. Being cursed at, the girl furiously slammed the desk and screamed, Hey, what did you just say? Han Rim just smiled and replied, I wasn't talking about you. Giving her a taste of her own medicine was truly brilliant. Right on cue, the school bell rang, breaking the tension. Ah, the bell rang. See you in class. The girl with perm hair looked incredibly excited. Wow, we've got an interesting one here. Teaching her a lesson is going to be so much fun. Han Rim smiled as she left the classroom. She clearly already knew who the ringleader was. Outside the school building, the homeroom teacher of class 2-4 could be heard scolding Han Rim. How could you just ignore what I said? I told you not to do anything to attract attention. The red-haired woman rubbed her chin and thought, those students really do love their mischievous little games. But as a teacher, how can you just keep enduring it? I graduated from a girls' school too, so I know this kind of student needs to be taught a proper lesson Before Han Rim could finish, the teacher furiously clenched her fists and firmly interrupted her. You have absolutely no idea. You don't know just how wicked and cunning students are these days. Suddenly, from above, a flower pot was free-falling right toward where the homeroom teacher was standing, and Han Rim happened to spot it. With lightning-fast reflexes, she grabbed the teacher and pulled her back, narrowly escaping death. The flower pot plummeted from above and smashed to pieces, sending shards flying across the ground. Witnessing this near-death experience, the teacher turned pale with fear and tremblingly clung to Han Rim, whose face was completely dark. She then whispered to the teacher to reassure her. I know very well, because I'm the one sent to handle exactly this kind of mess. Supervisor from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. High above, where the flower pot had just fallen from, the students peeked their heads out. Their words sounded concerned, but their attitude was incredibly mocking. "Oh no, miss, are you okay?" Blaring at the girls, Han Rim asked, "Please tell me, why has the school turned into something like this?" The ringleader, with a face begging for a beating, didn't forget to make a snide remark. It must have been because the wind was too strong. Less than greater than. Memories suddenly flooded back, and Ms. Sun Young slowly recounted. "I was originally the vice homeroom teacher for this class. The former homeroom teacher of class 2-4 was the history teacher, Go Dong-soo. He was a very passionate and lovable teacher. As soon as he arrived at school, he greeted his students, Yo-hee-chan, Ha-young-chan." Hearing this, the girls chimed in, Mr. Dong-soo, please stop imitating the way we talk. It doesn't suit you at all." He always said there was fundamentally no such thing as a bad student in this world, and he always treated everyone with warmth and gentleness. Someone like Mr. Go Dong-soo was an incredibly good role model for me, someone who had only been teaching for 3 years. Until he became the homeroom teacher of class 2-4. "Hello everyone, my name is Go Dong-soo. Starting today, I will be the homeroom teacher for class 2-4. Let's get along and spend every day happily together." Mr. Go Dong-soo's misfortune started the moment he became Han Dae-ri's homeroom teacher. An electronic cigarette pod was placed on the desk. The teacher said softly, "This was found in your desk drawer." Han Dae-ri flat out denied it. "Sir, this isn't mine. Someone is trying to frame me." The teacher immediately exposed her lie. "I saw you using this at the end of the alley this morning." Research has shown that this is very harmful to a student's body. They'll just consider it temporary curiosity this time. But from now on, for your own health, please don't touch it again. The teacher kindly reminded her, but she clicked her tongue completely unmoved. Instead, she pretended to be submissive and obedient, like a good student. "Yes, you're right, sir. My friends kept pressuring me to try it, so I slipped up. I won't touch it anymore. Please forgive me this once." She feigned innocence and begged for forgiveness, but she was already holding a grudge in her heart. One day, in the teacher's office, another teacher asked Mr. Dong-soo, "Mr. Go, I heard you talk to Han Dae-ri yesterday. Last year, a few teachers brought trouble upon themselves after trying to discipline her, so my advice is you better just ignore her." The kind-hearted teacher didn't believe it, deceived by her facade, and defended her. "Oh, please, Dae-ri isn't that kind of student. After talking to me, she realized her mistake and deeply reflected on it. As long as you converse sincerely with the students." Before you could even finish, bad news struck. Mr. Go Dong-soo. The principal ran over in a panic and said, "Do you know who I just got a call from?" It was the director of the Board of Education. "Did you commit indecent acts with a female student in the counseling room?" Hearing the news, the teacher was absolutely fucking shocked, never expecting things to turn out like this. After the local Department of Education received an anonymous tip about Mr. Go Dong-soo's indecent behavior with Dae-ri, the school and the local Department of Education quickly issued a disciplinary dismissal for Mr. Go Dong-soo, even though he kept crying foul. But they said it could cause secondary trauma, so they closed the case without ever properly investigating the whistleblower. The harsh criticism and disgusted looks from those around him, combined with the shock of being betrayed by the very student he wholeheartedly trusted, caused Mr. Go Dong-soo to suffer a severe mental breakdown. And in the end, he passed away in bitter resentment. In the interrogation room at the time, the whistleblower stated, "That's right, I'm the one who reported it. But I was standing outside the counseling room and I heard it very clearly." Dae-ri told him, "What you're doing is sexual harassment." But Dae-ri said, That sentence? I was just joking around since Mr. Dong-soo always jokes with us anyway. Han-boo's being ridiculous. Why didn't she just ask me before going straight to report him?" That was their familiar trick. Good cop, bad cop. I just wanted to protect my friend at the time. Han-boo insisted that she was only doing the right thing, helping out and seeking justice for her friend. But Dae-ri did not. She claimed, it was just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Pretending she was innocent and had no intention of getting her homeroom teacher reported. But in the end, even if they caused trouble, they always made excuses that it was a joke or a misunderstanding to easily get away with it. When asked by a reporter, "What do you think about the passing of Mr. Go Dong-soo?" Dae-ri casually replied, "It only turned out like this because of a misunderstanding, which is a bit pitiful, honestly. But don't people suddenly die in traffic accidents all the time anyway? It was his choice after all, so at least it's better than those who die unjustly, right?" She spoke as if the teacher's death was only natural, bearing no responsibility or having any issue with it herself. All of this was recorded footage of the interrogation of Kim Han-boo and Han Dae-ri back then, which the male lead was currently watching. Since you're an investigator from the Ministry of Education, you're permitted to see this. But the related contents absolutely cannot be leaked outside. The investigator holding the documents at the time said. Back at school, Han-rim has just stepped into the classroom. Boom! A colorful burst of confetti explodes brilliantly. It turns out the girls of Class 2-4 prepared a surprise welcome for Han-rim with confetti and a welcome cake. Surprise! Welcome to our school, student teacher. One of the girls steps up to make peace. The vibe was pretty bad earlier, huh? We were just joking around. Just a joke. Let's get along from now on. But their true thoughts are the exact opposite. They have no intention of repenting or playing nice. Even if she's from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau, it won't be easy to educate them. But Han-rim has already spotted the corner of the classroom where the mastermind Han Dae-ri is sitting, and she absolutely never shows her face directly. The girl holding the cake interrupts her train of thought. What are you spacing out for, miss? Hurry up and blow out the candles. Prompted by the urging, Han-rim tucks her hair back and leans in to blow out the candles. A sinister look flashes across her eyes as the girl with the cake prepares to smash it right into Han-rim's face. But unexpectedly, that sweet strawberry cake goes flying to the back of the class and lands right on Han Dae-ri's head in utter astonishment. Before anyone can even process what just happened, in the split second the cake was about to hit her, Han-rim threw a direct kick, sending it crashing onto the ringleader's head, shocking all the girls. Oh my, sorry, I'm so sorry. It was just a natural reflex, I didn't expect to kick it that far. The facade drops. Cake is plastered all over the ringleader's hair, and a stream of bright red blood trickles down her forehead. They definitely shoved something dangerous inside that cake. She is absolutely furious. Seeing this, Han-rim acts panicked and worriedly checks on her student, even though she already saw right through these brats' tricks. Oh my god, what is this? You're bleeding. As she speaks, Han-rim gets closer and wipes the cake off Dae-ri's head. Hey, are you okay? Where are you hurt? She doesn't answer and instead turns to blame Han-rim, even though she was the one who set up the trap. How are you going to take responsibility for this? With her head covered in cake and her face smeared with fresh blood, she scowls and throws a fit. I'm hurt. What are you going to do about it? You crazy bitch. I'm going to sue you for student abuse. Damn it. But those words only irritate Han-rim further, and the light in her eyes slowly fades into darkness. Smash. A loud noise echoes as Han-rim grabs the girl's head and slams it hard onto the desk. The students who just witnessed this scene scream in sheer terror. What's going on? The badass lady replies to her, how should I take responsibility? I'm the one who should be asking you that, shouldn't I? You clearly just got hit by a cake, so how did you end up bleeding? Were you guys perhaps planning to slice my face open with that? The truth is revealed. The cake is filled with sharp, blood-stained box cutter blades. Just imagine how horrifying it would be if this cake was smashed into someone's face. Hearing this, Han Dae-ri screams in denial. How should I know? They did it. Let me reintroduce myself. Han-rim simply introduces herself softly. I am a field supervisor of the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau, Lim Han-rim. Her words leave the girl wide-eyed in shock. Since you love playing on your phone so much, you must have seen online how Mr. Na Hwa-jin educates his students, right? But what should we do? I'm not as gentle as he is. Han-rim gives her warning while gripping the girl's chin, staring straight into her face with terrifying intensity as the girl trembles in shock. Right now, Han-rim is training with a punching bag. This is a boxing ring. She takes a quick break and turns to ask, why did you call me out here to meet? Nearby, Supervisor Hwa-jin walks over holding a cold drink and says, seeing what a mess that school is, are you going crazy from anger? Han-rim calmly replies, oh my, not at all. I just came here because I haven't been able to train much lately. He tosses a cold drink to her. Thanks. Han-rim takes a sip to rest and asks about the investigation. You went to the police station to watch the investigation footage, right? Our main guy answers in frustration. Yeah, the mindset of these kids is way more extreme than I thought. They ruin a teacher's life to that extent and still have the nerve to laugh about it. Plus, it seems they're very good at playing dirty little tricks. You can tell just by looking at the false accusation. She sent her underlings to report it, perfectly protecting herself. Less than greater than. We need to carefully think about the right educational method. Someone like her who loves to hide in the shadows and manipulate everything won't let us find her weakness so easily. Hearing this, Han-rim stands up and makes a suggestion. Captain, how about you leave this entirely to me? She gently pats his shoulder. No matter how vicious the opponent is, there's no way you can lay a hand on a woman. Besides, I also happen to have graduated from an all-girls school, so I know exactly how to educate that kind of student. Our badass lady seems a bit fired up, throwing a flurry of punches at the hanging punching bag. She excitedly invites him. Oh, by the way, since you're already here, how about we spar around? It's been a while since you were discharged. Your body must be getting pretty stiff by now, huh? Hearing that, Hwa-jin turns pale and immediately says, I refuse. Back in the classroom, the girls are buzzing, discussing how to deal with this red-haired lady. They are looking at the news about the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau in the papers, showing the before and after of Mr. Hwa-jin's education. What do we do? I can't believe she's actually from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. We're dead meat this time. I heard even a congressman's son was thrown in jail. Will that happen to us too? Could it be that she's here because of Mr. Dong-soo? But wasn't that case already closed? There's no way she's just showing up now. Han-de-ri, now with her forehead bandaged, calmly reassures her lackeys. What are you guys so scared of? Just go about your daily lives as usual. I asked around. The maximum supervisory period for the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau is no more than 2 weeks. As long as we ignore her during this time, what can she possibly do to us? Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind. Who said that? Who told you our supervisory period is only 2 weeks? The Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau's supervision lasts until the school normalizes again. Mr. Hwa-jin is very capable, which is why it only took him 2 weeks. But my skills are pretty lacking, so I might just have to stick around until you all graduate. As she speaks, Miss Han-rim casually confiscates the girl's phone. The girl angrily slams the desk and screams, Damn it, give me back my phone. A stick slams down onto the desk with a massive bang, scaring the living daylights out of the whole group. Sorry, but I have a bit of a bad temper. I absolutely hate it when younger brats show no respect to their elders, let alone dare to curse at me. Don't glare at me, Han-rim says while glaring back intimidatingly. Hearing that, the girl breaks out in cold sweat and shuts up completely. With no other choice, she can only grit her teeth and pretend to obey. Han-rim then addresses the entire class. The same goes for the rest of you. Drop all your phones into the confiscation bin over there. During the Teachers' Rights Bureau's supervision, all students in this school are banned from using mobile phones. Her ironclad declaration leaves the whole classroom stunned. With their privileges threatened, they immediately start whining. Ah, this is taking it way too far. Is she crazy? What crime did we even commit? What a lunatic. Facing their insults, Han-rim just smiles brightly and says, Remember to check the notice board at the main gate after school. It details exactly who you have to thank for turning the school into this. Completely ignoring the girl's face boiling with rage. It's time for the Humanity and Moral Ethics class. The teacher is standing at the podium, lecturing in a monotone voice. Animals also possess social behaviors and emotions, but they act purely on instinct, which is what separates them from humans. However, humans must develop within a society that has specific cultural traditions in order to become complete individuals. So what is the human characteristic being mentioned here? You answer, Han-de-ri. Being called on, she immediately scowls, her mind screaming a million things at once. This is driving me crazy. I want to go home so badly. In another class, the teacher also calls her up. Han-de-ri, come to the board and solve this problem. In yet another class, Han-de-ri, answer this. Han-de-ri. Being called on back-to-back in every class, she practically loses her mind, slamming her desk and standing up abruptly. I don't know how to do it. I don't know. Why are you all targeting me and making things hard for me first thing in the morning? Right next to her, Han-rim taps her stick against the wall, thwack thwack, and says, Is not knowing how to do it something to be proud of? Fine, assuming you don't know. Shouldn't you at least open your textbook and act like you're in class? The teacher then forces her, Kneel down and raise your hands, Han-de-ri. She annoyedly flips her hair, walks over to Han-rim and says, Damn it, this is so childish. Seriously. You have any proof that I bullied a teacher? As she speaks, she wears a highly provocative, punchable smirk. Punishing someone based purely on a hunch. This is a human rights violation, you know. But our badass lady doesn't seem to care in the slightest. A swift kick to the back of her knees makes her collapse. Losing her balance, she drops to the floor with a thud. Han-rim doesn't hesitate to press her foot down on her, making her scream in agony. It hurts so much. While speaking, she grabs both of the girl's arms, forcing her to kneel with her hands up. Proof? Good question. Han-rim leans down and glares at her with a terrifying expression. Could it be that you have proof that the teachers bullied you? The one starting unreasonable trouble based purely on a hunch seems to be you, doesn't it? Hit right where it hurts, she's left speechless and can't utter a single word. Just then, the student teacher makes a request to the homeroom teacher. They'd like to add a new rule. From now on, if even one of you shows an improper attitude toward your studies, everyone else will be held jointly responsible. Everyone kneel down, hands up. As soon as she finishes speaking, Hanrim orders the entire class to follow suit. In the girls' restroom, the students gather again to gossip. Holy shit, that bitch is insane. Why won't she go somewhere else? Why does she keep sticking around our class, damn it? I know, right? We didn't even do anything wrong, that crazy bitch. 2 weeks. Seriously, it's only been 1 day and she's already driving us crazy. How am I supposed to endure this? The girls endlessly complain as they are forced to act within the strict boundaries set by the lady. Right behind Hanbu, Deri, puffing on her vape, taps her shoulder. You're so pissed you can't hold it in anymore, right? She says, then lunges forward and relentlessly slaps her friend. The other two friends just stare blankly, having no idea what's going on. What's wrong with you? Deri. Hanbu screams in pain and begs for mercy. Stop hitting me. Then she suddenly speaks up. A dark plan hatches in her mind. She's planning to use the same framing tactic she used on the late homeroom teacher to get revenge on supervisor Han Rim. Wow, what should we do? Our dear Han Bu got beaten to a pulp like this by that crazy bitch from the teacher's rights bureau. Not only is her face swollen, but her nose is bleeding too. There's a public phone right across from the school. Hurry up and go make a call. Call the president of the Parents Association right now. She takes a drag and smiles wickedly, suggesting her underlings tattle to set up the frame job. Shortly after, a woman who appears to be the president of the Parents Association rushes to the school. She storms into the classroom and shouts, "Which little bitch is it? Step out here. Beating my daughter until her face is bruised black and blue. Who's the red-haired teacher?" Seeing the red-haired lady, she charges right at her. Aha, so it's you. Hands moving faster than her brain, she instantly gives Hanrim a stinging slap across the cheek. "You little bitch," she yells at the top of her lungs like a market loudspeaker, fiercely berating her with spit flying everywhere. "If you're a teacher, you need to act like one. How dare you hit a student? Even I can't bear to lay a hand on her. I just got a perverted teacher fired not too long ago, you know. A little bitch like you should be immediately." She rants without realizing that Hanrim's eyes have changed. An eye for an eye, a thunderous slap catches the woman completely off guard. The entire class's jaws drop in shock. The slap is so hard it throws her off balance, sending her crashing humiliatingly to the floor. The teacher at the podium turns pale with fright and hastily stammers, "Supervisor. This person is the president of our school's Parents Association." Hanrim doesn't give a damn. So what? Does being the Parents Association president give her the right to ignore right and wrong and beat and curse at teachers however she pleases? Lady, if you feel so wronged, go ahead and call the Minister of Education to plead your case. Hearing Hanrim's words, the woman nearly bursts a blood vessel in anger, clutching her cheek and grimacing. "Hey, you think I want?" Amidst the president's screaming, Hanrim quietly shifts her gaze to the ringleader, Han Deri. It seems things have just gotten much more interesting. Whatever you want to do or can do, just go ahead and try. The more you do it, the only one who ends up completely losing face will be you. Seeing the situation didn't look promising, and that the PTA president couldn't suppress this tough teacher, Han Deri could only worry, angrily biting her nails in a corner. In the classroom, a sound of Han Deri reading her English lesson echoed steadily, a truly spectacular and unprecedented scene. On the 10th day of the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau's operation at the school, Han Deri had indeed changed. Of course, Han Deri wouldn't give up so easily and quickly. After the PTA president arrived, she continued to organize collective actions by exchanging contact information through slips of paper, reaching out to other schoolgirls to carry out her plans. Before the note could even be passed, a hand snatched it. Han Rim had caught them communicating. "Oh my, did you become this innocent because you couldn't use your phones?" A young girl's note. How thrilling. The note read, "Starting tomorrow, all students will refuse to come to school." Han Rim glared at them with a dangerous gaze, her lips curling into an arrogant smirk. She delivered her final verdict. All second-year students gather at the sports field. Every time something like this happened, Supervisory Officer Lim Han Rim would intervene just in time, and all the second-year students had to bear the punishment together. The sight of the miserable students doing leapfrogs on the sports field had become a familiar one. Meanwhile, in the girls' restroom, Han Deri hatched a crazy idea. She ruthlessly stabbed a pen into her own thigh. Her face twisted and contorted with sheer anger. That bitch. That bitch. Suddenly, a sound from outside made her look up. My thighs hurt so much. At this rate, they'll turn into elephant legs. Damn it, so annoying. When will those people from the Protection Bureau leave? It was the sound of her underlings whining, taking the chance to badmouth her. Truly a nest of vipers. It's all because of that crazy bitch Han Derry. Isn't it because she kept treating the teachers like they were invisible that the school ended up like this? Exactly. It's her fault the Protection Bureau came to our school. I knew that crazy bitch would get her karma one day. Now the third years are also waiting to catch her slipping. Because of her, no one can even use their phones. Do you think only the third years want that? Haha, even if the supervisory officer leaves, she's dead meat anyway. Haha. Hearing this, Han Derry turned pale with fear. Only now did she realize her dire situation, being the target of hatred from both teachers and students. In the end, all the students blamed Da-Ri for the consequences of the Education Bureau's intervention, and she, who once held the status of a queen in the eyes of the students, plummeted to rock bottom, hated and isolated by the other students. But the truth was, those people had no right to criticize Da-Ri, as they themselves were direct participants in these incidents. During English class, as usual, Han Da-Ri was still being targeted by the teachers, constantly called on to recite the lesson. But unfortunately, a pretty face didn't equal a smart brain. She could be called a beautiful dunce. I'm sorry. I don't know how to read this word. The homeroom teacher immediately explained, irresponsible means lacking a sense of responsibility. Very well, you may sit down. Hearing the teacher's words was like receiving a pardon. She sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. The lesson continued, and from a distance, Han Rim kept a watchful eye on her. She slightly pouted her lips, seemingly still not very satisfied with this student. At the boxing gym, Han Rim and Hua Jin were having a little martial arts sparring session. The powerhouse woman, Lim Han Rim, threw a flurry of rapid punches, making him break a sweat just trying to block them. While blocking the blows, Hua Jin curiously asked, "So, has that student named Han Da-Ri settled down a bit?" Without slowing down her punches, she cheerfully replied, "Of course. Just as I planned, that girl is now completely isolated." Han Rim concluded the match with a powerful kick. The kick stopped just inches away from his ear. "You've worked hard." The two bowed to each other, ending the sparring match. Han Rim then spoke softly, "Aura, once lost, is very hard to regain. Even if the Education Bureau's intervention ends, she won't be able to pull the strings behind the other students like before. I think it's probably coming to an end soon." Before you could finish his words, a punch unexpectedly lunged toward her. Our girl effortlessly blocked it. "Oh my, you scared me. The bell already rang and you still sneaked an attack. That's not your style at all, sir. If this were combat training, it'd have nothing to say. You absolutely must not let your guard down. If she were to give up that easily, we wouldn't have needed to step in from the start." Hua Jin quickly warned her to be careful. That girl was not simple at all. Don't forget, the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau was established precisely because of those monsters who defy common sense. The bullying of teachers is gone and teaching classes is easier than before, but I still feel something is a bit strange. In the past, I always thought Da-Ri was a cold-blooded person with no humanity, even though as a teacher I shouldn't have such thoughts. But I saw her as a demon that could never be redeemed. And yet she showed such a vulnerable side. Could it be that I was wrong? As images from the past flashed by, Han Rim slowly pieced things together. Was everything really going according to her plan? Could she have been wrong? Could it be that our prejudices, along with neglecting and failing to manage Da-Ri, led to this uncontrollable situation? The scene shifted to the homeroom teacher, who was on her way back home. It was Han Da-Ri, hugging her knees and looking incredibly pitiful right in front of the teacher's door. She quickly asked, "Han Da-Ri, why are you here? It's so late." She didn't answer but looked up with a face smeared with crocodile tears. "Teacher, what should I do?" My friends and even the teachers, they all say I was the one who called the Teachers' Rights Bureau. Everyone despises me now. Of course, I truly made a mistake and I am reflecting on it. But I don't know how to apologize so they'll forgive me. There is no such thing as inherently bad students in this world. When students misbehave, there's always a reason. Understanding those reasons, comforting them, and guiding them on the right path. That is the true responsibility of a teacher. The teachings of the late homeroom teacher echoed in her mind, leaving her deeply conflicted and unsure of what to do. Teacher Jung Seon Young then helped her up and comforted her. "Da-Ri, get up quickly. Let's go inside and talk." As the teacher entered her door passcode, Han Dara's expression beside her gradually shifted. A much larger and darker scheme was waiting. The moment the door opened, she looked at her homeroom teacher with a dangerous gaze. Indeed, human nature is hard to change. She turned back and said to Dari, "All right, come on in." Instantly, the girl lunged forward and covered her mouth. She pushed her to the floor, pinning her down with a face like a life-claiming demon. Despite the teacher's desperate struggles to escape, from behind the door, two of her underlings appeared. Dari whispered softly, "Teacher, did you know? You could say the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau only sends someone when they receive a report, right?" "It was you, you bitch, who reported us. Isn't that right? Damn you." She showed no remorse and blamed everything on the homeroom teacher, crazily wanting to strangle the very teacher who taught her. She screamed as if she were the innocent one. "It was just a prank. But I didn't expect you to betray your own student. Both Mr. Dong-Su and I were wrong. Less than greater than." Sun Young finally snapped out of it. Her compassion had been given to the wrong person. These children were monsters who couldn't be taught through normal means. The prank ends here. They brought cutters and scissors, seemingly determined to do something horrible that far exceeded normal morality. Suddenly, the sound of a knock on the door shattered the atmosphere. Han Rim's voice rang out to the astonishment of the three students. "In from the room next door. Why is your place so loud? Teacher, is everything okay?" Hearing that, Derry yelled back, "Shut your mouth and get lost, you bitch. We're almost done." The response was a growling voice. "Open the door right now, Han Derry," making the girl turn pale with terror. "Looks like you've reached the peak of your madness. If I count to 3 and you still haven't opened the door, you're going to taste the biggest regret of your life." Our girl's blood boiled as her face darkened, issuing a stern warning to the brats. The count of 1 rang out, scaring Derry out of her wits and making her snap her head back. A few days earlier, right when the homeroom teacher opened her door to leave her house, she accidentally bumped into someone. It turned out to be Lim Hanrim. As it happened, they were neighbors living right next to each other. The two quickly exchanged greetings. The homeroom teacher asked, "What's going on? You live here too?" Hanrim replied, "Ah, yes. During my assignment, I needed a place to stay, so I rented a short-term room. Plus, it's close to the school. I didn't expect the homeroom teacher to live here too. This really is fate." Hanrim smiled awkwardly. In truth, she had lied. It wasn't a coincidence at all. Recalling her previous conversation with Inspector Na Wa Jin, he had reminded her, human psychology is fascinating. If they realize they can't fight back against the target of their resentment, they will vent their anger on someone else. That student will definitely use every trick to bully you, but ultimately, they will all be blocked by you. After that, she will investigate to find out who reported her to the Teachers' Rights Bureau. And Handari will certainly think the whistleblower is the person she bullied the most miserably. Therefore, you must identify who will become her target, then closely monitor and protect that person. Those deductions align perfectly with reality, as the worst-case scenario had just unfolded. She spoke up once more to remind her, "Open the door right now, Handari. If I count to 3 and you don't open the door, you're going to experience the most regrettable thing in your life." One of the brats spoke up, "Ah, damn it, we're screwed. Why is the teacher from the Teachers' Rights Bureau here?" Trembling with fear, they said, "Dari, open the door for her." The homeroom teacher also spoke up. "I'll say you came here to confide in me. Let's just pretend nothing happened, all right? I'll put in a good word for you, the supervisory officer." Turning a deaf ear to those words, she stubbornly stuck to her garbage reasoning. "You admit it, don't you? As expected, you're the one who reported it." She snatched the box cutter from her underling. She raised the blade, preparing to stab downwards. Fortunately, Han Bu stopped her. "What are you doing? Stop it. Didn't you say we were just coming here to threaten her, forcing her to convince the Teachers' Rights Bureau to leave? Why are you actually doing it? Are you crazy?" Pinned against the wall, Dari refused to come to her senses. Instead, she broke free and attacked, injuring Han Bu. The box cutter slashed across, causing blood to gush out. Han Bu screamed in agony, taking everyone by surprise. She looked down with a highly arrogant expression, acting as if all beings were equal, but she was supreme. "Has our Sojong gone crazy? How dare you get in my way?" The teacher hurriedly rushed over to check her wound. Sojong, are you okay?" The other schoolgirl turned pale with fear witnessing this. "Crazy. She's totally crazy." She frantically rushed over to open the door. Behind the door stood Han Rim, her face as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Number 3, I counted past that a long time ago," she roared, making Dari flinch in terror. Realizing she couldn't win this fight, she desperately bolted to escape. She swung the door open and hurled herself off the balcony. High risk, high reward, she actually threw herself from that height. Han Rim must be more terrifying than the fall itself. By sheer luck, she crashed into a patch of grass by the road. Though she looked a bit battered, she hadn't broken a single arm or leg. At that very moment, Han Rim was hot on her trail. She leaped down effortlessly with a loud thud, chasing right on her heels. Handari, I absolutely will not forgive you this time. The furious woman roared while the terrified brat scrambled for her life. Suddenly, she caught sight of something. It turned out to be two police officers on patrol. Her mind racing, she instantly put on a pathetic act and cried out for help. Save me. That crazy bitch is trying to kill me. She screamed as she ran toward them, pointing at Han Rim. Surprise, surprise, bet you didn't see that coming. Hiding behind the two officers, she covered her face and sobbed. Boo-hoo. I'm so scared. The two chivalrous cops immediately stepped up to protect her. Student, go hide over there. Hey you, come here for a second. Who are you? What did you do to this child? Han Rim quickly tried to explain. You've got it all wrong. I'm her teacher. A teacher? Let's see your ID first. I don't have my wallet or phone on me right now. Seeing this, Deary broke into a wicked, triumphant smile. Taking advantage of her being held up by the cops, the wretched girl resumed her escape. Realizing the situation was going south, Han Rim called out, Hey, Han Deary, wait. But the cops kept nagging endlessly. You need to come with us to the police station. Quick as lightning, she used her masterful martial arts skills to slip right past the two officers. The two guys couldn't even process what had just happened. She called back, I am Lim Han Rim from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. I'll report to the station tomorrow for an investigation. With that, she dashed after Deary, leaving the two cops standing there in utter bewilderment. What the heck was with that woman? Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau? I feel like I've heard that somewhere before. Meanwhile, at the homeroom teacher's house, Hanbu had finished bandaging her wounds. Thank goodness the cuts aren't too deep. Seizing the moment, the homeroom teacher asked, Hanbu, I checked your records and saw that you and Deary used to go to the same school. Has Deary always been like this since she was little? Faced with the question, Hanbu looked conflicted, unsure of how to answer. Back to the chase, Deary had now fled to the rooftop of some building. She frantically rushed over and threw open the rooftop door. Just as she was about to slam it shut to block Han Rim. Out of nowhere, a devastating flying kick slammed into it. The door violently burst open, and the momentum sent Deary flying backward. She crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, sprawling across the floor. Han Rim stepped forward, her expression radiating sheer intimidation. I made it very clear to you. I will make you taste the greatest regret of your entire life. Driven into a corner, Deary trembled violently, her eyes wide with terror, completely out of options. Back inside, Hanbu finally whispered her story. When we were young, Deary wasn't like this at all. She was pretty, cheerful, and loved by so many. On top of that, she was incredibly smart, so her grades were always top tier. But ever since that incident happened, Hanbu hesitated as if recalling something truly horrific. Ever since that incident, Deary completely changed. At this moment, Deary was trapped in a dead end, unable to fight back, unable to flee. With a twisted, manic look on her face, a truly insane thought flashed through her mind. If I do this, both this woman and the Teachers' Rights Bureau will be utterly ruined, right? To Han Rim's absolute horror, Handari made the ultimate choice to jump, hurling herself off the rooftop. Hanbu recounted, ever since that incident happened, Deary completely changed. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher was left in stunned disbelief. Really? Did a teacher like that actually exist? Gritting her teeth in bitter resentment, Hanbu muttered, The reason I despise teachers so much is entirely because of that bastard. Our homeroom teacher back then was named Chiao Sang-ri. Back on the rooftop, the relentless chase had reached its climax. Handari suddenly spoke up. I just remembered. She leaned back against the rooftop railing and declared, much to the older woman's panic, If I do this, both you and the Teachers' Rights Bureau are done for, aren't you? Realizing her suicidal intent, Han Rim dashed forward at breakneck speed. But she was a second too late. She had no choice but to dive over the edge right after her. Han Rim wrapped her arms tightly around the girl, desperate to save this foolish student's life. The two of them plummeted together at unimaginable speeds, like Superman falling from the sky. By some miracle, Han Rim managed to grab onto a railing. This unyielding woman was an absolute beast. Her arm strength was so immense that she hung on, supporting both her own weight and Darius with just one hand. Han Rim shouted in fierce anger, Are you out of your damn mind? What the hell do you think you're doing? The girl flashed a twisted, sinister grin. That's right, I am completely insane. You've seen so much of it, and you still haven't figured that out. Determined to rush into the embrace of death, she began to thrash and struggle wildly. Seeing this, Hanrim yelled in panic, "Hey, what are you doing?" This crazy brat seriously needed to be locked up in a psychiatric ward. Due to the violent shaking, Hanrim could no longer hold on. Her grip slipped from the railing. They both plummeted, crashing hard into the unforgiving ground below. As they hit the ground, Hanrim's back slammed brutally against the pavement, with the wretched girl crushing down on top of her. The impact was devastating. Hanrim coughed up a mouthful of blood. She coughed violently, teetering on the edge of death, while the girl miraculously only suffered a few scratches thanks to Hanrim acting as a human cushion. She scrambled to her feet, leaving the woman gasping for her dying breaths on the cold ground. Witnessing this, she felt absolutely no fear nor an ounce of gratitude for her savior. Instead, her face twisted into a deeply disturbed, psychotic expression of pure madness. That wicked, vicious girl even landed a few agonizing kicks straight to Hanrim's face. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher and the two students were frantically searching everywhere, calling out into the void with no response. "Inspector! Deri, Han Deri." The three of them ran until they were gasping for air, but still found nothing. A short-haired girl finally said, "We've looked everywhere and can't find them. Miss, can I just go home?" Just then, not far away, Deri's voice rang out loud and clear. Her venomous curses echoed, making everyone turn their heads. "Die. Just die already." Spewing curses, she ruthlessly rained punches and kicks down on Hanrim, as if venting every ounce of her frustration and past resentment. "Die. Die." Exhausted from the savage beating, she suddenly stopped, noticing something on the ground. A solid brick caught her eye, and she immediately picked it up. Having completely lost her mind, Deri was entirely consumed by violence as she slowly advanced on Hanrim. She raised the brick high, fully intending to smash her student teacher's skull in. At that exact moment, homeroom teacher Seon Young lunged forward to stop her. "No, Deri, don't." Refusing to yield, she shrieked wildly, "Hey, let go of me." Seon Young cried out, "I heard everything from Hanbu. I know you were hurt by your old homeroom teacher. But even so, what you're doing right now is completely wrong. So please, don't do something you can never take back." The teacher pleaded desperately, hoping to awaken the girl's buried conscience. But the wicked girl didn't listen to a single word. She just slapped the teacher hard across the face. "Oh, really? Did Hanbu tell you every single detail? Then you must know exactly how it is, Han. The thing I despise the most are hypocrites just like you." Her blood boiling, she prepared to smash the brick into the homeroom teacher's face as well. The terrified teacher let out a piercing scream. Suddenly, a hand shot out and clamped down on her wrist, stopping her dead in her tracks. Hanrim had regained consciousness. This woman's vitality was absolutely unreal. She glared at Deri with a terrifying, blood-curdling look in her eyes. Startled, Han Deri snapped her head back. Their eyes met a single chilling second that would haunt her for the rest of her life. A devastating, earth-shattering punch smashed right into her pretty face. The world spun violently, and Deri crashed down onto the hard pavement with a heavy thud. But it wasn't over yet, little girl. Hanrim slowly advanced toward her like a grim reaper demanding her soul. Terrified out of her wits, Deri crawled backward, screaming in sheer panic. Shockingly, she resorted to a pitiful act, pretending to repent. She threw herself to her knees and began begging frantically. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." She rubbed her hands together in desperate plea, her face masked with fake sincerity. "It's all my fault. They'll never play the invisible game again, I promise. I'll be good and listen to you. Please just forgive me this one time." Speak of the devil, the two police officers from earlier had finally caught up. "Ah, there they are. Hey, come over here for a second." Spotting her so-called saviors, Han Deri instantly scrambled up, ready to bolt. She ran straight toward the officers, shrieking endlessly. "Save me, please save me. That crazy bitch is trying to kill me. Just look at my face. It's completely swollen." At that moment, Hanrim finally turned to the homeroom teacher. "Miss, you saw all of that, right? Deri is completely beyond redemption." Realizing her student was utterly incapable of change, the homeroom teacher finally steeled her resolve. "Officers, thank you for your hard work. I am her homeroom teacher. There is something I need to tell you." Seeing the usually quiet teacher suddenly step up to expose her, Han Deri was struck with sheer panic. Later, at the police station, teacher Seon Young reported the entire ordeal: Han Deri's trespassing, threatening a teacher, and organizing students to bully staff, to the dedicated officers at the station. Simultaneously, the police discovered evidence of the plot to frame Mr. Go Dong-soo on Han De-ri's phone. Kim So-jong was also investigated as an accomplice in the defamation case. Finally, the verdict was delivered. For the crimes of defaming Mr. Go Dong-soo, instigating school violence, bullying teachers, trespassing, and threatening others, Han De-ri is currently being held in a detention center, awaiting her sentencing. In the detention center, Han Rim came to talk to De-ri. "Damn it, what the hell is this? Didn't everything already end? Why do I still have to see you?" Han Rim just calmly replied and handed over a stack of documents. "I came to tell you what you wanted to know. A total of 62 petitions reporting your behavior have been sent to the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. Among them, the majority of the whistleblowers. Your report will create a safe school. Please help us arrest Han De-ri from Suyo Girls High School. I am a second-year student at Suyo Girls High School. Teacher Go Dong-soo, who treated us so well, died unjustly because of Han De-ri's false accusations. She usually enjoys bullying teachers, ruining the school atmosphere, and even bullies students who dare to oppose her. So please come to our school and arrest Han De-ri. Doubt are all students enraged by the death of teacher Go Dong-soo. Therefore, your homeroom teacher never reported you. She didn't realize a single thing and even tore the petitions in half. How ridiculous. What's so good about that kind of hypocrite? If you're done talking, get lost. Seeing your face makes me sick to my stomach." Han Rim looked at her with a gloomy expression and softly said, "Chio Sang-ru, I heard you were once deeply hurt by him." Hearing this name, Han De-ri was immediately stunned, as haunting memories of the past came rushing back. Recalling them, she was utterly furious, biting her lips so hard it almost bled. "I can understand why you went astray, because you had to experience something like that during the formative years of your personality. But I don't pity the current you one bit. Not everyone who goes through pain turns into a criminal. But I can promise you one thing. That trash teacher Chio Sang-ru will definitely pay the appropriate price." Han Rim firmly affirmed it. Somewhere else, at Chukmyeong High School, our main guide Na-hwa Jin had arrived at this place preparing for a true lesson. A finger glided straight across the windowsill. A lot of dust gathered on his finger. That old man immediately voiced his reprimand. "Duty student, I already reminded you, didn't I? There's a lot of fine dust lately, so you must clean up properly in the morning, right?" Hearing this, the male student was completely bewildered. Before he could even answer, the man shoved his dust-covered finger straight into the boy's mouth, leaving him in utter shock. The male student coughed violently, but the old man didn't even care. "Why did you spit it out? That's dirt because you didn't clean carefully. Shouldn't you eat it all? It's exactly because you are so sloppy in everything you do that you get called trash by others, do you understand?" This old geezer always spat out harsh words to bully students. In the teacher's office, a female student brought a gift box to him. "Thank you, sir." He immediately asked, "What is this?" Hearing that, the schoolgirl replied, "Well, you counseled me last time. Since then, my mood has gotten so much better, and truly grateful to you, sir. Then I will only accept this letter." Saying that, he pulled out the pink letter on top. Putting on the fake facade of a good teacher, this old man lived an incredibly two-faced life. "If you need counseling for anything in the future, just come to me. Don't bring things like this anymore." Seeing this, another teacher said with admiration and jealousy, "Wow, Mr. Chio, I'm so jealous of you. She isn't even in your class, yet you still counseled her so wholeheartedly." He breathed out some seemingly kind words. When a student is in trouble, it's natural for a teacher to help. How can I distinguish whether they are in my class or not? That is exactly the responsibility of a teacher. While speaking, he opened the envelope containing the letter. But the truth was, it was filled with about 1 million won in cash. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the hallway outside, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. "Wait, Inspector. We haven't finished talking yet." The teacher clung to Hwa Jin's shoulder and said, "Our school really doesn't have any problematic students. Could you be misunderstanding something, or should we go to my place and talk properly?" Our main guy smiled lightly and replied, "I just came here to confirm whether the facts are true or not after receiving a report. If there really isn't any problem like you said, then nothing will happen, so rest assured." Hearing that, the fat teacher turned pale with fear. As soon as Hwa Jin entered the room, he introduced himself. "Hello, teachers. I am now Hwa Jin from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. I hope to receive a lot of help from you all in the future." As he spoke, he smirked a sly smile. Hearing that, the teacher who had just taken a bribe looked thoroughly grim. At this moment, the classroom was extremely loud and bustling as students chatted with each other. The male student who had been on duty earlier was sitting and studying diligently. Suddenly, a foot stepped down on his book. A blond guy, who clearly looked like he was up to no good, growled and asked him, "What are you doing, you nerd? Next period is homeroom class. Do you still have time to sit here? Get up and clean right now. Don't cause trouble like you did in the morning. Midterms are coming up. How can you delay everyone's study time just because of you?" He was very annoyed but could only say, "I know, move your foot." But the blond guy didn't listen to a single word. He even rubbed his foot around, tearing the page of the book. That haystack-headed guy even threw in some mocking words. "What's a broke loser like you taking the college entrance exam for anyway? Studying even during breaks, you're such an eyesore. Is sucking the blood of your garbage-picking grandpa not enough? Are you planning to gnaw on his bones too?" Hearing his grandfather being insulted touched his reverse scale, making him insanely furious. Out in the hallway, the homeroom teacher and our guy Hua Jin were talking. He asked, "But why are you asking me about the school's problems?" Hua Jin straightforwardly answered right away, I'll be asking the other teachers later too. I'm not just asking you alone, so rest assured." Problematic students. Honestly, what school doesn't have problematic students? It seems the Teachers' Rights Bureau really works hard. We teach 100 students just to encounter one, while the Teachers' Rights Bureau constantly has to deal with such students. Although you gentlemen have the authority to punish, which is different from us, but... Hearing this, Hua Jin immediately spoke up to explain. "It seems you've misunderstood something. We don't just educate students." But before he could finish his sentence, the old man cut him off. "I heavily support your educational methods. In this world, there truly are students who don't understand human words. No, I should say there is a lot of trash that is an eyesore just to look at. That kind of trash needs to be beaten up to be awakened. For a teacher to spit out such words proved he was truly unworthy of the title. His cruel and rotten nature was gradually being exposed, leaving our main guy astonished. Finally, he bid Hua Jin goodbye and left. "Then I'll head back to class first. If you have any remaining questions, you can ask me any time." Our main guy just stood quietly, watching his fading silhouette. It seemed like he already had a plan to deal with this old man, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Right at that moment, the homeroom teacher opened the door and walked into the classroom. What hit his eyes was a wow scene. The two male students, the blonde and the nerd, were fiercely punching each other, but it seemed the blonde guy had the upper hand. As he threw a punch, he said, "You little brat, I think you're tired of living. How dare you hit me?" The nerdy boy got punched till his face twisted, unable to do anything. Seeing that, the old teacher immediately spoke up to stop them. "Stop right there. Kim Gwon-seok, what are you doing?" I'm sorry." The blonde guy immediately passed the buck, blaming everything on the nerdy boy. "Since you told us to clean carefully this morning, I was just giving him a little reminder, but who knew? This punk seemed dissatisfied and suddenly punched me. I couldn't just swallow that unfairness, so that's why I did it." Hearing that, the old teacher pondered for a moment. Then he said, "Choi Hyun-woo, get on your knees and apologize to Gwon-seok right now." Hearing this, the boy stood frozen, his eyes wide open, speechless for 5 seconds. Unwilling to accept it, he immediately retorted, "Sir, he was the one who insulted my grandfather first." But the old man didn't even bother to listen, simply stating, "No matter what the cause was, in short, you were the one who struck first." He patted Hyun-woo's shoulder. "Not listening to teachings and even hitting a classmate. You truly dare to do all sorts of trashy things. Does the kind of person who only knows how to pick up trash just give birth to utter trash too?" The old man even whispered into his ear, uttering incredibly hurtful words. Hearing this, the fire of anger in Hyun-woo's heart blazed up to the sky. He immediately reached out and grabbed the old man's collar. Hyun-woo even intended to throw a punch at him as he growled out a question. "Why are you always targeting me? You treat the other students so kindly. Why do you only treat me like this?" He screamed out, but only received an ironically mocking smirk from the corrupted old geezer. He even had the audacity to say, "Being a student yet showing such disrespect to adults and even daring to grab a teacher's collar. This is truly the real scene of the collapse of educational authority. Don't you agree, sir?" Just then, a hand grabbed and stopped his fist. Inspector Na Hua Jin. It turned out our main guy had already arrived and witnessed this whole drama. Hearing this, the whole class was shocked. What? Someone from the Teachers' Rights Bureau? The students gossiped among themselves. Is our school really that bad? Why would someone from the Teachers' Rights Bureau come here? Choi Hyun-woo is dead meat, caught red-handed on the spot. Once targeted by the Teachers' Rights Bureau, if you're not thrown in jail, you'll be expelled, right? Hearing those words, the young boy was incredibly bewildered, staring wide-eyed at Manhwa Jin. The gossiping hadn't ended yet. "Goodbye, Choi Hyun-woo." Our main guy spoke up. "Sir, could you hand him over to me?" The old man immediately replied, "Be my guest." To think you would do something so wonderful right when someone from the Teachers' Rights Bureau arrives. The luck of trash is truly terrible. But from behind, Manhwa Jin whispered into the boy's ear, "Clench your fist tight. Aim straight at the old homeroom teacher standing there." Hwa Jin held young Hyun-woo's hand and brought down a thunderous punch right onto that annoying face of his. The old man, after taking the hit, was utterly bewildered. He held his swollen cheek, stunned and stammering, unable to form words. "No, why?" Hwa Jin immediately cut him off. "I highly agree with one sentence you just said." He smiled slyly and declared, "Trash needs to be beaten up to be awakened, right? A trash teacher calling his own student trash. Huh, teacher Chio Sang-ri?" Having his true face exposed, the old man was extremely furious. He held his face, grinding his teeth loudly, with blue veins popping all over his forehead. In Manhwa Jin's hands at this moment was the document file on Han De-ri, her school record along with her transcripts during her years at this school. Han Rim said, up until the 8th grade, she was still a kid with excellent grades and was slightly introverted. Before Chio Sang-ri became her homeroom teacher, her academic performance was always in the top 10 of the whole grade. He immediately asked further, "What about Han De-ri's parents?" Han Rim replied right away. Her parents divorced very early, after which she always lived with her father. But her father works in sales, spending more than half the year away on business trips. Due to the lack of communication, the father-daughter relationship grew increasingly distant, and Han De-ri's father didn't care or ask about his daughter's school life at all. Hwa Jin rolled up the file folder and said to her, "It really is similar." Han Rim didn't understand what he meant yet. He then told her, Choi Hyun-woo, the student targeted by Chio Sang-ri, is also a top student ranking 3rd or 4th in the whole grade. But the boy is an orphan without both parents, currently living depending on his frail old grandfather who picks up scrap. Han Rim realized the problem. Hearing that, she was completely infuriated. What kind of mentality does he really have? Do children from broken families who perform well academically make him that much of an eyesore? I don't have a mother either. This pisses me off to death. Suddenly, a voice echoed from not far away. "You brat, stand straight for me. You guys are getting really bold, aren't you? Even daring to skip class?" It turned out to be a teacher disciplining 2 young male students who were planning to ditch school. The chubby guy standing nearby stammered an explanation. "No, it's not like that, sir. We were wrong to run out, but we weren't trying to skip class. We just wanted to buy some snacks at the store out front." Before he could finish, the man slapped him hard across the face and yelled, "You little brat." He kept scolding and hitting him relentlessly. "How dare you make excuses? Leaving the school gates without a reason is already a violation of the rules. Don't you know that?" The student, in pain, tried to say, "That's why I already admitted I was wrong." The other kid panicked and quickly pulled out his phone to record a video. Seeing him recording, the old teacher said, "Oh, what are you doing? What are you trying to do with that phone? Fine, record all you want. You 2 little punks, I'm going to take this chance to fix your bad habits. Do you know the people from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau were here yesterday? This is legal corporal punishment." He used the Bureau's visit as an excuse to assault the students. Hwa Jin and Han Rim were utterly shocked seeing this. "I feel like besides Chio Sang-dio, there are a lot of other problems here." He sighed softly. "It seems they've all misunderstood the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. Looks like before I catch Chio Sang-dio, I need to change this trashy mindset of theirs first." Saying that, he stepped toward the teacher and the 2 students in the distance. Back to the homeroom teacher. After taking a punch, his nerves were completely shattered and he was scared to death. Damn it. Damn it. What the hell is going on? I never told my name to the teacher from the Teachers' Rights Bureau, but he already knew it. Doesn't that mean they've been targeting me for a long time? What goes around comes around, and someone finally came to teach him a lesson, but he had a guilty conscience and suspected. Could it be? Did that piece of trash Choi Hyun-woo report me? He rubbed his chin and thought, no, it hasn't been long since I started giving Choi Hyun-woo a hard time. Plus, I haven't committed any major offense that would anger the Ministry of Education. Out in the hallway, it was packed with noisy students and a teacher's shrill voice echoed, "You brat, hurry up and solve the problem." A male student standing in the hallway grumbled inwardly, "This old hag is at it again, and I still need to go borrow my PE clothes." Inside the classroom, the math teacher angrily stood with her hands on her hips, yelling at the student standing frozen at the board because he couldn't solve the problem. She warned, "If you can't solve it, nobody in this class is leaving." Unable to take it anymore, he turned to her and said, "But I really don't know how to do it. Staring at the board won't help me solve a problem I don't know how to do in the first place." Hearing that, the teacher grabbed her book and smacked him with it. "You brat, you're pretty proud of yourself, aren't you?" As she hit him, she gave him a long lecture about his future. "Why can't you solve it? You've learned all of this, so why can't you do it? Isn't it because you didn't pay attention in class? If you don't want to study properly, then drop out early and go work in a factory, you little punk." The old man sneered looking at this scene. Ms. Kang-hoon Suk. She lost her mind this morning because her stocks dropped, and to think she'd take her anger out on the students. As he walked, he grumbled, "There are clearly so many other pieces of trash here. Why are they only targeting me?" Not far behind him, Mr. Manhwa Jin was silently tailing him, observing his every move. He noted everything down in his small notebook with a thoughtful expression. The words appeared on the page. Disqualified teachers. Chio Sang-yu, Ma Dong-chan, Kang-hoon Suk. On the physical education field, a female student was being criticized by the PE teacher for having highlights in her hair. He threw out crude insults degrading her dignity. "Look at this hair. What, do you want to go work at an entertainment venue later on?" The female student stammered an explanation. "Sir, our school allows hair dyeing." He immediately cut her off. "Allows what? There has to be a limit to everything." This perverted old man pointed his stick right at her face. "Tell me the truth." The tip of the stick poked her in the shoulder, making her extremely uncomfortable. "Dressing up like this, are you trying to seduce men? Are you?" This old creep even forcefully poked the stick into the female student's chest. The girl immediately grabbed her chest and screamed in terror, her face turning purple with anger. The old man casually replied, "I just accidentally poked the wrong spot. Do you have to overreact like that?" Truly an old, shameless creep. "What? Want to sue me for harassment? I guess so. Women these days think they're the center of the universe." Riding on his momentum, he even threw out challenging threats at the girl. "Fine, go ahead and report me, then I'll commit suicide in front of your house to apologize. But you'll have to take responsibility for my wife and kids. Got it?" Hearing those words, she felt incredibly hurt and burst into tears. The old man didn't care and purposely provoked her even more, completely unaware that from afar, all of his actions had been seen. "Oh my, crying now? Looks like you're determined to make me the bad guy, aren't you?" Now Hwa Jin stood on a nearby balcony looking down at the yard, continuing to record evidence of these teachers who were about to have their teaching qualifications stripped. In a classroom, another female teacher was constantly scolding, throwing books, and yelling at a student. "How dare you glare at me? Do you think this is your bedroom?" In yet another classroom, a female teacher even kicked a student out. "Get out right now." All those actions and names were recorded by Hwa Jin. The bell just rang, signaling lunch break. In the teacher's office, someone spoke up. "Done, let's go eat. I'm planning to order food. Anyone want to join?" Suddenly, an announcement from the Teachers' Rights Bureau echoed from the broadcasting speakers. The teachers whose names are called are requested to gather at the gymnasium immediately. Our main character was using the school's PA system to summon all the disqualified teachers. Chio Sang-ru, Ma Dong-chan, Kang-hoon Suk, Baek Han-soo, Choi Yoon-hyuk, Jang Sun-mi, Lee Do-young. The names were called one by one, and a short while later, they were all gathered in the gymnasium. At this moment, everyone was holding a school uniform they were handed. One of them asked in confusion, "Supervisor, what is this?" Our main character immediately explained. "After 2 days of observation, I noticed that there are some issues with your teaching methods. Therefore, I've decided that during the supervision period, you will be stripped of your teaching authority, allowing you to truly experience what the students feel by becoming students yourselves." Hearing these words, the teachers looked dumbfounded, like it was a joke. They caused an uproar. "What the hell are you joking about? The midterms are coming up. This is completely absurd," the loudmouth math teacher from earlier screamed in indignation. "What does the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau even do? Aren't you supposed to protect teachers' rights? And yet you want to strip away our authority? This is outrageous." The woman ranted and pointed her finger at Hwa Jin, making it clear they had completely misunderstood what the department was about. Our main character spoke up with a stern face. "Do you even understand the meaning of teachers' rights? Teachers' rights includes the teacher's right to educate, the parent's right to educate, as well as the student's right to learn. Ignorant teachers who blatantly violate the student's right to learn are the exact ones violating teachers' rights." Hearing this, she lost her argument and couldn't utter a single word in retort. Standing before the crowd of teachers, he naturally declared, "You all seem very dissatisfied with this. If you don't want to wear it, you don't have to. However, early tomorrow morning, you will receive disciplinary notices signed personally by the Minister of Education. A proposition they simply couldn't refuse unless they wanted to lose their jobs. The teachers turned blue with anger and trembled with rage, but there was nothing they could do. In the next class, the homeroom teacher, dressed in a student uniform, was introducing himself. Hello, everyone. I'm a transfer student, Chio Sang-dio. He spoke with immense embarrassment, his face as red as a tomato. Manhwa Jin enthusiastically explained, Class, although he's a late bloomer, he is definitely a student. From now on, just treat him like a normal friend. Act natural and comfortable. As soon as he said that, the students in the class chuckled, but had to hold it in. From afar, a student spoke up. Looking at this, our homeroom teacher really looks like a student. This uniform suits him so well. They even raised their phones to sneakily take pictures of their homeroom teacher sitting in class. They didn't forget to tease him, sang Dio, look over here. This made the old teacher fume with anger, suffering such humiliation at his age. Suddenly, a cleaning rag flew onto his desk. He stared at it in surprise with wide eyes. Turns out it was thrown by the nerdy student. Mr. Manhwa Jin said you have to do weekly cleaning duties too. Let's go wipe the window frames, sang Dio. Hearing that, green veins popped on the old man's forehead, completely furious over this bitter pill he had to swallow. It was now history class, and the teacher was giving a lecture at the board. Just like that, although Japan constantly asserts sovereignty over Dokdo Island, well, there are quite a few documents in Japan that reflect the truth that Dokdo is Korean territory. So among these documents, let's try to list 2 of them. The teacher suddenly asked, who is on weekly duty? The old teacher heard his roll being called and immediately looked up. When she heard it was the homeroom teacher, she reacted, Huh? What? Mr. Sang-dio? Then, is there anyone else? Instantly, the nerdy student volunteered. I'm on duty this week, Choi Hyun-woom. He answered the question very articulately. Miss, there is the Onshu Shicho Goki from 1667 and the Dajokan Directive from 1877. That is all. The teacher immediately praised him. Good, an excellent answer. You even remember the exact years the documents were written. Great job, Hyun-woom. You'll probably get a perfect score on the upcoming history exam, won't you? And looking forward to it. Hearing this, the male teacher fell deep into thought, realizing that the boy was truly gifted. When lunchtime arrived, all the students flooded into the school cafeteria. At this time, Hyun-woom was eating his meal while studying English vocabulary using flashcards. Behind him, the homeroom teacher was glaring intently, as if plotting something. He wasn't eating, just twirling a spoon in his hand, his sharp gaze piercing right through his student. Suddenly, Manhwa Jin walked over and sat down opposite him. Oh my. Your glare is as sharp as a laser beam. He chatted as he sat down to eat. I heard that the student named Hyun-woom over there isn't just honest, but despite his difficult family background, he studies extremely hard, scoring even higher than the kids who go to cram schools. That's why the teachers think so highly of him. But why are you his homeroom teacher, the only one harboring such a grudge against him? Feeling guilty when asked, he immediately stood up, intending to take his tray and leave. I don't discriminate against any student. Manhwa Jin, however, only had eyes for the fried pork cutlet on his tray. If you're not going to eat that, could I have it? Saying that, the old teacher left immediately, leaving Manhwa Jin to eat by himself. He chewed with his mouth full, but didn't forget to keep an eye on the old man. He was definitely plotting some other scheme. In an alleyway, 3 students were hiding and sneaking around as if doing something shady. A blonde guy smoked and spoke to the bowl-cut kid. You better keep a close watch. That teacher from the Teachers' Rights Bureau might be roaming around here. Got it, kid. Hearing this, he immediately pouted in refusal. Why are you making me stand guard? If anyone sees me, they'll think I am a total loser. Suddenly, he saw someone and startled in shock. Fuck. This is too awkward. Should I say something? Should I? Say what, you punk? He kept muttering to himself until his 2 buddies heard him. Kim Gan-suk, the homeroom teacher, approached and called his name. Seeing him, they were terrified. Mr. Homeroom, the rest of you go somewhere else for a bit. But he didn't scold them at all. Instead, he motioned, give me a smoke too. They obediently lit a cigarette for him. Why aren't you doing a proper job of what I told you? Gan-suk, utterly confused, asked back, what do you mean, sir? I'm talking about Choi Hyun-woom. Why hasn't that piece of trash given up yet? I told you to mentally break him before the midterms, didn't I? The straw-haired guy awkwardly explained. But that guy Choi Hyun-woom is more stubborn than I thought. Not to mention the Teachers' Rights Bureau is getting involved now. He immediately cut him off. Who told you to do it in school? You can do it after school. Aren't there plenty of ways? Finding it too difficult, he tried to back out. Ah, never mind. I don't want to do this anymore. Why don't you do it yourself, sir? The old man patted his shoulder to call him back. I'm not planning to make you do it for free. Just do as I say. But he still firmly refused, no matter what, and not doing it. Seeing this, he offered a proposal, a huge bait that would force him to accept. Then I'll give you a reason you can't refuse. He whispered that he would give him money if he agreed to do this. Gansuk was completely shocked hearing this, his eyes widening in total disbelief. As if not believing his ears, he quietly asked again, Really? The old man, afraid he would speak too loudly and others would hear, reminded him, Keep quiet, kid. But unfortunately, from afar, Manhwa Jin had seen everything and discovered their scheme. In the evening, on a deserted road, an old man was collecting scrap. Today was a lucky day because a kind person had helped him gather a lot of empty bottles, making him very happy. It's not easy to collect this many cans. You really have to live long enough to experience something good. As he walked, he happily thought about giving his grandson a delicious meal today. Today is such a good day, I need to buy some pork leg to make pork soup for my Hyun Woong. The frail old man pulled his handcart loaded with bags of empty bottles back home. From behind, 3 masked figures in black clothes were lurking behind a telephone pole. They were about to do something evil. Turns out these 3 were the students from earlier who were bribed by the homeroom teacher to psychologically break Hyun Woong. In a certain cafe, he was talking with a parent who previously told her daughter to give him a letter, which was actually a bribe. I heard from my daughter. Someone from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau came to the school to pressure you, right? She kindly asked, Are you doing all right, sir? Daeguan and I are both very worried. He calmly took a sip of tea and replied, You don't need to worry about Da-Won. I've already made proper arrangements for her. But that brat keeps improving, so I still feel very uneasy. He flashed a wicked smile. If you're talking about Choi Hun Kwang, there's even less to worry about. He's bound to stumble in this midterm exam. He probably can't even focus on studying right now anyway. Turning to the street scene with the old man from earlier, those 3 brats rushed out and smashed all his belongings. They vandalized and cursed, kicking down all the hard work he had just gathered. The old man angrily grabbed them, trying to stop them. You little punks, stop it right now. Damn those insolent brats, they didn't even hesitate to strike the old man directly. He fell down in agonizing pain after being hit, looking incredibly pitiful. One of the guys who got grabbed spoke up, You crazy old geezer, how dare you touch my shirt with your filthy hands? Do you know how expensive this shirt is? Even if you sell 50 of your handcarts, you wouldn't be able to buy one. Saying that, they were about to lunge forward to beat him up again. The old man was terrified but couldn't fight back, only able to use his arms to shield himself. Hun Kwang was just on his way home from school at this time. He looked up and saw his grandfather pulling the handcart down the street. The boy happily ran over and greeted him, Grandpa. The old man also replied joyfully, Our Hun Kwang is back from school. The filial boy, seeing his grandfather pulling the cart, immediately went to help. You're tired, aren't you? Put it down, let me pull it. The old man immediately refused. No need. No need. If your classmates see you pulling this, you'll lose face. He smiled at his grandfather and said, What's there to be embarrassed about? Don't we make a living from this? Suddenly, he noticed something. It turned out his grandfather's face was covered in scratches and bruises, which threw him into a panic. Grandpa, what happened to your face? He spoke up angrily. Are you going to tell me not to butt in again? Did you get beaten up? The old man just replied gently to soothe his grandson. This happens sometimes. You don't need to get so angry. But my luck was really good today. A young man passed by, beat them up, and chased them away. Hun Kwang, no matter how bad things get, don't lose your temper like that. Otherwise, you're the only one who will suffer. In this life, it's hard to avoid running into bad luck sometimes, but eventually good things will come. Unsurprisingly, the one who beat that gang to a pulp was Mr. Manhwa Jin. Our guy is making those 3 brats kneel down and repent right now. Hwa Jin sat down in front of the leader and said, Gansuk, your big boss is here. If your brain isn't waterlogged, you should know to pull your neck in and act decent, right? What kind of benefits did Sangdio give you anyway to make you do something so outrageous? Back at the cafe, the old homeroom teacher presented a USB drive to the parent and said, This is just a safeguard in case of the worst-case scenario. Please tell Da-Won to watch it by herself. Absolutely do not let anyone else see it. The lady took it and asked in surprise, What is this? What else could it be? It's too obvious. This is the midterm exam, right? They intentionally want to prevent good students from achieving high marks. Furthermore, the targets are students from broken homes. Even if they discover the problem, they have no way to argue with the school. Finally found out where the problem lies. All of this is for the sake of the school record evaluations. The truth is clear and the evidence is here. It's time to settle the score. So shall we officially begin our comprehensive education now? Manhwa Jin smiled slyly. That man had finally exposed his own weakness. At the usual meeting place, the boxing gym, Hanrim held the USB in her hand and asked again. So it's because of the internal evaluation scores that they bullied a student from a disadvantaged background. They even leaked the exam papers. Hanrim sat on the side inspecting the USB while he was practicing punches on the sandbag. If we hand this over to the police, Chio Sang-dio will be finished right away, huh? He immediately voiced his objection. No, of course we can't do that. If we do, Chio Sang-dio will only be held accountable for leaking the exam papers. I need to teach him a proper lesson, so he realizes exactly what he's been doing all this time. He seemed to vent all his frustration into his punches. Imagining this sandbag as the old homeroom teacher's face would probably be very satisfying. The sandbag flew into the air, hit the ceiling, and then fell back down swinging, enough to show how powerful that punch was. Hanrim broke into a cold sweat seeing that. Captain, are you angry? Is it because you mess with your family? He replied and held up his hand to make a tiny gesture. Just a little bit. In the classroom at this moment, a shocking scene was unfolding. The unqualified teachers on the list were facing their midterm exam and everyone looked at it with utterly panicked expressions because it was basically no ordinary test. The exam paper read, Ryukmyeon High School. Midterm exam. Special test for the elderly. 1. Clean the school thoroughly. 2 points day. 2. Work as a kitchen assistant in the cafeteria. 2 points day. 3. Greet the students amiably. 0.1 points person. 4. Read aloud the entire Student Human Rights Ordinance. 2 points day. 5. Beg for forgiveness from the following students. 50 points. I will pardon your sins. The whole group stared in bewilderment and asked Manhwa Jin's supervisor, what is this all about? He loudly declared, leaving them no chance to refuse or escape. Midterm exam starts now. The test duration is from now until 9 a.m. 1 week later. When the time is up, any student whose total score doesn't reach 60 points or above will fail and will be expelled immediately. For you lot, expelled means being fired. Hearing the word fired, the teachers turned pale with fear, the news striking them like a bolt of lightning. He didn't forget to emphasize, especially the last question, you all better look closely. Even if you other teachers do very well, if you just can't solve this question, all your efforts will go down the drain. Got it. At the PE field, the gym teacher who used to frequently bully female students was now suffering a fitting punishment. Just like his method of poking them with a stick, he panicked in so much pain that he screamed for mercy. Students, stop it right now. If he wants to continue being a teacher at this school, he has to receive forgiveness from the students he once hurt. What? Forgiveness? Forgiveness. You guys always treated us girls like trash, and now you want us to forgive you. Oh my, why is our Yu Young trembling like this? Don't overreact so much, it was just a slip of the hand. I don't know who triggered me lately, but I've got the hand tremors. Seems like my hand is about to slip again. The female students finally got to vent their anger and took their revenge without showing any mercy to that perverted, despicable teacher who looked down on women. He let out a blood-curdling scream as he was poked in a vulnerable spot. No, don't. That's my most important part. The old homeroom teacher stood on the side watching and muttered a curse. Damn it. What kind of sick joke is this anyway? Making me bow down to that piece of trash Choi Hun Kwang. He told himself, forget it. I won't worry about that for now. Even though I don't know why Kim Gan-suk's name is written here, I'll just start with the easy one first. No sooner said than done, he immediately sought out the boy who was puffing on a cigarette and demanded of him, sign it, Kim Gan-suk. Is the matter with Choi Hun Kwang's grandfather taken care of? Tell me the process. How did you handle it? If the old geezer had to be hospitalized, even better. Hearing that, the boy scrunched up his face, getting ready to beat the living daylights out of him. A thunderous punch swung right into the old man's face. That's right, hospitalized. The boy angrily beat him up while shouting. A barrage of punches left the old man unable to react. How many weeks of sick leave do you want? 1 week? 2 weeks? Or forever? He cried out in shock. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Finishing off with a kick to the chest that sent him flying back a distance. I'm not the crazy one. You are. You shameless scumbag. A full-fledged teacher, yet you instigate a student to do something like that. The old man, beaten to a bruised pulp, lay sprawled on the ground. Hun Kuang saw the paper and picked it up to read. "What the hell is this? I will pardon your sins. What a bunch of lunatics," he said with a laugh, then burned a hole through the signature section of the paper with his cigarette. Done with it, he tossed it right onto the hunched old man's face. "Take it, you trash." Only then did the old homeroom teacher scramble to his feet. Suddenly, Na Wajin's voice rang out from not far away. He said, "This guy making such a fuss just over signing a name. Congratulations, there's only one person left." Forgiveness. Although it's just a word, its weight is not light at all, right? In the schoolyard, the teachers were cleaning up as part of the midterm exam they had to take. All this time, the old geezer Chio Sang-ri kept agonizing over one thing in his mind. What's going on? Why did Kim Gan-suk's attitude change so drastically? Having a guilty conscience, he thought to himself, could his evil deeds like leaking the exam papers have been exposed? Could it be that what happened yesterday was discovered by someone else? And that document too, the document he had handed to Gan-suk at that time. However, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. This old fox wasn't that stupid. Even if it's discovered, it's fine. They can't do anything to me based on that, because that was last year's exam paper. Why would I give the real exam paper to that piece of trash? A teacher said, "Cleaning is done. Everyone worked hard today." Suddenly, from above, a crumpled-up ball of paper dropped right onto his head with a thud. Looking up, a crowd of students was spilling out into the hallway, endlessly throwing trash down into the schoolyard. "Who said the cleaning is done? I heard if they fail this exam, they'll be fired. Hey, go get the trash can, dump it straight down." The students seemed very determined to kick these unpleasant teachers out of the school, continuously throwing garbage down with incredibly gleeful expressions, ignoring any warnings to stop. They chanted the slogan, "Expulsion, expulsion," determined to see their teachers off the school grounds. The first to submit the form, "I resign," was the female math teacher. She seemed to have truly realized her mistakes. "Through what happened yesterday, I realized that the students do not want us to stay here at all. This clearly proves that we have caused them far too much trauma in the past. Regardless of whether I resign or not, I will personally apologize and beg for their forgiveness. But a teacher who is not respected by the students has no right to stand on the podium. Supervisor Na Wajin, thank you for making me understand such an important lesson." After her sincere confession, the teacher also thanked our main guy for enlightening her. Just as she was about to leave, he called her back. "Wait, Ms. Kang Hun-suk." Saying that, he held up her exam paper. "Just this morning, the students under Ms. Kang Hun-suk's charge have already signed here. They said, even though it's really annoying when you lose your temper like that sometimes, forcing you to resign is too much." Ms. Kang Hun-suk scores 62 points on the midterm exam, a passing grade. "Please take off your student uniform immediately and step up to the podium." As soon as he finished speaking, she was so moved that her eyes brimmed with tears on the verge of crying. Then our main guy turned to the rest of the teachers. "See that? You guys can do it too." As you can see, the students of this school are very reasonable. If you can sincerely apologize, they will definitely forgive you. Doesn't it just require being sincere? The homeroom teacher trembled upon hearing this. Perhaps he had to do something to show his sincerity. In the classroom now, he had made up his mind to find Hun Kuang to beg for forgiveness. "I was wrong before. I hope you can forgive me, Hun Kuang." He acted incredibly groveling, kneeling beside his desk and saying, "If you have any resentment toward me, pour it all out now. I've already humbled myself to this extent. If you want me to resign, I can do it immediately." Although he said that out loud, his inner thoughts were the exact opposite. He wouldn't go as far as forcing me to resign, right? After a while of putting on a show, pretending to sincerely turn over a new leaf, he only received silence from the boy. "Hun Kuang," he called out softly with a trembling face. Then suddenly, he spoke up to reply. "That's right, what I did wasn't right either. I shouldn't have grabbed you by the collar because I couldn't control my anger." This made the man overjoyed, thinking the boy was about to forgive him. "If the people from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau hadn't arrived then, and I had punched you straight in the face, my life would have been ruined long ago. If you want to resign, go ahead, I don't care. I know full well that bothering with someone like you is just a waste of time." Unfortunately, this wasn't the answer he wanted, and anger flashed across the old man's face. Hun Kuang bluntly declared to the old geezer, "I absolutely will not let a piece of trash like you ruin my life." The shortest way to someone's heart is through their stomach. Since playing the victim failed, the homeroom teacher shifted his plan to bribery with food. While asking, he held out a bag of rich, savory hamburgers. Hun Kwang, are you hungry? Eat some of this before you study. You probably don't get the chance to eat hamburgers normally, right? Every word he breathed was unpleasant to hear, clearly showing his disdain for the poor student who couldn't afford a burger. Hun Kwang didn't even care and simply put on his headphones. The music playing drowned out the old man's nagging and mumbling. Seeing himself being ignored, the old man trembled with rage. He goes back and throws the bag of burgers away. The old man can only take his anger out on the wall. Damn it, that bastard. That piece of trash, how dare he act so arrogant in front of me. Suddenly, our main guy walks up from nowhere, picks up the burger bag and says, "Why are you always wasting food? Last time you even threw away the pork cutlet. No wonder you're as skinny as a..." Without hesitation, he happily eats one. Wasting food will get you sent to hell to eat maggots, you know. He holds up the midterm exam paper and says, "As of right now, the only ones who haven't passed the midterm are PE teacher Lee Do-young and Mr. Chio, just you two." He kindly reminds them, "You two know tomorrow is the deadline, right?" At this time, the old teacher has returned home, flopping onto his bed as if letting go of all his troubles. He puts his arm over his forehead and thinks, "Damn it, tomorrow is the deadline." Suddenly, the ringing of his phone grabs his attention. The phone screen shows the caller is his daughter. A playful, childlike voice rings out. "Hi, Daddy. How are you doing?" "Oh my princess. How long has it been since you called your dad?" "Dad, I went to Christina's birthday party yesterday. The party here was so much fun." "Oh, really? My princess has so many friends. Next week we're going camping too. I'm so excited." "Wow, is that so? All right, have a great time playing." "But Daddy, Mommy said we need some money, about $2,000. Can you transfer the money to me before tomorrow?" He was thrilled when his daughter called, but his face drops the moment money is mentioned. That wretched woman dares to egg our daughter on to ask me for money. "Sure, of course. I'll definitely transfer it to you tomorrow." "Thank you, Daddy. I love you." As soon as he hangs up, he falls into deep thought, wondering how to get enough money to send his daughter. If he loses this job, wouldn't he lose absolutely everything? The scene shifts to Hun Kwang walking home from school. The old man has been sitting on the steps waiting for him for a long time. "You're really late." He looks at him and asks, "Could it be that you went to the city library?" Suddenly, he gets in the mood to pour his heart out. "Yes, when I was young, I was poor just like you and even got bullied by others. But thinking back now, those negative things actually became my motivation to live. Every time I faced hardships, I resolved to study hard and build a successful career in the future." But Hun Kwang doesn't let a single word enter his ears. He just walks right past the sitting old man. Suddenly, he holds out a USB drive in front of him. "You don't have to forgive me, but we can make a deal. This contains all the exam papers for this midterm." His words leave Hun Kwang utterly shocked. "Not only that, your internal evaluations and future school records, along with everything before you graduate. I can help you take care of it all." He spits out tempting words. "You're a smart kid. You must know that compared to acting on useless emotions, making a deal with me is much more beneficial for you, right?" Shio Sangri hands in the USB with an incredibly smug look on his face, thinking he won't be able to resist this temptation in the end. But no, Hun Kwang takes it and smacks it right into his face. "Surprise, old man." Seeing his true colors, that old man hasn't changed a bit after all. "You really are still the same. Thanks, I've learned one thing from you. And that is to absolutely never live like you." But there is no way that old geezer would let him off the hook so easily. He grits his teeth and lunges at the boy. He grabs his head, pins it down on the brick floor, and twists his arm behind his back with a sickening crack. "You little brat, I've tolerated you time and time again." He says this while physically assaulting him, likely intending to use violence to force him to sign the exam paper. He rummages in his pocket for the exam paper and the red ink pad for fingerprints. "Did you enjoy seeing me suffer, huh?" He forcefully presses his finger onto the red ink pad and then stamps it onto the exam paper. "Put your fingerprint on it right now, you brat." "You little brat, the more I think about it, the more furious I get. What did I ever do to you anyway? Why do you hate me so much? What you're going through right now, compared to that student from 2 years ago, is absolutely nothing." He's referring to Deary, the female student he deeply hurt in the past, leading her to become the rebellious girl she is today. He presses his hand down onto the signature section, thinking that just doing this will let him keep his homeroom teacher position and his job. He voices his challenge. "If you want to sue, go ahead and sue to the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. At worst, I'll just get fired." Getting the fingerprint, he leaves him be, standing there spouting nonsense and throwing shade. "But if I can't continue taking care of my family in the future, then I'll let your grandpa taste the same kind of flavor. The bastard even dares to mention his grandpa, making Hun Kwang clench his fists in anger, ready to give the old man a taste of agony. Suddenly, teacher Nawah Jin pops out of nowhere, having sat on the wall witnessing everything before finally speaking up. Wrong, wrong. You can't do it like that. This math problem isn't solved this way. You know perfectly well what to do, so why act like this? The penalty for cheating is a 0. As he speaks, he lunges toward the old man. A beautiful landing paired with a powerful kick straight to his face. Chio Sang-ri is kicked flying to the side, crying out in pain. Hua Jin then turns and speaks to Hun Kwang, who is struggling to get up. This guy delayed your studies. Let me clean up this stinking bug. As he speaks, he flashes a confident, handsome, and totally badass smile. Hurry back to your studies. Hearing that, Hun Kwang quickly leaves, leaving the scene with only him and that old man. Seeing that the situation is bad, he fearfully clutches his swollen cheek and drops to his knees on the ground. He needs to think of another way. A wise man adapts to circumstances. He immediately scrambles over to hug Hua Jin's legs, begging, "Please spare me. I only did it because I was afraid of losing my job." He pours out his tragic situation, truly acting like a responsible husband and father. "Please don't fire me. I still have a daughter to take care of, and a whole family to feed, in begging you." Hua Jin just exhales a thin stream of smoke and replies indifferently, "Whether it's your job or your family. Isn't that all your own personal business? If you want forgiveness from others, you should admit your faults first. Why are you only listing the perpetrator's circumstances? What does that have to do with the victim?" By saying that, aren't you implying, disregarding the victim, it's just forgive me for my own sake? Although I am also, he pauses for a moment before continuing, doing this because of my job. But making a family's breadwinner lose his job is a bit tough to stomach. So how about I give you one more chance? Hearing that, the old man's face instantly lights up with joy, thinking he has a chance to start over. He screams at the top of his lungs, "I'll do a great job. If you just give me one more chance, I will definitely do well. All right, if this succeeds, I'll reinstate you immediately." Our main guy smiles slyly as a figure approaches from behind him. You remember this student? Right after he speaks, the person appears in front of the old man, scaring him pale. Thanks to your outstanding education, this student has now not only morally decayed, but also become a criminal. He looks at the person and an image from the past flashes by. You are Handari. The schoolgirl is now completely different from before. Her hands cuffed, her face contorted with rays of rage and hatred. Handari, he stammers. The despicable old man still wants to exchange greetings at a time like this. "Hello, it's been a long time. You're doing well." Before he can even finish his sentence, another kick lands right on his face. His nose will probably need multiple trips to the plastic surgeon after this one. A barrage of punches and kicks ensues as he is beaten black and blue by Dari, while Nawah Jin leisurely sits to the side enjoying the show. Unable to fight back at all, he can only continuously apologize. "I'm so sorry, please forgive me." In response, the old man gets continuous kicks that make him spit blood. "What, forgive you? Not a chance. You did that to me, and you still dare to ask for my forgiveness." The memories of being bullied in the past when he was Dara's homeroom teacher come rushing back into her mind. Handari was being punished by that old man to stay and clean up after school. The little girl softly asked, "Teacher, is this enough? Please let me go home. Because the midterm exams start tomorrow." He just grinned widely and said, "I'll be back to check in an hour. If I see even the tiniest speck of dust left, don't even think about going home tonight." On another occasion, in a secluded corner, Handari was being bullied again. Cornered against the wall by 3 other girls, Dari asked fearfully, "What are you doing?" They brandished scissors in their hands, laughing mockingly. "Welcome. This is Kwee Hair Salon. Let me cut your hair for you." Despite not wanting it and trying to resist, Dara's hair was eventually chopped off jaggedly. Her beautiful long hair was reduced to a bird's nest, devastating the girl completely. Tears of pure resentment fell endlessly. This was perhaps the greatest trauma of her life, partly driving Dara's moral decay into who she is today. Right at that moment, the old geezer walked over from nowhere and spoke up. "What are you doing over there?" He saw her hair and immediately mocked her. "Oh, did you just get a haircut?" He endlessly rubs salt in the girl's wound, incredibly scummy. "Simple and neat, looks pretty good. From now on, you should come to school looking like this." Constantly given trouble, instigating bad behavior, deducting points in performance evaluations. Back then, I didn't understand why my homeroom teacher bullied me like that. Daria was looking at her midterm grades and the evaluation was terrible. She was working her part-time job, lucky to have kind friends comforting her. It's okay. It's all right, dearie. Yeah, it's not like a college entrance exam. You still have a chance. Suddenly, a shout echoed from outside. Hey, why haven't the drinks for table 3 been brought out yet? You motherfuckers, bring them out right now. That heartless bald guy. Dearie wiped her tears and said, Sis, I'm okay now, I'll go. Her older coworker chimed in to advise her. Why don't you rest a bit today? I'll go talk to the bald store manager for you. Dearie gently declined, no need, it's really fine. Right after that, the girl brought the drinks out exactly as instructed. Just then, she unexpectedly witnessed a scene. Sir, thank you so much. We managed to get into the foreign language school this time. It's all thanks to you. It was none other than the old man and 2 other schoolgirls. My mom asked me to give this to you. Saying so, one of the girls handed over an envelope. It was definitely bribe money inside. Before entering the second year, neither of those twin sisters had a higher internal evaluation score than me. One of the girls said, You said Han Deri failed the exam, right? That's so great. Added explanation. The internal evaluation ranking is an assessment system used by Korean schools to comprehensively evaluate a student's test scores, attitude, and attendance rate. Han Deri thought to herself, it wasn't until that moment that all my questions were answered. I was just a scapegoat to boost the internal evaluation scores of those 2 brats. After that, I made a decision. I would never let teachers control me again. No, I would make sure they could never touch me again. Since then, Daria completely turned to the dark side. The more she thinks about it, the more furious she gets. She immediately picks up a nearby rock, wanting to smash the life right out of him. She raises the massive rock high, preparing to aim it perfectly to send him straight to the afterlife. She screams in fury. This is all because of you. Han Deri chases after him, determined not to give him a moment of peace. Seeing this, he panics and hastily runs away. She shrieks wildly as if venting all her built-up resentment from the past years. It's because of you, you're the one who ruined my life. But just as the rock was about to fall, Manhwa Jin spoke up. Oh my, are you trying to go to jail on purpose for this? He puffed on his cigarette as he spoke. My life is already ruined, but now I'm trying to destroy myself. All right, go ahead and smash it. You're the one ruining your own life. Who can stop you? It's all their fault. Who else can they blame? Hearing this, Han Deri froze. They had ruined her life, but was she really going to destroy herself now too? Taking advantage of that moment, he hurriedly escaped. He cursed under his breath as he walked. Damn it, since when did this girl become so vicious? And then instant karma struck. In his haste, he slipped and crashed down the stairs. He lost his balance and tumbled down from the high steps. Wajin asked softly, but have you ever thought about this question? Is it really worth ruining your life over these mediocre people? He spoke while looking down at the old man lying unconscious and foaming at the mouth at the bottom of the stairs. He totally deserved it. Deri screamed in reply, damn it, my life is over. What am I supposed to do now? I already have a criminal record. Having a criminal record doesn't matter. What matters is that you have a debt to pay in your heart. Mr. Go Dong-soo, who died because of you. Hearing this name, Dari immediately froze. You must understand very well what it feels like to be falsely accused, right? The image of the late teacher's wife lonely holding his portrait looks so pitiful. But you probably can't even imagine the injustice that Mr. Go Dong-soo had to endure. The pain that Mr. Go Dong-soo's family went through is thousands of times greater than yours. Criminal record aside, anyone who can stay calm and composed after causing someone else's death can never live a good life. Just like that piece of trash lying over there. If you still want to start over, go and beg Mr. Go Dong-soo's family for forgiveness. Wajin left a sincere piece of advice and walked away. The incident finally came to an end, and now the news was reporting the next story. At Suman Higher Education Academy, there has been an incident where teacher C leaked the midterm exam after taking bribes from a student's parents. The police made an emergency arrest of the suspect today. C's misconduct was uncovered by a supervisor from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. Investigation results from the Ministry of Education's supervisor revealed that during his 10-year tenure, C had accepted bribes from parents and falsified internal assessment grades for certain students. At the same time, the image of the homeroom teacher being hauled off to jail by the police was broadcast live on TV. To fake the grades, C not only leaked exams but also arbitrarily altered assessment results. Furthermore, he inflicted psychological pressure on students from poor families, deliberately lowering their test scores. This can be considered a prime example of moral decay among educators. Even more heartbreaking is the recent case of a teacher who jumped to his death after being falsely accused. H, who is currently serving time in a juvenile detention center, is also one of the victims harmed by C. Student H completely lost faith in teachers because of C, which led to her committing the crime. Fortunately, she realized her mistake and writes to the victim's family almost every day to express her remorse. Please do not forgive me. I don't want a reduced sentence, nor do I want a settlement. I am writing this just to express my feelings. I am sorry. Please do not forgive me. The last line of this letter is truly heartbreaking. I do not wish for confrontation or reconciliation. I am writing this simply to express my thoughts. Please do not take this as an excuse. This incident clearly proves how a teacher's misguided guidance can easily ruin a student's life, so we must stay vigilant. Han Rim was also watching the news at this moment. Supervisor, you're amazing. I honestly never expected Han Da-ri to realize her mistakes. There is a saying, negative example. People don't just learn from witnessing good things. Hua Jin said happily. That guy, Chan Sang-do, only truly learned his valuable lesson at the very last minute. 3 months later in the juvenile detention center, Han Da-ri was diligently writing a letter. Suddenly, the guard called out to her. Han Da-ri, you've got mail. With that, a hand slid the letter through the door slot, leaving her completely stunned. Han Da-ri immediately opened the letter to read it. It was a letter from Mr. Dong-su's family, the letter she had been waiting for all these months. Finally, there was a reply. The letter read, Hello, Han Da-ri. I am Mr. Go Dong-su's wife. For 3 months, I couldn't bear to read the letters you wrote to me. After your story was published in the news, the public started to sympathize with you. Seeing that, I couldn't contain my anger, because no matter what you had to endure, it can never be an excuse for killing my husband. So it wasn't until yesterday that I finally read your letters. I read one letter after another, right down to the very last page. Even so, I still cannot forgive you. But my husband was an educator. Although I cannot forgive you, if my husband could see your sincere remorse, he would certainly forgive you with a smile on his face. Don't write to me anymore. I hope you will stop going astray and return to the right path. Live a good life. That is the only true atonement you can offer my husband. Tears began to fall drop by drop. Da-ri clutched the letter and burst into tears. Even though she wasn't forgiven, the heavy burden in her heart was finally lifted. On the subway, 3 students were chatting nonsense, with a tall guy in the middle bragging proudly. I was playing a game and got so mad I punched the keyboard a few times, and that idiot actually dared to glare at me. What a piece of trash. So I was going to grab that fool by the collar and smash his head straight into the monitor. Then smash the keyboard, shove all the pieces down his throat, and finish him off with a punch to the neck. But right then, that idiot sensed my killer intent and immediately ducked his head, looking pathetic as hell, They kept running their mouths without realizing someone was staring right at them. Seeing this, the old man standing opposite them spoke up and interrupted their story. Hey, you students, there's an elderly person standing right in front of you. How can you just sit there and take up the priority seats? And why do you keep swearing like that? This is a public place. Is this how your parents raised you? Hearing the scolding, he stood up and said, I'm really sorry. But he didn't have any good intentions. Right after speaking, he shoved the old man hard. The old man was pushed to the floor, crying out in pain. That bowl-cut punk even crouched down to keep picking a fight. You damn old geezer, you got a death wish or something? And what the hell are you bringing my parents into this for? Do I have to listen to you insulting my parents in real life too? You're drunk, aren't you? You stinking old geezer. Your breath stinks. I don't even want to talk to you. Get lost. Everyone on the train felt indignant seeing this. Seriously, how could he behave like that? Hey, someone call the police. Hearing that, the brat laughed out loud and shouted, Call the police? Sure, go ahead and try, you idiots. While throwing out the challenge, the brat made a punchable face and flipped the middle finger. I'm still a minor anyway, I won't get locked up, so feel free to call the cops. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Education, Hua Jin and Han Rim were talking. You've worked hard lately. Sergeant Lim Han Rim. He asked, You're returning to your unit today, right? Han Rim replied, Yes. The agreement from the start was that I'd only assist with a girl's school case. It was an honor doing this mission with you, Captain. She then saluted in military style. He politely saluted back. Suddenly, she completely changed her tune. I thought it would go down like that, but... Actually, prior to this, the Minister of Education and the Commander of the Special Warfare Command had a meeting. It is an honor to meet you, Minister Choi Kang-suk. I only found out later that you also graduated from Taejong. You're 10 years my senior. Commander of the Special Warfare Command, Lieutenant General Lee Do-chang. But I wonder why you called me here to meet. Before his junior could finish, the old man threw a punch and scolded him. You brat. Having both inherited the spirit of Mount Mawan at Taejong, the two of us are practically brothers. Yet you show no respect for our bond and keep calling me sir. From now on, call me big brother, you punk. Li Du-chang was stunned upon hearing this, feeling incredibly touched. After that, the two of them had a grand feast. You mean Lim Han Rim? I can let you have her forever. You truly live up to being my good brother. And just like that, Han Rim got to stay at the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau to work for the Ministry of Education. Han Rim recounted, "Early this morning, my superior suddenly called me, ordering me to stay here until my big boss retires." Manhwa Jin cursed under his breath as he listened. That damn old man, why abuse his power for something like this? She immediately said cheerfully, "Well, things have turned out this way regardless, so I look forward to working with you from now on." Captain. Oh wait, now I have to call you senior. So the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau isn't just a one-man show anymore. Back to those students from earlier. They were marveling at their achievement. Oh my god, so freaking cool. That's insane. Views surpass 1 million already. The video of them brazenly pushing down the old man on the subway have been uploaded to social media. A girl in the group cheered joyfully. We're totally famous now. Super hot internet stars. This is crazy, you actually uploaded that video. Meanwhile, that egghead punk was busy punching and bullying another student. But this has been shared to so many websites, one it end up on the news. Smack. Who cares? What can they even do about it? They'll definitely say, unfortunately, there's no way we can punish them. The small student was ruthlessly punched in the face like a pitiful punching bag. He roared, showing off his strength, looking just like some street thug. Then he lunged forward again, bobbing and weaving as if he was preparing to unleash some magical skill. Dempsey roll. An uppercut to the chin made the kid spew blood from his nose and collapse. KO. He cheered in victory over his opponent's defeat. The egghead took off his boxing gloves and said, "Endurance training is over. Hey, you're still going to get beaten up at school tomorrow. You can't be going down after just 2 hits like this." He went closer and shook the other guy, adding, "That's why I asked why you would do things to make Min Ji Wong target you in the first place." But after shaking him for a while without getting any reaction, they started to panic. Huh? What's wrong with this guy? Huh? Hey, Park Se-hoon, answer me. Hey. The two of them clicked their tongues in contempt. Idiot, did you pass out? Your pain tolerance is way too weak. Then they just left the boy behind in the room, and the red-haired guy asked worriedly, "Hey, Yo-hoon-ju, is it really okay to just leave him in there like that?" The other guy yawned and replied, whatever, he'll just drag himself home once he wakes up later." The other guy seemed to have a little humanity left, or maybe he was just scared of going to jail and stammered. "But he looks unconscious. If we don't take him to the hospital, what if he stops breathing?" The guy immediately reassured him. "Hey, humans don't die that easily. Even if something happens, so what? Why do you think I wore boxing gloves when I hit him? Even if he really stops breathing, I can just say I was sparring with him. In court, I'll just say I never expected it to turn out like this, squeeze out a few tears, and at worst, I'll get locked up for a month." Hearing you say that makes me realize we only have a few days left to do whatever we want freely. I heard the maximum penalty is just 2 years in detention, and besides, it won't even leave a criminal record. Exactly, just go wild and cause trouble. They'll even call the cops for you. They casually chatted about such morally degenerate acts, naively thinking they wouldn't have to face any responsibility because the law doesn't punish minors severely. The green-haired guy spoke up. "Where are we going now? Coin karaoke? Or should we call Ji Wom's underlings out?" Suddenly, the girl next to them suggested, "Let's go to the beach." He looked puzzled and asked, "Why bring up the beach out of nowhere?" The girl immediately held up her phone to show them. "Look at this. This damn bitch skipped school to travel abroad and posted so many pictures. It makes me really want to go on a trip too. I don't want to go soak in dirty water at the West Sea. Let's go to the East Sea, where it shines with an emerald light." Are you crazy? Look at the time and you still want to go to the East Sea. Besides, do you even have money? They argued loudly, unable to decide where to go hang out. Ugh, you're so useless. If we're not going to the beach, I'm going home. Is today some special day? Your mood swings are way too crazy. While the red-haired and blonde-haired kids were bickering, the green-haired kid noticed something. A middle-aged man was driving but had to pull over because he desperately needed to use the restroom. He hurriedly left to find a toilet. "No, I can't hold it anymore." At that moment, that egghead punk hatched a wicked idea. He looked at the car parked on the side of the road with the keys still in it and said, "Looks like we can go to the East Sea after all." In their car, Manhwa Jin and Han Rim were still talking about their next target school. "Did you say the next one is a sports school?" "That's right." He looked at the lengthy report and said, "The complaints in here are truly something else. What's with the seniors demanding some messed up discipline, and even the coaches are taking bribes? From top to bottom, nothing about this place is normal. It's exactly because of people like them that the entire sports world gets dragged down and criticized. They don't even do this in the military anymore. Suddenly, a black car sped by in a flash, creating a whooshing sound like falling rain. To their utter astonishment, the black car zoomed right past them. Inside the car were those three students who had successfully stolen the car from the side of the road and driven off. Manhwa Jin stared in disbelief, incredibly shocked to see three students inside the car. They were joyriding, speeding recklessly down the road like it was just some game. Hanrim cursed immediately. What the hell is wrong with these crazy brats? How can they drive so recklessly? Our main guy immediately ordered, chase them down. The one driving is a student. Hanrim was totally stunned when she heard that. What? He replied with a terrifying smile, looking exactly like he was about to teach some punks a proper lesson. They didn't look that old. This age is when they are the most audacious, and also the period when their personalities are most easily corrupted. That's right, these kids are exactly the ones who need a comprehensive education the most. Damn delinquent brats. In the car, the three students were still cheering excitedly, completely unaware of what they were about to face. The traffic light just turned green, and pedestrians began to briskly cross the street. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from a distance, drawing closer. The black car driven by the students barreled straight through the pedestrian crossing, completely ignoring the traffic light. What's going on? Inside the car, the red-haired guy spoke up. This is sick. It's like we're in a movie. Hyun-chul, you're a pretty slick driver. Praise. The other kid puffed up his chest, of course. As he spoke, he slammed the gas pedal, accelerating wildly to 180 kilometers per hour. Do you know how many hours I've ground in racing games? The accelerating car soared through the streets like it was flying. They cheered and screamed. We'll reach G-City in an hour, right? Let's go. Suddenly, the kid driving saw something that made his face turn as pale as a sheet. A white car was rushing head-on to block them. He screamed in terror, holy shit, what the hell is that? Hey, don't come over here. Don't come here. The two cars collided with a massive crash. The headlights shattered, sending fragments flying everywhere. Losing control, the black car slammed violently into a nearby utility pole with a loud bang. The driver in the white car took a hard, painful hit, but luckily wasn't injured. He saw the students stepping out of their car, getting ready to flee. Hey, run. Open it. Seeing this, the old man cursed. Motherfucker, do you even know how to drive? Yet these brats had the nerve to mouth off back. Hey, you bastard. You better drive properly next time. Before they could take even a few steps, another red car dashed over and blocked their path. The kid banged on the window, yelling, Hey, aren't you going to get the hell out? Why are you blocking my way? Got a death wish? The car doors suddenly swung open, smacking him right in the face with a thud, and he instantly rolled onto the ground unconscious. Manhwa Jin stepped out of the car, much to the surprise of the remaining two kids. The two loudmouths immediately hollered, Oh snap, did you just hit someone? Did you? You hit someone. Old man, cough up 100 million won in compensation right now, you bastard. Just then, Hanrim also stepped out of the car. She clamped the two kids' heads tightly in her arms so they couldn't escape, though the other kids seemed to be shivering with thrill rather than fear. Hanrim asked, Sunbae, what should we do now? Hand them straight over to the police station. Hearing police station, the blonde girl snickered. Police station? Fine, let's go then. We're still minors anyway. Even if we go there, we won't get punished at all. Our MC nodded in agreement. They're right. Even if we hand them over to the police, they'll be released right away, although they'll still have to pay for the car repairs. He put a cigarette in his mouth and asked in a totally badass way, What school do you kids go to? Meanwhile, at the school, Wanjin High School, another violent scene unfolded. These students sure love bullying and beating up others so much. Not just one, but a whole gang of them, teaming up to bully a single boy. They rushed in, punching and kicking. There was nothing they held back from doing. The boy took such a miserable beating. Suffering like this, one could only hope for a miracle to come save him. Before losing consciousness, the boy thought, My birthday is coming up soon. If this keeps up, I'll become someone legally responsible for my actions. Unable to take it anymore, his consciousness faded into a blur and he collapsed. The kids panicked when they saw this. Huh? He's completely out cold. Then they switched targets to bully another guy. I caught you, you little brat, come here now. Break the rules and you get a beating. Damn it. You idiot, how did you get beaten by a little girl? You're incredibly stupid. What, little girl? Are you being sexist right now? They'll sue you, just watch. Suddenly, a foot stepped right in front of his eyes. The guy appeared out of nowhere and plopped down right on the boy's head. It turned out to be a silver-haired punk who loved acting like a school thug. He sat there casually, taking a drag of his cigarette and exhaling with a puff, followed by a loud, echoing fart. A schoolgirl nearby immediately pinched her nose and complained, "Hey, that noise. This is insane. Hey, did you just crap your pants?" He gave a bright smile and replied, "Who told you guys to put a toilet here, huh? Just be glad I didn't actually drop a load." Then he continued, "Where did Hyun Chol, Do Young, and Mi Jung go? Skipping class again? They are the absolute worst trash in our school. No, the worst in the whole country, actually." He stood up and told the schoolgirl, "Give them a call, these punks. I told them we had a gathering today." Only then did the beaten boy struggle to crawl up. Vicious thought flashed through his mind. I want to make Min Ji Woong disappear from this world. He pulled something out of his pocket. It was a knife. He really planned to send that punk straight to hell. From behind, he swung the knife forward, aiming to stab him. Suddenly, another student rushed over and shouted, "We're screwed, we're totally screwed," startling everyone. Realizing something was off, the boy quickly hid the knife behind his back. Min Ji Woong, still oblivious, asked, "What's wrong? Are we as screwed as your ugly face?" "Huh? I think I just saw something. Hurry up to the second-floor hallway and see for yourself." Hyun Chul, Do Young, and Mi Jung too, they are all screwed. Hearing this, both of them were stunned. Right now, the second floor was packed with students buzzing with gossip. Na Hwa Jin had shown up. Some students chimed in, hey, isn't that someone from the TRPA? I knew it. Sooner or later, someone would come to teach that scum a lesson. Seeing this, the girl turned pale and cried out, "This is crazy. It's the TRPA." They shoved their way up to get a clearer view of the situation. "Hey, get out of the way." They finally got a clear look at the unprecedented scene unfolding before them. Oh my God, what happened to them? What's wrong with these guys? The three punks were handcuffed, walking in a line wearing prison uniforms with signs hanging around their necks that read, "I am a car thief." The boy with the bloody nose from earlier also stared wide-eyed, wondering, why are they wearing those clothes? It just walked down the hallway in utter humiliation, like a parade led by Mr. Na Hwa Jin. Meanwhile, in a diner, the punks were gathering. One of them spoke up, "Those idiots are so unlucky. Sai, how did they get caught by the TRPA outside? So what happened to Hyun Chol's crew?" "No idea. After they got handcuffed and taken to the teacher's office, they just vanished." One guy, seemingly more sensible, said, "It's best if we don't do anything for a while. Let's just play nice." But they were also worried. "Do you think that little brat Baek Si-hoon is going to snitch on us?" Only then did Min Ji Woong ask back, "The TRPA, are they really that scary?" He then came up with an even crazier idea. "Anyway, we're at that invincible age right now. Giving that teacher a taste of misery wouldn't hurt, right?" Hearing that, the whole group went pale with fear and vehemently opposed it. "Are you out of your damn mind? What crazy nonsense are you spouting? Gu-won High-Tech Vocational School, the top 3 trashiest school in the country, got totally wrecked by him. I saw the video. The guy who could take on 300 people by himself got beaten to a pulp by him. So how are we supposed to give him a taste of misery?" The kid didn't seem to believe it and casually replied, "It's normal for rumors to be exaggerated. Let's start brainstorming a plan together." Suddenly, a girl in the group squealed at the top of her lungs. Looking at her phone excitedly, she cried, "What is this? What's going on? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?" With that, she held up her phone screen showing a new model of super light rhinestone sneakers, limited edition on sale. She squealed in pure joy. "What should I do? They're so freaking pretty." She enthusiastically suggested, "Should we all get these shoes? Wouldn't that feel amazing? Would totally be the center of attention." Another guy interjected in sheer annoyance, "We're discussing something really important, and you're in the mood to look at new arrivals." Another girl marveled at the price tag. "That's insane. 1.8 million won." After drinking and eating their fill, they decided to disperse. One guy grumbled a reminder, "Could you guys clean up a bit? If my dad finds out, I'm dead. Since he can't rent out the house, he's been super cranky lately." The girl kept whining non-stop, utterly obsessed with the shoes. "What do I do? The more I look, the prettier they get. But my mom definitely won't buy them for me. Why does my dad have to be just an ordinary salaryman? It pisses me off to death." Hearing this, the kid hatched another mischievous scheme. He spun a heavy clacker ball in his hand. He walked toward the glass window of a convenience store. His friends saw this and asked, puzzled, "Huh? Hey Minji Woon, where are you going?" The swinging clacker ball forcefully struck the glass window with momentum, shattering it with a loud crash. The other two were scared shitless seeing this. They said, "Jesus, what are you doing?" "Cigarettes, 'cause I want to grab some too." Ji-woon put on his mask and told his accomplices to do the same. Those gutsy punks went right ahead and stole cigarettes from the store. "Gather all of these. We can sell them at a premium to our classmates." A gluttonous kid hurriedly unwrapped a chocolate bar and popped it into his mouth, immediately getting scolded. "Hey, you crazy bastard, don't take off your mask." Suddenly, he spotted a smartphone inside the store. He immediately held up the phone and asked, "Yo, there's a phone here. Should we take it too?" Ji-woon's eyes widened. A phone. His brain suddenly clicked into gear and he hollered at his gang to bolt. "Hey, run. I'm not done taking stuff yet. Shut up and run." The moment he stepped outside, he bumped right into a solid, muscular chest. A towering, burly, middle-aged man with a furious scowl stood menacingly right in front of them. The man growled and roared. Turns out this was the supermarket owner. Special trait, 20 years of bodybuilding. "You little punks. I came back for my forgotten phone and end up catching you brats red-handed." Ji-woon slowly backed away, twirling the round clacker ball in his hand again. He lunged forward, swinging the same ball that had just shattered tempered glass straight at the owner's face. The man took the surprise hit, but unlike what they expected, it only managed to completely piss him off. A massive, heavy punch landed on his cheek, warping his whole face. "You ill-mannered little shit." The punch sent Ji-woon flying far away, much to the horror of his gang. The store owner roared in fury. "You lot, don't even think about escaping. I'm going to throw all of you in jail." Hearing this, he just flashed a cheeky grin because they knew the law couldn't touch them since they were underaged. At the police station, these brats proudly took selfies to check in recording a video. The cops seemed all too familiar with these kids. "Hey, Minji Woon, why is it you again?" The police officer saw this and tore at his hair in frustration. "Damn it, I really want to beat the crap out of them." Seeing this, the store owner asked, "What's the deal? Are they repeat offenders?" "Looks like we can't let them off just because they're underage. We have to give them a taste of prison." "Hey, Patrolman Park, did you call their guardians?" "Release them once their guardians arrive." Hearing they were being released, the Adjusi immediately protested. "Release them. What nonsense are you spouting?" The police officer helplessly replied, "They are underage, so there's nothing we can do about it." "But sir, did you hit them?" "That's because they attacked me with weapons first." "Oh, come on, no matter what, you can't hit kids, right? Sit down and give your statement." The Adjusi turned pale with fear, realizing he might be the one going to jail. What kind of bullshit law is this? The brats even happily uploaded photos to social media to show off. All right, uploaded. In the photo, all of their faces looked extremely bright without a single hint of fear. The Adjusi stood aside, utterly outraged. The one acting in self-defense is being held accountable. It makes me want to tear this police station apart, while the thieves are let go. Is this a country with laws? Right at that moment, Mr. Na Jin walked in, to the astonishment of both the police and the shop owner. He flashed a devastatingly handsome smile and said, "I heard students from our school are here." The students were completely taken aback seeing him. Fortunately for them, Mr. Na Jin acted as their guardian and bailed them out of the police station. The kids actually happily gave a military salute and said, "Thank you, sir." Before leaving, they enthusiastically added, "See you tomorrow then." But our main guy had no time to joke around with them and gestured with his finger. "Cut the crap and follow me." Ji Kwang stuck his tongue out and flipped him off, begging for a beating as he replied, "I'm not going anywhere. We are outside of school right now, so we don't have to listen to you, right? Run." His face darkened as he grumbled inwardly and quickly gave chase. These little punks are such a pain in the ass. Reaching a corner, Ji Kwang quickly made a turn. Na Jin immediately followed right on his heels, but suddenly a knife thrust right in front of his eyes. That brat Min Ji Kwang actually dared to attack a teacher with a knife, but with his sharp senses and flexible reflexes, he easily dodged the sneak attack. Ji Kwang even sarcastically praised him. "Wow, you actually dodged that. You're pretty good, sir." He looked exactly like a psycho creep right now, sticking his tongue out to lick the knife. "See, I might just end up hurting you, sir." The kid didn't even know fear, throwing a challenge at the teacher whose face had turned pitch black, ready to send him to the afterlife. "Sir, have you ever actually killed anyone?" The arrogant brat dared to point the knife straight at Hua Jin. "Sir, have you ever killed anyone?" He issued a threat. "I can stab you right now without a second thought. If you don't want to die, stop sticking your nose into our school's business and get lost. He just flatly replied, listening to your tone, why does it sound like you're bragging about having killed someone? Hearing that, he furiously charged forward with a knife. Want me to open your eyes? He calmly pulled a pair of handcuffs out of his pocket, an absolutely luxurious silver accessory. Just as he lunged forward, Hua-jin swiftly snapped the cuff onto his knife-wielding hand with a loud click. In a flash, both of the brat's hands were cuffed behind his back, and he screamed, What? What are you doing? Ta-da, the authentic prison brand's silver jewelry had been worn on his wrists. Our main guy immediately pinned him hard against the wall. The kid tried to struggle and yelled, Damn it! Let me go right now. Then he started rummaging through his pocket for something else. Wow, it's an adorable blindfold. Even if you've committed a crime, you can't just go around bragging about it like that. Minji Kwang was now blindfolded with a frog mask, looking incredibly hilarious. Unable to see a thing, he started screaming his head off. What is this? Take it off. Take it off me right now. The other kids saw this and hurriedly whispered, Fuck, we are so dead. They quickly abandoned their captured friend to make a run for it. Hey, run, while Ji Kwang kept yelling, I'm going to kill you. Less than greater than. His accomplices were fleeing, I told you. Absolutely do not mess with people from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. But unfortunately, Han Rim had already blocked their escape route from a distance. In a flash, within exactly a minute and a half, Sergeant Lim Han Rim had taken down all 3 students with just a few divine kicks. They all fell like dominoes and lay completely unconscious. Oh man, this beautiful Nuna is just way too badass. Done with her work, she walked over and said to him, Sunbae, the transport van will be here in 5 minutes. Hearing that, Ji Kwang wondered, transport van. Minji Kwang and 4 others have been arrested on suspicion of theft and attempted assault. Hearing this, he was absolutely shell-shocked, having thought he wouldn't be held accountable for anything. Where exactly are they taking me? With his eyes blindfolded, he had no idea what was happening to him. It felt like hours had passed. He only caught snippets of conversation. All right, good work. Sunbae, the girls will get off here. The girls are getting off here? We are here too. Get off. Where is this? Shut your mouth and follow me. Guard Lee, take off his blindfold. Yes, sir. Guard. Wow, fresh meat again. How old are these kids? They look so small. The blindfold was removed and his blurry vision gradually became clearer until he finally saw clearly where he was standing. Behind the iron bars, a bunch of criminals were staring daggers at them. Look at their expressions, they are scared stiff. Finally realize you're doomed now, huh? The whole group stood dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. What's this situation? Where on earth is this place? That's right, this is the Gimshin Juvenile Detention Center with the slogan, as long as you have a dream, you can start over again. Minji Kwang was taken to a cell where a fat guy greeted him. Nice to meet you guys, a bunch of first-time offending trash. He continued speaking, disregarding his underlings inside who were lying around submitting to him. Minji Kwang, take turns confessing your crimes. Even more surprising, Hyun Chul, Du Young, why are they all here? He went on, starting from the kid on the left. Hearing that, he trembled and honestly confessed his crimes. Yes, sir, I stole cars with them and also stole from convenience stores. Seeing this, Ji Kwang smirked and thought to himself, so many cheap tricks. They're just putting on a show. Looking at the fierce faces of the seniors, he still naively thought, I haven't even been sentenced yet. How could I go to prison? They brought us here, probably just to scare us a little. To educate us, right? Lastly, I beat up some idiots at school. Fuck, so childish. The fat guy said, next. You in the middle, it's your turn. But he didn't even bother to listen, just standing there dumbly rooted to the spot, making the fat guy yell out, Hey, you in the middle. Are you deaf? Hey. Seeing no reaction from him, the fat guy furiously stood up and cursed. Fuck, you little bastard. Behind him, an older guy had witnessed everything but was deep in thought about something. The fat guy and his underlings walked up to Ji Kwang to intimidate him. You little brat, do you still not understand the situation? I buried a guy before coming in here. Looks like I'll have to bury another one today. You still dare to glare at me? Watch out, I'll poke your eyes out right now. He roared threateningly, but that idiot just kept standing there with a blank face. He smirked and thought to himself, acting tough for what? You guys are all talk, right? We are criminals. If we get hurt here, you guys are the only ones who'll end up regretting it. But life isn't a dream. Just as he thought that, reality smacked him hard with a punch to the face to wake him up. The buzz cut guy had gotten up at some point and delivered a face-distorting punch, cursing directly, "You little shit." As he spoke, he followed up with a few more punches to the other side to even it out. "Where do you think you are, huh? You even dare to provoke me?" Ji Kwang scowled, his whole face wrinkling as he turned to glare at the guy who just hit him. Before he could do anything, the guy got in his face, oozing bloodlust. "Your eyes are practically begging for a beating." With that said, he grabbed him by the throat. He lifted Ji Kwang like a tiny shrimp and slammed him hard against the wall. He was choked so tightly he couldn't even breathe. Hanging by a thread like this, he finally realized that life wasn't as rosy as he thought. What is going on? That guy actually dared to lay a hand on me. He looked at the person in front of him and thought to himself, wait a minute, why does this guy look so familiar? Where have I seen him before? Then a painful knee strike hit him, waking him up completely. Ji Kwang fell down, clutching his stomach and dry heaving. The discipline in the detention center is extremely strict. If you cause trouble here, your sentence will be extended. An image flashed in his mind. I remember now. I saw him on the news. He is the guy who around this time last year, after murdering 7 people, even when arrested, he was still smiling, making excuses that he did nothing wrong. What an absolute psycho. Back to reality, the bald guy continued, because I've already been given the maximum sentence. Prisoner 3397. Crime. Murdering 7 people. Sentence. 20 years. It's not like out in society. There is no one here to protect you guys. Hearing that, Ji Kwang bolted away to reality. Now he was truly terrified for his miserable life. At the same time, at the Cheonju Girls' Juvenile Detention Center, where futures are rebuilt. The female students were crying their eyes out while cleaning. What is this? Mom, I want to go home. A senior next to them immediately scolded. You guys stop crying, you'll get punished. None of these new brats ever make it through the first day without crying, huh? A loud bang echoed out. Someone was slamming hard on the table. An older girl with a scowling face said, Motherfucking bitches, your crying is seriously getting on my nerves. Before I rip your mouths apart, shut the fuck up. The girls were having a fun time with Han Dari. Hearing that, the little girls turned pale with fear and immediately stopped crying. Memories flooded back. It turned out these detention centers were familiar places to Ji Kwang. Wow, Ji Kwang, you're here again? I've been to the holding cell a few times. What cell are you in? Number 8. I got caught for stealing a car. What about you? You're so lame. Yours truly is in cell number 9. 6 damn months, it's crazy. I just punched some idiot a few times and he ended up a vegetative state. Plus, I find that holding cells have their own kind of fun, because not only do you not get a criminal record, but you also get to meet a lot of interesting people. He used to think like that in the past. But only now did he realize that this detention center could not be compared to a holding cell at all. He was being hung upside down with his mouth stuffed full of rice, while the seniors around him were taking extremely enthusiastic care of him. The fat guy shoveled another spoonful of rice and said, You little brat, open your mouth wide and say ah. This is Odong-su, crime. Special robbery. Sentence, 3 years and 2 months. The underling next to him chimed in. The boss is feeding you. Does it taste good, huh? And this is Shimsun Dong crime. Assault resulting in death. Sentence, 4 years and 6 months. Ji Kwang was screaming inwardly. The inmates here are absolutely not human. Right after that, a devastating kick landed on his stomach. Now the poor kid finally realized. This is the gathering place for the absolute worst scum. The buzz cut guy saw him about to puke out all the rice in his mouth, his face darkening as he warned, Don't throw up, that's a waste of food. At this detention center, the daily schedule starts at 8 a.m. Everyone was lining up. The fat guy gave a sinister smile and pulled a pen out of his sleeve. Without hesitation, he fiercely stabbed the kid standing in front of him. He cried out in agony. Rule number 1, it's best not to stand in front of the boss. At the gym, 3 p.m. is everyone's physical exercise time. Today's activity is nominally soccer, but in reality, it's a game of throwing the ball at Hun Chu. The ball flies right into his face, and the culprit who kicked it raises his hands in celebration. Headshot, 3 points. Damn, you kick well, punk. Rule number 2, looking stupid makes you an easy target for bullying. Hun Chu, with a dejected face after being hit by the ball, has to stand still as a goalpost for them to bully. If you dare to move, you're dead. 4 p.m. is shower time. Here, everyone takes communal showers. Di Kwang is showering when he sneaks a glance at the older guys next to him, mildly shocked. Every single one of them is huge and covered in tattoos, just like gangster bosses. One of the older guys catches the kid's eye, playfully blushing and winking. Rule number 3, always keep your nerves tense. Encountering this scene for the first time, the kid gets goosebumps and feels an intense chill. 7 p.m. is free time. Everyone gets to rest and move freely in the room, but Di Kwang and his friends are forced to kneel in front of the older guys. Rule number 4, sit up straight, with both hands placed neatly on your knees. Hierarchical culture in the juvenile detention center is even harsher than in the military, so for newbies, free time is the toughest, most hellish period of the day. Just one slightly wrong posture and you get beaten. The kid, his whole body aching, sways slightly. Instantly, a water bottle flies over and smacks him right in the face. The guy who threw it steps forward, saying fiercely, "You little punk, I caught you red-handed. You've been here for less than a week and you already dare to slack off like this." A plastic bottle filled with water is the detention center's specialized beating tool. Because it's fairly soft, no matter how hard you hit, it leaves no marks. He mercilessly beats him with the bottle. "You little punk, you still won't tense up? You brats nowadays are so uneducated. At your age, I held this posture for a whole year. Perfect posture, without slacking off even a bit." Amidst the shouting, Di Kwang suddenly sees something. Through the iron bars of the door, he sees a prison guard. He is observing everything inside, but doesn't even care, just turning his face to leave. At this moment, he freezes, discovering a bitter truth. The worst juvenile detention center in South Korea is this very place. Normally, juvenile offenders are rehabilitated in juvenile halls, but they were sent all the way here. That proves these guys are extremely cruel criminals, far beyond the norm. The shouting and beatings continue with no one to stop them. "You punk, where did you hide it? Damn it, let's fight. Didn't you hear what the boss said? Everyone, do a handstand for me." It's now bedtime and everyone in the cell is snoring loudly. Today is already the 5th day. How much longer do I have to stay in this damn place? Clearly, he is still at an age where he isn't criminally responsible. In the middle of the night, as Min Di Kwang is about to doze off, a foot suddenly kicks him hard in the face, causing agonizing pain. The buzz-cut older guy yawns widely, walking and saying, "So annoying. Every time I'm about to sleep, I have to take a piss." Jolted awake, Di Kwang sits angrily in a corner, watching him pee. Suddenly, from behind, he closes in on him out of nowhere, a pen poised to stab straight into his neck, mere millimeters from his main artery. Pulling up his pants, the guy sneers, "Are you a special ops agent? What are you holding this for?" He immediately asks, "How long do we have to stay here anyway?" Di Kwang screams in uncontrollable anger, "You definitely heard the teacher from the Office of Teachers' Rights say something. If you want to live, tell me now." The guy asks back, "Office of Teachers' Rights? Is that some newly established agency?" His eyes flare wildly as he curses. "Damn it. Do you think I wouldn't dare to do it?" With that, he forcibly stabs the pen into his neck. "I used to be just like you, bullying people." But it was all an illusion of power. Before he can even scratch the guy, Di Kwang takes an agonizing punch to the gut. He collapses to the floor, coughing violently. A foot flies over and stomps down hard on the back of his head. That older guy forces him to kneel, his face pressed humiliatingly against the floor. He mutters, "Office of Teachers' Rights? Teacher." Suddenly, a memory flashes in his mind. Could it be the long-haired guy who brought you guys here? From outside, a drill instructor calls out a warning. "Hey, hey, hey. Others are still sleeping. What are you making so much noise for?" Seeing this, the buzz-cut guy smiles. Perfect timing. It is Na Kwa Din. From behind the iron bars, he smirks devilishly and whispers, "You little punk. It seems you guys haven't been taught enough yet." "Ask him directly," the older guy says to Di Kwang. Seeing Kwa Din, he can't control his rage, baring his teeth and glaring, dying to tear him apart. At this moment, our main character opens the cell door and walks in. Seeing this, Di Kwang instantly lunges forward. He rushes over, shakes his shoulders, and screams, "Let me out. That's enough punishment, isn't it?" He rambles on with nonsense. "Damn it. I'm going to sue you guys. How can you just lock me up in a juvenile detention center like this?" Seeing this, Kwa Din puts a finger to his lips, signaling him to keep quiet. "All right, be quiet now, Gobi." A baton smacks down on his head with a thud, leaving Di Kwang unable to utter another word. He scolds him, "You little punk. Others are sleeping. What the hell are you screaming for?" The buzz-cut older guy adds fuel to the fire. "Hey, what should be done in times like this? Causing a ruckus in the middle of the night is bad enough, but he also dared to be insolent to the guard trying to stop him." There's basically no need to discuss this. Just throw him straight into solitary confinement. They say this while looking down at Di Quang, who is lying paralyzed on the ground, passed out and foaming at the mouth. Memories flood his mind as he reminisces. Back then, downstairs at the apartment building, there was an incredibly ugly cat. It was meowing loudly, begging for food. I don't know if it was in heat or fighting. Every day around 4 p.m., I'd definitely hear its annoying cries. That day, I clearly unleashed my ultimate move, the Soul Strike, but still got beaten to a pulp. My mood at that time was at absolute rock bottom. He grabs an ashtray from the table. Thus, Di Quang made a grave mistake. Originally, I only intended to deal with that cat. I didn't expect things to get this far. He had killed a person with that very ashtray. He was taken to the police station. At the time, I thought, I'm definitely getting the death penalty for this. But the truth wasn't like that. The kid, sitting in a car next to a woman, softly asks, "Mom, can I really go home? Someone clearly died. Shouldn't I be sentenced to death?" Afterwards, I looked up South Korea's laws and regulations on juveniles. At the time, even though I was young, I completely understood what they meant. The ones who made these rules definitely thought kids were idiots. So from then on, I blatantly exploited this law and never had to face any legal punishment. Until Di Quang opens his eyes and wakes up. He finds himself in a strange room. What is this? Where am I? A tiny, incredibly cramped room with no one but him, no light shining in, and no way to see the outside world. Why is it so cramped? Wait, could it be? Is this the place I've heard about? The solitary confinement cell of the juvenile detention center. At first I thought it was pretty good, because I finally didn't have to see those scumbags anymore. But, after eating about 5 or 6 meals, I realized something was wrong. He starts to feel scared and anxious. How many days have I been here? What time is it anyway? It's so suffocating. I'm going crazy. I'm really going crazy. Di Quang furiously bangs on the door. Damn it, let me out now. The kid screams and begs pitifully. Please, let me out. Even a prison is fine. Just get me out of here. Just as he finishes speaking, Nakwa Din carries a table in, opens the door, and asks, "You little brat, you finally couldn't take it anymore. Think very carefully about why I locked you up in the detention center. Think it through before you write." Di Quang sits in front of the small table with pens and paper, his face blank with confusion. "If you answer correctly, I will release you and send you home immediately." Hearing this, the kid is extremely shocked. He asks back in surprise as if to confirm, "Really? You'll really let me go home?" He immediately replies, "You brat, have you been tricked your whole life? I will check it once every day. If you answer wrong, your sentence will be extended, so be very careful when you write." After saying this, he whistles and leaves. Di Quang sits in the solitary confinement cell, hitting a dead end. What should I write? Ideas flash through his mind. Isn't it obvious? Deep self-reflection and pretending to be pitiful. All right then, I'll write it in the format you like. I have to write it so it sounds truly pitiful and humble. At this moment, Kwa Din is reading his 3,000-word apology letter. Up until now, I have exploited legal loopholes to commit numerous thefts and acts of violence. During my detention, I've clearly realized my mistakes and am reflecting deeply. It was the teacher from the Office of Teachers' Rights who gave me the opportunity to self-reflect, for which I am incredibly grateful. From now on, I absolutely will not reoffend. Please forgive me, sir. Without a word, he immediately takes the piece of paper the kid poured his blood, sweat, and tears into and uses it to wipe his face. Our main character laughs, crumbles the paper into a ball, and chucks it at the kid's head with a thud, calmly uttering words that make Di Quang freeze in despair. Rewrite it. 1 more day added to your sentence. He leaves the kid questioning his whole existence. What the hell? This is a super perfect apology letter that took me over 8 hours to write. Could it be that it wasn't pitiful enough? Fine. Then this time, I'll throw away all my pride. And just like that, Di Quang writes and Kwa Din tears up, crumbles, and throws away all the apology letters he thought were perfect. Di Quang sits in the solitary confinement cell, diligently writing them over and over, but can never write what he wants. He's going crazy in here. The kid angrily curses. Damn it, to hell with this. No longer looking pitiful and apologetic, he screams, "You maniac. Enough is enough. What more do you want me to do?" Instantly, the kid has the honor of being gifted a pair of silver bracelets by our main character. He shrieks in agony, causing a ruckus in the very room meant to punish you. With both hands handcuffed behind his back again. How is this fair? He drops an order that stuns Di Quang. You don't need to write anything today, just stay like that all day. Don't think I am being unreasonable, because these are the rules of the detention center. Min Di Kwang has no other choice but to lie motionless on the floor, thinking about his future and his life. He thinks to himself, it's so suffocating. I'm going to lose my mind. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he felt, and tears began to well up in his eyes. Out there, people would go easy on him because of his age, but in here, there is absolutely no mercy. The people in this juvenile detention center are all lunatics. This is simply not a place for humans to live. And with that, Di Kwang burst into loud sobs. The 8th day passed in solitary confinement. As usual, Nakwadin checked the kid's reflection letter. Actually, there's still one thing I haven't confessed. A few years ago, I caused a murder with a glass ashtray, but because I was underage, I didn't face any punishment. Not only was I not remorseful, but I also bragged about it everywhere, resulting in no one daring to touch me. I just acted like a king at school. Just as you said, sir, last night I suddenly remembered that victim. Because I am so full of regret even now, I want to turn my life around. Once again, the word rewrite extinguished Di Kwang's hope, and the defiance in his eyes was completely gone. Kwadin said while picking up a crumpled ball of paper nearby. But wow, look at this agony of creation. This kid, it seems you've put much more focus into it this time. He unrolled the paper and took a look. Then let me take a look at this agonizing rough draft. Suddenly, he let out a snort of laughter. His hysterical laughter echoed through the cramped room, leaving Di Kwang's head full of question marks. Oh my, look at this idiot. You already wrote the correct answer. Why did you write all this extra nonsense? Saying that, he held the paper up for him to see. Here, see for yourself. Seeing the answer written there made Di Kwang incredibly emotional. This is the real reason you were thrown into the juvenile detention center. In the cell right now, the kids were changing out of their prison uniforms, getting ready to go home. A senior inmate spoke up. I'm really jealous of you guys. The kid with the bowl cut cried emotionally as he spoke. I finally get to go home. Nakwa Din walked in and asked, Are you all done changing? Yes, sir, they replied obediently. He gave a slight smile and said, Let's go then. The whole group was just waiting for those words from him, crying tears of joy as if they had just won the lottery. The kids left in pure joy, leaving behind only the gazes of the senior inmates in the cell. The guy with the buzz cut suddenly spoke up. Hey kids, even though I'll be transferred to another prison later, I still have to be here for another 4 years. See you next time. Hearing that, veins popped on Di Kwang's face out of sheer annoyance. Who would ever want to come back here with that guy again? Later, out in the exercise yard, the senior inmate was diligently doing pull-ups to train his stamina. Suddenly, a pack of cigarettes was held out to him. Nakwadin offered him a cigarette and said, Thanks for your hard work. 3,397. The main guy smiled and said, Take your time and enjoy a smoke. He just smiled and spoke while continuing his pull-ups. I'm not a fan of those. Then he jumped down, hand me that can of soda instead. Then the two of them sat on a stone bench chatting, Kwadin smoking while he drank his soda. He asked softly, Do you think those kids will actually turn over a new leaf? Nakwadin exhaled a thin trail of smoke and replied, Phew, about that. Meanwhile, on the escort van taking the kids back home, the egghead started complaining, That guy is so annoying. He even said, See you later. Are we crazy? Who would ever want to come back here? Min Di Kwang recalled that moment the instant he saw the correct answer. This is it, this right here. This is the exact correct answer. I'd rather die than come back here. He had asked in confusion, What are you talking about, sir? How is this the correct answer? Did you think I wanted to read a reflection letter? But you guessed completely wrong. Because the fairy tale of changing your nature in just a short week or two is absolutely impossible. What I wanted to show you is nothing but your own future. Most of the inmates locked up here are just like you, opening their mouths only to spout off about the law. They have absolutely zero awareness of the severity of their crimes. They're regulars who constantly go in and out of the detention center. That's exactly what crime is. Once you've tasted it, it becomes just like alcohol or cigarettes, highly addictive and incredibly hard to quit. Perhaps right at the moment you thought you were being smart, gloating because you managed to exploit a legal loophole, you had already started repeating your crimes. Every word he spoke felt like it was enlightening the kid. Before leaving, he added, I have this for your reference. This is the only juvenile detention center in the entire country. Next time you come back here, you will definitely run into a lot of old friends. Whether this serves as a prior preparation or a warning depends entirely on your future behavior. Di Kwang frowned and clenched his fists. Whether he had truly realized his mistakes and turned over a new leaf remained to be seen. Returning to the conversation between the senior inmate and the inspector about the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau, I've heard about it from Ru Dun Dung, who is locked up here. It's honestly a bit regrettable. If only last year we had a teacher like you come to our school. As he spoke, he reminisced about that time a year ago. It turned out he was also just a victim of bullying. If only it was before I just wanting to survive, just not wanting to be tormented. It was only because he was pushed to a dead end that he had to rise up and fight for himself. He had taken the lives of those 7 monsters. If only the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau had been established back then maybe no one would have had to die. He sank into a wave of past memories full of regret. Hearing this, Nakhwa Din just exhaled a puff of smoke. He asked, "Things will get better in the future, right? With a teacher like you around, there won't be any more scenes of being trampled. If you don't fight back, or a killer of 7 feeling 0 guilt." Just then, a notification popped up on Kwa Din's phone. D-Day, notification service, conclusion of the juvenile delinquent's case. It was truly fortunate that Nakhwa Din had arrived just in time back then. The kid who almost swung the knife that day was saved. He silently threw away the knife that almost became a murder weapon to take a life. The senior inmate left one last sentence before smiling and walking away. Monsters like me won't appear anymore, will they? Nakhwa Din stayed behind and gently flicked the cigarette ash from his hand, lighting another one deep in thought. He tilted his head up to the sky and thought to himself, "Man, this burden is way too heavy. Actually, I don't do this job out of any sense of justice either." Suddenly, another man approached. "Supervisor, so you're here. Please follow me. The director has permitted you to see him." Right now, in the prisoner visitation room, Nakhwa Din was meeting someone. His expression looked incredibly grim. Prison guard beside him softly warned, "Supervisor, this guy just got out of solitary confinement. He's extremely sensitive right now. If anything happens, please call me immediately." He asked, and the guy answered. Name, Dogai Cho. Sex, male. Crimes: assault, robbery, sexual abuse. Assembling a violent gang. What else? Suddenly, his face darkened as he asked, "Do you remember Choi Ga-dun?" Seeing his ashen face, the guy burst into maniacal laughter. "Yeah, that's right, that's the bitch," he said while rubbing his fists, recounting with an incredibly proud tone. "I beat her to a pulp and sent her straight to heaven. Even now, I still clearly remember the feeling in my hands from back then. It was so exhilarating." That was Na Kwa Din's late wife, and the bastard in front of him was probably the person Kwa Din wanted to send to hell the most. The long-haired guy recounted, "I think it was May, right? And it was a super hot day in May at that. I was sweating profusely, yet that stupid school said the AC couldn't be turned on until June. At that moment, I was so pissed, I wanted to just leave right away." Suddenly, a woman appeared and stopped him. "But I got blocked by that bitch. Even though I don't clearly remember what she said, I remember her tone was extremely obnoxious. Like I just said, that day was seriously so hot." He slammed his fist into his palm with a smack right in front of him. Someone once said this, "The most perfect punch of my life was the punch to my wife's stomach." And I can also confidently say, the punch I threw that day was the most perfect punch of my life. The sound of shattering bones, the body twisting 90 degrees. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still vividly remember the scene from that moment. He described it like some glorious grand victory, completely oblivious to the fact that the expression of the man across from him was growing increasingly darker. "Well, don't you think I was just too unlucky? If it hadn't been so hot that day, or if the school had turned on the AC, if she hadn't blocked my way, and if she wasn't so fragile that she couldn't even take a single punch. If I hadn't landed a perfect strike that day, I wouldn't have ended up in this miserable state. So damn it. Sir, please put in a good word for me with the detention center. I really didn't do anything wrong." He lunged in front of Nakhwa Din, speaking as if he were truly innocent. "It was just pure bad luck." That's right. By this time, Nakhwa Din had already left the visitation room. He silently went to light another cigarette, with that guy's mouth courting death like that. But he kept flicking the lighter, and it wouldn't ignite, making him incredibly frustrated when suddenly, another lighter was offered to him. It was the Minister of Education. He helped him light it and said, "Here. You actually managed to walk out. I thought you would lose your temper and get yourself locked up right in there." He just softly replied to him, He has already paid the price for his crimes. What right do I have anymore? Having gone through it, I finally understand now. Even if the culprit is sitting right in front of you, brazenly mocking the victim, I couldn't do anything, just clench my fists and endure it. That extreme feeling of outrage. He opened his hand, the wounds from his nails digging into his flesh from clenching so hard showed just how much he had to hold back. 2 years ago, when he was wallowing in despair, drowning himself in alcohol and hiding in his house, his uncle told me, "Get up, kid. How long are you going to stay broken like this? I'm going to set up an organization specifically to punish those brats who rely on the law and the Anti-Abuse Act to run amok, as well as the scum who harmed my daughter Ga Dun. We can't let the pain we've suffered spread any further." Manhwa Jin thought to himself back then that the old man's words were pure madness. Even now, I still feel the same. Hearing that, he immediately said, "You punk." But it also felt somewhat meaningful. It seemed that with his help, Manhwa Jin was able to overcome the psychological trauma of that time and find the motivation to move forward with his future. That's right. What's the name of the next school? At this moment, the news was broadcasting on TV. Welcome to Sports Sprout, the segment introducing the bright stars of the sports world. Sports news, the future star sisters of women's basketball. Today, we would like to introduce to our audience the youngest members of the current national women's basketball team, sisters Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Ji-yeon. This is Song in high school, where our two main characters are studying. Currently, they are having a practice match with the women's basketball team from the prestigious Jiangyang University. Player Kang Ji-yeon is preparing to shoot, and the one blocking her is national team player Song Young-hae. It's a fake. Player Kang Ji-yeon has passed the ball to her older sister Kang Soo-yeon. The older sister caught the ball as it was passed to her. Player Kang Soo-yeon shoots a three-pointer with a perfect one-handed form. The ball flew into the hoop in a beautiful arc, earning them a solid 3 points. Player Kang Soo-yeon was named the scoring king in last year's National Sports Championship. Meanwhile, player Kang Ji-yeon also set the record for most assists. Since the two of them have been playing basketball together since they were toddlers, their synergy is much higher than anyone else's. Player Kang Soo-yeon, the queen of high school women's basketball. Thanks to her tall figure and outstanding appearance, she has become a famous star with over 200,000 fans. As the youngest members recruited by the national team thanks to their incredible teamwork, we're highly anticipating this sister duo to shine brightly in international tournaments next year. The match ended and the two sisters were greeting everyone. Great work, everyone. The teacher shook the older sister's hand and said, "I'm really looking forward to your future performances. You must keep working hard, Soo-yeon." "Yes, thank you." After that, they immediately left. As they were walking, a voice rang out, "Captain." A group of juniors bowed deeply in respect. "Captain, you worked hard on the interview." "Captain, you look so pretty today. You'll definitely look gorgeous on camera." She humbly replied, "It's all thanks to the makeup. Thanks for the samples you gave me." Locker door opened in front of the two sisters. The younger sister, with an incredibly sly look on her face, said, "Yoon-ha, the reporters are all gone now." Inside the locker was a girl tightly bound with duct tape and gagged, crying until her face was covered in snot and tears. "What are you going to do now, huh? You little bitch." The sisters Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Ji-yeon were the ringleaders of school violence. The older sister lifted the girl's chin and said, "Yoon-ha, your efforts were pretty good. But no matter how pitifully you scream and cry, no one is coming to save you. Here at Seojin High School, our badass sister Han Rim has appeared again." 13 days have passed since the incident at the prison, the tense encounter between Manhwa Jin and the despicable convict who killed his beloved wife. The escort vehicle for the students stopped, Han Rim said. "Sunbae, the girls will get off here." He immediately replied, "Yeah, all right, I'll get off for a smoke too." The two young girls asked in confusion, "What's going on? Where are we?" Han Rim continued, "Sunbae, leave this side to Han Da-ri. Can I just go back to the school we originally planned to visit first?" Originally we planned to go to the school with the women's basketball team, right? Yeah, I reviewed the whistleblower's report and felt the issue there is very serious. She spoke hesitantly, afraid that something bad would happen. If we don't head over there soon, I'm afraid something terrible might happen. At this moment, in a dorm room, someone was tying a rope to a ceiling beam. A girl was standing on a chair. It seemed she was planning to commit suicide by hanging herself right inside her own dorm room. The girl's face was filled with despair, devoid of any vitality. Perhaps the bullying had pushed her to the point where she wanted to find release through death. Going back in time, this was during the height measurement period at the sports school. In the room, a female student with an impressive height made even the boys gasp in amazement. Park Yoon-ha, 179 centimeters. Wow, that's insane. She's an absolute monster. The teacher also praised her. Yoon-ha, you've grown another 4 centimeters this year. Why don't you join a sports club? Ever since my height exceeded 175 centimeters a few years ago, coaches from various sports clubs had frequently visited my house. The girl replied with a bright smile, I've already joined one. Back then, in order to find a sport I truly loved, I tried out baseball, volleyball, judo, and all sorts of other sports. And right at that moment, I found the destined connection to choose basketball. The scene flashed back to when the girl was having a practice match on the basketball court. The two of them competed fiercely. The female student in the white jersey grabbed the ball and immediately went for a layup. The ball dropped smoothly into the net, a perfect three-point play. Yoon-ha recalled, that was the first-year senior from the neighboring school, Kang Soo-yeon. Yoon-ha admired her greatly. Senior Soo-yeon at that time was a superstar female basketball player, sweeping all school basketball tournaments with absolute skill. Especially her wild and free-spirited, one-handed shooting form deeply captivated me. I thought to myself back then, one day I must wear the same team uniform as Senior Soo-yeon and run on that court. So the girl decided to enroll in the basketball school. New student Park Yoon-ha, 186 centimeters tall, can play in any position. After 2 years of hard work, I finally got accepted into the prestigious girls' basketball school that Senior Soo-yeon was attending. But just like any other sports club, my school life was not smooth sailing at all. At this moment, a group of female students was being forced by the coach to do headstands. Morning assembly, noon assembly, assembly after practice, assembly, and assembly. When I first enrolled, because of the so-called hazing period, the rookies were constantly subjected to physical punishments by the seniors for all sorts of reasons. Suddenly, that senior walked over and called out, Ji-yeon, let's go to the convenience store and eat cup noodles. The blonde girl next to Yoon-ha was immediately granted amnesty and left. Yes, Unni. The two of them walked and chatted happily. Mom just called me yesterday. This kind of discipline is very common in other sports clubs too, so I could totally endure it. Yoona felt very sad seeing this, but I couldn't help being jealous of Ji-yeon. We were both rookies, but thanks to her talented older sister, she didn't have to suffer. The two of them shared a dorm room. Yoona took the bottom bunk while Ji-yeon was on the top bunk. Currently, they were lying down playing on their phones. Suddenly, Ji-yeon leaned down and called out, Yoonha, oh Yoonha, don't you want to eat some ice cream? Do you? Come on, don't you? The girl thought of herself as a roommate. Ji-yeon is truly a bothersome person who always does whatever she wants. As soon as we were assigned a room, she switched back and forth between the top and bottom bunks several times. Go to the convenience store and buy me 2 ice creams. Buy that other pack while you're at it. She started bossing Yoon-ha around like a servant under the guise of asking for a favor. On top of that, she never cleaned up her clothes or cleaned the room herself, but would just smirk and order people around. The girl immediately refused bluntly. I don't want to eat. If you want some, go buy it yourself. At first, I was kind enough to help her a few times, but then she took advantage of it and started ordering me around, making it impossible for me to hold in my anger anymore. Less than greater than. Her kind of person is the classic example of taking others' kindness for granted. It's so disgusting. Less than greater than. While Yoon-ha was still thinking that, a box cutter suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Ji-yeon had already jumped down from her bed and approached with the box cutter to threaten her. With an annoyed expression, she stripped away the gentle mask from earlier and cursed. Fuck you, little bitch. Go right now. Is it really that hard? Faced with that threat, Yoon-ha wasn't the least bit scared. She immediately grabbed her wrist and pushed it away. Ji-yeon didn't expect to be counterattacked like that. She was pinned to the ground by Yoon-ha, her arm twisted behind her back in excruciating pain. She furiously voiced her warning. Before I played basketball, the sport I practiced the most was judo. I told you to go yourself. Is it really that hard? Seeing that, Ji-yeon was completely stunned, glaring up at her roommate with a resentful look. Flashing back to another memory, a hand was gripping a clump of hair as she said, Do you see this? You little bitch. Is this how you clean the bathroom? Have all the first years gone crazy lately? It was the usual hazing of rookies. Yoon-ha was being given a hard time by the seniors under the pretext of not cleaning properly. She immediately spoke up to explain. That's not it, Sunbae. I wasn't the one who cleaned the bathroom this time. It's Ji-yeon's turn this week. Before she could finish speaking, the girl shoved that filthy clump of hair right into her mouth. Those two seniors insolently replied, But Ji-yeon said you were the one who cleaned it. even as she was coughing violently trying to throw up that trashy mess of hair. Su-yeon, Ji-yeon's older sister, spoke up to defend her. Are you saying my little sister is lying? Una thought to herself, the price to pay for messing with the ace player's little sister was beyond my imagination. Ever since that day, not only did no one pass the ball to me anymore, every collective punishment turned into a fault caused by me, making me completely isolated by the team members. In the basketball club, my role now was just giving massages to the sisters Su-yeon and Ji-yeon. These miserable days didn't change even as I moved up a grade. Until now, not only have I never been able to touch a basketball even once, but all I do every day is give massages and endure punishments. Some people might think this is very simple, just give up basketball and it's over, right? But for someone who has played basketball for many years like me, I really can't give it up that easily. Yuna fell into deep despair. It seemed her basketball dream was slipping further and further away. Suddenly, the teacher spoke up. I have some good news for you all. Our schools Kang Su-yeon and Kang Ji-yeon have been selected as members of the national team for the international tournament next year. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. Faced with this event, she thought to herself, I feel this world is far too unfair. Some have to give up their dreams because of being bullied, yet the future of those bullies is so brilliant. I originally intended to risk my life to expose their crimes when the reporters came to the school for an interview, but I failed. That day I had to endure unimaginable pain. That was exactly the scene we witnessed from the beginning. That incident drove Yoon-ha into negative thoughts, and things will only get worse from now on. As for the Office of Teachers' Rights Protection that I've always been waiting for, they never... In that split second, a loud, booming voice echoed from outside the door, making Yoon-ha jump in shock. Hey, you crazy bitch. The interim coach is coming today. I clearly announced that everyone must assemble 30 minutes early. Are you deaf? Aren't you going to drag your face out here right now? Everyone was rushing to gather on the court. Ji-yeon asked, Uni, why did the coach suddenly get injured? What exactly happened? The older sister replied, I don't know. He suddenly contacted me over the weekend. He probably just got drunk and tripped. The younger sister arrogantly said again, if the new coach is the type who likes to show off, it's going to be annoying. We're national team members, after all, what could she possibly do? The door to the multipurpose room opens and everyone starts walking inside. It seems the temporary coach has arrived. She taps her stick on the floor with a thud and says, nice to meet you all. I am the interim coach Lim Hanrim. The students are quite surprised to see this. Let's work well together from now on. The older sister looks at Hanrim and says in a mocking tone, Ji-yeon, it seems you don't need to worry anymore. With her towering height, she leans in close and tells her older sister, she's just a little kid. Hanrim smirks upon hearing that. What did you just say? A shorty. Do you think those words can be casually thrown at your coach? Or rather at anyone else? She mockingly bows to apologize. Oops, I'm so sorry. It's just my first time seeing such a tiny basketball coach, so I had a slip of the tongue. But her face is full of ridicule. With that figure of yours, do you really think you're capable of teaching us? As soon as she finishes speaking, Han Rim swings her stick. The wooden stick stops right in front of her face, serving as a stark warning. I understand you want to use your intimidating aura to overpower the new female coach, so I'll let you off this time. Han Rim rests the wooden sword on her shoulder, turns her head and says, but I must also give you a reminder. There won't be a second time. After that, everyone starts splitting into teams for basketball practice. Ji-yeon quickly grabs the ball and executes a two-step layup into the hoop. The ball accurately drops through the net with pure momentum. Han Rim stands on the sidelines observing the situation. Suddenly, something catches her attention. It's Yoon-ha practicing on her own, not too far away. The girl is practicing her footwork all by herself. Han Rim calls out to get her attention. Hey, you there. She raises her voice and asks, everyone else is practicing shooting, so why are you just stuck doing footwork over there? Yoon-ha, sweating from her footwork practice, is very surprised to hear this. That's enough practice, get on the court now. The sister, Ji-yeon, suddenly steps up from behind and says, please don't force her anymore. This is a special instruction from the coach. Since Yoon has stamina is poor, she was told to practice footwork for a week. I will manage the members' training, you just need to stand and watch. Hearing this, Han Rim glares at her, visibly annoyed. Whether it's the coach or a captain like you really have no eye for this. She can clearly do footwork continuously for over an hour, and yet you say she lacks stamina. From what I see, the one who gets exhausted after just a few shots, The one standing over there drinking water and resting is the one who truly needs stamina training. Ji-yeon, sitting on the sidelines, also notices this commotion. Han-rim turns to the girl and says, "What are you still standing there for? Get on the court." Suddenly, a hand grabs her shoulder. The sister Ji-yeon, with a dark expression, coldly warns Han-rim, "That's enough." The training methods here are decided by me and the coach. As she speaks, her grip tightens even more. Someone who just barges in halfway like you only drags down the team's morale. Han-rim doesn't hesitate to reach out and grab that restless hand. She instantly turns the tables, leaving the sister unable to react. Maybe you're so focused on practice that you don't know what an interim coach means. Being an interim coach means I have the authority to exercise all the coach's powers on his behalf. Her wrist is squeezed so tightly it aches, and she thinks to herself, she's so short, but her strength is unreal. Han-rim flings her hand away and firmly declares, in other words, the current coach is me. Whether it's managing the practice or tearing down the current rules, that's the coach's job. She then picks up a basketball and tells Yoonha, "Come here, I'll pass the ball to you." The ball hurtles swiftly from her hands toward the girl. Yoonha instinctively catches the ball with ease. A misty haze flickers in her eyes. How long has it been since she last touched a ball? A surge of emotions wells up in her heart. Her agile feet immediately spring into motion. She executes a flawless professional jump shot at the perfect height. The ball traces a perfect arc right into the hoop. Yoonha stares in shock. It's been so long since she last felt this way. She feels like crying her eyes out right then and there. Han-rim says in awe, "That was a three-pointer. You're amazing." Suddenly, seeing her student cry, she gets flustered. "Huh? What's wrong? Are you crying?" Yoonha hurriedly wipes her tears and denies it. "No, I'm not." The sister, Ji-yeon, whose wrist is still red and throbbing from the terrifying grip, stands on the sidelines watching this with a completely darkened face. But what must happen, happens. After the humiliating frustration from earlier, they are back to bullying Yoon-ha in the equipment room with painful slaps. Ji-yeon curses as she hits her. "You little brat, are you out of your mind? My sister warned you not to touch the ball, and yet you dared to disobey her. And now you have the nerve to cry and whine here." They relentlessly physically assault the girl. "What, you planning to use the temporary coach to get back at us this time?" Right then, Soo-yeon steps in and speaks up. "Stop it." She approaches Yoon-ha with a serious expression. She suddenly asks with fake sincerity and warmth, "Yoon-ha, you must be exhausted, aren't you? When you were planning to meet the reporter as the captain, I thought about it a lot. I think it's only right to let you find some peace, so quit the basketball team." She utters words that seem caring, but it's the true face of a cruel, venomous snake, forcing someone else to give up their dream. She drops a coaxing line, "As long as you promise not to speak a word of what happens here to the outside, no one in class will give you a hard time." At this moment, Yoon's heart is overwhelmed with swirling thoughts. Just a moment ago, it wasn't just about basketball. I even wanted to end this life. But she hesitates, recalling the moment she got to play basketball earlier. But the image of the ball falling through the hoop is deeply etched in her mind. The girl slightly bows her head and says, "I'm sorry. I want to keep playing basketball." Hearing this, her expression instantly changes and she aggressively grabs Yoon's hair. She drives the girl by her hair, ignoring her screams. "Captain." She orders her lackeys, "Open the door for me." "Yes." She pins Yoonha against the door, forcing her hand to stick out. It seems she intends to crush her arm so she can never play basketball again. The girl screams in terror, Captain." She flashes a vicious look and says, "Unha. For the past year, haven't I been dropping hints for you? How can you be so ungrateful and clueless?" She commands her younger sister, "What are you staring at? Close the door." Just as the door is about to slam shut, a hand suddenly blocks it. Someone behind the door seems to have stopped it from closing, sending everyone into a panic. It's none other than Lim Han-rim, the interim coach. Her face darkens as she speaks, freezing the brats in their tracks. "Get down on the ground, all of you." Ji-yeon immediately speaks up. "Don't take it so seriously. We were just joking around." Because she wouldn't listen, I just scared her a bit. Enforcing discipline in the team is what a captain like me is supposed to do. You're just the temporary coach. You don't need to butt in. She keeps blabbering nonsense, completely oblivious to the fact that Han-rim is seething with rage and closing in. A massive knockout punch lands squarely on her million-dollar face. Han-rim, utterly disgusted by her words, punches her straight in the face, sending blood spurting from her nose and her eyes rolling back. She clenches her fist and speaks coldly. "I already warned you. There won't be a second time." Hanrim looks down at the girl sprawled on the floor while her cronies stare in disbelief. I reminded you, there wouldn't be a second time. But this sister seems incredibly stubborn, refusing to give up until the bitter end and immediately snaps back. I told you too. She and her lackeys step forward, surrounding Han Rim in a circle, thinking their larger builds can overpower her. She scoffs disdainfully, with your tiny figure. You absolutely cannot teach us. It's been a long time since anyone with such a death wish dared to provoke this fierce lioness. Han Rim merely lets out a cold smirk. The younger sister, Ji Yan, speaks up from behind. You didn't expect us to do this, did you? As she speaks, she raises her hand to slap her. So if you're here as a substitute teacher, you better just behave yourself. With terrifying speed and flexible reflexes, Han Rim dodges it in a flash. She smoothly uses her momentum to kick the leg of one of the brats nearby. The girl loses her balance and crashes down with a thud. She'll definitely be in a wheelchair for a few weeks after that one. Before the others can even react, Han Rim curls her body and executes a fierce kip-up kick. She lands a solid kick on another lackey, leaving them all dumbfounded. In just the blink of an eye, she flawlessly takes down two of them. Now it's the turn of the loudest sister, who stammers, "What is going on?" Another uppercut to Ji Yan's jaw that's definitely going to leave it dislocated. Caught completely off guard, the brat's jaw dropped as her eyes rolled back and she was sent flying backward. An overwhelming victory for our fierce, fiery red-haired queen. After wiping out the small fry, our gorgeous Unnie shot a glaring look right at the ringleader. By now, both Yoon Ha and Soo-yeon were left with their jaws on the floor, completely speechless in absolute shock. Han Rim took powerful, deliberate steps toward the older girl who had been spewing arrogant warnings just moments ago. Terrified out of her mind, she stammered out, wait a minute." Before she could even finish, a foot came flying straight at her, poised to deliver a crushing kick to the face. Bam! Han Rim was only intimidating her. She kicked the wall right behind the girl, making her shut her eyes tight. "Everyone listen up. From this moment on, I will announce the new head coach's guiding principles," she declared with overwhelming authority. Over in the gymnasium, the students were buzzing with murmurs. Are we really allowed to go home? I have no idea. Standing before them, Han Rim barked, "What are you all spacing out for? Pack your things and head home." Sweating profusely, Soo-yeon spoke up, acting head coach. "The summer tournament is coming up." Han Rim instantly cut her off. There are plenty of teams that perform perfectly fine without living in a training camp. Besides, centralized boarding is the root cause of all the toxic abuses in sports clubs. The Ministry of Culture and Sports banned this ages ago, yet this school is still pulling this stunt on its own. Let me make this clear. Even if we had an international tournament, this training camp nonsense is over. In a quiet corner of the school, a group of female students was being forced to hold a painful squat position as punishment. You little brats, have you all lost your minds lately? Ji Yeon raised her arrogant voice. Your attitudes are absolute trash. Are you thrilled out of your minds just because you don't have to live in the dorms anymore? Unbelievable. Back in my day, we wouldn't dare act like this. Suddenly, she noticed a junior staggering, looking completely exhausted and ready to collapse. She immediately prepared to unleash a nasty backhand, screaming, "You little bitch. Your senior is speaking, and you dare not listen properly." Suddenly, a hand clamped down on her wrist. Oh, this feeling was far too familiar. That's right, Han Rim had arrived. Didn't I tell you already? Club members have absolutely no right to arbitrarily gather people like this. During practice on the basketball court, everyone was training with intense dedication. Yoon Ha was dribbling when Soo-yeon stole the ball and maliciously slammed into her on purpose. They collided and both crashed hard onto the floor. Yoon Ha hurriedly apologized and reached out to help her up. "I'm sorry, Captain. Are you okay?" But the wicked girl was seething with rage, showing zero intention of being friendly. Han Rim, who was watching from a short distance, spoke up. "Hey, what are you apologizing for? That was a totally legal collision. If anything, the captain committed a foul. In a practice match, you don't need to walk on eggshells around your seniors. You have to unleash your maximum potential." Honestly, you guys are hilarious. You won't even pass the ball to the one person capable of guarding a national player one-on-one. Hearing Han Rim's sharp words, the captain's face darkened with venomous spite. Right after that incident, she began plotting her revenge by photoshopping fake injuries onto her own pictures. She digitally layered bruises and cuts onto her face and thighs. Soo-yeon praised her younger sister. "That's amazing. You can't tell it's fake at all." Her sister replied with immense pride, "Do you know how many years I've been playing social media? Your 200,000 followers are all thanks to my hard work." I was going to hold back a little, but she has completely crossed the line. You red-haired midget, you're dead meat this time. She schemed to ruin Han Rim by making an exposing post claiming she was assaulted, intending to use her rabid fans and public opinion to destroy her. Kang Ji-yeon wrote, "Just thinking about tomorrow terrifies me. I don't know how much more I'll be hurt. I don't know if I can hold on anymore." Beneath the post were endless comments drowning her in pity and sympathy. It was a dramatic post on PL Gram, shared through both Ji-yeon and Soo-yeon's personal accounts. Han Rim was leisurely lounging at home scrolling through social media when she stumbled upon that very post. She let out a soft, amused smile and murmured, "How adorable." Next came the news broadcast. "Hello everyone, Im Chun Hyo Hee. Our topic for today covers the shocking incident regarding a current student and national women's basketball player. Sisters Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Ji-yeon have allegedly been brutally abused by their coach. According to reports, the acting head coach assigned to the school clashed with team captain Kang Soo-yeon and has repeatedly subjected her to horrific physical violence. This appalling situation was then brought to light online by her younger sister, Kang Ji-yeon. This caused the controversy to explode instantly, igniting intense outrage among netizens, with some already digging up the acting coach's true identity. Seeing the tide turning heavily in her favor, Ji-yeon smirked with malicious glee. "You crazy bitch, you are absolutely ruined this time." But at that very moment, an unimaginable plot twist struck the situation out of nowhere. Last night, an anonymous source leaked the entire chat history of player Kang Ji-yeon, sending shockwaves to the online community. The chat logs were filled with vicious, bullying insults, and even included a photo of her locking Yoon-ha inside a locker. The insults were incredibly cruel and heavy. "Kang Ji-yeon, if I catch you crying in the dorms, you better prepare to get beaten. Kang Ji-yeon, the freshmen are saying you're terribly ugly. I didn't expect you to be mocked by juniors to this extent. Ha 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 ha. Kang Ji-yeon, your mother must feel so pathetic for giving birth to trash like you. Ha ha ha." It was truly gut-wrenching to read. Furthermore, a netizen who works professionally as an image editor confirmed that the photo Kang Ji-yeon posted was heavily photoshopped. Now the entire public firmly believes that Kang Ji-yeon is the true abuser. Moreover, there was another massive plot twist. Investigations revealed that the acting coach is actually an inspector from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau, dispatched specifically to investigate school violence. Reading this, Ji-yeon was paralyzed with absolute shock. Surprise, surprise, you old hag. This female inspector is the very same person who dragged the mastermind of the tragic teacher's suicide by the collar. And the reason her face was never exposed back then was because she had confiscated every single student's phone upon arriving at that school. Sitting in class, Ji-yeon gasped in horror. That crazy woman is actually from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. Just then, Han Rim stepped up and replied, "Yeah, that's right. Are you watching this video too? Then I guess I won't have to waste my breath explaining. Let's take a little walk outside, shall we? You filthy bully." It was only then that Ji-yeon turned pale with genuine bone-chilling fear. Holding up the video playing on her phone, Han Rim ordered, "Step outside for a chat, perpetrator of school violence." "Follow me," she commanded coldly. Realizing the situation had gone straight to hell, Ji-yeon cursed loudly and bolted out of the room. She threw the door open and sprinted away like a bat out of hell. Han Rim clicked her tongue with a devious smirk. "You're all grown up and you still want to play tag. I'm afraid this isn't exactly the best time to be running outside, is it?" Out in the hallway, every single student had seen the video and knew she was the vicious bully. Murmurs and glaring whispers surrounded her from every corner. "Oh my god, this is insane. What a calculating bitch. I knew this would be exposed sooner or later. Absolute scum." By sheer coincidence, she ran straight into Yoon-ha, who was also watching that exact video. Her eyes turned bloodshot with demonic fury as she screamed her name. "Park Yoon-ha." She lunged forward viciously as if ready to butcher her alive, fully convinced that Yoon-ha was the one who leaked the screenshots that utterly destroyed her reputation. Smack. Out of nowhere, a half-empty carton of milk dropped from above, landing squarely on her head. A male student yelled down from the upper floor, "You're completely beyond saving." He mocked her relentlessly. "You crazy bitch. What are you screaming for? You think you're so tough." Wow, holy shit, look at that demonic expression on her face. Her true evil nature is showing loud and clear. Hearing those sneers, Ji-yeon burned with blinding rage. She looked utterly pathetic, milk dripping heavily down her ruined face. Then all the students around them began chanting in unison, "Apologize now. Apologize now. Apologize now. Apologize now. Apologize now. Apologize now." What's the point of an apology? Just beat her up. Ever since this Kang Ji-yeon started bullying people, I knew karma would catch up to her eventually. Yoon-ha, punch her. Everyone fiercely supported Yoon-ha and condemned the vicious bully. The news channels continued their relentless broadcast. Latest expose on Kang Ji-yeon. Her malicious acts began years ago. Witnessing a devil. Comprehensive coverage of Kang Ji-yeon's school violence controversy. Is the true mastermind behind the violence actually her older sister, Kang Soo-yeon? The truth about the Teachers' Rights Bureau's second inspector, Lim Han-rim. A tidal wave of scandalous news surrounding the two sisters was completely exposed. The controversy surrounding national women's basketball player Kang Ji-yeon's violence is intensifying. New leaks suggest the real puppet master is her sister, Kang Soo-yeon. Last night, Kang Ji-yeon's former teammate from years ago appeared on streamer Chun XXS broadcast. This revelation stated that Kang Ji-yeon was merely a pawn and all the brutal bullying was orchestrated behind the scenes by Kang Soo-yeon. Within just an hour of being uploaded, the expose video surpassed 1 million views. Following that, highly credible testimonies poured into the comments section, pushing the scandal into a brand new phase. The mastermind herself was watching her own catastrophic downfall unfold with the most indescribably twisted expression. Right at that moment, a pitiful cry of "Unnie" echoed through the room. Ji-yeon had returned home. She sobbed miserably. What am I supposed to do now? The internet is flooded with malicious comments every single day, and now people are even sending me death threats. Am I going to have to live like this for the rest of my life? Her older sister stood up and offered a sickeningly sweet comfort. It's going to be okay, Ji-yeon. They're just doing this because they're jealous of our success. Don't worry, give it 2 months for this to blow over and everything will go back to normal. Therefore, keep that exact miserable expression on your face and let's film an apology video. The script goes like this, so listen carefully. You admit to the violence, announce your withdrawal from the national team, and retire from your basketball career. But state that all the rumors dragging your sister into this are pure defamation. All the blame rests solely on you and you hope to clear up any misunderstandings. What did you just say? You want me to take the fall all by myself. Realizing her sister's sinister plan to dump all the sins onto her, the younger sibling erupted in furious protest. I bullied Park Yoon-ha, but you were clearly the one who ordered me to do it. She shouted, completely failing to realize that the most vicious devil was her own flesh and blood. Ripe. With a sickening tear, the older sister violently ripped a chunk of hair right out of her younger sister's scalp. You stupid bitch, it seems you still haven't grasped the reality of the situation. If this keeps up, we're both going to be utterly destroyed. Wearing an expression of pure malice, she let the torn locks of her sister's hair flutter to the floor. At the very least, I need to make a clean escape. I can only find a way to clear your name once this storm has calmed down. Ji-yeon clutched her bleeding, bald patch and collapsed to the floor in complete despair. Ultimately, she was forced to compromise and film the video. I am Kang Ji-yeon. I admit to the recent controversies regarding the school violence surrounding me. Everything is true. Taking this opportunity, I wish to offer my deepest and most sincere apologies to the victims. I will withdraw from the national team and leave the club. I will earnestly cooperate with the investigations by the Department of Education and the police. However, amidst all these controversies, there is one detail that is entirely false. That is the rumor claiming my older sister, Kang Soo-yeon, was pulling the strings from behind. She had absolutely no idea about the atrocities I committed. On the contrary, it was I who exploited her status as the team's ace to torment countless teammates. From years ago up until now, she has single-mindedly devoted herself solely to sports. Please direct all your fury at me. I will bear all the responsibility. Please do not torment my poor sister any longer. She sobbed tragically as she spoke. Just like that, she successfully took all the blame, perfectly laundering her sister's image. The very next day, Soo-yeon handed a form over to Han-rim. This is Ji-yeon's official request to leave the team. She's no longer attending school and is currently reflecting on her actions at home. The punishment is entirely up to you. You can deal with her however you see fit. Han-rim took the form, tucked it into her pocket, and let out a scoffing sneer. Sure thing. Pushing your own little sister straight into hell just to save your own skin. How does that feel? She instantly denied it to the bitter end. You have no right to make such baseless accusations. Now that your investigation is over, I kindly ask you to leave. The tournament is fast approaching. Having a complete basketball amateur monopolize the coach's position won't do anyone else any good. The older sister took out a small notebook and wrote something down. When we leave depends on my mood. She tore off the piece of paper and handed it to Soo-yeon. Here, take this. This is the starting lineup I've decided on for the game." She took the note and looked at it. Right at that moment, the rest of the team also walked in. She yelled out, startling everyone, "Are you crazy?" Seeing the lineup, she immediately objected. "A woman who knows nothing about basketball like you, and you dare to lead the team into a match. And what's with this lineup? How dare you choose a bunch of unqualified benchwarmers for the starting lineup?" Han Rim finally spoke up. "Have you never wondered why I only leak Kang Ji-yeon's chat history? Because for her, that was the most fitting punishment. But that method doesn't work for you. To deal with someone like you, the first thing to do is crush that sky-high pride of yours. The reason you always secretly tormented Park Yoon-ha is that she's more talented than you, right?" Her words hit right at her sore spot. Soo-yeon immediately denied it. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I torment her?" Han Rim just calmly said, "Start warming up. I'll get the court ready. If I'm wrong, why don't you two just go head-to-head to prove it?" Yoon-ha, who had just walked in and heard that, stood there in a daze, completely confused. As for Soo-yeon, she glared at the girl. It was true that because she was so jealous of her talent, she constantly oppressed her and tried to force Yoon-ha to leave the team. Eventually, Soo-yeon agreed to the one-on-one duel with Yoon-ha. The two of them made a deal. Han Rim explained the rules. No scoring. Whoever makes 5 baskets first wins. Then you have to keep your promise. If I win, you'll go back to the Ministry of Education, right? The older woman just shrugged in agreement. The intense match began. Soo-yeon secretly rejoiced. This is even better. This brat has never even trained properly. It'd be a miracle if I lost. Overly confident in her abilities, she started dribbling forward. The relentless competition of shots and layups between the two unfolded rapidly. Even though Yoon hadn't been allowed to train properly, she still tried her best to defend. The first ball went through the net. Everyone watching was stunned. Unbelievable. Was Park Yoon really this good? The two competed neck and neck for all. It had come down to the final point. At this point, she finally turned pale and started to panic. Timeline flashed back to 2 years ago at the National Middle School Basketball Championship. At that time, Yoona was competing against Ji-yeon's team. It could be said that Yoona was even better than her younger sister back then, leaving her furious as they fell behind. Her lively and talented demeanor from 2 years ago proved she was a hidden gem worth polishing. Soo-yeon was standing on the sidelines watching the game. The referee noticed and praised her. "That girl plays really well. Does Yoonso Middle School have such a great prospect?" "Soo-yeon, although I feel a bit sorry for saying this, that girl seems a little stronger than your sister." She thought to herself, she truly is a natural-born genius. Last year, when she played against me, she was just an overgrown rookie. Yet after just 1 year, her fundamentals and techniques have improved so much it's like she's a completely different person. Once she moves up, Park Yoon-ha will likely become a stumbling block in my path. She began to fear such a formidable opponent. She immediately came up with an idea and told the coach, "Instead of letting her go to another school and become my opponent, you should recruit her here. It's better to keep her close by." After that, Yoonha actually passed the entrance exam and joined her team. Her talent was clearly on full display. So much so that the coach was amazed. "Park Yoonha, in such a short time, your skills have improved again. I plan to develop you until next year, but it seems there's no need. You'll be playing as a starter immediately. With the trio of Kang Ji-yeon, Kang Soo-yeon, and Park Yoon-ha, we can aim for the national championship this year." But her fears slowly became reality. Keeping her close has indeed made my anxieties come true. Park Yoon-ha won't just stop at this small school team. She's clearly talented enough to go pro. Same age, same school. If both Yoon-ha and I become pro players, we'll definitely always be compared. So she interfered to stop the girl from reaching her basketball dream by doing what? Not letting Yoon-ha participate in training. He asked, confused, "Weren't you the one who told me to recruit her? But why?" She immediately explained, "Coach, you've already taken money from the parents of the members chosen for the starting lineup this year, right? You were planning to put them on the court anyway. Should I just expose all of this?" She used the coach's bribery secret to oppress the genius girl with malicious thoughts. I must trample her under my feet before that happens. And so from then on, she pulled the strings behind the mental and physical abuse against Yoon-ha, leaving the girl completely devastated. The beatings and the isolation. She wanted Yoona to give up on basketball and her own dream. There was so much oppression, harassment, and cold shouldering from both teammates and the coach. "Go do a handstand over there. Just give up." Yoona gradually fell into despair. Give up on basketball. That was what she thought. How long are you going to stay stubborn? Isn't it time to give up? Damn it, I'm begging you. Get out of my sight. But that couldn't break the girl's will. With her sharp instincts, she realized. It's a fake. Immediately, Yuna broke through Su Yan's ball possession. To her complete astonishment, the whistle blew to stop the play. Switch offense and defense. She glared at the girl with burning eyes. Damn it. How is this possible? Right, even if you are a genius, even so, you've never been formally trained, yet you're still on par with me. This is completely absurd. But in reality, there was nothing absurd about it at all. Throughout the time she was isolated and oppressed, that girl kept training diligently, setting her alarm for 4:30 a.m. every single day. While everyone was still sound asleep, Yoon-ha had already woken up and gone outside. Practice basketball. Every day she worked hard. It was passion, enthusiasm, and diligence, not just simply being a natural-born genius. Yoon-ha always practiced by herself, no matter how exhausted or lonely she felt. It was time for that hard work to shine in this match. Quick as lightning in the second half after switching sides, Yoon-ha won the ball, completely overpowering Su Yan, to the shock and surprise of everyone on the team. It was no longer a neck-and-neck game like before. At this point, whatever she did was meaningless. She was probably so angry she could cough up blood. Ahead of her was Yuna's back. Such a despicable person would only ever chase after someone else's footsteps. She screamed the girl's name just as Yoon-ha was about to go for a layup. Suddenly, she lunged forward and grabbed Yoon-ha by the hair. Seeing the situation go south, Han Rim anxiously ran over. This bitch had really lost all control. Grabbing her hair, she cursed. You absolute bitch. Wouldn't it have been better if you just obediently listened when I told you to give up? Why you have to be so stubbornly determined to die? Why? But in response, there was no longer the usual weak submission. Yoon-ha immediately grabbed her jersey. A beautiful throw completely reversed the situation. Su Yan was slammed onto the floor with a heavy thud. She was in so much pain she coughed violently. Han Rim and the others were all left in awe. Let's not forget that before playing basketball, Yoon-ha had trained extensively in judo. Right now, she was just pinned flat beneath the girl's feet. The pent-up frustration in her heart was finally released. Yoon-ha spoke up. Do you have to ruthlessly trample on someone else's dream to feel satisfied? Do you want a taste of that feeling? Yoon-ha mercilessly stomped on Su Yan's right arm, making her cry out in pain. Not stopping there, she twisted her arm forward, scaring her half to death. She stammered out, Yoon-ha. Only then did the girl slowly speak. Captain, did you know? This match wasn't actually fair at all. Memories flooded back of Yoon-ha's grueling training days on the team. You knew absolutely nothing about my basketball level, but I was always observing you. Doing handstands, she would secretly watch Su Yan play basketball. From your shooting posture to your tactics, even the timing of your fakes and your training methods. I remember your every single move clearly. You must have been so passionate and admiring to observe so meticulously, the girl asked with a dark expression. Why do you think I did that? As she spoke, she gripped harder, prying her hand away. Could it be so that one day I can get revenge? But Yuna's following words left Su Yan completely stunned. The person she had always hated, envied, and wanted to push to a dead end was like this. It's because I really like your play style. She let go of her hand, her eyes glistening with a layer of tears threatening to fall. Even though your personality is terrible, you are really worth learning from on the court. Su Yan listened with a blank face, as if she couldn't believe her ears. At least you take basketball very seriously. I used to think that if I just worked hard, you would acknowledge me one day. But in the end, you betrayed even basketball. Saying that, Yoon turned and walked away. Kang Su Yan, you are just a piece of trash, nothing more, nothing less. Every word she said struck hard at her mind, leaving her deep in thought. Just then, the interim coach stepped up and said, Yoon doesn't want you to be punished because of this either. She said you are a precious gem in women's basketball. You shouldn't be ruined because of things like this. Yoon only has one wish. That is to have the chance to play alongside you as a teammate, even if just once. But even though Yoon chose to forgive you, I won't let you off the hook easily. Despite Yoon's precious heart, this big sister here is different. People like her must pay for their actions. Your reaction just now makes me even more certain. You don't deserve to be a national player. This is what you call a taste of your own medicine. At this moment, a press conference was taking place with Han Rim herself presenting. Based on the Board of Education's investigation results, the mastermind behind the violence at Seonyeon High School is actually the team captain, Kang Soo-yeon. Upon receiving the investigation report, the National Basketball Association decided to revoke the national team status of the two sisters, Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Ji-yeon. Currently, both are on trial for allegations related to school violence. The press conference announcing the investigation results concludes here. Finally, I would like to offer some advice to the sports club athletes who are holding on to their dreams of going pro. Athletic performance is not the only measure of an athlete's success or failure. A phone broadcasting the press conference was hurled to the floor, shattering and cracking its screen. But the audio didn't stop. Just dedicating yourself to the game, bringing joy and emotion to the audience is enough. Kang Soo-yeon was locking herself in her room, anxiously biting her nails. The more she listened, the more terrified she became. Who could possibly enjoy watching a game played by an athlete with a terrible personality? At the girls' sports school right now, the coaches were also sitting around discussing the recent incident. A male teacher voiced his regret. The Kang Soo-yeon case is really a pity. I totally agree. She's beautiful and an internet star too, being a national player at such a young age. If a promising talent like that transitions smoothly to the pros, she would definitely become a shining star, lighting up the hope for the revival of women's basketball. But right at that moment, the image of Park Yoon-ha caught a coach's eye. Her incredible speed and godly skills were shining endlessly on the basketball court. She grabbed the ball and prepared to execute a jump. With her height advantage and masterful technique, she flawlessly nailed a perfect three-pointer. That brilliant sight was completely captured by the coaches sitting nearby. One of them spoke up and asked, "By the way, who is that girl?" Han Rim was also quietly observing the girl from afar. The older woman beamed with a bright smile. Her abilities are absolutely on par with Kang Soo-yeon's. That was how people evaluated Yoon-ha right now. On the TV, the news of Han Rim giving the presentation was broadcast again, the true mastermind behind the violence. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Look at her. How can someone working in education wear such heavy makeup? And with a full head of dyed red hair, too. Did she even arrest that kid who falsely accused the teacher before? This bitch is ridiculous. What false accusation? Schoolgirls barely have any human rights to begin with. Because this kind of person keeps making a mess, I'm worked to the bone. Some woman was snacking on chips while watching and judging Han Rim. I have compiled the supplementary reference materials and sent them to everyone. Members, please report your educational results and assigned workload. The woman smiled dangerously and announced, if there are students who refuse to listen, it will be hard to avoid indirectly causing teachers to. Later, at the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau, Han Rim just walked in and back. In the room, her senior was also watching that news broadcast. Seeing this, Han Rim was extremely embarrassed and immediately ran over, saying, "What are you doing? Turn it off now." He then teased her. "I didn't expect you to be so photogenic on screen. Just bringing joy and emotion to the audience is enough. But those lines of yours sound like you've rehearsed them 100 times, right?" Han Rim blushed and explained, "I absolutely didn't want to do it in the first place, but the minister kept forcing me to give the presentation. I was so nervous that day, my voice was trembling. I did a terrible job. But this recommended video, 5 facts about Lim Han Rim, is what it says true." She irritably stopped him. "That's enough. Hand over the mouse right now." After that, the two started brawling over the mouse to turn off the video. Suddenly, the minister walked in. "Why are you sitting around chatting instead of working?" he asked. "Have you finalized the next school yet?" Na Hua-jin answered quietly, "Not yet, sir. We are currently still filtering the whistleblower reports." Hearing that, he tossed a file onto the table in front of them. "If it's not finalized yet, go handle this case first." Seeing her superior about to flick his lighter for a smoke, Han Rim spoke up to remind him. "Boss, smoking cigars here isn't a very good idea." The old man clicked his tongue and replied, "Why are you sounding exactly like my secretary?" Na Hua-jin then opened the file and read it. The more he read, the darker his expression became. The stack of documents stated, "This is really going too far. Issuing supplementary reference materials and notices. During the educational process, it will be discovered that the issue of students with family education problems disrupting class discipline is particularly severe. Therefore, if disobedient students appear, it's hard to avoid teachers being indirectly boycotted by that group of students, forming a toxic atmosphere which causes educators to develop an apprehensive mentality. This content includes psychological skill materials compiled to prevent the educational environment and atmosphere from becoming chaotic." Han Rim saw this and approached. "What is it? Let me see. Conducting brainwashing education that goes against common sense. Wow, are they crazy?" The minister was also extremely furious. Elementary school students are the foundation and future of the country. Yet there is an organization conducting this kind of brainwashing education, even with Mahdi children who say and do discriminatory things like this. As long as I, Choi Kang Suk, am still sitting in the position of Minister of Education. I will absolutely not tolerate these terrible behaviors happening. Arrest the ringleader and bring them here immediately. At a kindergarten, a child was being punished by being forced to kneel, crying so hard that snot and tears ran down their face, holding up a piece of paper that read, "I am a discriminator." At the podium, a woman who seemed to be the teacher was addressing the class. Do you all see it? Even for naughty children who use discriminatory words and behaviors. It was the very same woman eating chips earlier, uttering such harsh words to a child only a few years old. One has to wonder where her professional ethics went. In a certain room, a man was talking on the phone. It seemed he had called his boss to take a day off. "I'm sorry, director. I'm afraid I won't be able to come to work today." An angry voice rang out from the phone. "Department head Shin, are you crazy? Tomorrow and the day after are our launch days. Do you want to get fired?" The man could only offer his apologies. "Right now, I need to resolve some things that are more important than work." In his hand was the diary of his daughter, Shin Hyo-mi, Class 3-2. Despite the shouts of "Hey, Department Head Shin, hey," he decisively hung up the phone. The more he read the words written in the diary, the paler his face became. Is all of this really true? It read, "I didn't really understand the teacher's perspective during class, so I expressed my different viewpoint, and the teacher said I was someone who frequently discriminated. From then on, I was alienated by my classmates. I really hate the teacher." At this moment, in the classroom, a group of girls were crowding around and bullying a little girl, pulling her hair and screaming derogatory words, "You discriminator! You discriminator!" The little girl was beaten until her face was scratched and bruised, falling to the floor. Suddenly, she saw a silhouette outside the classroom door. It was her teacher, bearing an incredibly malicious smile. Is this really what such a small child has to go through? The red car sped along the highway and sounds of complaint echoed from inside. Just thinking about it makes me insanely angry. Han Rim drove while speaking indignantly. It's frustrating enough for a teacher to indoctrinate students, but this. What? Instigating the isolation of a student? This is truly sickening. Her eyes burned fiercely like fire, her face like a demon about to claim lives. But how are we going to catch the person in this case? We can't just crawl through the internet cable to beat them up. Manhwa Jin immediately comforted her. Calm down first and watch the road carefully. What's with that murderous expression? If we beat the grass to startle the snake will crawl out on its own. He was reviewing the whistleblower report, which stated, "I am a parent of a student at Shinla Elementary School. The educational methods of my daughter's homeroom teacher seem very strange. One day, she suddenly tore up all the traditional fairy tales in the house, claiming they were outdated ideologies, and gradually picked up the habit of swearing. Even though I have reminded the teacher many times, she completely ignores it. I'm really worried that if this continues, my daughter will go down the wrong path. Please help us." In the staff room, that homeroom teacher was clacking away at her keyboard. Then the hag stretched her arms and said, "Morning tasks are complete." Suddenly, a message popped up on the computer screen reading, "Ms. Chan Mi, Ms. Sang Jiak. Our education website seems to have been leaked over the weekend. The internet is in total chaos. Even though the vice admin has locked the site, there are still many people sending whistleblowing reports to the National Assembly and the Ministry of Education." She immediately said, "Ms. Chan Mi, did we break the law? Why are you suddenly messaging me about this?" The teacher opposite her stammered a reply. "No, it's just. Everyone is calling it brainwashing education, so it's better to be careful." The woman immediately smiled and replied, "What brainwashing? We are doing all this to build a world without discrimination." She was even deeply devoted to it, believing it to be the absolute truth. These are incredibly noble efforts. Just as she was walking down the hallway hugging a stack of documents, two figures in black suits suddenly approached. "Excuse me for a moment." It was Manhwa Jin and Han Rim who had arrived. The two smiled friendlily, speaking as they held out their civil servant IDs. "We are from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. May I ask, are you Ms. Yang Sang-jiak?" Hearing her name mentioned, her eyes widened in shock. "Yes. Is there a problem?" The male lead immediately explained, You don't need to be on guard, actually. While counseling a student, we encountered a case related to gender discrimination. We heard that Ms. Yang is an expert in this field, so we wanted to come and consult you for some guidance. Would that be all right?" Hearing that, she cupped her face in astonishment and extreme delight, saying, "Then you two have definitely found the right person. Please follow me. I will let you both sit in on my class." Witnessing this scene, Han Rim softly sighed. How did she take the bait so easily? When I first heard this plan, I thought it was pretty ridiculous. The male lead didn't answer immediately. He just calmly smirked. Afterward, the two became observers of the class. A little girl was standing up, reading a text in front of the class. Discovering that her feathered robe had disappeared, the fairy was completely terrified. Right at that moment, the woodcutter appeared and said, "As long as you marry me and bear my children, I will return your robe to you." After that, the fairy replied. Suddenly, the little girl raised her voice and roared, "Shut your filthy mouth right now." The fairy was incredibly furious and swung her fist wearing a jade ring, smashing it straight into the woodcutter's head. The woodcutter was horrified. He originally thought that after the robe disappeared, the fairy would cry and do as he said, but the result was completely unexpected. Hearing this, Hanrim's head was full of question marks. What the hell is going on here? Then the teacher immediately explained. Traditional fairy tales all carry more or less discriminatory ideologies from the old era, which are no longer suitable for modern trends. That's why I teach them fairy tales reinterpreted from a modern perspective. Reinterpreting the original work from a modern perspective. While this isn't a bad educational method, but traditional fairy tales, to be blunt, are stories passed down orally. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to keep the original versions when teaching the kids. Many third graders are probably experiencing the story of the fairy and the woodcutter for the first time. Hearing the older woman say that, her face darkened as she retorted, "I already told you this is a product born from the discriminatory ideologies of the old era. What benefit does learning about it bring to the students?" Then they moved on to another lesson. You all see the disparity between these two numbers, right? Number of amateur soccer teams. Women's teams, 116. Men's teams, 28. 16. This is exactly the proof that the stadium only belongs to boys. Look at this advertisement as well. Men wear pants, while women wear skirts, right? The media is intentionally or unintentionally reinforcing gender stereotypes in this form. After that, the scene shifted to a little boy bowing deeply, saying, I'm sorry." Then followed a series of similar actions. A row of students was bowing and apologizing to the rest of the students sitting in chairs for various reasons. "I'm sorry for ignoring you just because you're a girl. I'm sorry for making fun of you being short. I'm sorry for calling you a pig," she explained. Normal kids also unconsciously blurt out discriminatory remarks. Children are very simple-minded, but because of that, they often don't realize when they misspeak. Education needs to play a role in correcting that. Suddenly, Manhwa Jin noticed something. It was the little girl with a sign around her neck that read, "I am a discriminator." He immediately asked, "Teacher, why is that little girl the only one wearing a notebook around her neck?" She put on a bitter face. "Do you mean Hyomi? Hyomi violently opposed my educational views. Therefore, to prevent her from going down the wrong path, a stronger stimulus is needed." Hanrim was surprised to hear that. She's clearly teaching the kids not to discriminate. Yet just because she didn't listen to her, she's discriminating against a student like this. I finally understand why Hua Jin's trick got her to take the bait. This person fundamentally doesn't realize how contradictory her own behavior is. She clapped her hands with a smug look. Clap, clap. Good job, everyone, you're doing the right thing. But no one knew that behind the glass door of the classroom, someone was quietly observing. It was Hyomi's father. He had taken time off work to come check on the situation and witness the truth of what was happening. On the board were the words, "Put an end to discriminatory words and behavior," but his daughter was wearing a notebook that said, "I am a discriminator." Filled with burning anger, he immediately threw the door open and barged in. Everyone in the room was extremely surprised. Hyomi's dad? His daughter was also very surprised. Furious father trembled, holding up a diary as evidence and saying, "It seems what my daughter wrote in her diary is the truth. How dare you falsely accuse such a young student of being a discriminator? Apologize to Hyomi and take that sketchbook down right now. We're in the middle of class, please step outside. Then you should be teaching normal things. On what grounds are you publicly berating an innocent child like this?" On the contrary, the woman was neither afraid nor remorseful, but instead got angry and blamed the father. Every teacher's teaching method is different. I really don't understand what right you have to discuss common sense with me. Moreover, sir, you're an irresponsible father. Sneaking a peek at your daughter's diary. Isn't that a shameless act of invading her privacy? Oh, that's right, you're a single father, aren't you? It's understandable. It's perfectly normal to divorce such an arrogant husband. She actually dared to spout such words in front of that father's daughter. The furious man was about to rush over and slap her. What kind of teacher discusses someone else's family matters in front of children? Immediately, a hand grabbed him and stopped him. He turned around and yelled, "Who the hell are you?" Manhwa Jin calmly replied, "Sir, if you lay a hand on her, that's a complete violation of a teacher's authority. So please calm down, let's talk this out." Immediately, a thunderous slap from Han Rim landed right on the woman's chubby face. Beautiful lady acted very decisively while saying, "Leave this to us." This action left the homeroom teacher completely shocked. Surprised, old lady? Seeing this, she was utterly stunned and asked warily, "What is the meaning of this?" Only then did the main character reveal the truth. "Actually, we came here because we received a report that you are subjecting the kids to extreme brainwashing education. Sure enough, your teaching method is quite dictatorial. You even speak thoughtlessly to parents when they raise questions. That's really going a bit too far." She bent down to pick up the glasses that were just slapped off her face and said, "I admit what I just said to Hyoma's father was a bit out of line. But how can you say I'm brainwashing them? Brainwashing is an evil educational method, cramming narrow-minded and immoral thoughts. Forgive me, but I cannot accept you smearing an educational method geared towards the value of equality as brainwashing." Faced with those seemingly reasonable excuses, he asked back, "So you think your educational method is normal?" She immediately replied firmly, "Of course." "All right, we only attended your class this morning. The time wasn't long enough, so some misunderstandings are bound to arise. So how about this?" It seemed he had come up with some unique method, which was to pretend to be new students sitting in class with the kids to experience the lessons. "Hello, everyone. We are new students who transferred to this school today. I'm Manhwa Jin, and this is Lim Han Rim. We came here to experience Ms. Yang's gender equality education. We hope you'll help us out in the future." The homeroom teacher was furious but couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, a little girl was showing off her newly bought dress to her friends in class. "Ta-da! This is the new outfit my dad bought at the mall yesterday. Pretty, isn't it?" The girls around her were completely in awe. "Wow, oh my gosh. So pretty. Isn't this model sold out? Your dad is so cool." Manhwa Jin and Lim Han Rim, who were sitting nearby, happily chatted upon seeing this. "I never knew because I don't usually get to interact with them. Students nowadays are way cuter than in our time." But that was just the tip of the iceberg. They didn't realize that in another corner, a group of students was looking at them with weird eyes. At this time, having returned to the teacher's office, the woman thought to herself, "So they came here to investigate the brainwashing education case. Could it be because our website was leaked that they came to investigate?" But with her big, infinite IQ brain, she thought backward. "No, this is even better. I'll just use this opportunity to get the Ministry of Education to recognize our method and then officially implement it. Then there is no need to continue through hidden websites." It was a truly perfect plan, the teacher thought as she opened the door and walked into the classroom. Less than greater than. Immediately catching her eye was a scene of kids arguing. "I don't even care myself, so what are you getting worked up about?" The teacher said so. Judging looks is discrimination. Yang Sang-jiok immediately approached to check. "What's going on?" The girl with pigtails spoke up to accuse. They were judging Yumi's appearance. She narrowed her eyes angrily and said, "Didn't I tell you that judging appearances is discrimination? Did you really do that?" The kids tried to explain. "We were just complimenting Yumi's clothes," but they were completely shut down. The teacher said that whether it's a compliment or a criticism, just mentioning it is considered discrimination. Stand in the back and raise your hands. Seeing this, the two were extremely frustrated and spoke up. "Come on, it's perfectly normal for students to compliment each other. Is it really necessary to punish them like this?" The main character had already stood up, walking toward the teacher and the kids, clapping his hands in praise. "Good, very good. The behavior of discriminating against appearances or outfits really should be completely eradicated. I think an educational method that conveys correct values is very worthy of praise. But you only need to correct them when they criticize appearances. Suffocating even compliments like this, isn't that a bit much?" She immediately spoke up. "The problem isn't as simple as you think. Girls inevitably grow up surrounded by compliments from others about their hairstyles and clothes. Then they will think that if they dress up a bit more, they will be complimented again. And so, passively, they become increasingly feminized. It is the thoughtless words of adults that confine gender roles. Isn't that what you call brainwashing? That's not an impossible scenario. Your criticism is very valid. However, as long as they like it themselves, what's wrong with that?" Seeing the two kids looking confused, he approached and patted their shoulders to comfort them. "I believe that wanting to be beautiful has nothing to do with gender stereotypes. It's just that everyone has different preferences. Instilling ideal values in students is naturally important, but even so, completely erasing their individual consciousness is no different from a toxic education." Hua Jin asked the girl in the dress from earlier, "You really like wearing pretty clothes too, right?" The girl nodded happily in agreement, leaving the woman speechless. Moving to the next class, teacher, police officer, doctor. Just as there are words for professions in our language, foreign languages also have vocabulary to describe professions. Meanwhile, Han Rim was showing great interest in the textbooks down below. So this is what textbooks look like nowadays, full of color too. The homeroom teacher spoke up again. All right, next, everyone open to page 57. Suddenly, she screamed in shock. Oh my God, what era are we in for them to still? This textbook has a huge problem. Everyone look at page 57. What's wrong with it? Han Rim also curiously opened the book to the exact page to see. The woman continued. The pilot, the doctor, and the police officer are all drawn as men, right? And the teacher is a woman. How dare they use this to cram gender stereotypes about professions? Saying that, she slammed the book shut with a thud. I hope the people in charge at the Ministry of Education can rectify this phenomenon. Suddenly, a boy raised his hand to express his opinion. But teacher, male police officers would probably be stronger, right? Men are stronger, they run faster, and it's easier for them to catch bad guys. Seeing this, she gnashed her teeth. I've never had a student talk back to me before. This is all because of that damn couple. Yang Sangjuk then pushed up her glasses and explained, men's physical constitution is indeed superior to women's. But no matter what profession, there is always room for women to play their part. And she turned and asked, don't you agree, Supervisor Lim Han Rim? I saw online that you used to be in the Special Forces from the video 5 Facts about Lim Han Rim. Could you introduce everyone to the role of women in the military? Seeing this, she stood up to everyone's astonishment. She took off her jacket, tying her hair up while approaching the teacher, making the woman panic. What are you going to do? Han Rim put her hands on the floor, getting into a push-up position. Wow, this lady was actually doing push-ups in front of the class. The whole class, including the teacher and the kids, were full of question marks, not understanding what she was doing. It wasn't that simple. Han Rim even did one-armed push-ups, even doing them with just 2 fingers. The students in the class gasped in admiration. Awesome. She can even do push-ups with her fingers. While doing it, she said, Teacher, in the Special Forces selection exam, I passed the physical fitness test with the exact same standards as the men. My mission execution capability is also top tier. Obviously, especially in martial arts, I'm among the best in the military. Manhwa Jin stood to the side, nodding in agreement. Then she stood up and said, even someone like me thinks that. There is no such thing as a role that women should play in the military. There are only the duties of a soldier. Although I think this can be applied to any profession. Her reasonable words left the woman unable to argue back, turning purple with rage and grinding her teeth. Throughout the following classes, all of the woman's twisted ideologies and extreme thoughts were refuted by Manhwa Jin and Lim Han Rim, who provided convincing and undeniable logic. The kids were very happy to see this, absorbing proper opinions that aligned with social morals. The new students are right. After enduring a day of such psychological terror, teacher Yang Sang-jiuk felt incredibly resentful. She sat in front of her computer monitor, crushing her water cup, tearing her hair out trying to figure out a solution. In a burger joint, a group of elementary school students and the homeroom teacher were gathering and gossiping. School is so damn frustrating lately. They think just because the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau is backing them, they can gang up and bully teachers. That's right. The teacher's words are obviously the truth. The girl with pigtails spoke up. That uncle's beard is so gross. It makes me want to throw up just looking at it. Besides, kids don't dye their hair red anymore. I really wish they'd just dye already. Going back to last night. At that time, the teacher was sitting in front of her computer monitor. She was reading her messages while deeply pondering something. A series of conversations appeared on the computer screen. Senior teachers group of our city. Have the people from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau gone looking for the members of New Latin? What did they say? Are they planning to investigate our website? You haven't ratted us out, have you? Or should we just lay low for a while? We absolutely cannot let our affairs leak out. I'm really confused right now. I've always firmly believed in my teaching methods, but the students' balance is increasingly tilting towards the Bureau's neutral way of thinking. Lately, I've also started wondering if our methods are too dictatorial and if we need to change our approach a bit. So I wanted to ask for everyone's opinion. No, I don't think so. In times like this, we must proudly show them that our teaching methods are the right ones. We can't bow our heads. Exactly. Why should we hide? This is a great opportunity to directly show the Ministry of Education the values we pursue. Well said. Our students must be protected by us. Support the teachers of New Latin. We are your solid backup. Stay strong. That's right, we can't just back down like this. Thanks to the encouragement and support from the people in the group, A bunch of teachers with distorted mindsets, she became even more motivated and confident that her teaching methods were correct. Back to reality, she immediately addressed the students. Because we haven't done anything wrong to begin with. I have something to ask of you. She must have cooked up some cunning plan in her head, wearing an incredibly sly smile on her face. In the next class, a little girl raised her hand to speak up against the homeroom teacher's lecture. I have a different opinion. If the restroom signs look exactly the same, we won't be able to tell the difference between men's and women's. When you need to go really badly, you might accidentally enter the wrong one. Isn't the whole point of a sign so people can understand it at a glance? Seeing this, she spoke up in annoyance. Hyo-mi, what I mean is... Before she could finish, Hwa-jin chimed in, reminding her not to cut people off. Don't interrupt, let her finish speaking. Whether it's gender stereotypes or the core visual recognition of a sign. Until now, the academic community hasn't reached a formal conclusion on which element restroom signs should focus on. Letting students speak freely and openly discuss unresolved issues, wouldn't that be more helpful for cognitive education, just like you said? Although very annoyed, surprisingly, she did a 180 and smiled. You make a very good point. Then let's all have a free discussion, everyone. Does anyone have a different opinion from Hyo-mi? Immediately, a little girl volunteered. Me. The women's restroom sign has a skirt on it, and it's really annoying to look at. Plus, why does it have to be red? I hate red the most. It's an eyesore no matter how you look at it. Besides, only an idiot like Hyo-mi wouldn't be able to tell the difference. A few other kids added their sarcastic remarks. Hey, do you still not know how to read? Seeing that, Hyo-mi quickly explained, it's not just us, but like you said, there are also kids who can't read yet. But that girl turned to the whole class and asked, Hey, does anyone agree with my thoughts? Immediately, a bunch of students stood up. I raised both hands in agreement with Na-young. A group of kids stood up and ganged up to refute her. What's so hard to tell apart? You're so dumb. The stereotype of men wearing pants and women wearing skirts is way too strong. Even hurling terrible insults. You really are a discriminator, so disgusting. You illiterate stinking bug, you reek so much. Seeing that, the homeroom teacher pretended to gently instruct them. All right. Everyone, it's fine to speak freely, but don't put others down. This method is truly amazing. Thank you so much, Supervisor Na Hwa-jin. Thanks to your enthusiastic guidance, the classroom atmosphere is much livelier. I'll use this method more often from now on. She turned to say to him, not realizing that his face was as dark as a burnt pot, and he was about to beat her up. After that, endless arguments broke out among the students in the class. I told you that thing is a fucking eyesore to me. They even ganged up to discriminate and isolate others. Discriminators get out. And in the classroom, they kept obeying and supporting the homeroom teacher. So I think what the teacher says is the absolute truth. Come on, does anyone disagree with Na-young's viewpoint? The classes just went on like that, feeling wrong somewhere but unable to pinpoint it, with no loopholes to argue against. She threw a triumphant look at the two inspectors. Well, are you feeling very unsatisfied with this atmosphere? But there is nothing you can pick apart, right? Na Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim were so furious their faces turned dark. Besides, you were the ones who suggested the discussion session, and if the students get too aggressive with their words, I'm here to mediate. Students, know in this society, whoever speaks the loudest is the one who's right. Just like that, wait until all the students take my side, the losers will be you too. That was the scheme she was executing to oppose the two of them. Then a hand went up, it was still little Hyo-mi. I have a different opinion. Isn't her opinion a bit too sensitive? Seeing this, she got furious and cursed inwardly. Shin Hyo-mi, why does this crazy kid always go against me? You're a girl too. These classes are held to protect your future. We could have obviously settled this peacefully. That way, there wouldn't be any conflicts. At the same time, the little girl with pigtails stomped over aggressively. I am truly speechless. She rushed over and gave Hyo-mi a shove. Where am I being sensitive? Say it. Say it. She screamed as if her words were the absolute truth. Discrimination exists exactly because people like you are around. She casually threw out humiliating words, insulting others' dignity, even cursing them to die. How do you still have the nerve to live? What's the point of living? You might as well stop breathing and stop eating, otherwise you're just wasting air and food. The homeroom teacher panicked, her face turning pale. No, Na-young, that's going too far. So Na-young, stop it. But it was too late. A sudden event left her completely shocked. A slipper flew out of nowhere and hit Na-young right in the face. It turned out to be a boy sitting at the back of the class who threw the slipper, and he spoke up in complaint. "You're really disgusting." The boy didn't hesitate to give her a good scolding. "Do you think you're right just because you're loud? You're just a brainless, retarded keyboard warrior." Being scolded like that, Na Young immediately glared, her face turning fierce as she screamed, "Hey, everyone stand up right now." Another girl immediately reacted harshly. "Are you crazy? You're seriously out of your mind." On the opposite side, some other students were equally angry. "That brat Na Young has been way too arrogant lately." The classroom seemed to split into two ideological factions ready to brawl. "You bunch of discriminators. Shut your mouths. Why do I have to be in the same class as this crowd? Let's just exterminate these stink bugs and be done with it." The other half were the ones defending Heal Me. Heal Me was just speaking her mind. "Why are you guys always picking fights? The one who deserves to be exterminated is you. You psycho. Aside from wanting to exterminate us, do you know how to say anything else?" Na Young screamed, "A bunch of stink bugs. Go kill yourselves." The other side immediately snapped back. These idiots just don't listen to reason. The scene was incredibly chaotic, and the homeroom teacher was caught in the middle, her head spinning. Seeing this, Na Wajin couldn't sit still anymore, so he stood up. Noticing this, Han Rim called out softly, "See, senior." Amidst the noisy chaos of this massive battle, he did something that made everyone, including that teacher, turn pale with fear. A powerful punch landed, snapping the poor desk completely in half. Looking at his intense, furious face, how could anyone not be terrified? He took long strides, walking step by step toward the teacher and the kids. Seeing this, the teacher fearfully stammered, "Senior, what are you going to do?" He immediately pointed at the broken desk and said, "The people in this classroom are just like that desk, split entirely in half." The students who were just arguing turned around and were scared out of their wits when they saw the desk. The moment someone holds a different opinion, they're treated like an enemy and fiercely slandered. Letting students divide into factions like this. Is this your educational purpose? Na Hua Jin growled, asking the homeroom teacher who stood frozen there, her face contorted as if she was about to cry. The moment an opinion contradicts your own, you view the other person as an enemy and do everything to smear them. Letting students form factions like this, is that your educational goal? Every word from Na Hua Jin was like a condemnation, exposing the true teaching method she had always been so proud of. Yang Sang-suk stammered, wanting to deny it. "That's not it. This isn't the scene I wanted to see." The scene before her became increasingly blurry, tears welling up in her eyes about to fall. Sang-suk started to reminisce. In the beginning, it was just a normal educational exchange group. The passion of colleagues who genuinely cared for students and pursued the right educational methods truly inspired me. But then, things slowly went off track. Did you guys know? Lately, whenever students open their mouths, they say things that degrade women. That's right, it makes you frown just hearing it. Before we knew it, the discussion topic got fixated on gender discrimination and derogatory words. Come to think of it, I heard there's a website for a teachers' organization dedicated to correcting this issue. I heard of it too. I was even planning to sign up this time. "Ms. Sang-suk, do you want to join us?" So she immediately replied, "I've already joined too. I completely agree with their mindset. To build a society without discrimination, putting an end to the derogatory words coming out of their mouths, and helping students form the right awareness, I dedicated myself more than anyone else. The recognition I received from my like-minded friends, it became the motivation that pushed me to keep moving forward. I am doing the right thing. No one has the right to deny that." Having said that, she screamed furiously, "It's all your fault. Constantly nitpicking my teaching methods. That's what made the students go further and further off track." She pointed her finger at Na Hua Jin while pouring out her scolding. He replied very calmly, "That's right, I absolutely cannot agree with your way of thinking. Furthermore, these students will encounter many people with different opinions like me later on in life. Different upbringings mean that everyone forms their own values, and there's no superior or inferior, right or wrong when it comes to values. But your teaching method intentionally leads them to believe that their own thoughts are the only absolute truth. If others don't value and agree with their viewpoint, they won't hesitate to throw out contempt and ridicule. Furthermore, to prove they are right, they start forming factions to attack others, and those who want to resist will create new factions to fight back. Just like the scene that happened in the classroom earlier. Do you want to turn this place into two factions? A society that massacres each other?" The words hit right at her core, a solid and undeniable argument. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She was really crying but still didn't want to believe the truth. "No, it's not like that. The values we pursue are." Before she could even finish, our main guy spoke up and asked, hitting right at the heart of the matter. Did you just say we? Hold on. Does that mean besides you, there are other teachers using this teaching method too? She immediately denied it outright. No, that's not it. Outside the door, another teacher from her group was so anxious she was biting her nails, terrified that she might accidentally expose the whole gang. She stammered and stuttered, unable to form a complete sentence. Wajin didn't even bother interrogating further and turned away. However, I have no intention of denying the values of gender equality you all are pursuing. It's just that you've been applying it the wrong way. As for what the right way really is, Hyomi here will give everyone the answer. He said this while patting the girl's shoulder to encourage her. Hyomi, you usually have very different thoughts from mine, right? So if you want to share your true thoughts with everyone. And so after that, Hyomi got to express her viewpoint openly and honestly in front of the class. So next up, I will share my perspective on gender equality with you all. The core of the issue is men and women have equal rights in any field, and we must use civilized language with one another. First, we must break free from the stereotype that women are weak and men are strong. Second, regardless of gender, do not mock others' fashion sense. While the girl was reading, Han-rim wrote those points on the chalkboard. Third, regardless of gender, do not unconditionally favor the same sex, but instead support the side that makes sense. Fourth, do not discriminate between men and women when discussing ideals. Fifth, men and women must respect each other's preferences. 6. Do not equate gender differences with gender discrimination. And finally, 7th. Saying this, the little girl hesitated slightly, her eyes sparkling with deep emotion. Just as you said, my parents divorced when I was in the first grade. Dad said he was tired, Mom said she was tired. Both insisted that they were right. The arguments always started with one side yelling loudly. If they hadn't gotten angry and just talked properly, maybe we would still be living together as a family right now. Finally, the 7th rule is, do not get angry or yell just because of different thoughts. The little girl cried and trembled as she said the last rule. Everyone who heard and witnessed this in the classroom was stunned. It was truly something worth pondering, opening up a different perspective and a proper direction for education. I hope people will stop arguing. The male lead sitting in the class cheered her on. Well said. I have absolutely no objections. Pursuing neutral and correct values without getting involved in disputes is the truly right approach to public education. Hearing this, Teacher Yang Sang-juk seemed to realize something, as if she was rethinking her own ideas of proper education. Then she walked up to the podium and raised her phone to take a picture of those thoughts and opinions, to the surprise of both Han-rim and Hyo-mi. After going home, the homeroom teacher posted the photo in her group. This is what the students in my class said about gender equality today. It's so precious to have such thoughts at a young age, I completely agree. Maybe we should include this in the educational materials. Thus, the teacher group buzzed with discussion, unanimously acknowledging Hyomi's correct mindset. Suddenly, all the messages on the screen disappeared. She panicked and wondered, what's going on? Why did everyone leave the group? Did they change the chat group? A message from a senior member of Xinluoxing arrived. You have worked hard all this time. Your solitary fight under the pressure of the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau is truly admirable and encouraging. But sorry to bring you some unfortunate news. After discussions among all senior members, we have decided. We will expel you to avoid exposing our existence. Receiving the bad news of being expelled from the Teachers Association left her utterly shocked. Every decision is for the sake of our students. We believe you can understand this too. Then everyone left the chat group, leaving her sitting in a daze in front of the computer screen. Sang-juk raised her hand and closed the laptop. She sighed sorrowfully and looked up at the ceiling. Perhaps she had truly awakened to the proper spirit of teaching. Her heart had always stemmed from her beloved students. The next day, a resignation letter was found on teacher Yang Sang-juk's desk. It read, as the inspector said, the educational method I applied to the students was indeed too extreme. Although I firmly believe my initial intention was proper education, your criticism was absolutely right. I admit this action was no different from brainwashing and forcing my own thoughts onto the students. I am willing to bear all responsibilities and leave the podium. Now Wajin asked, you said this was on Yang Sang-juk's desk. That's right. Yesterday you just exposed her use of the word we, and today she resigned. This is clearly an act of cutting off her tail to survive. While Han-rim was still scratching her head and complaining, seriously, we still have to expose the true colors of those people. Now Wajin found something in the envelope. He then said, it's too early to jump to conclusions. That's what you call prejudice. Surprise, a memory card dropped into his palm. This was probably the evidence they needed to expose those teachers and that twisted website. At this moment, the TV was reporting on the student brainwashing incident that shocked social media 2 weeks ago. The truth about the mass brainwashing of students has gradually been revealed through the investigation results of the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. Yesterday morning, Ms. Yang from School X in City R submitted her resignation letter, along with a memory card containing data from that website to the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. Inside were strategies to bribe parents, as well as methods to incite students to isolate their friends. Just looking at the file names was enough to give someone goosebumps. It is reported that these people planted 10 to 30 senior members in groups at each school, and these senior members managed their subordinate members in a highly organized manner. The problem is, these people operated in a cell organization format within school groups. Even during the investigation of senior member Yang, she stated that she couldn't know their entire network. Therefore, the Ministry of Education and the police have decided to establish a special task force to thoroughly expose the true face of this website. At this time, homeroom teacher Yang was packing her things with a sad expression after submitting her resignation. She truly was a person very passionate about her profession. Before leaving, she even said goodbye to her colleague. "Ms. Chanmi, take care of yourself." But there was no reply. The harsher plot twist behind this was that this colleague was also a senior member of the organization on that website. She turned away in awkward silence, saying no more. After all, everything was her own decision and choice. Sang Jiok hugged 2 huge cardboard boxes and staggered outside. Suddenly, a hand supported the stack of boxes. It was Manhwa Jin, grinning and offering to help. "Let me give you a hand." So the two of them, each carrying a box, walked together one after the other. To break the awkward silence, the male lead cheerfully spoke up. "I wonder if you're thinking right now, is this guy trying to mock me? Or something like that. I simply wanted to come and help you." Sang Jiok fell into deep thought for a few seconds. Then she finally spoke. "Up until now, I had never doubted my own educational methods, because my entire surrounding environment kept whispering to me that it was the right thing to do. Thinking back now, I was just brainwashed by them in the exact same way I used on my students." She added, "Don't misunderstand. I don't mean to victimize myself. Even an adult like me ended up like that, let alone the students. When I realized this, I hated myself so much that I wanted to end my life." She spoke with all her guilt and sincerity. Perhaps the teacher had learned a profound lesson after this incident. At the parking lot, Manhwa Jin helped the teacher put the cardboard boxes into the trunk. He said, "Who knows, this might be your last chance. Aren't you going to say goodbye to your students?" The teacher just slightly turned her face away and mumbled, "How could I have the face to do that? The only thing I can do for them right now is to disappear from their sight forever." Seeing this, the male lead smiled and said, "It seems you still need to learn more from your students." Just then, the figures of 2 kids and an adult approached. It was Han Rim leading 2 little students over. The child asked, "Teacher, are you quitting your job?" The kid with twin tails held out a piece of paper. "This is for you, teacher. We made it together." Seeing the contents inside, Sang Jiok was completely taken aback. Inside were dense messages and notes sent by the students. "Teacher, it wasn't serious enough for you to quit. Please come back soon. I really don't know what heinous crime you committed, but anyway, take care. You finally quit. Don't come back. I'll text you sometimes. Remember to reply to me. Thanks to you, teacher, I've thought a lot about equality. Thank you, teacher." So many colorful messages. Some friends also wrote harsh words, "But you left so suddenly that I couldn't erase them in time." The teacher was extremely moved at this moment, tears welling up and falling down. Sang Jiok immediately hugged the 2 little girls. "My students, I'm sorry. I was really, really wrong." Each teardrop felt like a profound regret from the bottom of her heart. I'm sorry, everyone." The 2 kids also gently hugged her back, patting and comforting their teacher. Manhwa Jin and Lim Han Rim stood behind, witnessing everything. Then he made a decision, considering Yang Sang Jiok's active cooperation in the investigation and her sincere attitude in admitting her faults. He rejected her resignation letter. Instead, the school would convene a disciplinary committee and decide to suspend Yang Sang Jiok from work for 3 months. Afterwards, to fully grasp the situation regarding the brainwashing education methods, the Ministry of Education distributed survey forms to elementary school students and parents. The survey forms were handed out across schools and classes to the students. A large-scale nationwide survey was conducted among elementary school students and parents. Because the true face of the related website had not yet been exposed, the Department of Education announced that they would not penalize the teachers mentioned in this survey. However, they warned that if a similar incident occurred, it would be severely dealt with. The survey for elementary school students and parents was passed around among teachers. Civil groups and teachers' unions boycotted this move by the Ministry of Education. Blatant action. Minister Choi Kang-suk hinders gender equality. Resign immediately. Protect teachers' teaching rights. Demand the Ministry of Education stop this bias survey at once. Every day they went to the gates of the Ministry of Education to protest. These people insisted that the website was merely fabricated by netizens and that Yang Sang-jeok only used this website to mitigate her own guilt. At the same time, using the excuse that gender equality education was being hindered and teachers' educational rights were being infringed upon, they strongly condemned Minister Choi Kang-suk. Regarding this matter, Minister Choi Kang-suk responded. As soon as he appeared, he spoke loudly. "Oh, please. I also wish this whole thing was just a fabrication. But we still have to conduct this damn investigation to know if this is a fabrication or the truth, don't we? Long story short, cut the crap." On TV, our minister has become even more famous. Choi Kang-suk made another slip of the tongue. This time it was the word damn. Manhwa Jin laughed as he watched the news. This old man has caused a massive uproar again. Han Rim asked worriedly, will they be able to expose the true face of that website? Recent police investigation results show the server is located overseas, so the investigation process is facing a lot of difficulties. But taking this opportunity to bring the matter to public opinion will surely make them lose a lot of momentum. Suddenly, he spoke up. There's a convenience store. Pull over for a bit. I'm going to buy some cigarettes before getting on the highway. The rest stops don't sell the brand I smoke. He added, do you need me to buy anything for you? Han Rim immediately replied, banana milk. Make sure you grab a straw. Saying that, he quickly stepped inside the store. Let's see. He went inside to search among 2 shelves fully stocked with goods. In front of him, a little boy was crouching, doing something very suspiciously. While looking for the banana milk, he accidentally bumped into the little boy sitting there. A pile of stuff fell out of the boy's jacket, catching his attention. The kind-hearted Hua Jin immediately bent down to help the boy pick them up, even apologizing. Suddenly, something caught his eye. It was the boy's innocent face covered in bruises. Stepping to the checkout counter, he put the banana milk down. He said to the cashier, I'll take this bottle, and 2 packs of W Boro Medium. W Boro Medium, he spoke up to point out the pack of cigarettes he wanted to the employee. Not there, it's on the top left row over there. Is it this one? That's W Boro Red. The medium is the one next to the one beside it. The little boy from earlier stood to the side, observing. Then suddenly, he bolted out the door. The door beeped loudly, signaling a theft, making both of them turn to look. The employee shouted, Hey! Hua Jin immediately cut him off. Are you done? Just ring it all up. That kid snacks too. Saying that, he took out money and paid for the kid as well. Even in a deserted alley, the little boy from earlier was huddled up, chewing on something. Now Hua Jin had been tailing the boy from behind. He hid behind the wall, peeking out, when suddenly the phone in his pocket vibrated. Hua Jin answered immediately. Han Rim's voice came through, sounding incredibly frustrated. I mean, are you picking bananas to press them on the spot? Why aren't you back yet? There's a parking enforcement camera here. We're gonna get fined. Damn it. He just replied softly, Sergeant Lim, head back first. Something. No, there's a matter that's particularly bothering me. He looked toward the child who was desperately stuffing bread into his mouth like he was starving, his face extremely tense. In the narrow alley, the child clutched the pile of food and chewed ravenously. Eating too hastily and the dry bread made him choke and cough violently. Suddenly, a hand reached out holding a carton of milk. Now Hua Jin handed him the banana milk, saying, You'll choke if you just eat bread. He smiled harmlessly and said gently, It's okay. Drink up. The boy took the milk and drank it gratefully. Suddenly, Hua Jin asked a question that made the boy flinch. Does no one feed you at home? Who gave you those wounds on your face? It's okay, tell me. The more he asked, the more terrified the boy became, hesitating to speak. I just want to help you. Startled by the sudden questions, the terrified boy bolted away. Hua Jin grimaced awkwardly. Crap, was I too direct? Kids really are hard to deal with. Then he immediately chased after him. Just as they exited the alley, they ran into a woman. She asked happily, Isn't this Min So? The woman leaned down looking at the boy. Do you remember me? Seeing this, Hua Jin stepped closer and asked, Sorry to intrude, but how do you know this child? The woman looked at him suspiciously before answering, I'm a teacher at a daycare center. They then started talking. Actually, the boy is going through something terrible. She told him about the poor child's situation. Hearing this, he couldn't help but sigh, Good Lord, how could such a thing happen? Meanwhile, the boy lay beside them, sleeping soundly with his head resting on the teacher's lap. The woman spoke softly with a heavy heart. It seems Min Seo is still enduring that pain. He immediately asked, "If you know something, please tell me. Is this child being abused at home?" Then she began to tell the story. Up until earlier this year, Min Seo was still coming to our daycare. However, in that chaotic classroom full of kids, he was the complete opposite of his peers. At an age where he should be active and energetic, he was inexplicably sullen and quiet, and didn't mingle much, so I always kept an eye on him. Until one day, while eating lunch with the class, he suddenly started coughing violently. The worried teacher asked, "Min Seo, are you choking? Have some water." And then, to the teacher's utter shock, Min Seo coughed up blood. She immediately called the boy's parents. "Hello? Is this Min Seo's mother? This is the daycare. Min Seo suddenly threw up blood, so I'm taking him to the hospital right now." But the person on the line wasn't his mother. It was a man's voice. "No need for the hospital, just stay there, I'll come pick him up immediately." Later, a blonde man wearing an earring came to pick the boy up, making the teacher feel very uneasy. Before, it was always Min Seo's mother who dropped him off at the daycare every day. But that day, the one who came to pick him up was his father. She bowed politely. "Hello, Min Seo's father. Nice to meet you. I am." Before the teacher could finish, she stepped forward, grabbed the boy's arm, and dragged him away. "Hey, let's go." The two left, leaving her in stunned silence. Right then, I suddenly had a bad premonition. An indescribable feeling of unease and anxiety surged within the young teacher's heart. Since that day, Min Seo hasn't been to the daycare for over a week. I was so worried that I went looking for him. She hesitated, about to reach out and ring the doorbell, when suddenly, angry shouts erupted from inside. "You little brat! Didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut while I'm playing games?" Because I was hungry, Before he could finish, the sound of slaps and beatings echoed. Frightening sounds of violence and a child's agonizing cries leaked through the door. "You little snot-nosed punk, you dare talk back. It'll be a miracle if you amount to anything when you grow up, you son of a bitch." The next day, I searched through the pediatric wards of nearby hospitals and finally found where Min Seo was admitted. I even heard the doctor say they suspected he was abused, resulting in ruptured internal organs, which caused the sudden vomiting of blood. So the pediatrician and I immediately reported it to Child Protective Services, but since then, Min Seo never returned to the daycare. About 3 or 4 months later, while I was on my way home, a man's voice rang out from the opposite direction. "Oh, isn't this the teacher from the daycare?" Seeing him, she flinched slightly. The child walking beside him had even more bruises on his face than before. "We've met, haven't we? Long time no see. A lot has happened lately, so I couldn't bring him to the daycare. I'll bring him back in a while, please take good care of him then." Saying that, he narrowed his eyes, glaring at her. He walked past, but as he stood right next to her, he whispered a few words. "Look at your shocked face. So it really was you who reported it, you bitch. Try reporting it again, we'll see if I just send him straight to heaven." Faced with his threat, she trembled violently in fear. I found out later that the protective agency just called the parents in for a talk, without taking any actual measures, and then just let them go. Snapping out of those chaotic memories, the girl choked up with frustration. How could that be? The evidence was so clear. Hearing this, Hwajin explained, that's the reality. Children can't accurately describe the trauma they endure, so they have to rely entirely on the parents' statements to judge the situation. Furthermore, protective agencies have very little authority and poor compensation, so many employees quit in less than 2 years. Although they're specialized agencies, the lack of experienced professionals to accurately assess the scene is also one of the reasons why the system is so ineffective. Seeing how well he understood the situation, the teacher questioned, "How do you know all this? Are you in the field too? Now that I mention it, you look familiar." He immediately pulled out his badge and showed it to her. "This is what I do. Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau." Her eyes widened in amazement. The Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. I saw it on the news. It's the agency that deals with school violence, right? She then grabbed his hand, pleading desperately, "Please lend a hand. If this continues, Min Seo might face an irreversible tragedy. Please help protect little Min Seo." But his answer left her thoroughly disappointed and shocked. Unfortunately, this doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. The Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau is directly under the Minister of Education. As long as it involves public education, we can act with immense authority. But matters like this fall under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Health and Welfare, along with the police. Therefore, we cannot exercise any public authority over this case. Hearing his explanation, she felt overwhelmingly disappointed and sad. I see. In other words, daycares are also managed by the Ministry of Health and Welfare, not the Ministry of Education. Noticing it was getting late, he stood up and said, "Teacher, I should probably take this kid home first. Keeping a child with you without the parent's permission could easily get you charged with kidnapping. Let me take him back, just give me his address. If you take him back in this situation, something bad might happen to you." And so he took on the task of safely escorting the soundly sleeping boy on his back to his home. The role the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau can play in this matter. This is the only way. Thinking this, he pulled out his phone and dialed the police station. But somehow he canceled the call, deciding against it. Just as the operator answered, he hung up. Perhaps he had another plan in mind for this. Meanwhile, at the boy's home with his father, after being annoyed by the relentless ringing of the doorbell, he finally opened the door, cursing. "Damn it! Are you crazy? Why you keep ringing the bell?" Seeing Now Wajin, he immediately asked, "Mister, who are you? Too old to be playing pranks, aren't you?" He quickly replied, "I'm with the Teachers' Rights Protection." "Wait, no. I'm just a passerby," he said with a dark expression like an Azura crawling out of hell, ready to beat the living daylights out of him. He replied, leaving the blonde guy bewildered, "I'm just a passerby." Scratching his armpit, the man asked in confusion, "A passerby? What's that supposed to mean?" Suddenly, he saw his own son sleeping soundly on Huajin's back. He shouted in panic, Go Min Seo." Na Huajin set the boy down and asked, "This is your kid, right?" "I happened to see him wandering the streets alone, so I asked the locals for your address and brought him back." The boy, having slept, was rubbing his eyes and waking up. Hearing this, the man flew into a rage. "You little brat, when did you sneak out?" Saying that, he grabbed the boy's hair, intending to drag him inside for a severe beating. "Get over here. I'm going to teach you a lesson." Seeing this, Na Huajin added, making him freeze, "I saw the boy's face was covered in wounds, so I bought him some bread and he devoured it, like he'd been starved for days." The man scowled, turning to look at him and asked, "Hey, you bastard, what exactly are you trying to say? Are you a cop or something? Or one of those damn organizations that comes every day to tell me to treat my kid well?" He smirked and said, "Reporting crimes happening around us is a civic duty, especially when it comes to harming children like this." The man suddenly raised his voice, asking the boy, "Hey, Go Min So, did I harm you? Did I let you starve?" The boy, terrified, stammered in response to his threat, and no, never. Getting the answer he wanted, the man yelled to intimidate Huajin, "You hear that? Damn it. You bastard, how dare you slander me?" He throws a warning at Na Huajin and is about to close the door. "Hey, you better stay away when you see me from now on, or else you'll regret it." Suddenly, a foot blocks the door. He speaks up, "Is that so? Most people would probably run away from your filthy mouth. But there are those who aren't afraid of the stench." Rebutted, he grinds his teeth and curses angrily. "Whoa, this son of a bitch." "Damn it!" he curses back, slamming the door, leaving the little boy inside as he prepares to go out and teach Na Huajin a lesson. "Fine, let's just say it is what it is, even if I really hurt the kid. It has nothing to do with an outsider like you, right?" he says, poking the older man's chest to provoke him. "That's my own flesh and blood. I'll teach him however I please. Why are you sticking your nose in? If you can't stand it, then fight me." Before you could finish, an uppercut strikes him from below the chin. Unable to react, his eyes roll back and his jaw clatters. He stares up at the sky, dizzy and disoriented, before staggering and collapsing heavily against the door. All bark and no bite. He must be the type who's completely dense and deaf to reason, knocked out cold with just one punch. Na Huajin picks his ear and scoffs. This guy is incredibly rude. He looks about 25 or 26. Must be 8 to 10 years younger than me, right? A moment later, the door opens and little Min So trembles as he looks out. In front of him is the man in black carrying his usually overbearing father on his shoulders, smiling brightly. "Your dad must be exhausted. He fell asleep just like that." In reality, the guy was punched unconscious. You could call it physical anesthesia. This guy is going to have a very good sleep today. He'll probably sleep until tomorrow morning, he says to Min So, casting his gaze around the room. Trash, empty boxes, and bottles are piled up everywhere. Unwashed dishes fill the sink. The computer desk is littered with empty cans and cigarette butts. The house looks like a pigsty belonging to a lazy, unemployed scumbag. Seeing this, he asks, "Where is your mom?" Min So answers nervously, "Mom went to work. She'll be back very late." Huajin rubs the boy's head, smiling warmly to comfort him. "I'll come visit you another day, okay?" As the door opens and he prepares to leave, it seems there's someone else behind it. It's the daycare teacher, looking sketchy and sneaking around. She quickly waves her hands to explain. Sir, I was a bit worried, so I followed you. But wow, you look like a martial arts master. She praises his martial arts skills. I can't believe you took down a grown man with just one punch. Na Huajin doesn't scold her, only smiling inwardly, so she was watching the whole time. Nothing will happen between now and tomorrow morning. It's late. You should go home. She questions him, that does doing this really solve the problem? He immediately replies, of course not. About 25 or 26. Judging by his unwashed face, he's probably unemployed, and taking his anger out on a child. This is a classic case of abuse. I bet you as soon as he opens his eyes tomorrow, he'll hit the kid again. That's how abuse works. Unless we can monitor their home around the clock, there's no way to put a complete stop to this. Unless we can monitor their home around the clock. As he says this, a cunning idea sparks in his mind. The next morning, with the sun already high in the sky, the scumbag finally wakes up. The world is blooming, but what the hell is this mess? What on earth happened? He wakes up completely bewildered, feeling like he's just lived a whole other lifetime. Seeing Min-so, his face darkens as he snaps, startling the boy. Hey, what are you doing? Min-so stammers in fear. Yesterday, an uncle bought me pork cutlet rice. Less than greater than. There's a portion for you too, Dad. On the meal is a sticky note that reads, You're really weak, fainting from just one punch. Eat this to regain your strength. Let's eat together. Infuriated by the provocation, he furiously kicks the lunchbox away. He growls, ignoring the trembling, tearful child. Where is that bastard right now? Tell me, damn it. Swearing, he raises his foot, about to stomp on the boy. Suddenly, a loud, booming noise echoes through the room. Deafening music blasts from out of nowhere, driving him mad with rage. Where is that noise coming from? Who dares to blast music this loud? Following the sound. The room next door? I thought it was empty. What son of a bitch just moved? He storms over and furiously bangs on the neighbor's door. Hey, you bastard! Turn off that music right now. And then the person inside opens the door, leaving him completely stunned. Hello. Did you sleep well last night? Seeing the man in front of him, his face turns ashen. Sup, little bro? It's me again. Na Huajin, half naked, showing off his muscular body covered in fierce scars, opens the door, smiles at him, and asks kindly, Did you eat the pork cutlet rice? Seeing him, the guy freezes and stutters. Why? Why did you move in next door? What do you mean, why? I signed a lease with the landlord and moved in, of course. The landlord said 3 families moved out in 1 year because of your nasty temper. Thanks to you, I got to upgrade from a passerby to your neighbor at a dirt cheap price. You're such a kind person, driving down housing prices in this crazy real estate market. Hearing such mockery, his rebellious temper snaps. He can't let this slide and lunges with a desperate punch. I think you're out of your mind. It's way too easy for Wajin to counter his pathetic cat scratch of a punch. He tilts his body to dodge and effortlessly grabs the man's arm. With a swift submission hold, he pins him to the floor, twisting his arm painfully behind his back. Wow, I didn't expect you to throw the first punch so recklessly. Our Dong Chul is certainly full of energy. He jolts in panic. Something feels very wrong here. He stammers, How do you know my name? Na Huajin answers calmly, I obviously have my ways, punk. He knows because Min-seo's daycare teacher reported it to him. Dong Chul, your big bro here, is extremely sensitive to noise from upstairs, downstairs, and next door. Especially the sound of a crying child. If I hear it, I'll definitely go crazy, so you better be careful from now on. He shakes with rage but can't do a thing about it. Who would have thought he'd get a taste of his own medicine? At this moment, Dong Chul is at home playing a game, cursing loudly at his stupid teammates. You son of a bitch, what the hell are you saying? Let's go all out today. You think I fell back because I'm scared? I was ambushed and my status was reset, so I had no choice but to retreat. He screams loudly, just wait a bit longer, oblivious to the fact that his son is suffering immensely right next to him. Once I catch this boss, you're dead. Min-seo is struggling to breathe, clutching his throat, his face a terrifyingly pale shade. The little boy tries to cry out for help to his pathetic father. I can't breathe. But that heartless father pays no attention. My condition is great this round. Caught it at round 17? It turns out he put something around the kid's neck to punish him. What a despicable piece of trash father, even worse than that deadbeat Jack. I won't go out anymore. Please take this off. But the more the boy speaks, the more the man ignores him. He shrieks like a game-addicted, pathetic loser. Almost got it. Caught it. Caught it. Caught it. Before he could even finish, the screen turns gray and blood-red text appears. Raid failed. Spirit's revival count exhausted. He lost the game, sitting there in a daze for a few seconds. Overcome with rage, he smashes the keyboard and curses. "Damn it, you bastard!" Then he turns to the child, ready to vent all his anger. "Go, Minso. I think you've lost your mind, haven't you?" "How many times have I told you, when I'm gaming? Especially during a raid, you never ever talk to me. It's all because you kept whining next to me, ruining my focus. I lost the game because of you." The little boy's eyes go wide in utter terror. But before he can do anything, Huajin's voice echoes from the next room. "Dong Chul, what the hell are you blabbering about? If you lose, blame your own trash fingers. Why are you blaming a kid? And you little punk. Didn't I tell you? If I hear a child cry, I'll go absolutely insane." He screams back immediately, "You crazy old bastard, shut your mouth and get lost. I'm disciplining my child." Suddenly, a rattling noise comes from the doorknob. Na Huajin opens the door and steps inside. "You still dare to spout that disciplining my child nonsense to me? Do you want me to record all of this and show it to everyone out there? Let them judge whether this is discipline or abuse." Seeing him walk in, the guy freezes in confusion. I definitely locked the door. Behind his back, Huajin stealthily tosses away the small lockpick he used to open it. "Oh, really? Well, I have no idea. You probably forgot to lock it, Dong Chul." Seeing Huajin stepping closer, the guy stammers in fear, trying to explain. "Wait, hold on. Mister, didn't you see it too? This kid ran outside on his own before. He keeps making excuses, spouting nonsense. I was just punishing him a little bit. He needs to know what he did wrong right now, so next time." "Enough!" Huajin roars. Then he raises his hand, grabs him by the throat, and lifts him up like a dried frog. "This is education. I'm doing this so he remembers. The logic of garbage parents like you is always the exact same. Listen closely. It's only called education when you genuinely care for the child. When parents punish their children purely for their own convenience, that's called breeding." After a heavy dose of physical and moral education, Dong Chul has become a bit more obedient. Right now, father and son are sitting together eating dinner. Minso must be starving, scooping up rice and eating ravenously, but he accidentally scatters rice grains all over the table. While eating, the little boy is smacking his lips rather impolitely. Seeing this, the guy scowls and slams his fist on the table. "Damn it, you've ruined my appetite. Hey, how many times have I told you? Don't drop rice when you eat." Even though Minso instinctively picks up the dropped grains and puts them in his mouth, he still gets scolded and subjected to harsh words. "Damn it. Put the spoon down right now. You don't deserve to eat." Instantly, that familiar voice booms from the next room, making him jump. "Dong Chul, it's completely normal for kids to drop food. Dong Chul, weren't you like that when you were little?" Huajin kindly calls out to comfort the boy. "Kiddo, it's okay. It's fine to spill a little. Spilling a little rice won't turn you into a bad person. I know a comic artist who is 36 years old and still drops rice everywhere." Hearing this, Minso smiles while his father's face contorts with suppressed fury. And so it goes all day, every time he raises his voice, every time he raises a hand to hit Minso, every time a child's cry starts, that voice inevitably rings out. "Dong Chul, no. Dong Chul, stop what you're doing." Eventually, he had to give up, frustratingly running out to the balcony for a smoke. Nakwa Din stood downstairs, looked up, and said, "Dong Chul, how can you smoke in a house with a young child?" He waved his hand, throwing out a challenge. "You punk, come down here. Come down and have a leisurely smoke with me." The guy finally couldn't take it anymore. Human patience has its limits. Hearing him say that made him furious. "I still have things to say, so get down here, you punk." So he immediately closed the window and went inside. Back in the room, Dong Chul clutched his head and screamed, "Arg, fuck, that crazy dog. So damn annoying. How should I deal with that bastard?" While he was still racking his brain over what to do, a childish voice caught his ear. "Dumb beetle, dumb beetle." In Korean, dumb beetle sounds similar to Dong Chul. Dung beetle, so funny. Minso, who was playing with his toys, accidentally struck a nerve. Dong Chul was infuriated hearing that. Minso was just playing happily, completely unaware that he had triggered his father's maliciousness. He felt as if his own son was mocking him. "Now even a little brat dares to mock me, huh?" Then he walked over, opened the cabinet, and pulled out a hammer. "Go, Minso, listen to me carefully. Dad isn't coming back. The little boy was startled to hear that. Dad, where are you going? Just then, Nakhwa Din's voice boomed outside the door. Dong Shul, I've been waiting for you. Why aren't you out yet? Get out here, you punk. I have something to tell you. He said softly, yeah, Dad has to go somewhere very far away. It will be a long time before I come back. Veins bulged on his forehead and neck from anger, his face radiating murderous intent. Because today, I'm going to kill that bastard, and then rot in jail for a few years. He rushed out and threw the door open where Kwa Din was standing behind. The door burst open, taking even our main guy by surprise. Dong Shiol charged out with the hammer in hand, raising it high to deliver a fatal blow to Na Kwa Din. Was that really the right choice? A fierce, sparking clash occurred. But surprisingly, to Dong Shiol's shock, a baseball catcher's mitt appeared through the clearing dust. Na Kwa Din growled, you idiot. Minister walked in with a bright smile and called out, Na Wa Jin, care to join me for a smoke? Seeing this, Han Rim turned and greeted him. Minister, you're here. Not seeing our main guy, he asked in confusion, what the hell, is this guy still not at work? This rotten brat so damn lazy. She replied in surprise, huh? Don't you know, sir? Hearing the shocking news, Senior Na has taken a leave of absence. He said he didn't know how long it would take, so he requested 2 weeks off. Minister Choi Kang-suk yelled angrily. How could he just take a leave whenever he wants? Huh? Han Rim asked. He said you already approved it. Did I approve it online or something? The point is, I didn't agree. The two of them caused a chaotic uproar. Back to the situation with the two guys. Na Kwa Din scolded, you absolute fool. How dare you pull this stunt in front of a child? Who knows where you pulled that baseball mitt from, but his darkened face and shout made Dong Chul cower in fear. You punk, get out here. Then, by some miracle, a moment later he was standing on a baseball field with a mitt on his hand and a head full of question marks. Suddenly, a baseball flew out of nowhere and hit him right in the face. Na Kwa Din complained, hey, I threw it that lightly and you still couldn't catch it. You're young, but sitting at home playing computer games all day has made you this pathetic. He clutched his bright red nose and grumbled, damn it. Along with a return throw, which our main guy easily caught in a flash. It seemed this guy wasn't very good at pitching, and the two bickered noisily. Seriously, you missed again. Can't you do anything right? He snapped back. It's because your throw sucked. He teased him even more. Oh my, is Dong Chul angry. You can't even catch a single ball. Min So was stunned watching this bizarre scene. It turned out his dad had an energetic side like this, apart from the times he beat him up. Na Kwa Din was completely disappointed by Dong Chul's catching skills. Hopeless. Then he tossed the ball to the little boy. Min So. The ball zoomed towards the boy, yet the kid easily caught it. As expected, he had more talent than his father. Seeing this, Kwa Din praised him. Caught it right away. Dong Chul, you're actually worse than a kid. Come on, throw it to your dad now. Hearing himself insulted like that made him furious. Fuck, what the hell are you doing? I'm supposed to be busy rating bosses right now. Seeing his dad so angry, the boy was a bit stunned, seemingly pondering something. Then the boy gathered all his courage to throw the ball. Perhaps deep within his innocent soul, he just wanted to have fun playing with his dad. The ball was caught perfectly by Dong Chul. Our main guy immediately spoke up. Keep going. The weather is beautiful today, isn't it? Playing catch is much better than being thrown into prison for intentional assault, right? Hearing that, Dong Chul broke into a cold sweat. He was so aggressive earlier, but now he was terrified of being locked up and eating prison food. And so, a harmonious scene of father and son playing catch unfolded. You punk, throw it properly. Na Kwa Din sat resting on the side, witnessing everything. It looked quite warm and happy, didn't it? He wanted to have a smoke, but the park was a non-smoking area, so he just settled for a piece of chewing gum. Strangely enough, the two of them gradually got engrossed in this fun game of catch. The guy almost missed the ball and scolded, you punk. Are you training a mutt or something? Throw it properly, he said, angrily throwing the ball back. Na Kwa Din, watching from the side, smiled so widely his eyes crinkled. What's so funny? Why are you just standing there laughing? The three of them played together, having a great time. Afterwards, they went to the mall together to buy toys for Min So, who was smiling from ear to ear with delight. Then they went to eat Korean barbecue together. The boy was as cute and eager to eat as always. Truly, children are like buds on a branch. Eating, sleeping, and studying well makes them good kids. Min So got to play and eat delicious food, his innocent face overflowing with happiness. Today really feels like Children's Day, doesn't it? It was probably the happiest day of the boy's life. After playing to his heart's content, the boy grew tired and fell fast asleep, snoring softly as he and Dong Chol strolled on their way home. The boy's dad complained, "I seriously can't fucking understand kids. How can they just fall asleep right in the middle of eating?" Kwajin immediately asked, "Don't you find it magical?" The guy replied, "What's magical about it?" Normally, if you're not beating him, you're cursing at him, always showing a foul attitude, truly a guy like a devil. But you're his dad after all, so when you play with him, the boy still smiles. Devil? Anyone hearing that would get the wrong idea. Na Kwajin interjected. Don't interrupt your boss, just listen obediently. Kids are like that. No matter how inhumane their parents are as children, they still have to rely on and follow them. Because to them, their parents are their entire universe. So no matter how cruelly they're treated, they cannot harbor resentment. Just as his words were filled with emotion, his attitude suddenly took a sharp turn. That's exactly why you're still safe and sound up until now. A few days ago, when I saw you putting a dog collar on the boy, it truly took all my strength to suppress my rage. Even right now, I just want to shatter every single bone in your body immediately, and then toss you right in front of the police station. His threats made the guy turn pale with fear. Perhaps it was a genuine threat because he actually could do it rather than just an empty bluff. But like I just said, parents are everything to kids. Even if it's a terrible scumbag like you, if you suddenly disappear, the boy could fall into extreme panic. So the best way is for a father like you to change. This is your last chance and also a warning. If I ever hear that boy crying again, then even if I feel sorry for him, I will act according to my true nature. Please, don't ever let that happen. Isn't he your own flesh and blood? Even after returning home, Nakwadin's words still echoed in his ears. Would those words be able to awaken a father's conscience? Dong Chol was looking through old photos of Min-so from when he was just a newborn baby, to when he learned to crawl, and when he started walking, happily hugging a ball on the blue beach. And even now, as the little boy was sleeping soundly, still hugging his newly bought toy car, dreaming a beautiful dream. Dong Chol looked through them, deep in thought. Suddenly he saw something. A woman walked in. She spoke up, "I'm home." It was likely the child's mother. She had indeed come home very late. Seeing this, he became furious and hurled his beer can against the wall with a loud smash. He stood up and yelled, "Hey, you damn bitch. I told you to never. Show your face in front of me again," he screamed, ignoring the young woman trembling with fear, her face drenched in tears. Next door, Nakwa Din was in the bathroom and heard those violent noises. "I told you to never come back and let me see your face again. While I haven't killed you yet, get the hell out of here. Honey, please." Our main guy turned off the faucet, thinking to himself, this is tough. It really is too damn tough. It's true what they say, a leopard can never change its spots. The woman knelt on the floor, clasping her hands and begging, "Honey, I'm sorry. I won't dare do it again." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. "Honey, I'm begging you," despite the man being absolutely enraged. Right at that moment, Min Seo woke up and immediately called out for his mother. "Mom." She lunged forward and called out, "Min Seo." The mother tightly embraced the boy. "Min Seo, my baby boy." Min Seo was overjoyed being hugged by his mother, and he asked caringly, "Did you work until just now, Mom?" She patted the boy's head and replied, "Yeah, Mom won't come home late anymore." "I'm sorry, sweetie." Nakwadin was standing outside at this moment, about to raise his hand to knock on the door. But hearing this conversation, he dropped the idea. "I'm sorry, Min Seo." The hand raised and then lowered. Perhaps it's no longer necessary. The next morning, the mother cooked a lavish feast for the father and son. She said happily, "Here we go. This is our Min Seo's favorite rolled omelet." The little boy munched on the egg and praised, "So delicious, so delicious." Seeing the boy dropping rice grains, the woman turned pale and whispered a reminder. "Min Seo, Dad doesn't like it when you drop rice while eating." The father replied, surprising her completely. "Just let it be. They say it's normal for kids to make a mess when eating." The woman asked, "Are you going to work after eating?" "Honey, today is Sunday." He replied, "Perfect timing. After eating, let's take him out to play. You just bought a remote control car. Bringing it to the park is the best idea." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling the family of three. "Dong Chul, good morning. Once you're done eating, hurry up, get dressed, and come out. I brought you some incredibly good news. If you don't come out, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Hearing that, his face turned red with anger. Geez, this bastard. And boom, like magic, From an unemployed bum, he now looks the part of a working man with a proper job. Sincerely welcome you to becoming an intern at our Special Forces Interior Company. But this is too sudden. Company rule number 1, safety first. When you need to report something, keep it short and clear. Furthermore, you must use formal language for every sentence. Understood? He asked Dong Chul, whose face twitched as he stood there like a statue. He looked him up and down and evaluated. Blonde hair, skinny frame. Yes, I understand. Listen to that voice. Plus, with that look exactly like a thug, no matter how you look at him, he's just a useless piece of trash. But how could I refuse something personally entrusted by the respected Captain Manhwa Jin? Wow, look at these outfits. You guys really have to act like soldiers. The boss of Special Forces Interior, Lee Jin-chan, a former reserve lieutenant of the Special Warfare Command, spoke up. However, everyone at our place comes from the Special Forces. Can he handle it? Hua Jin smiled and replied, he should be fine. Even if he's not from the Special Forces, he is a father. Right after that, Dong Chul quickly headed to the construction site to work. Meanwhile, Min-so was happily driving a toy car with his mother. She asked, Min-so, this looks quite expensive. Did Dad buy it for you? The little boy answered honestly, not Dad. The neighbor Mister bought it for me. The neighbor Mister is super kind. Since the neighbor Mister came, Dad has become very gentle and doesn't scold me anymore. I'm so happy right now. If only every day could be like this, it would be wonderful. Is that so? It's great that your dad has become so gentle. Elsewhere, Dong Chul worked himself to the bone, sitting on the side, panting heavily. That's it for today. Thank you for your hard work, boss. You work better than I thought. You were a great help today. See you here at 8 tomorrow morning. Good job. Hearing the praise, Dong Chul was stunned. Yes, thank you. Here's your pay. That guy really works quite well. You saw it too. Although his stamina is a bit weak, he's very skilled at the work. I think he has at least 2 to 3 years of experience working on construction sites. Dong Chul was extremely happy when he got his pay. There are 4 large bills, 50,000 won denominations. They pay really well here. I told you it was a good job. If they had paid this much in the past, I would have stuck with construction work. I should buy a box of fried chicken on the way home. When I was a kid, the happiest thing for me was eating the fried chicken my dad bought. Now Wajin asked him curiously, but hey, you seem really skilled. Have you worked in repair and construction before? He immediately replied, what repair? I was just a manual laborer for 3.5 years. He honestly recounted, Min-seo's mom and I had Min-seo while we were still in school. At that age, what else could I do? Besides being a manual laborer, there was absolutely no other choice. Damn it, that time really don't even mention how exhausting life was. Min-seo's mom. That silly woman. She didn't even tell me earlier. She bound her stomach tightly and only told me when her belly got too big to hide, resulting in missing the window of time. But this damn country, it acted like having a child at that age was an unforgivable crime. So not only could the 2 of us not go to school, but our parents also kicked us out of the house. So Dong Chul comforted her, saying, it's okay. They'll take care of you. Honestly, I just said that casually at the time. Just trust me. Because at that moment, I felt like saying that was really cool. Endless days of working desperately continued. Manual labor during the day, delivering food at night. Experiencing it again today, working 2 jobs at once is truly not something a normal person can handle. But then one day he ran into his old friends. Huh? Isn't that Dong Chul? Hey, look at the arrogant Dong Chul from back then. They threw sarcastic remarks and laughed at him. No wonder people say being a father is great. Why do I have to live like this? Young dad, go Dong Chul, cheer up. Hearing that, Dong Chul was utterly stunned, his mind overwhelmed with thoughts. I was suddenly struck by a harsh dose of reality. Even though I didn't study properly and definitely wouldn't have gotten into a good school, but if only that mistake hadn't happened back then, I could have enjoyed my youth just like everyone else. Just as he was immersed in his painful memories, Na Jin smacked him hard on the back of the neck. He said, you must absolutely never say in front of the child that he is the product of a mistake. Otherwise, he will hold on to it for the rest of his life. Even though from the parent's perspective, the child might be a mistake, but to the child, the parents are their destiny. No matter how exhausting life gets because of the child, frustration can never become a reason to hurt them. He glared at the main character and said, hey, mister, you still seem to think of me as the kind of trash who uses kids as a punching bag to vent anger, huh? But even until now, I still love my family very much. The reason I treat him like that, there is a reason for all of it. Dong Chul and Na Jin were chatting in front of the fried chicken shop. He asked, what do you mean? Is there a reason for hurting your own child? It's nothing. Forget it. Asking himself and then answering himself, fine, if you don't want to talk, then don't. While smoking, he wore a face that looked like he wanted to send his whole family to the afterlife. It's all just a bunch of nonsense anyway. Being scolded, he didn't dare to utter another word. Then the two of them walked home together with a giant bag of fried chicken. Before going to his room, Manhwa Jin kindly reminded him, "Don't be late tomorrow." The boss of that company was famously known as a devilish instructor during his military days. Suddenly, a child's crying rang out, startling them both. Dong Chul hurriedly rushed inside and asked, what's going on?" The scene in the room. Min Seo was bursting into tears, while his mother was trying to comfort him. The newly reformed husband got annoyed and cursed. "Damn it! What's wrong? Why are you crying?" His wife stammered an explanation. "Well, it's about that." While Min Seo was playing with a toy car, he accidentally crashed it into the wall and broke it. The favorite car bought the other day had its front completely smashed. No matter how I coaxed him, he wouldn't stop crying. The more she spoke, the more fiercely the boy bawled. Dong Chul grumbled irritably. "Damn it, if you messed up yourself, what are you crying for? That's why they say children need proper discipline." From behind the door, Manhwa Jin stood there, waiting to see how he would handle this. Then he sighed and scratched his head helplessly. Good grief. "Hey, go Min Seo, stop crying. Dad is working now. Next time Dad will buy you a better one. Dad bought some fried chicken. Just eat this for today." Saying that, he held out a mouth-watering box of fried chicken in front of the boy. Behind the door, Min Seo cheered with joy. Seeing such a warm and affectionate family moment, he smiled too, feeling at ease as he closed the door and left. His wife asked in surprise at that moment, "Honey, have you started working? Did you find a job?" He softly replied, "Yeah, this is for you." Taking the stack of cash, his wife was utterly shocked. "Wow, you made a whole 180,000 won in just one day. Spent 20,000 won on the fried chicken already." Dong Chul reminded her, "I still have to go to work tomorrow, so send the kid to the daycare center. Man, maybe it's been too long since I worked, my whole body is aching." The wife spoke softly, "Honey, this feeling is just like returning to the past. Is that so?" His wife replied, but her smile was joyless, as if plunging deeper into despair. "Yes, just like the old days." At this moment in the kindergarten, the kids were playing with toys together. One child spoke up, "You're silly. How can an excavator go vroom vroom? It should be clack clack." Min Seo also cheerfully accepted it. "Is that so?" Seeing Min Seo mingling with his classmates, the teacher smiled happily. "That's great. The little boy has become much more lively. This must be thanks to the teacher from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau, right? How did he teach him? Should I learn a thing or two from him next time?" Suddenly, another teacher called out, "Miss Sun, the snack cart is here. Come give us a hand carrying the stuff." She replied immediately, "Yes, principal." Suddenly, Min Seo made a request. "I want to play with the police car this time. Trade with me." The kid playing with the police car immediately refused. "No way, I like the police car. You just keep driving the excavator." Min Seo answered honestly, "I already have an excavator at home and tired of playing with it. Let me play with the police car for a bit." The other kids somehow blurted out some really insolent words, making Min Seo incredibly angry. "Doesn't your dad work at a construction site, so you should just drive an excavator for the rest of your life?" The teacher was walking in holding a box of snacks. Suddenly hearing arguing, she witnessed an utterly terrifying scene. "What did you just say?" Min Seo was pinning the other kid to the ground, smacking him repeatedly. "You jerk. You jerk. You jerk." Seeing that, the teacher tossed the snack box aside and rushed over to stop it. She hastily picked Min Seo up to separate him from the other child. "No, stop right now." The other boy, crying out loud, lay there with his face swollen from the painful beating. On his forehead, where the toy excavator had repeatedly bashed him, it was bruised and bleeding, looking incredibly terrifying. Min Seo, while being held back, wore a look of intense anger. The teacher stared in shock. Since when did the child turn out like this? Shortly after, the teacher had to call the parents of both children to the school. Min Seo and his mother were bowing deeply, apologizing to the child and his mother, silently enduring their scolding. "How exactly do you raise your child?" "I'm sorry." "Goodness, this kid is definitely going to be a criminal when he grows up. He's so small, yet he already knows how to throw toys at people." Hearing this, the teacher quickly tried to mediate. "Dear parents, this is all my fault. It's because I didn't watch the kids carefully." She didn't forget to add another blow. "Now that I look at her, the kid's mother is really young. How can a family like this raise a child properly?" Maybe it was an unplanned pregnancy. Minso and his mother were incredibly devastated. Even though the teacher tried her best to stop it, they still had to hear countless harsh words. Dear parent, if you speak like that. The sky had grown dark and the mother and son walked back hand in hand. Suddenly, the teacher hurriedly chased after them from behind, calling out, Minseo's mother. She bowed deeply as she apologized. I am truly so sorry. It's all because I didn't supervise the children carefully that something like this happened. Also, it might be a bit presumptuous of me to say this, or maybe I'm just being overly meddlesome. But children who have experienced such things are highly likely to act the same way toward their peers. So I hope you won't scold little Minso too harshly. She just turned around, smiled at the teacher, and said, You don't need to worry, because his dad is gentle now. Thank you for your understanding. Right, Minso? Dad has been very gentle lately, hasn't he? She turned to ask the little boy, making him flinch in shock. But her usual gentle and mild expression vanished, replaced by a wave of maddening rage. After your dad became gentle, Minso has become disobedient. Hearing this, the little boy broke out in goosebumps, utterly terrified. Meanwhile, at home, Na Jin was folding his clothes, thinking this matter could finally end here. As he folded, he listened to his old boss on the phone. Hey, you punk. When are you finally going to come to work? He hurriedly replied, Boss, can you keep it down a bit? I still have a week of unused vacation time. Is that so? You want to take the whole 2 weeks off, don't you? Jin immediately answered. Even if you hadn't said anything, I was planning to go to work tomorrow anyway. Good. I've rejected all your remaining vacation days, so if you don't show up on time tomorrow, consider it skipping work. The old man had only called to deliver the notice and immediately hung up, leaving him no chance to refuse. Our main guy flushed red with anger. Good heavens, what kind of agency exploits people like this? I'm a civil servant, yet I don't even have the proper right to take a vacation. Sitting off to the side, he sighed and pulled out a cigarette to smoke. A thought popped into his head. I probably don't need to go out of my way to say goodbye to them, do I? If Dong Chol knows I'm not here, he might very well go right back to his old ways. But the peace didn't last long before those noisy sounds erupted again. Hey, you bitch! The echoing shout left him in utter shock. What on earth was going on? I warned you, if you dare do that again, I will absolutely kill you. Next door, Dong Chol was relentlessly beating his wife. Fine, then just stop living. Die, all of you. I'll kill you first today, then I'll end my own life too. What could have possibly happened to shatter the atmosphere that had seemed so peaceful? Damn it, today our whole family. Let's all die together. After taking this poison, we'll all go. Even more shocking was that little Min So was lying drenched and gasping for breath on the side. What exactly happened here? Na Jin frantically sprang up and dashed to the room next door to check the situation. What struck his eyes was the sight of Min So and his mother lying motionless on the floor, while Dong Chol stood there frozen in shock. Min So's mother was motionless, a pool of blood spreading across the floor. Little Min So was soaking wet, lying next to a broken basin of water, looking as if someone had tried to drown him. Afraid of being misunderstood, Dong Chol stuttered an explanation. No, it's not that. Wait a minute. This is. Na Jin stepped forward, checked the boy's breathing, and asked, Did you call an ambulance? Only then did the awful father speak up to reply. The kid is fine. Na Jin breathed a sigh of relief, pressing his ear close to hear the boy's heartbeat. Thank goodness the boy is still breathing. But then his face instantly darkened. Dong Chol quickly explained, Because this has happened before, so I know. If you wait a bit, he'll wake up on his own. But Na Jin had already swiftly called emergency services. Hello, we have critical patients here. I told you to wait a bit and hell wake up. What are you doing? Over the phone, Jin reported the situation to the hospital. The mother has external injuries and the child suffered near drowning. Both are unconscious. As for the child's father, as he spoke, he swatted away the man's hand that was trying to stop him. Is in critical condition. What answered the man was a brutal punch to the face, caving in his cheek as blood spewed from his mouth. Driven by the sheer momentum, Dong Chol was sent flying backward. Na Jin, now consumed by intense rage, demanded, You were too panicked to think of calling an ambulance immediately. Right, that much is understandable. But how are you going to explain trying to stop me from calling an ambulance? You were afraid that once they reached the hospital, your crimes would be dragged into the light, weren't you? You bastard. As a father seeing your own child like this, is that still the only thing on your mind? Even faced with his furious reprimand, the man refused to see reason. He turned around and blamed him instead. "Isn't this all because of you?" As he yelled, he lunged forward with his fists raised. "I just didn't want things to get this bad, so I had to crack down on the kid. It's exactly because you stopped me that things ended up like this." But before he could even touch a single hair on his head, Manhwa Jin grabbed him by the face. The man was slammed headfirst into the floor with a loud crash. "I can't believe that even until the very end, you only know how to make ridiculous excuses." He was so furious that the veins on his hands and neck were popping out, ready to beat this terrible father to a pulp. "I see you're truly beyond saving." Before he could deliver the blow, a terrified Dong Cheol started confessing. Wait a minute. It wasn't me, that woman did it. I haven't even laid a finger on the boy. The person who hurt Min-so is that woman. She was the one who ruptured Min-so's internal organs last time too. Even throwing away the RC car you bought was her doing. Everything was done by that woman. Every word lifted the veil on a horrifying truth. Who was the one truly abusing Min-so? The story flashed back to a few years ago. When I was in my early 20s, I ruined my whole life because of this child. The person who thought like that wasn't just me. It was the mother too. That was exactly why she harbored a deep hatred for Min-so and took her anger out on him. Although there were a few times I couldn't control my anger and got physical. Why won't you listen to your mother? But Min-so's mother's actions went far beyond my limits. Why? Why? You crazy bitch. The doctor said Min-so's internal organs are ruptured. Could you not be so utterly ruthless? Are you trying to make this a massive issue? It's fine. At that level, he won't die. What? You bitch, how dare you say such things? Look, aren't I still alive and breathing right here? Saying that, she swept her hair up, revealing horrifying, indelible scars behind her ear. Compared to my father, I went extremely easy on him. My wife told me that since she was a child, she had to live under the extreme abuse of her father. And the reason we were kicked out of the house was because her father found out she was pregnant. He screamed that he would kill both of us, then went on a rampage with a knife. Fine then, let's do it this way. From now on, don't lay a single finger on the kid. If you have any dissatisfaction with him, just tell me. I will discipline Min-so. You little brat, I told you not to drop your food. And so from then on, Dong Chul vented her anger on Min-so in her place, almost as a twisted way to protect the boy from her venomous hands. That was truly the only thing I could do. Although Dong Chul treated him poorly and harshly yelled at and punished him, it never reached a life-threatening level. Before the tragedy of Min-so getting hurt for angering his mother could happen, I had to discipline him first. That was the only way to protect our family. The moment he finished speaking, another god-tier punch slammed into his face. What kind of twisted logic of protecting the family was this? It was absolutely unacceptable. You said before that there was a reason you hurt the boy. At the time, I thought you were just spouting nonsense, but I never expected it to be something this speechlessly absurd. How could that possibly be a way to protect your family? You didn't think about the child at all. How can you even call yourselves a family? If you were truly doing it for the family, you would never commit such an incredibly despicable act as offering up the child as a sacrificial lamb like that. But I can understand why you chose this path. You were just finding it too bothersome, that's all. Because compared to dealing with an adult wife who frequently loses her mind, acting tough in front of a weak child who has no voice of his own is so much easier. I said this before too, haven't I? Parents who hurt their children for their own convenience. Isn't that just raising livestock? And you too don't even have the basic right to raise a human being. Every word struck like a judgment, slamming straight into his rotten mindset. With that bloody face, was he even sober enough to realize his own mistakes? Just then, the rescue team arrived. We are the rescue team. Where are the patients? Before they could even finish their sentence, they witnessed Manhwa Jin violently beating Dong Chul to the brink of death. Letting anger control him, Hwa Jin was caught red-handed and only then snapped back to his senses in shock. In the end, he had to sit in a jail cell on charges of assault. He looked haggard and deep in thought. Just then, a tongue-clicking sound echoed from a distance. It was the minister who had come to bail him out. The one leaving people speechless was really him. Seeing the old man, Manhwa Jin couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the teacher was reading a story to little Min-so. Seeing Hansel and Gretel return home, their father told them, "My children, please forgive me." The family of Hansel and Gretel was reunited at last, and they live happily ever after. The little boy asked innocently, "Miss, then when will my mom and dad come?" I'm not hurting anymore. I can go home now. But why haven't mom and dad come to pick me up yet? Children are just like that, so innocent and lovable. No matter how terribly they are treated, their souls remain pure, still longing with so much affection. The teacher gently patted the little boy's head. Minso, your parents won't be coming, because they aren't quite ready to take care of Minso yet. The little boy was stunned to hear that, and the teacher felt incredibly sorry for him. Going back to the day Minso's family was brought to the emergency room, the doctor immediately called the police after seeing the signs of abuse on his body. Minso's mother adamantly refused to cooperate with the police investigation, but his father confessed everything they had done to Minso over the past few years to the police. After that, Minso's parents were legally detained for intentional assault. They were held separately, awaiting the court's verdict. As for the inspector from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau, he won't be held responsible during the reporting period. Choi Kang-suk handed Na Hwa-jin a pack of cigarettes and sighed. Seriously, this guy. You should consider yourself lucky. He casually took out a cigarette. It's a good thing the victim forgave you unconditionally, so we could settle this smoothly. Are you planning to stick your nose into everyone's business? Also, it seems some reporters have already caught wind of it, so you better be careful, kid. There are more than a few people right now who consider the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau a thorn in their side. Suddenly, he spoke up. It's not like this will last much longer anyway, right? You said it yourself from the start, the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau definitely wouldn't last long. If someone catches us slipping, we'll get cursed at and immediately disbanded. So there's no need to walk on eggshells around anyone. I'll just do whatever I want. He quickly reminded him, hey, even so, you can't just interfere in other people's jurisdictions. Na Hwa-jin softly replied, I know I crossed the line. Until now, everything we've done was based on the premise of giving the perpetrators a chance, and if they still show no remorse, we deal with them through direct punishment. But this time, the perpetrators are all the victim has. Even though they treated Min so terribly, they are his family, his irreplaceable loved ones. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Minso immediately burst into tears. No, no, Mom, Dad, please save me. Na Hwa-jin covered his face and sighed. This case is just too difficult. It's really too difficult. Time passed just like that until 6 months later, when Min Seo's parents had to appear in court to face the legal consequences of their actions. The final verdict was announced. The defendant, Won Suk-yum, is sentenced to 1 year and 4 months in prison. The defendant, Go Dong-chul, is sentenced to 6 months in prison and 1 year of probation. At the same time, temporary restraining orders will be enforced against the defendants for the aforementioned abusive behavior. Time continued to flow, and soon it was winter with heavy snowfall. At the kindergarten, the students were happily building snowmen. Min-so also joined in. From a distance, a tall figure was quietly watching him. Min-so's innocent smile was as radiant as the first light of dawn. It was Dong-chul. He had been released from prison and was watching Min-so from afar. Yet he only dared to stand and watch for a brief moment before turning to leave. Min-so looked in that direction, finding the man very familiar. It looked just like his dad. A little boy froze, his eyes staring blankly as he watched him. Finally, he ran after him, calling out, Dad? As if sensing it, he hurried away while the boy chased after him, shouting, It's you, Dad, right? The man quickly ran off, not daring to look back. Seeing him leave, Min-so was determined to catch up. Dad, wait for me. But because the snowy road was too slippery, Min-so slipped and fell before he could catch up. A hard faceplant onto the road made Dong-chul flinch, and he immediately turned around. Hurt from the fall, Min-so burst into tears. Unable to bear it, he came back to help the boy up and asked, Go Min-so, isn't it better here than at home? Not only do you have many friends, but there are no parents to hurt you anymore. I treated you so terribly before. Do you really still want to follow me now? Min-so, with tears streaming down his face, looked down and thought. Dong-chul was also deeply moved and filled with self-blame, hot tears falling from his eyes. He fell to his knees in front of the little boy. Min-so, I'm a terrible father. I never should have appeared in front of you like this. If anyone sees me with you, I'll have to go back to prison. So wait until I become a good person, until the law allows me to raise you again. I will definitely come and get you. Dong-chul, who had now dyed his hair back and removed his earrings, looked gentle and had resolved to turn over a new leaf and become a good person for his son. He and the little boy linked pinky fingers. Min-so happily replied, You promised, Dad. Na Hwa-jin, watching this scene from afar, smiled faintly. It seemed his meddling had truly written a new ending for the two of them. Amidst the falling snow, he silently turned and walked away. In another family, a gentle mother knocked on the door to call her son for dinner. Son, how long are you going to shower? Hurry up and come eat. What's wrong? Is he still in the bath? Yes, I called him, but he won't answer. Move aside, let me go check on him. Anxious, the couple decided to pick the lock to get in. Oh dear, the door is even locked. Go get me a toothpick. As soon as the door was unlocked, the father stormed in and shouted, Hey, Lee Sang-wook, your mom's been calling you, why aren't you answering? Then, to their absolute horror, they witnessed an utterly gruesome sight. The boy had committed suicide in the bathtub, his blood mixing with the water and dyeing the bathroom red. The father immediately snapped out of it and yelled, What are you standing there for? Call an ambulance quickly. At the same time, a message window popped up on the laptop. Sang-wook, it's me, hey. You're just gonna ignore my texts. Think you're so cool for doing that, huh? Still no reply. Sang-wook, are you sure this is a good idea? Or did you completely forget your place? The messages kept popping up, and the guy sent a photo. Disciplinary action for student violation. Pursuant to Article 17, Paragraph 1, Item 6, a suspension of 5 days is enforced. Time really flies. It's already been 5 days. Thinking about it now gives me a headache. Our Sang-wook risked his life to report me, but all it got me was a 5-day suspension. We finally get to see each other tomorrow, right? The gloating messages poured in, completely unaware that the recipient could no longer reply. The mother's heartbreaking scream echoed out, Sang-wook, please wake up. In the notebook on the desk, with its edges torn and ragged, a line was written like a final testament. The devil. He's coming back soon, Sang-wook. Flashing back to a few days prior, a student was sitting silently in a room. His anxiousness and restlessness were glaringly obvious, making the boy's body tremble violently. A teacher opened the door and reminded him, Student Lee Sang-wook, it's time. She led him to a place and said, This is it. Sang-wook walked in, filled with anxiety. This was the student disciplinary committee, with many people sitting inside. We often think that rock, paper, scissors is the ultimate symbol of the fairest game in the world. A resounding slap struck Sang-wook's face. Then came another round of rock, paper, scissors. Successive slaps to the face landed every time he lost. Once again, rock, paper, scissors, but this time the winner was Sang-wook, not his opponent. Seeing this, the pink-haired guy asked, Hunt, you won. Sang-wook stammered in reply, yes. When playing a game, you win some and you lose some. As soon as he finished, he threw a solid punch straight to his face. Sang-wook fell down in agonizing pain as the whole class watched in extreme amusement. Lose, and you get slapped. Win, and you get punched in the jaw. It wasn't a fair game at all. No matter the result, he was always the one getting beaten. He thought to himself, between me and Hong Sung-ha, there was never any such thing as a fair game. That pink-haired guy sneered mockingly. But man, losing really pisses me off. According to Sang-wook's memoirs, this unfair game wasn't solely targeted at me. In the classroom, another classmate was intensely engrossed in playing a handheld video game. Suddenly, that Sung-ha guy snatched it right out of his hands. He jokingly said, In borrowing this for a bit, I'll return it in about 30 years, leaving the victim completely stunned and furious. Immediately, another classmate nearby who saw all of this spoke up. Hey, Hong Sung-ha, why the fuck are you causing a scene in someone else's classroom? You're fully grown but still acting like a thug, aren't you ashamed? In this school, no one dared to cross Sung-ha, because he had his lackeys. While that classmate was still demanding a one-on-one fight with him, shouting, Let's go one-on-one, come here right now. Out of nowhere, a curly-haired guy appeared from behind holding a chair, ready to smash it down. The guy took the entire chair to the head, screaming in pain like a monkey, while the attacker just scoffed. That classmate lay on the floor, clutching his head in agony, surrounded by a group of people mocking him. What one-on-one? You want to dance? Idiot. After that came a brutal gang beatdown, ruthlessly stomping him under their feet. Kim Jeon-hong, Moon Tae-soo, and Han Sang-gi. These 3 loyal dogs fortified Sung-ha's fortress. But for others, it wasn't as bad. Because my pain, no, our pain, would still continue even after school ended. A group of people gathered to chat and eat, while the girls treated the 2 boys like furniture, forcing them to grovel on all 4s to act as human chairs. One girl chimed in, Wow, the elasticity on this is so good. Another immediately cut in, Is mine a massage chair or something? Why is it vibrating so hard? Whenever Sung-ha went out to play, especially when he went out with girls, he always brought us along. We were mere tools for Sung-ha to show off his dominance to the girls, living toys for them to play with. We became punching bags for the girls to torture and trample on, even being tied to telephone poles and left at their mercy. We even had to endure an immense amount of humiliation, things we could never bring ourselves to say at the disciplinary committee. But among all those things, what was the hardest for me to endure was, holy shit, I just saw Young Suk yesterday. That bitch Young Suk is seriously so hot. He opened his mouth with incredibly filthy and obscene words. Hot, huh? Holy fuck, she's older but still that hot. Right? Young Suk. Dong Suk is such a slut. He even mockingly asked you. Come on, repeat after me. Sang-wook bit his lip, trembling, unable to utter a word. He brought his disgusting face close with an extremely gloating, twisted smile. Because meanwhile, Dong Suk is my mother's name, Sang-wook thought to himself. And he said the sentence he regretted most in his life. At this very moment, I made up my mind to end my life. Are you asking if I ever thought about reporting it to the school? Haven't you watched the news? Even if I report it, the school will just cover it up. Are you asking if I ever thought about reporting it to the school? Haven't you watched the news? Even if I report it, the school will just cover it up. I thought so, but it wasn't true. Right then, a piece of news emerged like a last life-saving straw. The abolition of the School Violence Countermeasure Autonomous Committee and the establishment of the School Violence Countermeasure Deliberation Committee at the Office of Education. Along with the revision of the Teachers' Rights Protection Act last year, the School Violence Countermeasure Autonomous Committee system operated by the school itself was abolished. Under the leadership of the Office of Education, the School Violence Countermeasure Deliberation Committee was established, comprising experts like lawyers. Finally, it's no longer managed by the school. In that case, I can give it a try. So Sang-wook determinedly reported his violent acts, but on the day he received the result notice, the sky seemed to collapse. The decision to penalize the involved students is as follows. Only a 5-day suspension for the ringleader Hong Sung-hak. The rest only had to write apology letters and undergo special education. The disciplinary standards of the new deliberation committee are like this. The higher the score, the lower the degree of reconciliation with the victimized student. In other words, the score given by the deliberation committee for Hong Sung-hak's cruel behavior is only 10 to 12 points out of 20. They threw a pile of wastepaper at the boy's face with an incredibly mocking attitude. Here you go, and truly so sorry for the past time. 12 points on a 20-point scale, equivalent to 60 points on a 100-point scale. This is exactly the score that adults gave to the pain I had to endure. He was utterly stunned and desperate. As there are so many bullies like Hong Sung-hak and victims like me, because to adults, this is at most just a 60-point issue. Even though before ending my life, I reported this to the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. But why would they step in for a mere 60-point issue? Those were his memories and thoughts before the boy reached the desperate dead end as he slowly opened his eyes. It turned out he'd been brought to the hospital. He was still alive. Right after was the sobbing voice of his mother. She hugged him tight with tears streaming down her face. Why did you do such a foolish thing? Why? However, it was only much later that I realized, if you have anything on your mind, just tell Mom everything. It was because I used the wrong method. If I want to leave this world, I have to use a more direct way. Even at this moment of being held in my mother's arms, I only thought about how to kill myself next time. He said softly, Mom, please pass me my phone. After handing in the phone, she said, then I'll go call the doctor here. On the phone screen, the text on how to commit suicide was still displayed. Suddenly, a few message notifications popped up. Sang-wook's eyes widened as he looked. He softly called out to his mother who hadn't left yet. Tears streaming down his face, he said, I won't do such foolish things again. Because I feel like I've survived. Finally, I can. In those messages were pictures of Han Rim teaching that brat a heavy lesson. The people from the Teachers' Rights Bureau are here. Hey, they came to teach Hong Sung-hak a lesson. His usual arrogant attitude of bullying classmates was gone, replaced by an incredibly pathetic look. Sung-hak was beaten by Han Rim until his nose bled and he cried for his parents. At the teacher's office, the teacher handed Sung-hak a stack of documents and said, as of yesterday, your suspension is over. Hong Sung-hak, you must have thoroughly reflected on your actions, right? He annoyingly spoke up. This is the guidebook and precautions for your special education. If you dare to cause trouble and get called by the committee again, you're really dead meat. He smiled, showing all his perfectly even, bright white teeth and assured, don't worry, sir. I won't bully my classmates anymore. I've truly reflected on my actions properly. But right after that came more violent scenes of torturing and beating his classmates. It was all just lip service, just like your shitty boyfriend saying he only loves you. He stood aside puffing on a cigarette while his underlings brutally tortured and beat up others. He smiled sinisterly. This facial expression showed absolutely no sign of remorse. In the break room at this moment, Manhwa Jin was on a phone call discussing work with Han Rim. She said, in short, Sunbae, I have selected some pretty serious cases and emailed them to you. I'm so sorry for disturbing your vacation, but I really can't choose on my own, so please help me pick one. On the other line, looking at any report made her furious enough to want to take out all these bastards. This guy is absolute trash. This guy deserves to be castrated right away. Tying this guy up and beating him for 4 days and 3 nights wouldn't even satisfy my anger. So much filth. Unable to bear it anymore, she roared a curse. Damn it. What is wrong with this world? Why are there so many students worse than Satan himself? Suddenly he spoke up, decide for yourself. Although you're nominally a dispatched military support staff, in reality you're already an official supervisor of the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. You should learn to make judgments yourself. However, I can remind you of one thing. The Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau doesn't just exist to rescue suffering students and teachers. Even though the Bureau has immense authority, there are only the 2 of us as supervisors, so what we do inherently can't be called relief. Moreover, we shouldn't just be limited to rescuing victims, but we must bring the types of incidents frequently happening in schools to light to attract widespread public attention, and make everyone realize where the core of the problem lies. This is the true purpose of establishing the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. Just take my words as reference and think it over carefully. Hearing that, Han Rim looked up at the ceiling, pondering, not knowing what the right thing to do was. Make everyone realize where the core of the problem lies. That's really tough. It's not like I'm some brilliant figure. But why do these school violence cases? Why can't they be stopped no matter how much they're banned? Back at that rotten school, Sung Hak was still trying all sorts of tricks to torment people. Right now, he was choking a chubby boy out of breath while letting his underlings record a video and use a stopwatch. Past 40 seconds. They cheered excitedly but didn't notice the victim was slowly passing out from a lack of oxygen. All right, player Hong Sung Hak, can you break the magical 1-minute barrier this time? That pink-haired guy was still relentless, while the chubby boy was on the verge of fainting. They cheered with joy for setting a new record, an incredibly bizarre and grotesque hobby. 51 seconds, stop. Player Hong Sung Hak has set a new record. The flunkies wagged their tails like sycophantic dogs. Hey, you've been practicing in secret lately, right? You shaved off a whole 12 seconds. Damn. Holding a cigarette, he replied, it's just because I had nothing to do all week, so I went crazy exercising. Suddenly, a female voice rang out from behind. Hey, Hong Sung Hak, you're truly hopeless. Your suspension just ended, and you're already playing the choking game. Total trash. How can you act so recklessly? Don't think she's a good person for saying that. She's also part of the bully gang hanging out with them. Why treat my beloved Sofa like that? He was speechless. What nonsense are you talking about, you crazy bitch? But hey, Sung Hak, do you have someone backing you? Didn't Sang-wook report it? Yet you only got suspended for 5 days. I thought for sure you get expelled. What the hell kind of backing? My dad is just a salaryman in a small company. He suddenly reached down, grabbed his crotch, and said, I just went to the committee, grabbed it tightly here, grabbed it, and said, I admit my fault. I won't do it again. I'll reflect deeply. Just like that, I won it all thanks to my smooth talking. After consideration, the abusive student admits to having acted against the victimized student. Shitty, terrible behavior causing both physical and mental harm. The committee considers this an extremely serious case, so they decided to hand this bastard the harshest penalty, a 5-day suspension. The whole gang laughed hearing him describe it with such a careless, dismissive attitude. So that's how it was. A 5-day suspension is considered a harsh penalty. What's so funny? Of course it's serious. As a student, not being allowed to go to school for 5 whole days is incredibly serious. They laughed along together. Hilarious. Yet they didn't know the chubby boy had woken up, tears of resentment streaming down his face. School was over. The whole gang put their arms around each other's shoulders and cheered. Since Sung Hak's suspension is over, we have to go party hard. The girls eagerly asked Sung Hak, where are we going? How about a coin karaoke room first, then to the club? Suddenly, he flashed a sly smile. Before that, shouldn't we pick up a special guest? Sang-wook, I see you when I close my eyes. You're all over my dreams. Wook, whom I miss the most. Damn it, that's right. I really love Wook so much, one of the gang said. Stop it right now. That was the teacher from the staff room walking over. You little punk, didn't you read what I gave you this morning? I told you that after school you have to attend a special education class. The teacher scolded. The instructor is already waiting at the gymnasium. All of you get over there right now. If you don't attend on time, you'll be fined 3 million won, understand? Hearing that, the whole gang of students panicked and were forced to drag themselves to the gymnasium. What? Fucking hell, we already wrote apology letters. Why are they forcing us to take this damn education? What a shitty place. They love preaching to others so much. They complained as they walked and finally arrived at the destination. Suddenly, a voice rang out that caught his attention. Hello, students. Isn't this a woman's voice? I am the instructor responsible for your special education. My name is Lim Han Rim. The purpose of this course is to prevent you from repeating bad behaviors and to help you empathize with the victimized students. But they didn't listen to her words at all. They were just paying attention to Han Rim's body. Wow, so hot. Thank you, school. If your attitude isn't serious, the education time will be extended, so you better be good and listen to me. Hearing that, he immediately smirked contemptuously. He said, Miss, I don't think what you're saying is right. Speaking while flashing a perverted, despicable look. Who wouldn't want to spend more time with a beauty like you? Hey, you guys dropped a serious attitude. Those words completely killed Han Rim's mood, making her want to instantly beat them up. Suddenly, she reached her hand out in front of him. Since today is the first class, let's start with a game of rock, paper, scissors, shall we? The two of them played rock, paper, scissors. She threw scissors, he threw paper. Han Rim lost right from the first round. He screamed with joy. Oh yeah, I won. Then you have to give me a reward, right? Phone number, or your measurements, either is fine. Hearing that, Han Rim was reminded of last night's conversation with Na Wa Jin, or penalties from the committee that don't even scratch the itch. All right, then try explaining why you chose that case. I've been seriously thinking about it for a whole day, and I feel it's very similar to the bicycle theft situation. Bicycles? A place with security so good that even if you leave a bag on the street, no one will take it. But thieves especially love stealing bicycles. Because they have a specific perception regarding bicycles, which is even if you steal a bicycle, you won't be punished at all. Delinquent behavior is just like that. Han Rim brought up an example she had thought of, and then instantly, a massive punch landed square on his face, leaving him unable to react in time. The sound was so shocking that his underlings and the students passing by had to gape and turn back to see what was happening. The pink-haired guy just now coughed and asked, "What the hell?" Han Rim immediately replied, "You once said if you lose, it's a slap to the ear. If you win, it's a punch to the chin, right? Special education class number 1. Look back at the crimes you've committed. Therefore, I have to first shatter your mindset that even if you resort to violence. Next is the choking game until fainting, right? You won't be severely punished. After a few punches that made him bleed from his nose and mouth, Han Rim put him in a chokehold exactly like Sung Hak had done to bully other classmates. Sung Hak was choked so tightly by Han Rim that he couldn't breathe, his eyes rolling back. He struggled but couldn't break free, feeling like he was caught in iron pincers. He panicked, wondering, what is this? Is this woman crazy? Someone nearby recognized her and shouted, "Huh! Isn't that someone from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau? Oh my god, it really is. It's the red-haired Lim Han Rim. Holy shit! It looks like she specifically came here to teach Hong Seong Hak a lesson. I knew that punk would draw the attention of the Teachers' Rights Bureau one day." The surrounding students were extremely supportive. He was totally confused, but damn it, since when did the Teachers' Rights Bureau have female officers? Because this guy never bothered watching the news, he was completely clueless. He thought to himself, the committee, the Teachers' Rights Bureau. This guy, Lee Sang-wook, he sure knows how to set people up. Suddenly, he reached up, grabbed Han Rim's arm, and squeezed it tightly. Seeing this, she thought, oh my, this punk has a pretty strong grip. That idiot still thought Han Rim was just a normal girl. But our Wook is quite pathetic, huh? If it were that long-haired guy who handled the third-ranked delinquent school, Gu-un, it would have been better. A contemptuous thought crossed his mind. I bet she's just a useless, filthy woman. He tried to struggle to escape that vice-like grip, but suddenly Sung Hak seemed to have an epiphany. No, wait a minute. If I wanted to break free, I could definitely do it. But this feeling, it feels so damn amazing. Well, of course, what's not to love about being in the arms of a beautiful girl? Could this be the legendary reward? And with that thought, he passed out before he even knew it. Han Rim's arm also went numb. It seemed this kid was pretty tough. Look at this guy. In his daze, Sung Hak heard someone calling his name. Hey, are you still alive? Wake up, you brat! As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 3 of his underlings with swollen faces and cheeks as red as tomatoes, making him burst into laughter. What's wrong, you idiots? Your faces look quite spectacular. After you passed out, we just kept playing rock, paper, scissors. Would rather have passed out. We got beaten up so badly. One guy wondered aloud, I don't know how that lady's grip is so strong. I won, then took a punch and almost passed out. It's so fucking humiliating, and it happened right in the middle of the sports field in front of everyone. We even let those bastards take pictures of us. I looked it up online and found out that lady is from the Special Forces. Damn it, are we really doomed this time? Suddenly, the pink-haired guy spoke up to comfort his underlings. You idiots, what is there to be afraid of? Are you even men? Whether she's Special Forces or whatever, she's still just a woman. This guy's misogynistic attitude definitely needs a proper lesson. Then they headed home together, still gossiping on the way. You got choked by her and actually felt turned on. Are you joking? Wow, you're such a pervert. Hey, you guys should try getting choked by her once. I guarantee you'll get addicted. He blushed while saying it. I feel like she just opened up a whole new world for me. Suddenly, one guy looking at his phone spoke up. Wow, look at these bastards. Hey, check out the 11th grade group chat. Everyone, look quickly. The Teachers' Rights Bureau came to teach Hong Seong-hak a lesson. I knew that Psycho would get his ass beat like this sooner or later. This is true justice. On the phone screen was a chat log and photos of Seong-hak getting beaten to a pulp. These guys know we're in the group chat and still dare to send this stuff. It really pisses me off. Could this be the legendary bending with the wind? Lord Sang-wook, he truly is a beacon of light for humanity. Well done. That's right, absolutely don't hold back anymore. You've been through a lot lately. The pink-haired guy smirked after reading it. Yeah, look at these guys getting all cocky. Even they are so thrilled about it. He gripped the phone tightly, trembling with anger. Then that summoner of the Teachers' Rights Bureau, Sang-wook, shouldn't he be jumping for joy right now? Thinking about it really pisses me off. Hearing that, Seong-hak showed a thrilled expression. Sang-wook is that happy? I won't allow that to happen. At this time, the boy and his mother, having just been discharged from the hospital, were on their way home. His mother worriedly said, Sang-wook, you could have stayed in the hospital for a few more days. The boy replied gently, it's fine, I'm okay now. He had never been seen smiling so relievedly. I don't have to worry about anything anymore. Besides, I want to go to school tomorrow. No, I definitely have to go to school. Then his mother went to buy some food. You go home first. Sang-wook said goodbye to his mother and took the elevator up to their apartment. Be careful on your way, Mom. On his phone screen, a few messages popped up. Sang-wook, thank you. And I'm sorry too. You mustered up so much courage, yet I. The boy smiled gently and replied, don't say that. Not at all, Sun-jung, you've had a hard time lately too. Everything will be over soon. From now on, let's happily go to school together. Suddenly, as the elevator doors opened, his nightmare struck again. The bullies he hated to the bone were standing right outside, waiting for his return. Sang-wook was completely stunned. But before he could react, one of the underlings grabbed him by the neck. He was shoved hard against the elevator wall. Seong-hak smirked and confiscated the boy's phone. He read the message aloud, forcing a couple of fake tears and mocking the tone of the text. That's right, Seon-jung. You've been through a lot. From now on, let's happily go to school together. Then he laughed. Look at these two idiots. Are you shooting a movie finale with a pig head? Saying that, he stepped closer to the boy and said, Wook, oh Wook, Sang-wook. It seems you still don't understand your boss. Whether it's the committee, the Teachers' Rights Bureau, or the cops. And even if I get expelled or thrown in jail, I don't give a shit. But I absolutely cannot tolerate my toy daring to stab me in the back. Damn it. Suddenly, he noticed the bandage on the boy's wrist and asked sarcastically, by the way, what's with the bandage on your wrist? Is that the hottest fashion trend right now? Right at that moment, the elevator doors opened again, and a red-haired woman stepped in. It was Lim Hanrim, and upon witnessing this scene, her face darkened. The brats were scared out of their wits when they saw her, hastily taking a few steps back. The piece of paper in her hand dropped to the floor reading, Whistleblower's Address, Building 202, Gangyang Apartments. Hanrim lunged forward and delivered a swift kick right to Seong-hak's face. Arrived. The elevator had just dinged as it reached the floor and his jaw dropped, almost losing all his teeth. Hanrim stepped closer and directly pressed the button for the 11th floor to go to the building's rooftop. She spoke up, I figured you would seek revenge, so I was originally planning to come here to give the victim a little heads up. But I didn't expect this to happen on the very first day. Are you trying to launch a preemptive strike, or are you just completely brainless? Saying that, Han Rim charged at him again like a wild beast, genuinely wanting to smash that arrogant face. But strangely enough, whether her punch lacked power or he was just tougher than she thought, the guy could still open his mouth to answer. The correct answer is number 3. Because I'm not afraid of you. Saying that, he displayed a perverted look, sticking out his tongue to lick the fist that was planted on his face. Seeing this, Han Rim froze. She smirked as if she had just heard something extremely amusing. Not afraid of me. Han Rim frowned and asked again, what did you just say? You're not afraid of me. Sun Hak smirked, grabbing her wrist, and said, what? Are you upset? He tightened his grip on her wrist as he spoke. I said I'm not afraid because I'm not afraid, right? Did I say something wrong? He even threw out a challenge. If you think I'm wrong, then try breaking free. You useless bitch, why are you sticking your nose into other people's business? He threatened her with an incredibly terrifying look on his face, but she didn't seem the least bit fazed. Han Rim answered softly, since starting this job, I've thought about it a lot. Because no matter how trashy a student is, they're still a student, so I always have to consider how far I should go. But when it comes to you, I guess there's no need to worry about that anymore. She then announced, all of you, follow me up. The group laughed and belittled her. Taking us to the rooftop? It's not like we're in a movie. Are you a delinquent student? Or some female gangster? Sung Hak questioned her repeatedly with a bored look. Sang-wook, trembling and cowering on the side, thought, do I have to stay here too? Whatever it is, let's just get it over with quickly. I still want to go home early to watch baseball and then go to sleep. I'm really curious to see who wins. Han Rim stood in front of the students and declared, now, the second special education session begins. Hearing this, they complained, oh man, at this hour? In the first session, you got to experience about 1% of what you've done, right? The content of the second session is, face the victim you've bullied. Get on your knees and apologize. The time limit is until Sang-wook says it's enough. The boy was scared half to death hearing that, breaking out in a cold sweat. If Sang-wook doesn't allow you to stand up, you'll have to kneel all night. The pink-haired guy quickly spoke up. Miss, there's no need for that. We've already reconciled. It seems you've misunderstood something. We didn't come here today for revenge, but to make peace. Right, Wook? He said as he walked over and threw an arm around his shoulder, pretending to be very close. We made up before, didn't we? This face was clearly threatening, not asking a question. You also said you would forgive us, right? Sang-wook trembled, tears welling up in his eyes as he thought to himself, even if the Teachers' Rights Bureau is here, Hong Seong-hak won't change a bit. Could it really be like Seong-hak said, because the person who came is a female teacher? Do I just have to let them bully me forever like this? But at this moment, a fierce inner struggle was tearing him apart, torn between following his heart or listening to reason. If I don't do anything right now, then nothing will truly ever change. And then, mustering all his courage, he screamed, I have never forgiven you. If it were you, would you forgive? Not getting the answer he wanted, the guy got so furious that his veins popped, and he clenched his fist ready to throw a punch. Then don't forgive me, you little brat. Saying that, he lunged forward, intending to beat him up. Suddenly, a foot cut through the air and stopped inches from his cheek. Just one little twitch and his life would be over. Sung-hak turned to look, and everyone around was also surprised. Han Rim spoke up, shouldn't you give up on making excuses now? He frowned, turning around to say, you two obnoxious jerks, how dare you cause a scene? Who the hell said anything about giving up? He yelled, lunging forward to deliver a crushing blow at Han Rim. The powerful force of the strike made her step back. The hand that had just blocked the punch turned red and throbbed with pain. Seeing this, Sung-hak immediately took off his shirt, preparing for a massive brawl. Pretty nimble moves, huh? You even managed to dodge away. Damn it, do you think I don't dare to hit a woman? Those other guys seem pretty scared of your so-called Special Forces title. But that's still just a woman's physical strength. Even though I look like this right now, my biggest hobby is working out. He lifted his shirt to show off his rippling 8-pack abs, but his face still looked unbearably sleazy. He didn't forget to boast further. I can hit a 500 total on the big 3 lifts, you know? Don't think I'm an idiot just because I obediently took those hits. Those blows were within my tolerance, which is why I didn't even bother fighting back. A punch from a woman like you? Even if I took them all night, I wouldn't even flinch. He kept rambling on, oblivious to how her expression was gradually changing from a gentle teacher to a bloodthirsty female demon ready to claim his life. On the other side, a conversation took place between the minister and Second Lieutenant Na Hua-jin. The minister asked impatiently, hey, when are you finally coming back? Hua-jin sighed. Why does it feel like I'm being stalked by a nearly 70-year-old man? Do you really need to call me every single day just to feel at ease? He immediately denied it. That's not it, you little brat. Are you worried about Lim Han Rim? The moment this was blurted out, it caught his attention, making him stop his pitching motion entirely. He asked back, "What's wrong with Sergeant Lim? Did something happen?" He quickly replied, "This time, she has to take charge of educating a bunch of male students. I transferred her here to help deal with the female students, but because you went on leave, she had to take this case. If she gets hurt, can you bear the responsibility?" Hearing that, Hua Jin burst out laughing, as if he had just heard a story about a flying cow. Through the phone, his roaring laughter could be heard. "You're saying she'll get hurt?" The minister angrily scolded, "You little punk. How dare you laugh when an elder is talking? Lim Han Rim? Getting hurt by some little punk. Haven't I told you before? Lim Han Rim's close-quarters combat skills are top tier in our forces. Even I can't beat her in a fight." So there it was. After a few minutes of getting beaten to a pulp, who knows if that punk had realized the gap in their abilities yet. Sung Hak was now screaming miserably like a slaughtered pig. He was beaten senselessly by Han Rim, while not a single crease could be found on her clothes. She smiled and asked, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you wouldn't flinch even if I beat you all night?" He truly was just all bark and no bite, clutching his aching chest as he thought to himself, what the hell kind of technique is that kick she's been using? It feels like being stabbed by a knife. Even though it wasn't a knife, his wounds were bruised and bleeding, just as if they had been sliced by a sharp object. But this blockhead with Munt for brains still hadn't wised up at all. He stubbornly rushed in to throw punches, yet didn't land a single one. With just a graceful duck, Han Rim easily dodged his attack. A sweeping kick across his stomach sliced through, drawing blood. Seong Hak screamed in agony. Oh my god, who could possibly understand this pain? He collapsed, clutching his stomach, as blood oozed from the wound, growing darker and completely soaking his white shirt. The guy wondered in astonishment, "What is this? My shirt is completely torn." But before he could even process what was happening, another wind-tearing kick came flying at him. Damn it, he barely managed to curse out before the high heel crashed down on him. Only then did he manage to see it. Motherfucker, I finally figured it out. It's her high heel. That sharp yet beautiful weapon belonging to the woman. The heel came crashing down, piercing his thigh like a sharp knife. Some Hack shrieked in excruciating pain like a fish on a chopping block. As boastful as he was earlier, he was now suffering just as much. His 3 lackeys stood by, watching in such terror they nearly wet their pants, faces pale as ghosts. We're really doomed. That must hurt so much. The physical gap between men and women was simply a non-issue when it came to Lim Han Rim. Weaknesses, weapons, environment. She would utilize every advantageous element around her to close the physical gap. Thus, even if her opponent were as colossal as Mount Tai, once they entered a real fight, they would never be a match for Lim Han Rim. Even though I have no idea where she learned that kind of martial arts, as long as it's a real combat situation, even I have to give her some respect. That was what Na Hua Jin knew from their time working together in the military. Han Rim spoke with an icy expression, completely devoid of emotion. If Senior Na had been the one to come this time, you guys probably would have suffered a lot less. Because even with trash like you, he would try every possible way to reform you. But if I see that you can't be educated, I'll just ruthlessly punish you. With that, Han Rim followed up with another heel strike, stomping squarely onto his face. Oh, the face he was usually so proud of was completely ruined now. She growled a warning, offering him a choice. Are you going to kneel? Or do you want to keep taking a beating? Sung Hak, lying beneath her feet, was now as obedient as a dog, not daring to make a peep or move even the slightest bit. In the end, what had to happen happened. Hong Son Hak and his lackeys finally had to kneel down and apologize to him. We're sorry, sang Wook. We were in the wrong all this time. Please forgive us just this once. They were even photographed by the boy. How utterly humiliating. As for him, having been beaten so badly he couldn't even lie on his back, he tossed and turned all night, filled with both bitterness and agony. He definitely lost sleep today. He even had to think about the kid in his dreams, feeling more bitter than eating hot peppers. Lee Sang-wook, that bastard. Meanwhile, the kid on the other side was absolutely overjoyed, lying there looking at the photo of them kneeling and begging, happy all night long. The next morning upon arriving at school, Sung Hak had to drag his limping legs with his face beaten to a swollen pulp in front of everyone, making everyone turn to look. The school boss had now been taught a lesson he'd remember for a lifetime. From behind, a guy spoke up mockingly. Hey Sung Hak, are you okay? Getting beaten to a pulp by someone from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau like that, how could he possibly be okay? That guy normally loves bullying female teachers. It serves him right. Did you think women don't know how to hit people? After getting a beating for acting out, he's completely silent now. The words that everyone had been frustrated about but never dared to say were finally spoken, leaving him feeling both ashamed and furious. Some hack finally made it to the classroom amidst countless mocking glares. Suddenly, he saw Sang-wook sitting there playing with his phone. Catching his gaze, the boy broke into a cold sweat in fear, quickly turning his face away and trying to minimize his presence. He walked past him, but his piercing glare was still so intensely burning that it sent chills down Sang-wook's spine. This must have been more bitter than accidentally eating a ghost pepper for him, glaring at the poor kid without even blinking once. The boy was scared to death, lowering his head and pretending not to notice anything. His footsteps gradually moved further away from where Sang-wook was sitting, but his gaze directed at the boy remained completely unwavering. Suddenly, Hanrim appeared out of nowhere and peeked in to ask, startled both of them. "Where are you looking? I clearly remember you kneeling down and apologizing yesterday, promising you would never bully him again from now on. Yet your eyes are full of hostility right now. Do you want me to give you a second lesson? I can't even just look at him." Hanrim immediately replied, "No, of course you can't. As the bully, how can you use such a terrifying gaze to look at your victim? Showing signs of hostility like that is also an act of retaliation." Song-hak suddenly turned away obediently and returned to his seat. "I got it. I just won't look at him anymore, okay." It seems like your glare isn't going to change anytime soon. Since you're in the same grade, keeping you separated probably won't mean much anyway. All right, let's decide on this then. Hanrim suddenly came up with a bizarre idea that made Seong-hak frown in sheer frustration. From now on at school, you're only allowed to walk with your head bowed, looking at the ground, having no face left to see anyone, unable to lift your head up. Doesn't this saying perfectly suit a sinner like you? Hearing that, he flew into a rage, marching up to her and yelling, "Are you kidding me? How can you make such a ridiculous demand?" When words prove useless, violence took over. Just as Hanrim was about to lift her leg, Seong-hak, relying on the reflexes he had drilled into him during the previous 2 moral lessons, immediately threw his hands up to cover his face, cowering in fear. Her foot stopped right next to his face. Very good, exactly like this. Stiff movements, tense expression. Perfect. This posture is the most suitable for your current situation. She spoke with a demonic expression, flashing a smile that didn't look like a smile. "Let me offer you a prophecy. Soon enough, you'll naturally express this look from the bottom of your heart." At this moment, Sung-hak was walking in the hallway, his posture hunched over and his face bowed in fear, causing everyone around to whisper and gossip. Mocking voices rang out, "It's real. He's actually walking with his head bowed down." A flurry of murmurs echoed. "I heard that guy went to Sang-wook's house yesterday and ended up getting caught red-handed by a teacher from the Teachers' Rights Bureau. What a piece of trash. Doing something so awful and still daring to go seek revenge." Now it seems the Bureau's ruling is quite reasonable. Expelling someone like him would just add another criminal to society. Just keep cowering like this until you graduate, you sinner. Behind him, the voices of 2 people conversing rang out. "Hey, I'm really gonna do it. I told you it's fine. You idiot." Then a sudden straight kick landed square on Seong-hak's back. He furiously shouted, turning back to look. "Motherfucker, what the hell was that?" The 2 culprits bolted off at top speed immediately after committing the crime. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Are you bastards all out of your minds?" But the scene that followed astonished him even more. Countless students were surrounding him, with the rapid clicks of cameras going off all around. "Hey," Hong Seong-hak just raised his head. "Hey, send this to the Teachers' Rights Bureau right away. He's dead meat this time." The sounds of jeering and numerous camera shutters with flashing lights left him bewildered and breaking out in a cold sweat. This guy. How does a criminal still have the gall to hold his head high? Just then, Lim Han-rim stepped forward. "Wow, I never expected there to be so many reports. I was just wondering how to confirm whether you violated the rules or not." From her phone came a rapid barrage of pings, notifications of reports from the students here. "Your life is quite the failure. I didn't expect so many students to be waiting to see you go down like this." He desperately yelled, trying to explain. "Aren't you taking this too far? I got kicked by someone. How could I not look up?" Without answering immediately, Han Rim pinched him hard on his thigh, and excruciating pain shot through him. "The spot my heel hit, it was right here, wasn't it?" As she spoke, she pressed down even harder, causing him to roll his eyes back in agony. "Do you think I'm going too far? But there's no other way." If I didn't do this, you would just use that glare to intimidate them again, right? She added, completely ignoring the fact that Seong-hak was in so much pain he was sobbing. If the committee had expelled you, I wouldn't have gone this far. This is all your karma, so just accept it. Right after that, class began in the gymnasium, now beginning the third special education class. We have a special guest coming today. You all have had to keep your heads bowed all day so you can relax your necks a bit now. Can we look up now? They were finally granted amnesty for their necks, which had been bowed down all day. Ah, my neck hurts so much. Suddenly, Sung-hak spoke up. I want to drop out. I know you came here because you're dissatisfied with the committee's decision. Damn it, at worst, I'll just do as you wish and drop out. Happy now. Fuck, do you think I had to pull all those strings just to get a 5-day suspension? I was already mentally prepared to get expelled a long time ago. They were the ones who decided all that. What was I supposed to do? My grades are garbage anyway, damn it. It'd be better off taking the GED. Don't let me catch you on the streets, or else I definitely won't let you off. Saying that, he spun on his heel and walked away. But just as he opened the doors, he was met by a group of furious students marching up to block the exit. He looked at them and sneered. What's the meaning of this? The one who got taught a lesson, the one who paid up, and even the toy trio. Are you guys looking for revenge? He spoke up. Hey, fatty, Seom-dong, get out of the way. I voluntarily dropped out just like you wanted. Let's meet outside of school from now on, yeah? But strangely, the chubby boy no longer had that fearful look as he stepped aside. Instead, his face was filled with pure hatred. 2 punches suddenly landed with a thud right in his stomach. Sung-hak, unable to defend himself in time, fell flat on his back. He yelled furiously, What the hell do you think you're doing? You damn pig, are you crazy? I already dropped out. The people from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau can't protect you anymore. But that didn't stop the group of victims he had bullied from marching forward. Suddenly, the tip of a wooden sword was pressed firmly against his forehead. Han Rim spoke up. It seems you've misunderstood something. Pinned down and unable to sit up, Sung-hak cursed. Damn it, get this off me. I'm not a student anymore. Can a drunk driver just say, I won't drive from now on, so I don't need to attend the rehabilitation program? Violence is a crime. As a criminal, you must face the punishment of the law. She flashed a sinister smile, a mix of pure malice and utter cruelty. In other words, whether you pay a fine or voluntarily drop out, criminals must undergo special education. A declaration was made like a final judgment. Until this special education is over, mark my words. You can never escape the palm of my hand. Another day passed. Sung-hak stopped in front of the school gate, lost in deep thought. He cursed out loud, damn it. Yesterday, he was taught a lesson by the very students he used to bully, and resentment boiled inside him. Those bastards were just toys for my amusement, yet just because the Teachers' Rights Bureau showed up, they dared. Forget it, I'll just skip school. If I don't show up, what can she possibly do to me? The Teachers' Rights Bureau isn't free enough to keep watching just this one school anyway. If I just hide for a week or two, she'll naturally disappear. Suddenly, Hanrim appeared out of nowhere and bumped into him. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Saying that, she grabbed his sideburns, making him squeal in pain. Ignoring Sung-hak's screaming, Hanrim simply asked, What's wrong? You've already made it to the school gate and you want to turn back. Weren't you acting all tough yesterday, demanding to drop out? Now you don't want to attend the special education, but you're too scared to actually drop out, right? What a selfish brat. Try running away one more time. It'll let you personally experience just how terrifying the tracking skills of the special forces really are. In the end, the 4 hotshots had to sit together and plot. What do we do now? How much longer is she going to torture us? Whatever. Why are we huddled together talking in this stupid posture? This is our base anyway. It wouldn't hurt to hold our heads high, right? The school is full of snitches. Someone might be watching us. Should we just skip school right now? Even if we run, she'll just come and catch us, right? She's from the special forces after all. Faced with these suggestions to give up, Sung-hak suddenly offered an opposing view. No, we have to stick it out. There are 5 sessions of special education in total. We've already finished 3. If we endure 2 more, the people from the Teachers' Rights Bureau will definitely pack up and leave. When that happens, we'll teach Sang-wook and his gang a proper lesson. Only 2 sessions left. Let's just grit our teeth and get through it. And so they simply thought that if they just endured a little longer, it would all be over. Surprisingly, in the next session, there were some special guests, the parents of these 4 hotshots. They panicked and blurted out, Mom and Dad. Mom, why are you here? Hanrim immediately spoke up. What you parents are watching right now are the very things your children did to the victims. After reading it, one of the parents began trembling all over. So this is what happened. My Sang-wook was pushed to this because of you all. It was the mother of the boy who had been bullied to the point of seeking death as an escape. Tears streamed down her face, filled with both heartbreak and hatred. You bastards. Saying that, she landed a stinging slap on the ringleader, Sung-hak. She screamed in agony, a mother who had nearly lost her beloved child to the malicious actions of these demons. Why would you do such a thing? What did my Sang-wook ever do wrong? How could you bully him so cruelly for such a long time? Witnessing this scene, Han-rim merely spoke in a flat tone. In principle, both the students and their parents must undergo the committee's special education together. I hope you parents can deeply realize the crimes your children have committed and the unimaginable agony they have put the victims through. Suddenly, a man with a darkened expression turned and walked away. A woman spoke up. That's enough. Isn't this going a bit too far? Yes, my son is indeed at fault, but you can't just humiliate and teach someone a lesson so publicly without any regard for face. Less than, greater than. I heard he already wrote an apology letter. Is it really necessary to go this far? She must be Sung-hak's mother. With a mother who coddles and blindly defends him like that, it's no wonder he turned out so rotten. Sang-wook's mother immediately retorted. What did you just say? An apology letter? She screamed in pure rage. My son almost took his own life. If your sons went through the same thing, would you still dare utter those words? Suddenly, the man who had just left returned and said, Sang-wook's mother, you don't need to do this. It will only hurt your own hands. This is the thickest stick I could find at the nearby construction site. Take this and hit them with it. No matter how big this gets, it's fine. Keep teaching them a lesson until your anger subsides. This man was the father of one of the four punks, striding forward with a heavy pipe in hand. With a resounding crack, he smashed the pipe right into his son's face. Don't call me dad. I never raise a beast like you. He roared, on your knees, all of you, you little bastards. You don't need to dirty your hands. If you'll allow me, let me teach them a lesson on your behalf. I won't stop until you tell me to. With that, the man rolled up his sleeves and gave the four hotshots the beating of a lifetime. It looked like their asses would be painted black and blue today. Upon returning home, Sung-hak lay face down on his bed, his legs bruised and covered in welts. But in his mind, he was still silently thinking, just one more day. Just have to endure one more day. Everything will be over. Eventually, that day arrived. Today is the final session of the special education, isn't it? You all have worked hard during this time. Hong Sung-hak, you're the representative. Say a few words about how you feel. He was utterly shocked by this. What? Is it really ending just like this? Han-rim urged him. Hurry up and speak. He chuckled inwardly. What kind of situation is this? What a pleasant surprise. The Teachers' Rights Bureau went this far. Guess they've done their utmost. Then Sung-hak spoke up. Yes, over this period of time, through the special education program. I finally understand the immense pains Sang-wook must have endured, and I deeply realize that using violence is completely wrong. But inside, his thoughts were completely the opposite. They are adults anyway and civil servants to boot. If they push it any further, it'd be too hard to clean up the mess. Sang-wook, you think you've won now. Thinking one thing and saying another, he continued, therefore, we would like to apologize once again to Sang-wook. I'll just wait a bit, and once the storm passes, I'll deal with him. And to the teacher who has been giving us this special education, my most sincere thanks. He tried to squeeze out a few tears, pretending to be moved. But his heart was solely focused on giving him a brutal beating. When that time comes, you're dead meat. Han-rim smiled faintly and replied, very good. I hope this past period has been truly meaningful for you all. Therefore, this special education program on violence prevention will be put on hold. Hearing this, the whole group froze. Sung-hak asked in astonishment, did you say, put on hold? Are you sure you didn't mean course completed or graduated? Do you know the committee has another regulation? It's the administrative appeal. If the victimized student objects to the committee's disciplinary decision, they can, within 180 days of receiving the notice or 90 days from knowing about the penalty, file a petition for an administrative appeal. And Sang-wook filed his administrative appeal on the exact same day he received the notice. Han-rim said, pulling out a letter and smacking it right against his chest. Sung-hak's eyes went wide as he opened the paper in sheer terror. And the more unfortunate thing is, right on the last day of this special education course, he received a favorable ruling. Han-rim laughed and said, what are we going to do now? You must have thought that if you just gritted your teeth through today, you get your freedom back, huh? Looks like we have to start all over again. Hearing this earth-shattering news, Sung Hak felt like his whole damn world was collapsing. At the J-City Department of Education, Sang-wook and Han-rim were waiting in a room. Han-rim spoke up, "Actually, you didn't have to request a direct hearing. Doing so means you have to recount all those horrible things again. Are you really okay with this?" Sang-wook replied softly, "Yes, it's okay. I want to give it my absolute best." Back at the committee, waiting for the hearing all by myself, I was honestly a bit scared. But now that you're with me, I feel much better than before. Hearing this, Han-rim beamed with a warm smile. Perhaps she was part of the driving force that gave him the courage to step forward once again. Right after that, the door opened. Two men walked in, one young and one middle-aged. The friendly middle-aged man greeted them. He and Han-rim shook hands as they introduced themselves. "I'm Kim Sang-ho from the Disciplinary Coordination Committee of the J-City Office of Education. And I am Lim Han-rim, a supervising officer from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau." He turned to the younger man beside him and said, "And this is the student human rights defense lawyer, Lee Jun-bin." "Oh, is that so?" But Sang-wook seemed to have recognized something. He pointed at the man. "That person. In the last hearing, he was definitely. He was the one who participated in the hearing as a reviewing commissioner back then." Han-rim friendly offered her hand. "Hello, I am Lim Han-rim, a supervising officer from the Teachers' Rights Bureau. I might express some opposing views today, but I look forward to working with you." He glanced at her extended hand and flatly brushed it away. He stated bluntly, "Sorry, I don't like fake greetings like this. Furthermore, I strongly disapprove of the way your Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau operates. This guy might have a handsome face, but his personality was certainly bizarre." Shortly after, the hearing commenced. "Well then, from now on, please maintain silence in the grand meeting room. We will now proceed with the direct hearing between the petitioner and the respondent. Will the petitioner please state your reasons?" Hearing his cue, Sang-wook stood up immediately. One of them spoke up, "You don't have to stand, just sit down and speak." Sang-wook immediately declined. "It's fine, I'll stand. The reason I filed for an administrative trial is because..." At this point, the agonizing memories of his time being bullied played in his mind like a slow-motion film, dubbed up to be exposed to the world once again. Sang-wook stood tall, bravely detailing every single atrocious act committed by Hong Seong-hak. The faces of the trial committee members turned pale with every word they heard. It was simply too horrific, except for that nasty guy from earlier who still showed no expression. Not only did Seong-hak send messages mocking the committee's decision and threatening revenge, but he also came straight to my house to harm me. If it weren't for the help of the supervisor from the Teachers' Rights Bureau here, I would have definitely suffered far more severe injuries than I have now. I truly cannot continue attending the same school as Hong Seong-hak anymore. That is exactly why I filed for this administrative trial. Sang-wook was finally able to pour his heart out and state his desires. The middle-aged man spoke up. "You've been through a lot, please take a seat." Han-rim also patted his shoulder to comfort him. "You did great." Next, we invite the defendant to present the reasoning behind applying the penalty of a 5-day suspension for the offending student. The cold-faced guy spoke up. "I am Lee Jun-bin, the defense lawyer for the Countermeasures Review Committee regarding this incident. In short, I believe that the disciplinary decision made that day was completely within the bounds of a highly reasonable resolution." He spewed out this sentence as if it were totally normal, despite all the pain inflicted on the victim, leaving Han-rim and Sang-wook in absolute shock. The committee. No, all judicial systems, including the courts, their purpose lies in correction, not punishment. In other words, even if the circumstances are quite severe, as long as there are signs of remorse, that can become grounds for leniency. Usually, most perpetrators attending the committee's review will deny their crimes. But student Sung-hak admitted to all of his wrongdoings right on the spot. He only admitted it for the sake of it, not out of true remorse. "Yes, that's right. I did all of it." Furthermore, he showed a very sincere attitude, promising absolutely not to reoffend. "I won't do that again in the future." Damn it, anyone can just pay lip service. For a student who knows how to repent, we cannot hand down a discipline harsher than a suspension. Not holding him back a year was intended to encourage him to quickly reconcile with a victimized student. So now, and conversely worried whether we disciplined him too harshly. Harsh my ass, when he even went after the victim to settle the score for reporting him. Han-rim couldn't listen to this anymore and immediately retorted. Hong Seong-hak is not truly remorseful at all. I am Lim Han-rim, supervisor of the Teachers' Rights Bureau in charge of Seong-hak's special education. He immediately cut her off. It is not yet the plaintiff's turn to speak. As his special supervisor, I have witnessed Seong Hak's attitude toward receiving education with my own eyes over this period, and he has never shown any signs of remorse. Just as the plaintiff stated, not only did he mock the victim for the lenient punishment, but he also didn't hesitate to harbor intentions of committing a felony like revenge. I believe the main responsibility for this lies in the fact that the committee handled the issue far too simplistically. Suddenly, he questioned Han Rim in return. Then could that be a negative effect brought about by the excessively harsh special education of the Teachers' Rights Bureau? As a defense lawyer for students, I have spoken with many of them. Do you know what image the Teachers' Rights Bureau has in the eyes of students lately? Messengers of hell. Because once they are caught by you people, most students bypass internal school discipline and are directly subjected to criminal prosecution, thereby ruining their entire lives. I have watched the videos of supervisors conducting special education online. It is exactly as the rumors say. Right from the start, there was inappropriate behavior towards the students. With such a Teachers' Rights Bureau appearing right in front of him, tell me, how do you think student Seong Hak felt at that moment? Did he give up because he felt his life had lost all hope? The excessive special education of the Teachers' Rights Bureau. No, it was your very appearance that pushed student Seong Hak to the brink of the abyss, wasn't it? Students are not yet mentally mature, which is why they cannot be called adults. Because they will inevitably make many mistakes while growing up, we must give them a chance. Stripping away their chance to correct their mistakes will only lead to more criminal behavior. The more he spoke, the more utterly nonsensical he sounded. Hearing those words, a victim like Sang Wook felt incredibly frustrated. If that monster was considered human, then wasn't he? Sang Wook suddenly shot up to his feet, startling everyone present. He began to unwrap the bandages tightly wound around his wrists. The young boy raised them up for everyone to see and spoke. After receiving the implied threat of revenge from Seong Hak, I was so terrified that I almost did something foolish. The victim always has to live in hell, yet the perpetrator can be forgiven just by using the word mistake. Yet he could still turn black into white, blaming the student's immature psychology. This is prime evidence showing that students are not yet mature. Student Sang, I completely understand how you feel, but how can you be so sure that Seong Hak would take revenge on you? Have you never thought that the school would protect you? Did you imagine your future too negatively because of your unstable mental state? Could it be that your reason for requesting this administrative trial stems from? You should taste the misery I had to endure too. This kind of vengeful mentality. Hearing this, he couldn't take it anymore. It was too disgusting, too nauseating. Sang Wook had to immediately turn and run out of the room. Han Rim furiously questioned the guy with the slicked back hair. You, how could you say such things to the victim? You're exactly like them. Are you people not using that cheap sense of justice of making an example out of one to incite the victim's vengeful mentality? Incite the victim's vengeful mentality? He said he understood me. That's right, it's exactly like that. Whether it's the perpetrator or the victim, in the eyes of adults, they are all just lovely students who need to be protected. Adults only pay lip service about understanding us, but they don't care at all about the kind of pain we actually had to endure. As Sang Wook fell to the brink of despair once again, disappointed by the mindset of those adults, he suddenly bumped into someone. The young boy almost couldn't hold back the urge to throw up right there in the hallway. The man didn't get angry, he gently pointed it out for him. The restroom is over there. Then he took long strides and walked away very quickly. Only then did Sang Wook realize that the man was the very person he had been longing for to come and save his life. Meanwhile, back in the trial room, Han Rim and the lawyer were still verbally sparring. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The law of retaliation only applies to the ancient code of Hammurabi. Lest you people at the Teachers' Rights Bureau truly believe that violence can only be cured with violence. Could it be that you are so intoxicated by the cheers of the crowd that you delusionally think of yourselves as the standard of justice? Hearing that, Han Rim shouted angrily, "Of course we do." At that very moment, Na Hua-jin opened the door and walked in. No way, that's not it. Of course not, he grinned, baring his teeth. As for the man with the slicked back hair, he also glanced over. He strolled into the room with a relaxed demeanor. Sorry, I'm late. I took the express bus here, but I didn't expect a car accident in the tunnel to block the road. Han Rim's face lit up with joy upon seeing him. Finally, someone had arrived to win this argument for her. Hua-jin complained, seriously, wouldn't it be better to just move the cars to the emergency lane and continue arguing there? Can I sit here? Seeing this, the slick-back guy Jun Bin asked, you must be the official supervisor of the Teachers' Rights Bureau. He asked curiously, but what did you say was not right? Our main guy calmly replied, well, about that. Before he could finish his sentence, a man from the committee spoke up. Hold on, before we discuss this issue, let's summarize things a bit. The reason our administrative trial committee deemed this case needs a retrial is that the bullying student, despite receiving punishment from the committee, continued to retaliate. Therefore, the applicant argues that the bullying student is completely unrepentant and that the committee made an incorrect judgment. And the adjudicator from the Department of Education argues that the excessively harsh special education program provided by the Teachers' Rights Bureau has significantly affected the student's physical and mental well-being. Even we feel that the content of this special education course was a bit too extreme. Can you explain the reason why such education was conducted? Wajin readily agreed. Sure. I understand the committee's stance in raising that question, because the judicial system places its focus on correction, not punishment. However, our Teachers' Rights Bureau is an organization that exists for the students and teachers whose educational rights have been violated. Therefore, we focus much more on bringing relief to the victims. This case involves the victim's educational rights being violated due to the committee's lenient punishment, coupled with the perpetrator's retaliatory actions. I believe that within the limited 5 hours of the special education course, it was a necessary measure to extinguish the perpetrator's intent to retaliate. Are you saying that as long as it's for the benefit of the victim, there's absolutely no need to give the perpetrator a chance to reform, and they must be directly and unconditionally punished? He immediately shook his head. Not at all. It just depends on where the focus is placed. It truly makes one sigh. The Teachers' Rights Bureau holds immense power in the educational sphere, yet your way of thinking is so naive. Suddenly, Wajin asked, Supervisor, do you know why the law places the handling of student offenders on the goal of educational rehabilitation rather than punishment? The student criminals I have taken in mostly grew up in terrible environments like poverty, irresponsible parenting, or violence. And as a result, they get kicked out of their homes, then gather with others in the same situation, which leads to committing crimes. The slick-back guy chimed in. In other words, since they cannot choose their own living environment, society must also bear a part of the responsibility for their crimes. That is exactly why we cannot put all the blame on those offending students. Instead, we need the adults who have made the world this way, to give them a chance to reintegrate into the community through education and rehabilitation, right? Suddenly, Nawa Jin asked a very bizarre question. Defense lawyer, have you ever played video games? Before taking on the position of supervisor at the Bureau, I once said that I didn't understand the world of students. A kind senior told me to try playing games to experience student culture. But since I'm not very good with computers, let alone gaming, I got cursed at a lot. On the screen were numerous colorful greetings directed at his parents from his in-game teammates. Furthermore, it's embarrassing to say, but because of me, my team had to vote to surrender countless times. Hearing this, Han Rim muttered from the side, You're not the type to easily surrender. That's right. Because of my nature as a soldier, I truly couldn't bring myself to click the surrender button. Suddenly, our main guy looked up and asked mysteriously, Do you know what happened after that? The opponents refused to end the game, dancing to mock us. In a completely one-sided situation, the side holding a 90% chance of winning won't end the game, but will instead enjoy the process of torturing the opponents. Not far away, a committee member chimed in. Supervisor, please keep irrelevant matters. But he didn't care and continued his story. That is exactly the principle of violence. Whether in a positive or negative sense, deriving pleasure from feeling superior to others is simply human nature. And violence is merely using actions to express that psychology outwardly. In other words, because the main goal is pleasure, it is extremely difficult to rehabilitate through education, and the rate of continuation is very high. If you try to stop them using only words, it's like putting a cake in front of someone with a sweet tooth and forbidding them from eating it. Therefore, the most ideal way to resolve violence is to keep him and the object that brings him amusement, meaning the victim, at a certain distance. Even though I strongly agree with the rehabilitative principles of the law and the committee, and feel they should be respected, but it is even more crucial to clearly distinguish whether the cause of the crime was influenced by the environment or purely for personal amusement. That guy Jun Bin jumped in again, pushing up his glasses to look intimidating, and asked, Human nature, you say? If it's as you say, then why even conduct education in the first place? Besides, on what grounds are you saying that student Song Ha committed acts of violence for his personal amusement? At that very moment, the large doors slowly opened again. That is merely a work of fiction imagined by the supervisor himself. Sang Wook from earlier had returned. The brave boy spoke up once again. He used to call me his toy. That's what Song Hak said when he came to my house for revenge. His exact words were that it didn't matter how the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau or the committee punished him, but he absolutely would not allow his toy to betray him. Sang-wook stood in the middle of the room facing the man who had just argued back, dismissing his pain, yet he still fiercely condemns Song-hak's crimes. Earlier, you asked me if I did this to get revenge on him, didn't you? In truth, I desperately wanted revenge. I clearly had to live an incredibly exhausting life. Countless times I wanted to kill. That bastard Song-hak, the one who mocked me and reveled in my utterly agonizing expressions. However, the committee won't do that. So that's not what I desire. The reason I struggled so hard to muster the courage to report this to the committee is because I don't want to be bullied by Song-hak anymore, and I just want to go to school in peace. The boy burst into tears, sharing his small wish to live and attend school like a normal person without enduring such tormenting pain. That's all. He shouted out his purpose, his thoughts, and the very reason this trial was taking place. At this moment, the person presiding over the meeting spoke up. I have clearly understood the reasoning of both sides. With that, this oral hearing is now concluded. Please go home and wait for the verdict announcement. Afterwards, the three of them returned together. Hanrim said, I'll take Sang-wook home and then come right back. Our main guy replied, all right, the results will be out soon, so I'll wait here. While waiting, he decided to have a smoke to clear his head. Suddenly, right next to him, he noticed something and glanced over. It was that defense lawyer from earlier, also standing there having a smoke. But it seemed his lighter was broken. He kept flicking it, but no flame appeared. A lit flame was offered right next to him. It was the kind-hearted Manhwa Jin helping him light his cigarette. He said amicably, light up. The man turned to look in surprise. The man immediately snapped the freshly lit cigarette in half right in front of him and said, you sure look relaxed. Don't tell me you think you've already won. At this time, the decision letter from the Administrative Judgment Committee of the City Department of Education had been delivered to Sang-wook. At the same time, the result was also sent to that bully, Song-hak. Both of them were extremely anxious, not knowing what verdict awaited them inside the envelope. Sang-wook opened it with an anxious expression, whereas the other guy had a completely cold, unbothered look. The lawyer's voice echoed again. This administrative trial. Honestly, right from the start, the outcome was already predetermined. Looking at the results, Sang-wook was utterly stunned. Song-hak, on the other hand, smiled brightly for no reason. So what was the final verdict? Stay tuned for the next episode right here. This administrative trial has gone completely beyond the usual framework. Normally, an administrative trial takes 3 to 6 months, but this case took a mere 2 weeks from reception to verdict. The root cause is precisely because of your Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau, those who hold immense power in the education sector, interfering in this matter. Decision of the J-City Department of Education Administrative Judgment Committee regarding the case. Request for modification of punishment for a violent student. Content. Modification of disciplinary action against the violent student from a 5-day suspension to forced school transfer. The result was out. After reading that letter, Sang-wook completely broke down, crying tears of happiness. He had finally succeeded in fighting to reclaim his own freedom. After reading this news, all Song-hak could do was curse motherfucker. As bitter as he was, there was nothing he could do about it. Returning to their conversation, that lawyer Jun Bin still believed this wasn't a convincing victory. In other words, what won wasn't your sense of justice, but power. Wajin scratched his head and said, I think you're misunderstanding something. We didn't do anything. I'm not saying you personally exerted external pressure. But that's how the bureaucratic system works. As the Administrative Judgment Committee of the Department of Education, how could they not read the room when dealing with an affiliated agency? Not to mention, the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau is a department currently drawing public attention, thanks to your unconventional actions. The media keeps reporting on your activities non-stop, so of course they'd be wary. But the problem is, this whole thing won't end just with the student Song-hak transferring or getting expelled. On another side, regarding Song-hak's situation, he was being shoved down with a loud crash. He had been kicked out by his coach. He screamed in utter confusion. What are you doing? The coach immediately replied, do you know when someone like me feels the most ashamed? It's when some punk uses the very martial arts I taught them to go and bully the weak. Then, suddenly, an envelope smacked right into his face. I've refunded all your tuition fees. Don't you ever think about coming back here again. Song-hak was completely stunned, unable to comprehend when his actions had spread so quickly. All around him, a crowd of students gathered, whispering, Huh? Isn't that Hong Song-hak from Kangyung High? It really is. I saw him online. He's the guy who got busted by the Teachers' Rights Bureau and then forced to transfer schools. The lawyer continued to blame the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau's method of education. The problem is that the masses have been incited by you people. Faced with those gossiping words, Song-hak was thrown into a complete panic. Mocking and threatening voices constantly rang out. Just try coming to my school. I'll definitely teach you a lesson. The personal information of Bullies will be mercilessly exposed. Too ashamed, he bolted, running away from the swarming crowd. In the future, a mistake made during his youth could very well become a shackle that haunts the student Song Hak for the rest of his life. Do you really think doing this is the right thing? Not only are you denying him a second chance, but you're also branding him with a label that will affect his entire life. Is that truly the right choice? But Manhwa Jin responded with a different perspective that left the lawyer stunned. If he doesn't know how to repent, then of course he'll view it as a label. On the contrary, if he is truly and sincerely remorseful, he will see this as karma for his own mistakes, not as a label. Ever since I started doing this job, I've met so many people like that. Images flashed of past sinners who had transformed into repentant individuals. Shouldn't the chance you speak of have sincere repentance as a prerequisite? Hearing this, the man remained stubborn. It seems you and I will never be able to see eye to eye. Then, he opened his car door intending to leave. Before leaving, he shot a warning glare. Remember this, if the Teachers' Rights Bureau ever disappears in the future, it will definitely be partly thanks to my efforts. But after hearing that, Manhwa Jin only gave a faint smile and leisurely took a drag of his cigarette. The car drove off, leaving him standing there all alone. It seems like we'll be seeing a lot of each other from now on. Suddenly, a phone started ringing in his pants pocket. He answered it, and a whiny female voice came from the other end of the line. "Mister, I want to eat pizza." Our main guy panicked and asked, Who is this? Did you dial the wrong number?" She immediately shot back, "Oh my God, are you planning to pretend you don't know me after using me? Didn't you say that if I taught those little brats a lesson, you'd buy me something delicious to eat? Do you know how many months it's been?" That's right, it was none other than Han Dari. Right after that, the scene cut to Han Dari sitting in the visitation room, deliciously eating pizza with long, stringy cheese. Wajin, sitting across from her, spoke up. "You're really something else, forcing me to buy pizza all the way from J-City and bring it here. I didn't expect you to come this fast, either. Suddenly, I think you're pretty cool, mister. If we ignore that scruffy beard, you're actually quite handsome. How did you manage to make a phone call?" She replied, "I borrowed it from a female guard during exercise time. I'm super popular here. All the older sisters really like me." The two talked very naturally, but hadn't yet noticed the short-haired girl sitting silently beside her. Don't underestimate civil servants. Why would they agree to lend you a phone for such ridiculous reasons? Ridiculous? You call this ridiculous? Han Dari immediately acted cute. You call this ridiculous? They probably bent the rules because they saw how incredibly pitiful I am. At this point, he finally got to the main topic. The thing you wanted to talk to me about. It's about this friend beside you, isn't it? Seeing that someone had mentioned her, the girl timidly offered a greeting. My name is O.U. Jung. The little girl bowed politely in greeting. He immediately replied, I've already heard the story from Da-ri. Your younger sister has gone missing, right? The young girl began to speak in a tiny voice. Because my dad is a bit unstable. I've also run away from home before. And maybe my sister couldn't take it anymore either. She wrote to me in a letter before saying that she had run away from home, just like I did half a year ago. We communicate by letters from time to time, but ever since I received this letter 2 months ago, I've completely lost touch with her. Saying that, the girl pulled out a letter and handed it to him. Manhwa Jin reached out to take the letter, but unfortunately, the girl's index finger accidentally brushed against his hand. The girl immediately reacted with fierce, violent intensity, as if it were something absolutely horrific. Yu Jung, her face pale with terror, was comforted by Han Da-ri, who patted her shoulder. Unmi, it's okay. It's okay. That mister isn't a bad person. Mister, please be understanding. Yu Jung has a phobia of men. Hearing that, he said awkwardly, if I'd known, I would have told Lim Han Rim to come. Da-ri immediately objected. If that older sister came, I'd definitely be scared to death. The content of the letter read, Unmi, are you doing well? Even though I have to worry about what to eat every day after escaping that beast, my heart feels so free. Also, I met a savior who not only gives me food and a place to stay, but also gives me pocket money. The most important part is they don't ask for anything in return. I'm doing really well lately, so you don't need to worry. I'll definitely come visit you later. Reading up to this point, our main guy fell into deep thought. Phrase like that, it didn't sound normal at all. That kind-hearted person clearly had an ulterior motive. The only free things in this world are rain and bird crap. He asked, have you reported this to the police? Dari blurted out instantly, good lord, the police? Have you gone senile? What cop would ever listen to a criminal? They dismissed the statement right away. The young girl pointed a finger at him and said, "Don't even think about refusing, because this is exactly your job." Her younger sister is still of compulsory education age, but right now she's unable to receive that education. So this should also be considered a violation of the right to education, right? He gave a slight nod of appreciation. This brat really was quite good at analyzing the situation in her favor. This must be the trendy thing happening lately. Dari stood up immediately. It seemed he already knew about it too. She spoke of that savior with an incredibly intrigued expression. It was already dark. In some house, a little girl was sneaking around, hurriedly putting on her jacket, preparing to leave. The little girl anxiously looked back at someone who was sleeping, terrified of being caught. It seemed like he was fast asleep. The girl then tiptoed out, stepping cautiously as she prepared to leave this place. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the little girl's shoulder, scaring the living daylights out of her. With a terrifying face, he asked, "What are you going out for?" Then that mouth roared, spitting saliva everywhere like rain. "You can only starve for 4 days and 3 nights at most, sleeping on a bench, and then you'll just go leech off someone like me. No, someone even worse than me? Listen clearly, kids here. Once they leave their guardian, they have nowhere else to go." The little girl was terrified, trembling, and stole a fearful glance back. At the detention center, Yu Jung fearfully recounted the terrible experience she had endured. "I killed the savior. He said he had also run away from home and was willing to help me, so I went with him. But every night he did filthy things, and eventually I couldn't take it anymore, so I grabbed something and smashed his head. Everyone understands what happened next, and that's why the girl is in this place. Those adults who say they want to help runaway students are all the same. Those filthy bastards. They say they want to help us, but they all have ulterior motives. I don't know what my younger sister is going through right now. No, I don't even know if she's still alive, so I'm really worried." As she spoke, she trembled with fear, tears streaming down her face. Handari next to her wiped her tears and comforted her. "Unnie, it's going to be okay. I'll definitely go with this Adjussi to find your sister and bring her back." Hearing this, Hua Jin jumped in shock. "What the heck? What do you mean by that?" But the response was a cunning, conspiratorial face. Perhaps Dari had already come up with a plan. Wink's fairy transformation. Handari is doing her makeup, transforming from an inmate into a fairy. She already had good features, and with makeup, she looked even prettier, making all the passers-by turn their heads. Handari happily took a selfie while Hanrim and Hua Jin stood aside speechless with their mouths hanging open. "It's been a while since I put on makeup. The foundation blends into my skin so well." Seeing Dari being brought out, Nuna angrily turned to the main guy. "Are you crazy? How can you bring a criminal out like this?" He just stammered and turned away, not daring to face her. "No, I thought what she said made sense. We have nothing to lose anyway, so I talked to the director of the detention center a bit. Who would have thought the director is the boss former student?" Hearing them argue, Dari put her hands on her hips and spoke up. "If you want to bait the savior, you need someone like me to cooperate. Besides me, do you have a better candidate? Or is this Ajuma planning to dress up as a student?" She burst into laughter after saying that. She started mocking Hanrim. "No way, no way. You're too old. Nobody would fall for that." Hearing the word Ajuma, Nuna's face flushed with anger. How dare this brat call her old? Hanrim scolded, "Who are you calling an Ajuma? I'm only 26. I'm in my prime." Dari just made a funny face to tease her back. Na Wajin rubbed his temples with a headache, dropped a line, and left. "I'm heading out first. You two do your best." "Hey, you caused all this. How can you just walk away? Do you want a beating?" He just waved his hands, making an excuse to slip away. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If we want better results, we should split up. Don't be so sensitive. You two do your best. He threw out that sentence and vanished, leaving behind a Nuna on the verge of erupting like a volcano. Right now, Handari was pouting her lips, taking photos. When you're pretty, everything you say is right. The two of them stopped by an ice cream shop to plan. Done taking a profile picture. Now I just need to create an account and leave a message. On her newly created account, she posted a status. "It's getting cold. Where do I have to sleep tonight? Is anyone willing to take in a runaway schoolgirl?" After posting, Dari put her phone down and told her, "Watch closely. Within 5 minutes, the comments will definitely skyrocket." Right after that, as they both watched, the message notification sounds started pinging endlessly, like the phone was about to explode. Handari smiled wickedly. That was fast. What a bunch of stupid pigs. In the inbox, a ton of people messaged with content inviting her over, offering to take her out or giving her allowance. Obviously, they all had bad intentions. Dari explained, "If someone is locked up by the savior, they might be getting used by criminals. So let's try baiting the guy who said I can make money first. Hanrim wondered and asked, how do you know so much about these saviors? Did you run away from home too? The girl replied immediately, did I even need to run away? In a whole year, the time my dad spent at home didn't even add up to a month. Because of that, sometimes when I post lonely statuses, I get a lot of messages like this. After that, the girl arranged for the man to come over. The pickup spot was in front of a bar. The two of them did a simple confirmation through text messages. Then Han Deri hopped into his car. Hanrim also started her car and tailed them from behind. Inside the car, the guy opened his mouth to brag. Nice car, right? It's a PMW. The market price is over 100 million won. It's rare for a guy my age to drive a car like this. Damn, she ran into a show-off trying to act cool. Deri just replied in a bored tone. Really? I don't know much about cars. He continued to make conversation. How long have you been a runaway? She answered, probably around half a year. Actually, it had been half a year since she went to juvie. She started complaining. Damn it. I didn't even have anything to eat yesterday and had to sleep in a hallway. I'm honestly speechless. I just wanted to go out and support myself, but even finding a part-time job requires parental consent. The man kept glancing at her with burning eyes, constantly swallowing his saliva, looking like a total creep. He spoke up with fake concern. How can someone like you, who had to run away because of a terrible family, even survive? Dari asked. By the way, Appa, what kind of work will I be doing? Can I really make 2 million a month? Are there other people too? He said, actually, I came to help you. Huh. You're too young to do everything just for money. You don't look like a bad student either. You must have some hardship to run away from home. After talking for a bit, Han Dari realized, damn it, I got the wrong guy. But he kept babbling. It's because your current situation is bad that you have those terrible thoughts. Come stay at my place for a few days and you'll definitely change your mind. The girl got annoyed and said, stop the car. He asked in surprise, what? She said it bluntly. I came to make money. If you're not going to give me work, stop the car right now. No, I can't. What are you going to do out there? You're still young. Doing that will ruin your whole life. I don't mean anything else. I really just want to help you. Annoyed, she pulled the door handle. The car door flung open instantly. Just as they passed a utility pole, the two collided. That was the end of the car door he had just been bragging about so proudly. He screamed in panic, eyes practically popping out of his head. My PMW. Hanrim, following right behind, was also taken aback. The crash happened and the torn-off door was smoking heavily. He screamed at Dari, hey, you little brat, are you crazy? She just calmly unbuckled her seatbelt and delivered a kick to his neck, making his nose bleed profusely. Surprise, old man. Old and still such a creep. Dari stepped out of the car and said, you were just saying you wanted to help me, and now you're cursing at me. Your true colors are showing, aren't they? Saying you want to help me. I can see your eyes are full of delusions. Boo-hoo, Oppa. You're the first person to treat me this well. You were expecting that kind of reaction from me, right? He yelled, demanding, let's go to the police station. You little bitch, how dare you? Before he could finish, she burst into laughter. Who do you think will end up looking worse? I'll tell the police I felt something was wrong, so I asked him to stop the car, but he refused, so I did that to escape. Do you think breaking a car door is more serious or kidnapping a student? If you really want to help runaways, just give them money directly, because no one is easily fooled by a hypocrite like you. She grabbed her bag and walked away, leaving him dumbfounded. Oh, and one more thing. I see you're very proud of this crappy car. But what kind of brainless woman would be swayed by a beaten-up 20-year-old imported car? Just consider this a life lesson, you stupid car slave. Saying that, Dari flipped her hair and walked away beautifully. Just then, Hanrim drove up to pick her up. Hey, what you did was too dangerous. The girl excitedly told her that was so satisfying. Unnie, is this feeling why those Audrices do this job? Anyway, that guy's a bust. Let's go fish for someone else. This time, make it sound a bit more desperate. Slidery came up with another idea. She opened her phone and started thinking about what status to write to bait those scumbags disguising themselves as saviors. Suddenly, Dari saw something that made her extremely panicked. The phone screen continuously flashed news about the discovery of a runaway schoolgirl's body at a motel. The comments section was flooded with gossip. I heard a savior did it. Are they crazy? I heard she was killed during a runaway meetup. There's a demon gang called Sangchu. They did this last time too. Reading this, Dari turned pale with fear. A runaway schoolgirl. A body? At 6 a.m. this morning at a motel, the police discovered the body of female student A with clear strangulation marks on her neck. The police suspect the culprit is a savior who pretended to help the runaway girl and introduced victim A to illegal work. The police are currently hunting down 2 suspects caught on security cameras. Manhwa Jin was also looking into the case at this moment. He asked, "Is it that girl?" The people at the precinct who saw it also broke into a cold sweat. It was truly horrifying. At this time, Hanrim and Da-ri were on the phone with Manhwa Jin. She stammered and asked again, "No, it's not her." Hearing a definite answer, Hanrim finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But Da-ri was still pale with fear. "Hey, how can you say thank goodness? Someone actually died." From the phone, his voice echoed, "Yeah, we can't really say it's lucky." Because the police said that whenever major cases like this happen, with the police mobilizing, the saviors affected by it will control their runaway kids even more strictly, so there's a high chance of a second or third case. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Why can't you bring her over? She seems scared after watching the news and tried to run away, so I taught her a little lesson. But because I messed up her face, she can't work for now." The girl who had just intended to escape was caught by the man and brutally beaten, her face no longer intact. Curses came from the phone. "Damn it. We have an appointment for tomorrow. What do we do now?" The guy tried to calm him down. "What are you going crazy for? Aren't there plenty of other people who can replace her?" Just then, he scrolled to Han Dara's post. "This girl is top-tier goods. Been a runaway for half a year, dreaming of finding a place to stay every day." The scene shifted to Han Dari in the shower. She felt relaxed and hummed a little tune. Meanwhile, Han Rim sat outside facing the phone that was still constantly pinging with notifications. The persistent sound dragged on, making her annoyed. Nuna thought about it and trembled with anger. Wow, this is too much. Something like that just happened, and they're still at it. Han Dari, who had just finished showering, stepped out drying her hair. "Are the messages still coming in?" Han Rim replied, "Man, I didn't expect there to be so many scumbags with bad intentions toward young girls. I'm starting to hate humanity." While drying her hair, she said, "But with so many saviors, when will we finish investigating them?" Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Right, I just thought of something while taking a shower. I just don't quite get why she followed the savior. You said the person her sister killed was a savior, right?" After receiving the letter, Yu Jung's sister also immediately warned her never to follow a savior. Then she should have known how dangerous a savior is. That being said, then why did she follow him? Hearing this, Han Rim also fell deep into thought. Could it be because she had no money and was forced by circumstances? Dari said while drying her hair, "Yeah, that's possible too. But I just have a feeling there will be a clue to help us narrow down the scope." Suddenly, the girl became irritable. "I'm running low on sugar, so I can't think straight anymore." Less than greater than, the girl changed her tone, her eyes shining bright like car headlights. "Ani, let's order fried chicken." Nuna asked in confusion. "No, if you lack sugar, why would you eat fried chicken? I worked really hard today. Let's order fried chicken, okay? I really should have ordered fried chicken, huh? I already ordered something else." After that, there was a table full of food with a mouth-watering aroma. "I heard Senior Na say he bought pizza for you, so I ordered something spicy this time. If you can't eat chicken feet, just tell me. I'll order something else for you right away." Duri grabs her face. "Are you crazy? Damn it, to think it's chicken feet." Then the girl suddenly rushes over and hugs Hanrim tightly, looking incredibly surprised and panicked. "I love you so much," hugs. "A flavor you definitely can't taste in prison. Wow, this is the flavor. I almost forgot such delicious food existed in this world," Duri exclaims as she eats, wishing she could have a serving of spicy lemongrass chicken feet right now. Just as the two of them are happily eating, a cry for help echoes from outside. "Let me go." A male and a female voice are arguing fiercely. "You son of a bitch, don't touch me." "What the hell, you crazy bitch? How dare you fight back?" Hearing that, the two immediately stop eating. "Hey, where are you going?" "Hey, damn it. What's going on?" Following the sound, the two girls open the door and dash out. Right in front of them, a bald, middle-aged man peeks out after hearing the commotion, and further away is the silhouette of a girl running away. The short-haired girl in a purple puffer jacket is turning into the emergency exit. The arguing gets closer, right behind the door. "Hey, you crazy bitch. How dare you sneak out?" Mister, this isn't what you said. You told me I just needed to deliver the stuff to them. What's the damn difference? You're all grown up and you don't even have that little bit of common sense." The girl cries pitifully, "Mister, this isn't what you said. You told me I just needed to deliver the stuff to them." The damn old man scolds back, "What's the damn difference? You're all grown up and you don't even have that little bit of common sense. Followed by the sound of a slap. Boo-hoo, mister. I want to go home. Hearing this, Hanrim turns pale, realizing these must be runaway kids. What? Go home. If you want to go home, pay back all the money I spent feeding and housing you this whole time, then you can leave. Furious, she kicks the door open and storms in. Inside is an old bastard grabbing the girl by the collar and slapping her relentlessly until her nose bleeds. Without a word, he immediately takes a full punch to the face from the boss, Hanrim. The thunderous punch, like a B-52 bomb exploding, sends him crashing to the ground. Blood spurts wildly from his nose and mouth. Hanrim speaks up. Even though I've met a lot of scum in my life, you're the first bastard that actually makes me want to scream and curse. You piece of trash who preys on girls. She stands in front of the girl, spreading her arms to protect her like an absolute fortress of iron and steel. She immediately pulls out her phone to dial 112. Scum like you should rot in jail. I'm calling the cops. Seeing that, the girl is startled and snatches the phone to stop her. Don't call the police. Hanrim tries to comfort her. It's okay, you won't be punished. I can see you were forced, and besides, nothing happened yet. Before she can finish, the little girl speaks up. I'm not scared of being punished. If the police come, they will definitely contact my family. As she speaks, tears stream down her face, looking even more terrified than when the man was beating her earlier. The girl screams, I'd rather be out here fending for myself and have to go home. Saying that, the girl buries her face in her hands and sobs. No, that's not it. Suddenly, Derry runs over and hugs Hanrim tightly, much to her confusion. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. Derry looks at the girl and says, You saw how strong this Unnie is, right? I can't hold her for long, so you need to run away quick. The girl is slightly taken aback by this. Then she bolts away as fast as she can, leaving the older girl stunned. Hanrim calls after her in confusion. Hey, wait. She finally pushes Derry aside and yells, What the hell are you doing? How could you let her go? What else could we do? Derry replies. We have no way to help her, so we had to let her go. Why isn't there a way? We could take her to a welfare center. Derry sighs and says, Seriously, you old-fashioned boomers only know how to talk big. Whether it's the police or a welfare center, didn't you know they would immediately contact her parents? After hearing all kinds of family stories in juvenile detention, what I realize is that there are many families in this world that are like hell. If you want to survive, your only choice is to run away. But here, the moment you ask for protection, they immediately contact your parents. You want a part-time job, you need your parents' consent. Tell me, for those who run away just to survive, what else can they do besides turning to crime? Being dragged back home is hell. Getting involved in crime is also hell. Running away to survive truly has no way out. So you and the mister should think carefully. Once you find Yu Jung's little sister, how are you going to protect her? Hearing this, Hanrim finds it incredibly logical and pulls out her phone to call Hua Jin. Sunbae, I thought it through. Since her older sister gave her that warning, she probably won't just blindly follow the savior. On the other side, Na Hua Jin is eating with a group of kids, so I asked around among some runaway students. They said there really is a savior around here that she would lower her guard around and follow. I've sent you their profile picture. You go investigate on that side first. Then the photo is immediately sent to her phone. Han Deri exclaims, That's it. Then it's very likely she would follow them. Hanrim's face darkens. Damn it. Why didn't I think of this? Once again, Han Deri is sent out as bait. Right now, she's waiting in front of a convenience store. A figure is approaching, and looking at the portrait of the savior, they realize something. It was clearly her sister's trauma. But as she still dropped her guard and followed them, there's only one possibility, because that savior is a woman. The two confirm their meeting through text messages. That person flashes a smile showing 9 teeth, not 10 because she's missing a front tooth. It is a woman with a gaunt, skinny figure. In the car, she asks with feigned concern, You ran away half a year ago. Oh my, you must have suffered a lot. I also ran away when I was young, and I've been living alone ever since. So I really understand what runaways, especially girls, have to go through. That's why I dedicate my time to helping runaway girls. But you said there are other runaways like me there. That's right, and they're all girls. Hanrim, on the other side, is also listening to the whole conversation. The Ree then holds out her phone showing a picture of a girl. Then have you ever seen this person? This is my friend's little sister. She ran away too. But her phone is always off. I basically can't reach her. That is the photo of Yu Jung's sister. She pretends to think deeply and says, Let me see. Is her name Yoon Jung? Oh, Yoon Jung. Han Deri's face lights up with joy upon hearing the name. Wow, that's her. The hag smiles again with her missing front tooth. What a coincidence, then. She's staying at my house. Finally, the two of them arrive. This is the place. As soon as they enter the house, a bunch of kids inside speak up. Big Sis is back. Seeing Deary, they immediately ask, is this a new family member? Wow, she looks much prettier in person than in her picture. Han Deary covers her nose, thinking to herself, damn it, it smells awful. The woman speaks up, all right, you yak, come say hi to everyone. Deary looks at the kids sitting in the house and says with fake shyness, hello everyone. Im Han you yak. The woman asks softly, huh? But where did Yoon Jung go? One of the girls in the group replies, I don't know, I think she went out. Yoon Jung must have gone to see a friend. You go sit over there first. The old hag takes off her coat and ties her hair up. Since we have a new member, this Big Sis will show off her cooking skills. The kids around cheer happily. It's rare to see Big Sis cook. Do you meet us to lend a hand? Next to Deary, a girl also sidles up to chat. You're so pretty, Unnie. I really like pretty people. Suddenly, the girl on the bed also speaks up to ask, how old are you? Deary answers immediately, a high school sophomore. So we're the same age. My name is Baek Seo Yoon. The blonde girl friendly reaches out to introduce herself, then says to Deary, you don't have to do anything here, just stay and relax. The meal is cooked, the table is filled with dishes and a giant pot of kimchi stew. Then we'll dig in. As they eat, they praise, Big Sis kimchi stew is simply amazing. It's so delicious. You could totally sell this. Unnie, later when we save up enough money, let's open a restaurant. The kimchi stew is really good. Hanrim, who is munching on a rice ball on the other end, gets hungry just listening to them. The woman picks up a piece of rolled omelet for Deary. Here, my fragile little girl, eat up. You probably haven't had a proper meal lately, right? As you can see, the kids here are all very sweet. There aren't any messy guys around here either, so let's all get along nicely. That's right. You guys are a bit different from other runaway families. It feels like a real family. But Han Deary is perfectly sharp, knowing full well they're just putting on an act. What happy family? Ridiculous. Only a ghost would believe you guys. In a house full of women, how could there not be hazing? In a cramped place like this, how can you possibly live in peace? They definitely have an ulterior motive. Wondering how I know. Because this is the exact same trick I used to pull. At first, they laugh and talk happily, acting incredibly gentle, and then they deliver a fatal blow that sends you straight down to the abyss. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of tricks they'll pull. The girl flashes a sly smile. She hit the jackpot. There's no way they can fool a master of this game. When night falls, three heads huddle together looking down. Are you sure she's asleep? She's already snoring. They are surrounding Deary, who is sleeping soundly. Even if you carry her away, she wouldn't wake up. The hag immediately says, then let's begin. Just do it like we always do. Then she goes out the door to smoke a cigarette. Suddenly, the blonde girl asks, Unnie, I've been wondering this whole time. Did you put drugs in the food? Otherwise, why would she fall asleep right after her first meal here? I was like that back then too. Where do they sell that kind of drug? Tell me. She chuckles and explains, people who have been wandering outside for a long time have starved for a long period and often suffer from insomnia. So when they are in a warm place and get to eat and drink their fill, getting sleepy is completely normal. Add to that the cozy family-like atmosphere, their bodies and minds will completely relax. How could they not fall asleep? In reality, Han Deary is just pretending to sleep. In her heart, she thinks to herself, I heard Yu Jung say this before. Once the body and mind relax, you'll feel sleepy. The girls start holding up their phones to record a video, starting from her thighs. I'm starting. Make sure you get some good shots. Just as they are about to lift her skirt, Han Deary curses angrily in her head. Damn it. This is going too far. Out on the balcony, the conversation continues. When do you plan to make her work? She immediately answers. Today. Today? That's not your style at all. Usually it's after a week, right? This is a top-tier product we haven't seen in a long time. We have to make sure to exploit her thoroughly before she runs away. Just as expected, they are like human traffickers, not saviors at all. The blonde girl chimes in. True. Yesterday, Yoon Jung also got brutally taught a lesson because she tried to escape, right? When the mister arrives later, wake her up and send her to work right away. Suddenly, a loud noise comes from the room, grabbing both of their attention. The woman shouted angrily and quickly opened the door to go back inside. You idiots. Hey, you couldn't even handle that and ended up waking her up. But as soon as she opened the door, a shocking scene caught her eye. Her lackeys were all knocked out, and Deary was looking at her phone. She stared at the phone and said, "So that's it. You were planning to take naked photos to blackmail me." But she didn't forget to compliment herself. "Looking at this, my legs actually look pretty good." Both were taken aback. "What's going on? Why is everyone passed out?" Han Deary continued, "This is quite a clever trick. Who would have thought women would do this kind of thing to each other?" The blonde girl, looking like someone stepped on her tail, furiously raised her leg to kick Han Deary. "Hey, you bitch, what the hell did you do?" But who said she was unarmed? A spark of electricity flashed. Han Deary pressed the stun gun right against her neck before the girl could even let out a gasp. A piercing scream echoed. Then the girl collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Deary yelled, "You bastards! How dare you pull this sick stunt on Yu Jung's little sister?" She held the stun gun, smiling dangerously as she challenged them. "Bring it on. I won't kill you. I'll just beat you half to death." The woman finally snapped out of it and asked in shock, "Where the hell did this brat come from?" She quickly pulled out her phone and dialed a number to call someone. "Mister, get to room 6 now. We have a problem." She asked, "Mister, room 6. Turns out you damn dogs are running an organized operation." Her sweet, pretty face vanished, and it was time for the demonic Deary to show her true colors. What should we do? I didn't come alone either. Outside at the table, the man anxiously opened his car door to check. Ouch! What's happening all of a sudden? Lim Han Rim was already standing there waiting. She kicked the door shut with a slam, cutting off his escape route. Inside, the terrified woman was shocked by Deary multiple times like she was at a torture camp. 2 heavy hits and 3 light ones a day. She stumbled and fell while Han Deary was having a blast torturing her. "Why are you overreacting? This is only phase 1. She issued a command, "Choose. Are you going to bring Yoon Jung back, or do you want to experience the science experiment of getting shocked in stages?" The girl held the sparking stun gun with a dangerous smile. Deary demanded, "Spit it out. Where's Yoon Jung?" "For every second that passes, it'll turn it up a notch," she replied. "She went out to work." Deary interrogated, "Work? What kind of work?" The woman still showed no fear. No wonder someone must have punched her front tooth out. "You know exactly what, yet you still ask. What kind of job can runaway girls do? You should know best." "Less than great men." Because she didn't listen, I accidentally scratched her face a bit while teaching her a lesson. But surprisingly, someone didn't care if she was injured or not. It just wanted someone young. "Honestly, I've been meaning to say this for a long time. Your front tooth makes you look like a total loser. You'd better go get an implant." It turned out Deary had hated her front tooth for a while and wanted to send her off to get a new set of chompers. Suddenly, voices came from outside. "Boss, what's going on? What's with all the noise?" A group of people walked in just as Han Deary was about to teach her a lesson. The schoolgirls looked dumbfounded and asked, "Who's that brat? Boss, are you okay?" Seeing reinforcements, she ordered, "You girls, grab that brat and finish her off for me." Deary was incredibly shocked. What the hell is this? I didn't expect there to be this many people. The tables had turned. It was a classic case of outnumbering the weak. Back outside the building, the man predictably took a direct kick from Han Rim. Even though she was small, she knew martial arts. The guy took the full force of the blow and passed out on the spot. After dealing with him, Han Rim grew worried. I wonder how Deary is doing. Just in case, I gave her a stun gun, so she should be fine, right? But as soon as she checked her phone, she heard voices. "Boss, are you okay? Hey, grab that brat and finish her off for me." Inside, Deary was completely overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. Even the stun gun was useless. She was gagged and pinned down, unable to do anything. The lackeys followed orders. "Boss, what do we do next?" Her face darkened as she said, "Do you even have to ask? Throw her into the boys' room." What a ruthless, immoral act. They forcefully drag Han Deary outside. "You're dead meat." Right at that moment, a red-haired figure dashed in. A devastating punch landed squarely on one of the girls' faces. She face-planted onto the floor as her accomplices watched in shock. Han Rim grabbed Deary's hand. The two of them immediately fled together. Even though she was great at martial arts, fighting an entire swarm of students would be too much for her. Out of the 36 stratagems, running away was the safest bet. Han Rim didn't hesitate to kick the door wide open, clearing a path for both of them. From behind, a group of boys swarmed out. "Huh? Is that them?" One guy yelled. "For sure." They ran out of the girls' room. So the numbers kept multiplying, and a dozen guys joined the chase. "Catch them. The boss said we can do whatever we want with them." Han Deary exclaimed in surprise. "What the hell? Why are there boys here too?" They were getting closer, forcing the two of them to run for their lives. What followed was a cat and mouse chase all over the neighborhood. "Hey, did you find them?" No, are they not over there either? Han-deri was panting heavily, completely out of breath. They finally managed to lose them, running up to the rooftop of a building and looking down. Where the hell did those two bitches go? Hey, go check the alley over there. They shouted at each other to split up and search. What a bunch of useless punks, having so many people but unable to do a thing. Lim Han-rim broke a sweat and wondered, what's going on? That woman. Just how many runaways is she harboring? Duri quickly answered, she mentioned room 6 earlier, so there must be at least more than 6 rooms. I didn't expect them to be a whole syndicate. Never mind that, Yoon-jung is in extreme danger right now. She said she forced Yoon-jung to go to work. Damn it, I don't even know what she's going through right now. They were so close to saving the girl, but now her whereabouts were unknown. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket buzzed. Someone must be calling. She answered it immediately. Hello, senior. We think we found it, but right now. Before she could finish, the other end relayed some news that caught Han-rim completely off guard. Back at the rundown house, they proudly called it sanctuary. Since they couldn't find Han-rim and Duri, the woman beat them until their faces were swollen. You let them escape again? So many of you couldn't even catch 2 girls. Does that seem acceptable to you? You guys want to go home, don't you? Want me to call your parents? She yelled and threatened them. The blonde girl lit a cigarette for her and softly asked, Boss, who exactly were they? They came looking for Yoon-jung, right? Well, no, once she gets back. I'll teach her a lesson then. But isn't Yoon-jung's face injured, so she's been resting lately? Why did you send her to work? The client said it's fine. He said it doesn't matter if she's injured, as long as she's young. Oh wait, the guy even said he prefers injured faces. Wasn't that being both a pedophile and a sadist? How utterly disgusting. The blonde girl was stunned with fear when she heard that. Wait, isn't that guy way too dangerous? Didn't the victim in the next block get strangled to death by a psycho client? She showed no concern or worry, casually taking a few drags of her cigarette and sneering. Psycho clients? Out of the guys looking for young girls, how many are actually normal? They're all a bunch of sick bastards. But it's exactly because of those bastards that we can make money. On the other side, near Yoon-jung, the driver yelled for her to get out of the car. But because she refused to get out, he got furious. Damn it, I told you to get out of the car. The girl said, trembling, Mister, today's client seems a bit weird. Can I? Before she could finish, he snapped at her. Damn it, you think you're a princess? We've housed and fed you for so long, now you have to earn some money to pay us back. You're scared because of what happened to that brat in the next block, aren't you? But things like that don't happen often. She ended up like that because her uncle was too weak. I'm different. I used to be a PvP brawler. If things go south, I just throw down. Do you know the golden mad dog? I'll come pick you up when the time's up, so don't even think about running away. Finally, the girl had to compromise and get out of the car. The car drove off, leaving the girl alone with her heavily bandaged face. She saw 2 patrol officers walking past. Yoon-jung wanted to raise her hand and call out to them. She desperately pleaded for help, wanting to escape this hellish nightmare. Please help me. But then an image even more terrifying than hell flashed in her mind, an image of a violent man, probably her abusive father. Yoon-jung flinched, trembling with fear. And so she missed it, losing the chance to seek help from the police as they walked by. They simply passed by each other like strangers. Yoon-jung gritted her teeth, trying to keep the tears from welling up. At that moment, inside the KTV bar. In the end, the girl had no other choice but to walk in and entertain the client as usual. The female owner said, You're from Hyangmei's place, right? Go to room 12. As soon as the girl opened the door and walked in, because the meat I ate yesterday was bad, my stomach hurts so much I can't even stand straight. A tone-deaf singing voice blared out, catching her completely off guard. Because the soup I drank this morning was bad, my stomach hurts so much I can't even stand straight. The man was belting out karaoke, but he sang so terribly, like a screeching duck, that it scared the girl half to death. The man seemed totally engrossed in the song, completely oblivious to her entering. Why is music nowadays all hip-hop idols? Yoon-jung got a headache just listening to it. The singing was absolutely horrendous. What a psycho. What a weird song to sing. Suddenly, he pointed the microphone toward her. He asked, much to Yoon-jung's astonishment, What do you think? Do you think the era of punk rock will make a comeback? Oh wow, it was our main character. But today he had his hair neatly tied back and wore glasses, looking much more intellectual. And by some miraculous means, Na Wa-jin had coaxed Yoon-jung into singing karaoke with him. The girl happily held the mic and sang. The feeling of catching the breeze is really great. There's no such thing as perfection in life. After hearing her, he clapped enthusiastically. Great singing. You sing really well. You're definitely skilled enough to debut as a singer. Yoon Jung shyly thought to herself. I was pretty nervous at first, but this client seems quite nice. The time is almost up, and he hasn't laid a finger on me. Suddenly, his voice rang out, asking a question that stunned the girl. Have you relieved your stress now? Yoon Jung. The little girl stammered. How do you know my name? Now Hua Jin took a letter from his chest pocket and handed it to her. He asked, Is this the letter you wrote? Your older sister asked me to find you. She's been very worried because she couldn't contact you. He stood up and continued. Let's find a quiet place to talk without realizing that the girl's face was filled with extreme panic. Yoon Jung asked, Who are you? Making Hua Jin look bewildered. The girl screamed, Why is this letter with you? What did you do to my sister? Have you been following me since I dropped the letter in the mailbox? Or did my dad send you? The girl fired off a string of questions, apparently having misunderstood him due to her extreme hypervigilance. Hua Jin clumsily explained, Please calm down for a second. Just give me 10 seconds to explain. Before he could do anything, she screamed, Don't come near me, then threw the door open and bolted outside. Our main character hurriedly chased after her. Hey, wait. Outside, the hound was still waiting to pick the girl up. Damn it, time's up. Why isn't she out yet? Don't tell me she ran away. A sound from afar caught his attention. The scene before him was the two struggling. Calm down, listen to me. I am. Despite his endless explanations, Yoon Jung didn't listen to a single word. Let go of me. The man hurriedly ran over. Boss, you can't do that. Is this your first time? You shouldn't contact the manager for this. You have to negotiate with me, the golden mad dog. I'll give you a discount. How about 23 bills? Since the girl's face has some flaws anyway, I'll give you a special time extension. This bastard was both old and a total creep. Hearing this, our main guy took off his glasses. Then a straight punch to the face sent his front tooth flying, just like the old hag at home. Not just one, but a barrage of consecutive punches. Muda, muda, muda. The guy was beaten until his teeth broke and his jaw skewed. This time, he'd surely be unconscious until morning. He fell to the street with a thud. Physical anesthesia really is a quick and clean way to put the patient right to sleep. He growled angrily in response, exactly 23 hits. You good? While he was busy dealing with this pig-headed scumbag, Yoon Jung caught a taxi and hopped in. Please drive fast, sir. Anywhere is fine. The car sped away into the night like a Rolls-Royce Phantom, brushing past Hua Jin like a ghost. He angrily cursed a few times. Damn it. I should have just told her right from the start that I'm from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. I didn't say it earlier because I was afraid she would panic and run. I even went out of my way to shave. Right then, Han Rim and Da Ri drove up. What's going on? Why did you suddenly catch a taxi and run off? Da Ri urged them on. Get in the car first. Hurry. Hurry up. Hurry up. Such reliable teammates. Hua Jin let out a heavy sigh. On the other side, Yoon Jung was shoved by the taxi driver. You damn brat. I already thought it was weird. Just a kid and you dare catch a taxi with no money? The girl bowed her head meekly. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He snapped. Give me your dad's contact number. The girl cried, clasping her hands and begging. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Please give me your phone number or account number. I'll pay you back within 2 days, so I beg you. Looking at the way you dress, you must be a runaway who got forced to work, right? Realizing she was a runaway, he revealed a disgustingly lecherous expression. And you just ran away from a client earlier. Or from your boss, right? So you have no place to sleep tonight, do you? I'll book a room for you. Just stay for 1 night before you leave. I can waive the taxi fare and give you some extra pocket money. How does that sound? Faced with such a situation, Yoon Jung had no other choice but to continue running away. He also chased after her. Hey, if you refuse, then pay me the taxi fare right now. Memories from deep within her mind came flooding back. When I was in school, my older sister ran away from home. After Mom left the house, my kind sister always yielded to me in everything. Not only was she lively and a good student, but she was also a model student. But for some reason, she made that choice. Until I grew a little older. Finally understood why she had to do it. Yes, her sister had been brutally abused and beaten by their father, to the point where she couldn't take it anymore and had to run away. From then on, the target for his venting became the younger sister, Yoon Jung. After running away from home, the girl needed help, so she went to the youth shelter. But they asked her to provide a parent's contact. What did you just say? You want me to write down my dad's contact info? You don't need to be afraid. We only ask for his consent. We won't tell him where you are. Do you think that person would agree? He would definitely come immediately to drag me back. I had such a hard time escaping that hell. How can you say you're going to call that demon? How can you do that? But the reality was incredibly cruel, because without parental consent, we don't have the right to take you in. If we take you in without your parents' consent, should anything happen to you, we have to bear full responsibility. I'm sorry, that's the law. Receiving such news, the little girl felt utter despair, and she had to leave in pain, homeless, and with nowhere to rely on. Right at that moment, a woman appeared and said, "They told you to call home, didn't they?" I've also experienced running away from home, and right now I'm helping young runaways just like you. Come with me. There are many friends around your age there. Actually, I didn't follow her just because she was a woman. Yoonjung still remembered the advice. My older sister once said, whether it's a man or a woman, there's rarely any adult who would help others unconditionally. But in order to survive, I had no choice but to follow her. And so a series of days, even more terrifying than hell, continued to unfold in another form. The girl sat huddled in misery on the stairs. Her heart-wrenching sobbing echoed in the night. Suddenly, a warm embrace wrapped around her tiny body. It was Han Da-ri. Yoon-jung looked at her with an expression of astonishment. The terrified girl asked, Who are you?" Da-ri quickly replied, "Who else could I be? A fellow comrade in the same miserable boat, of course. I heard it's going to be freezing tonight, so hug me tight if you don't want to freeze to death." And so, two kindred hearts seemingly found each other, an affectionate embrace that healed their souls. It's really warm. This was perhaps the most peaceful moment since she stepped out of her house. From afar, Han Rim and Hua Jian were silently observing. Our main guy said, "It makes sense. After running away, she went through so much filthy stuff she definitely wouldn't trust adults. It seems bringing Han Da-ri here was the right decision. You stay here and keep watch, I'll go to the entrance." The two then split up to carry out their duties. Before leaving, Han Rim asked softly, "Hey Sunbae, what should we do with that savior woman? She still has dozens of boys and girls under her control. It seems she's using those runaway kids to commit illegal acts. If we report it to the police, those kids will most likely be sent back home. But we can't just stand by and watch either. It seems Lim Hanrim has grown up too. You started thinking about these things." Praise, she bashfully scratched her head. "That's because of Yuri." He spoke up. "Disbanding them is actually very simple. It's just that those people with power and authority have no interest in doing so." On the phone screen was a newly posted article stating, "The Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau has announced it will sponsor the establishment of the Vulnerable Family Group for Runaways. We provide food and shelter, no parental contact, no personal information recorded, and we help students complete their education with an in-house psychological counselor available. If you have run away from home and have nowhere to turn, please contact us. Snatching the savior's business like this. What else could those scumbags possibly do?" Meanwhile, that missing front tooth hag was still leisurely shopping for clothes, buying luxury goods and posing narcissistically, looking incredibly obnoxious. She scoffed and placed her handbag on the checkout counter. The clerk announced, "The total is 6.25 million won." She replied, "Let me pay in 10-month installments." Suddenly, a notification on her phone caught her attention. The screen was filled with messages dispatching the students to entertain filthy, disgusting clients. That was how she and her accomplices made a living, leeching off the children's blood and sweat. She gave orders proficiently as she walked, clearly too accustomed to this. "So Yoon, take 2 girls to Boss Beck, 3 boys to Boss Kim, and randomly pick 3 for Boss Lee. Remember, you absolutely have to give that fatty who just arrived 2 weeks ago to Boss Kim." Suddenly, a panicked voice came from the other end of the line. "Boss, big boss. Something huge happened. More than half of the people ran away in the middle of the night. Right now, at the Blue Orphanage, a group of runaway girls came and asked, 'Is it really true that we don't need to call home?' Han Da-ri replied, 'Of course the Department of Education guaranteed it.' She happily spoke up, 'Hurry up and put away your luggage.' The girls who used to be that hag's lackeys were now extremely submissive, apologizing to Yoon-jung. 3 of them bowed deeply, showing immense remorse. 'Unease. We shouldn't have hit you guys back then. We're sorry. It was because the big boss ordered us to. Here, we don't have to work at night, right? I'm honestly so sick of entertaining those old men. I never want to step foot in a karaoke bar again for the rest of my life.' Yoon-jung happily welcomed them as well. 'It's great that you're here.' Hanrim and Hua Jian were thrilled to witness this scene. 'I didn't expect it to actually work. It's only been 3 days and over half of their people have already moved over here.' He said, 'Most of them didn't plan to commit crimes from the very beginning before running away. Their biggest problem is that they don't have a place to stay. If they had proper food and shelter, they wouldn't have gotten tangled up in a life of crime. Moreover, they still have the capability to plan out their own futures. Han Rim said cheerfully. That being said, it was only a matter of time before they escaped from that place. Once they all run away, we can just catch the ringleaders in one fell swoop, right? But then again, they might have already bolted before that. If that woman had any brains, she'd find a way to retreat as soon as possible. But those accustomed to making easy money without breaking a sweat won't let go so easily. Especially those who exploit these students' weaknesses for profit, they'll be even more reluctant to give it up. Back at that hellish house, she was still keeping up her habit of beating the girls. You little wench. Where do you think you're going? Trying to escape? The hag cursed and struck her as a warning for daring to run away. The terrified girl clasped her hands and begged, I'm sorry, boss. It was my fault. I won't run away again. Please forgive me this once. Out on the balcony, she puffed on a cigarette again, her face showing extreme annoyance and headache. How many are left? The blonde girl beside her quickly answered. I think there are 5 left. Suddenly, the girl said something that made her face turn pale. Boss, let's stop this, okay? Maybe you don't know this, boss, but among the students, the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau is incredibly famous. Since the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau is directly under the Ministry of Education, their power is immense. Hearing this, she broke out in a cold sweat. Moreover, they work together with the police, so it's highly likely we'll get caught immediately. We've gathered quite a bit over the past while anyway, so how about we 2 sisters open a cafe? It might be a bit hard in the city center, but a university neighborhood shouldn't be a problem. We've been in this line of work for years. We must have saved up hundreds of millions by now, right? She said with a bright smile, dreaming of a comfortable, bright future. But the response to that delusional dream was a blunt, I don't have any. She screamed in shock. What? You don't have any? What do you mean? The older woman snapped back. I told you I don't have any. I spent it all. Forget about the savings. If we don't force those brats to go out and work right now, we won't even have the money to pay next month's credit card bills. We have to find a few more and bring them back here at all costs. The truth finally came to light. Her extravagant spending habits and leisurely lifestyle of leeching off others' hard work had left her with no way back. The young girl was incredibly disappointed and in utter disbelief. She grabbed her by the collar and screamed, Damn it, are you messing with me? What do you mean you spent it all? Didn't you say you give me half a year's rent and the deposit in a few years? Don't tell me even that is gone. Faced with the questioning, the older woman didn't seem the least bit guilty or remorseful. No, that can't be right. You kept that money separately, didn't you? The older woman immediately slapped her hard. Baek Seo-young, are you crazy? The young girl collapsed to her knees on the floor in despair. I only let you manage them because you're older. Do you think you're all that capable? Saving you from a stepfather who beat you every day, providing you with food and shelter is already good enough, yet you dare. I have your stepfather's phone number. Do you want me to pack you right back home this instant? Suddenly, she cheered as if an idea had just flashed in her mind. Ah, right. It would be too frustrating to just get robbed like this. The girl asked in confusion, What are you going to do? They won't contact the welfare center back home, right? I absolutely refuse to accept this. If they wanted to build a welfare center like that, they should have built it when I was little. She smiled viciously, as if she already had her own plan. If she couldn't have it, she would destroy it all. Back at the welfare center, Han De-ri and Yoon Jung were chattering away about life in prison. The welcoming ceremony in prison is no joke. The women's prison is even scarier. A girl who fears neither heaven nor earth like me, Han De-ri, even had to lick the floor in tears. But right at that moment, Yoo Jung-eun suddenly threw the book in her hand down and said, That's enough. As soon as she finished speaking, the cell fell dead silent. Even though we all knew the whole story, since Yoo Jung-eun was arrested for assault, no one dared to lay a finger on her. Hearing the girl talk about her older sister like that, Yoon Jung was also stunned. It was then that I was completely overwhelmed by Yoo Jung-eun's aura. Reaching this point, the girl let out a long yawn. De-ri stretched and complained, It really is hard to shake off the prison time zone. As soon as it hits 9 o'clock, I get sleepy. Yoon Jung also sat up, hugging a pillow and preparing to leave. All right, De-ri, let's go to sleep. The girl also kindly reminded her, You should go to bed early too. We have to visit Yoo Jung-eun tomorrow. The Unis at the Teachers' Rights Bureau said that because visiting time is limited, we have to go early. Boo-hoo, starting tomorrow, I have to go back to prison again. By this time, Yoon Jung had already returned to her bed on the other side. The girl pulled the light switch off. But we've been eating so much good food lately. That's enough. Soon, snoring echoed through the room. De-ri quickly fell into a comfortable sleep, But Yoonjung, on the other hand, tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She thought to herself, I used to work night shifts every day, so now I don't feel sleepy at all. But hearing Duri Unni talk, it feels like the time she spent in prison was actually the most comfortable for her. Deep in thought, the phone on the table suddenly buzzed, catching the girl's attention. Yoonjung simply thought it was a notification from a game. Did I get a heart? Then I'll play a game for a bit before sleeping. But when she checked the message, she froze. What on earth had shocked the girl so much? Back at the place where the self-proclaimed saviors were, they were gathering in the yard. One of them spoke up. It's about time they arrived. Just then, the sound of the door opening drew everyone's attention. It was Yoonjung and her friends. Are all my lovely family members back? She smiled brightly, holding up her phone screen. 1 minute later, and I would have sent the message. The message read, I know where your daughter is. Go to the Tan Phan Welfare Center in Clicks District to find her. The Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau is holding your child. After that, she lunged forward and grabbed Yoonjung by the hair. Falling back into her habit of getting physical, she slapped the girl's face multiple times and scolded, You little bitches, have you all gone crazy? The crowd around them indifferently watched her abuse and beat a young girl without saying a word. Are you guys a bunch of idiots? You actually dare to trust those kinds of people? Did you think they really wouldn't contact your parents? That's the law in this place. Children are the property of their parents. Therefore, those born into trashy families have nowhere to live in peace right from the start. But suddenly, Yoonjung spoke up in denial. No, there is a place. There is a place where we can eat 3 square meals on time, and even sleep in a warm bed. Her smile and face began to contort. A place where my scumbag dad or the trash who use us to make money can never, ever find. She thought of that place but still stuttered out a question. Are you crazy, you little brat? There's no such place. It can't possibly exist. But the girl's next action scared the living daylights out of her. From her jacket pocket, Yoonjung pulled out a sharp, gleaming knife that terrified the older woman. This might just send her straight to the afterlife. It is real, believe me. Meanwhile, Han Duri was still sound asleep in a terribly twisted posture. Suddenly, she cracked her eyes open and woke up. I really need to pee. Duri sat up, rubbing her eyes with hair as messy as a feather duster. She got out of bed and thought to herself, I really don't want to move at all. Turns out prison does have one perk. There's a toilet right in the room. Then, when she turned to Yoonjung's bed, there was no one there, only a piece of paper left behind. The note read, Duri Unni. I'm going to find my sister myself. After reading it, the girl facepalmed in utter helplessness. Let's handle things in order. Pee first. On the other side, Yoonjung lunged forward with a knife, making the woman panic and frantically dodge. But she couldn't dodge in time. The knife slashed across her bicep, causing blood to splatter everywhere. So Young clutched her injured arm, screaming in pain. She snarled, You crazy bitch, did you really stab me? Meanwhile, Yoonjung, with the knife in her hand, kept muttering. What did the internet say again? Intentional infliction of injury. A prison sentence of 2 to 20 years. What is the average of 2 to 20 years? Her eyes gradually became deranged. The young girl could no longer control herself, wholeheartedly wanting to go to prison and eat state-provided meals for the peace of mind. I'm still young right now. It'll be 4 years before I can become independent, so that should be just perfect, because the sentence is up to 2 to 20 years. But why is it 2 to 20 years? That's way too vague. The more So Young heard, the more terrified she became, sweating profusely as her life now hung by a thread. But I'm still young. Although I've passed the age of criminal responsibility, I probably won't get a very long sentence. Seeing Yoonjung getting closer and closer, the woman panicked even more and started calling out for help around her. Hey, what are you all just standing there for? She ordered, Hurry up and catch that brat. Take the knife right now. But she only received indifference in return. Holy shit, they were scared to death too. Who would dare to charge in a crazy girl holding a knife? That's right. If I stab her in the wrong spot, I definitely won't get sentenced to 4 years. If I want a slightly longer sentence, I should take care of her, right? There were only a few centimeters left between the knife and the older woman. Yoonjung had completely lost her mind by now. When angels fall, demons take the throne, just as the old saying goes, even a worm will turn. Hearing this, she widened her eyes and gaped in shock. As always, out of 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. She opened the door and bolted to escape. Yoonjung also immediately chased after her. She ran into the street with all the strength she had. This old hag didn't want to die just yet. In the quiet of the night, while everyone was sound asleep, So Young was forced to flee frantically. She thought to herself, this brat must have gone completely crazy. Just because she doesn't want to go home and to escape from me. She wants to spend 4 years in prison. Prison. Doesn't sound too bad. Then old memories flooded back. She herself had experienced that pain, had also run away from home, was picked up by a savior, and had also become a tool for them to make money. When I ran away from home, I had to endure all kinds of torment. Her past involved enduring painful beatings that tormented her both physically and mentally. Enduring all kinds of torment, shivering alone on a park bench with nowhere to lean on. Why didn't I think of this? Running into the night just as she had done years ago. Hurt people want to hurt others. But just as she reached the turn, she bumped right into Han Di-ri and Lim Han-rim, who were also rushing over. She barely had time to take a look. Han Weakling, the civil servant. Then she received a punch to the face from Han Rim. A punch right in the middle of the face. Chances are she'll have to get a whole new set of teeth implanted after this. Due to momentum, she fell backward, her nose blood splattering everywhere. First a smashed nose and now a bruised butt. How could this old body handle it? Han Di-ri stood aside with an incredibly admiring gaze. Unnie, you're amazing. Superhuman explosive power. Han Rim was stunned to see her instantly faint. Oh no, she hit a bit too hard. The young girl quickly comforted her. It's fine. Look how punchable her face is. Suddenly, right after, Yoon Jung also caught up. At this moment, the girl looked incredibly tragic, her face bruised and purple, tightly gripping a knife in her hand, scaring them to death. Han Di-ri and Han Rim raised both hands and gently advised, Yoon Jung, don't do anything rash. Hurry up and put the knife down. But the girl didn't seem to care. So annoying. I'm sick of people demanding to contact my parents everywhere I go, and I'm also sick of being threatened by others using that excuse. I am really so exhausted. The little girl's scream as if trying to unleash all the hatred in her heart, tightly gripping the knife and intending to stab the woman lying on the ground. Suddenly, Han Di-ri appeared behind Yoon Jung out of nowhere. She whispered into her ear, if you do that in front of this Unmi, you're dead. Do you know just how ruthless the people from the Teachers' Rights Bureau are? Because I tasted it myself, I know very well. As she spoke, she pointed towards Han Rim. The older Unni, being spoken of like that, felt wrong and asked, me. They don't just use violence, they also completely break your spirit. Hearing this, Han Rim thought to herself, it seems this kid really holds a deep grudge against me. Not only that, in the end, they won't be satisfied until they throw you in prison. But Yoon Jung stubbornly refused, struggling to break free from Dara's embrace. Let go of me. I'm doing this to get into prison anyway. The girl then spoke up, but hey, do you know what they value even more than punishing the perpetrator? That is the victim's safety. They deal with criminals every single day, so they know exactly how to prevent victims from getting hurt a second time. I've been through this too, so I understand it perfectly. I assure you, you absolutely will not be sent back home. Hearing this, Yoon Jung teared up. Han Di-ri achieved her goal, snatching the knife from the girl's hand. Right, Unnie? Han Rim also happily gave an okay hand sign. Suddenly, a savage laugh echoed out. It turned out that old hag hadn't completely fainted yet. You guys definitely won't be able to keep that promise. Less than greater than. Because the message. I know where your daughter is. Go to the Tan Than Orphanage in Halm District. The Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau is holding your child. Has already been sent by me. The goal is for those traitors who refuse to return there to be taken away. At the welfare center by then, Na Hwa Jin and a large crowd of parents were noisily gathered in the front hall. Could my Seo Hyun be here right now? Baek Seo Young, you little brat, come out here right now. Who are you? What gives you the right to take our children? Why aren't you stepping aside? If you don't move, we'll call the police. You kidnapper. Who cares whether he steps aside or not? Just call the police right now. Oh Yoon Jung, you bitch, get out here. Especially Oh Yoon Jung. Your dad even specially sent a message to me saying he'd be here right away. The crowd of parents screamed, demanding their children be released, but they hadn't come to welcome them home, but rather as if coming to reclaim their possessions. She added, your dad even specially sent a message to me saying he'd be here right away. I don't know about the other kids' parents, but your dad has definitely arrived. This made Yoon Jung utterly devastated and terrified. Article 914 of the Civil Act, which I got sick of hearing at the orphanage. A child shall reside at the place designated by the person holding parental authority. Regardless of what a child has to endure, if the parents come looking, they must return home. This is the reality of this place. That is also the reason why people like me are needed. I am an evil that must exist. Even at this point, she still didn't realize her sins and mistakes, considering herself to be a justified existence. Hearing that, Hanrim and Diri went ew, finding it absolutely disgusting. Wow. The last struggle of a villain. How truly disgusting. Did I look like that before? Hearing that, her head was full of question marks. What is this situation? They shouldn't be reacting like this, right? The older sister held her head and sighed. If it's not a threat, it's an obstruction. As expected, it didn't deviate from Sunbae's prediction at all. Hey, Miss Go-rin, we already saw this coming. Even if you do that, those people can't take their kids anywhere. In fact, this is even better. Right now, those people must be facing their rightful punishment, Han Di-ri said with a devilish smile. On the other side, the parents who came were even given gifts, each receiving a real, authentic, cute silver bracelet. The man yelled, "What is this? Take this off me right now." Now Wajin had a bunch of handcuffs hanging at his waist like a wholesaler. This saves me so much trouble. Now I don't have to go look for you one by one. First is the crime of domestic abuse. Welcome, welcome. He smiled brightly, holding up his silver bracelet and said, "All right, who's the next one to wear these handcuffs? Abuse? Neglect? Or maybe gaslighting? In short, let's just go in order. You trashy parents." Hearing this, the parents who were full of vigor just a moment ago turned pale with fear. Peekaboo, going out and even getting cute silver bracelets as gifts. You get one too, no need to fight over it. What is this situation? Click. How is he so fast? What are you doing? Are you a cop? While the parents were still bewildered, Na Wajin had already handcuffed all of them with lightning speed. After giving out the gifts to everyone, he finally spoke. All right, just like I said. You are violent criminals who forced your children to run away from home. Although I really should hand you over to the police. He smiled slyly and twirled the handcuffs on his finger. But I can give you all a chance. Whoever wants these handcuffs taken off, follow me. Inside the room, the parents sat obediently on the chairs like students. A man with a shaved head asked, "Tell us the truth. You're not a cop, are you?" He spoke up to comfort them. All right, I'll explain it to you guys later. Just take this first. Then he handed each person a piece of paper. From now on, I will take the handcuffs off anyone who signs this paper. It was a consent form for admission to the Mid to Long-Term Youth Welfare Center. One guy asked, Mid to Long-Term Welfare Center for Students. What is this? Wajin explained, it means the state will step in to protect the children's safety from violent people like you. We have already obtained statements from the victims regarding your abuse. Furthermore, none of them want to go back home. So all you have to do is sign it and promise to never approach the kids again. Then we can end this matter here. Abuse? On what grounds are you saying that? Do you have any proof? A woman among them darkened her face and denied it. I don't know about the others here, but I have never laid a finger on our Seok-hoon. Do you have any idea how much useless stuff he's been doing since he ran away? Give Seok-hoon back to our family immediately. Wajin casually opened his phone and played something. In front of all the parents, a voice recording was played. I thought getting into the foreign language high school was the end of it, but I didn't expect it to be just the beginning. She always forced me to be number one among those kids. How is it possible to rank first in every single exam? One day, while I was studying, I accidentally slumped on my desk and fell asleep. As a result, my mom suddenly stormed in holding a knife. She held the knife to her own neck and said, "Is her dying the only way I'd wake up?" I almost went crazy at that moment. It was so suffocating that I just couldn't live there. I only had 3 choices: end my own life, kill my mom, or run away from home. Now I just made the best choice. Hearing that, she sprang up in a panic immediately. I didn't mean to. I only did that to help Seok-hoon get his act together. Our MC spoke up. Seok-hoon's mother, this behavior is called gaslighting, or in other words, mental abuse. I think the fact that Seok-hoon chose to run away instead of ending his life is already incredibly fortunate. He grinned, baring his teeth, and switched to another recording. Since it has come to this, let me give you another example. I was sleeping and heard the sound of things being smashed. I immediately thought, Dad's drinking again today. The man from earlier was startled upon hearing the familiar voice. I used to kneel down and beg my mom. If this continues, stepdad is going to kill me. But she never stopped him. Not even once. While I was eating a piece of bread my friend gave me, I was suddenly beaten to a pulp by my dad with a baseball bat. He said, I'm starving here because I can't find a job, and you dare eat all by yourself. Damn it, how could a father say such things? It wasn't until I grew up a bit that I understood. Starving your child or putting a dog chain around their neck are all wrong. The more everyone listened, the more stunned they became. How could parents treat their children worse than beasts? Even animals have maternal instincts. After my mom ran away, my dad would get drunk at any chance and start getting physical. The recording continued, exposing the crimes of those who called themselves parents. If it had only been to a normal extent, I would have definitely endured it. After all, she's still around. Because if I just suffered a bit, my little sister would be safe. But one day, when I was beaten to the point I couldn't move, Dad suddenly threw the blanket off and stripped off my clothes. After going to juvie, I finally understood. It turned out all those things my dad did were to tame us. It was preparation to make sure we couldn't fight back. The MC's face darkened as he spoke. You guys understand now? These kids didn't run away out of rebellion, but to save their own lives. Since I started doing this job, I've heard the family stories of so many kids, but your issues are far too severe. Although I really want to throw you all into prison immediately. But the kids don't want their parents to go to jail. This decision was made after fully respecting the children's wishes, so you better know your place. All right, if you understand, then sign there and quietly go home. But the terrible father spoke up to deny it. Those words are all lies. Yoon-jung and Yoo-jung naturally preferred their runaway mother anyway. Don't you all know that clearly? Kids naturally always prefer their mothers over their fathers. But this breaks my heart too much. Even if they don't like their dad, they can't make me out to be such a despicable person. With a provocative look on his face, he began to say things to mislead the parents around him. Please think about this carefully. What kind of father would ever touch his own biological daughter? The other parents started chiming in. That's right, the kids are definitely lying. Yeah, it's because they hang out with bad friends outside. Exactly. It's all completely made up. They're just like that because they like fooling around. They run away from home just after getting disciplined a little bit, and then even make up these lies. Seok-hoon is just exaggerating like that because he doesn't want to study. They yelled and started blaming the victims without realizing their own actions. We're doing all this for their own good. Yet they don't even know how to sympathize with their parents' hearts. The whole group murmured among themselves. That's right, let's absolutely call the cops. I want to see who is actually lying in the end. These ungrateful wretches. We painstakingly raised them, and they dare to slander their parents. Facing those curses, Na Hwa-jin only smiled helplessly and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Immediately, the room's door swung open, and Yoon-jung walked in yelling, "That's not true. Don't believe them." Even though the girl's face was bruised and bloodied right now, her expression was extremely resolute. We didn't lie at all. The little girl teared up looking at the person she had to call her father, but who had tormented her throughout her childhood like that. Are you even human? How can you keep a straight face and say that's a lie? Seeing this, the man was stunned and cursed. Yoon-jung, you little brat. Tears continuously fell down. The girl continued speaking. Aunt and uncle, I know why you called the police. You've been reported a few times already, haven't you? In the past, the cops always let you resolve it yourselves, so you thought it would be the same this time too, didn't you? Not wrong. That's probably how it would be. We also knew about those things, which is why we didn't hand you over to the police station. Did you really think we cared about you? The girl screamed with what seemed like utter resentment. But even so, I will still speak up. The things you did to me and my sister. No matter how many times I have to repeat it, I will still speak. Until the police shackle your legs with an electronic ankle monitor. Dad, no, you son of a bitch. Hearing that, you could no longer keep his calm, revealing his animalistic nature as he roared and charged toward the girl. They told him not to act out of habit, yet he still did. He yelled out, "How dare you speak to your dad like?" Yoon-jung immediately flinched in fear. Han-rim and Duri also blocked the way in front to protect her in case he went crazy. But at the same time, Miss Baek Seo-jung also rushed forward. Like a flying dagger kick, she rushed in and kicked that father right in the chin. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, not yet grasping when it just happened. The old man who was kicked spat out blood and fell backward. The guy hit the ground with a thud, foaming at the mouth. She spoke up again. I originally planned to keep quiet, standing and watching these traitors get dragged back home like dogs. But this guy's tone of voice is exactly like the old man at my house, so I couldn't hold back for a moment. Hey, you bastards. You dare to say the kids lied because they wanted to go out and play. Do you want to know how your kids live out there? I forced the girls to serve drinks to middle-aged men and rent the boys out to organizations to do all sorts of evil deeds. Any kid who disobeys or works poorly, I starve them for a day and sometimes even get physical to teach them a lesson. Hearing her say that, Han-rim, Duri, and Yoon-jung also grew angry along with her. She smiled, revealing her stark white teeth but missing one front tooth. But even so, barely any of them run away. Do you know why? Because compared to being with you guys, staying at my place is much better. Although it sounded very grating, it couldn't be denied. That was part of the reason the kids would rather be exploited for money than return to their haunted homes. Isn't it hilarious? Let me tell you another interesting fact. Saviors like me, for the most part, are people who ran away from home when they were very young. In other words, I am exactly the future image of your children. She spoke while laughing maniacally, and suddenly she noticed something. It was the consent form for admission to the mid to long-term youth welfare center. She immediately picked it up to look. What is this? A consent form? Then she burst into uproarious laughter. Haha, that's so funny. She waved the paper and said to Manhwa Jin, "Hey, Mr. Civil Servant Ajashi, even if you do this, it won't change anything. Let this runaway girl, Yo Hyang Mei here, show you exactly what to do." She pointed at the text on the paper and said, "You have to change the word consent here to notification. And add, these motherfuckers are no longer my parents. This matter shouldn't be judged by the state. Instead, it should be up to the kids to judge and make the choice for themselves." Everyone was surprised upon hearing this, feeling somewhat enlightened. She had finally said something sensible. Finally, this chaotic mess ended with the parents as well as the ringleader Hyang Mei getting thrown into jail by the police to eat prison food. Before leaving, he even loudly threatened her. "Making your dad suffer through this, do you think you can live in peace? Who gave birth to you and raised you, huh?" Hearing these words, Yoon Jung's expression remained completely unchanged. The surrounding parents turned pale with fear when they realized they were truly getting taken away. They really called the cops. Suddenly, Han De-ri jumped out of nowhere and mischievously said to Seo Jung, "You goblin lady. We will meet again soon. Until then, you must absolutely take good care of your health, okay?" Hearing that, she didn't understand anything at all, question marks flooding the screen. From a distance, Han Rim and Manhwa Jin were observing. She softly said with a look of regret, "How truly sad." All the parents showed up, but not a single child was willing to step forward. Left with no other choice, the parents had to sign the consent forms, returning freedom and their rightful lives to the kids. Before experiencing this, I also used to think that kids ran away from home out of rebellion. This time, I've truly realized so many things, and also deeply reflected on myself. Han Rim suddenly became somber. Even though it's not very nice to say this, I think what that female savior said was quite right. Then she realized and apologized. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things." He immediately spoke up to comfort her. "Yeah, it's fine. If we truly allowed children to abandon their parents, it would definitely cause a lot of issues and consequences. But if we only consider the deeper meaning behind it, then what she said is not unreasonable. Whether it's the issue of juvenile delinquency or the committee's trial process, ultimately, it's all because they use adult standards to judge children that such problems occur. In other words, this country. They basically do not respect the decision-making rights of the kids at all. They only see them as immature children. They fundamentally don't care, nor do they pay attention to what kind of issues the kids might be thinking about or what they truly want. It's exactly those laws that lack the voices of the children, only imposing the thoughts of adults that have pushed the kids into a quagmire. What's more, the laws that fundamentally cause the problems take absolutely no responsibility, nor do they even care. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bunch of kids carrying bags of stuff stuttered and asked, "Excuse me, is it true that you won't contact our families after taking us in?" And the truth remains heartbreaking. According to statistics, there are about 24,000 cases of runaway and missing children every year. We snuck on a train from City B to get here. Can you take us in? Or is it already full? But the actual estimated number is around 120,000, and there are only a little over 130 welfare centers established nationwide. Manhwa Jin immediately spoke up, "Follow me. The capacity is only about 1,200 people. So with the current situation, these facilities are fundamentally insufficient to accommodate the huge number of runaway children." The kids obediently bowed in gratitude. That amount is only a fraction of the annual budget to combat the low birth rate. It accounts for just 0.6% of the 43 trillion. Numbers don't lie. The provided statistics have sent a red alert regarding this situation. Meanwhile, back at the cell where Han De-ri and Yoo Jung were talking, the older sister received a letter from her younger sister Yoon Jung, along with a photo. "Sis, this is my school uniform. I started school and doing really well, so you don't need to worry. I'll definitely come visit you soon." Han De-ri cheered from behind. Wow, Yoon Jung has gotten so pretty. Her expression is much brighter too. The bubbly girl pleaded, "Yoo Jung Unny, when she comes to visit you, can I go out to see her? Can I, please?" Suddenly, the guard came and announced, "Attention everyone, this is a newbie." Amidst everyone's curiosity, a familiar voice echoed, "Hello everyone. I was sentenced to 3 years and 6 months for exploiting runaway students, as well as acting as an illegal transaction broker. Dio Hyang Mai, just as Han Deri predicted, we meet an old acquaintance again." Even now, that bitch is still stubbornly claiming her innocence. But it seems the court made a mistake. I was just taking in runaway kids. Before she could even finish, a thick book flew right into her face. Enemies in a past life, reunited in this one. The karma of reincarnation. Han Deri said disdainfully, "You crazy hag, who are you trying to fool? Ruining so many kids like that, and you only got 3.5 years. If I were the judge, it'd throw you in jail for 36 years. Look at number 36, guys. Hit the keyboard right away." The hag exclaimed in shock, "Han the weakling." The girl smiled brightly and replied, "I told you, we'd meet again." She stuttered, "How are you?" The girl interrupted, "Auntie Go Lin have always wanted to correct something when we met again." The girl stepped up close, poking her finger at the hag with a face full of murderous intent. "My name isn't Weakling, it's Deri. Han Deri." The girl suddenly turned towards the older sister in the corner, doing a 180 and smiling as she asked, "Yu Jung Unni, the filthy woman who exploited Yoon Jung. It's her." Hearing that, the older sister's face darkened. It was highly likely the hag was about to get the lesson of a lifetime. Yu Jung spoke up, "Since a newbie has arrived, we should hold a welcoming ceremony." Deri stood on the side, laughing out loud. "Auntie, you are so dead," she ordered. "Mop the floor. With your tongue." Hearing that, the hag trembled with rage, but there was nothing more she could do. Back to the situation at the Blue Youth Welfare Center. Manhwa Jin and Han Rim bowed in greeting. "We'll be heading back to the Ministry of Education then. Director, we've troubled you a lot recently. We're truly sorry." The woman waved her hands in a fluster. "Oh my, it's no trouble at all. I'm also very happy to be able to help these homeless children." Just as they were about to leave, a woman spoke up. "That's right. Supervisor. There's a newly admitted child who said he really wants to meet you. If you have time, could you see him for a bit?" He was slightly surprised, but immediately agreed. Inside the room, a young boy was recounting his wandering journey to the two of them. "At that time, I barely managed to escape death by a hair's breadth. If it weren't for the fisherman's help, I would have been fish food a long time ago." Hua Jin asked, "What exactly did your parents do? If you want them to be punished, I can help you call the police." The boy immediately waved his hands. "Huh? No, it's not that. My parents are good people. Besides, even if you call the police, it's useless, because they're all in it together." Hearing this, both of them were startled. The boy turned pale and continued, "The ones who want to eliminate me are the villagers." Memories rush back of a small town on a rainy night. A cop was eating noodles while watching TV. That's right, now this is what you call entertainment. Shows from 10 years ago were way better than now. Nowadays, it's all just talk. Suddenly, the door burst open, startling him. Outside the door, a woman, soaking wet and struggling, called out, "Officer." The man was stunned. Isn't this the new teacher?" He asked in confusion. "It's the middle of the night. Why are you here, teacher? And you're completely drenched." The girl with a terrified face begged, "Please, please help me." He comforted her. "All right, take your time and tell me." The villagers. Before she could finish her sentence, an old man opened the door and walked in. "Goodness, why is it raining so heavily all of a sudden?" The cop was also flustered. "Why is everyone coming here? Is something wrong?" The old man explained, "I saw the light on, so I just came in to take shelter from the rain." Suddenly, he noticed the woman. He asked, "Oh my, isn't this the teacher? Did you come to take shelter too?" Hearing the question, the woman trembled even more. Whether from the freezing rain or sheer terror, it was unclear. He said, "There's an umbrella right here. My house and yours are close. Let me walk you home, teacher." The teacher tried to silently plead for help from the cop, but he pretended not to care and agreed. "That sounds good." Hearing that, she snapped back to reality. Perhaps even the police couldn't help her now. The cop asked again, "By the way, what were you trying to say earlier? If there's something you need to say." And so she had to accept sharing an umbrella with the man walking back on the deserted village road. The man asked, "You graduated from a university in the city. You must be very knowledgeable about the law, right? But do you know? In this small village, compared to the law, the village rules are much more terrifying." The more she heard, the more the teacher trembled in fear. The umbrella had fallen to the ground at some point. Therefore, if you violate the village rules, Then out of nowhere, from a distance on the normally deserted road, a crowd of people appeared approaching them. "You must suffer the villagers' punishment." Seeing that, the woman was so shocked she couldn't utter a word. They grabbed the teacher's hair and dragged her away, her screams echoing in the silent night. Coincidentally, the young boy was standing not far from there and witnessed everything. He was terrified and thought to himself, "The people in our village have all gone crazy. I'm begging you, please save our teacher." The final image was the pitiful teacher being violently dragged away with an incredibly desperate look in her eyes. The image of a lovely, spacious house surfaced in the boy's memory. "My dad worked hard since he was young, so he always longed for a leisurely country life." It's great, isn't it? In the city, we couldn't even dream of a house like this. So this spring, our whole family packed up everything and moved to this village. As for me, I was so fed up with the fiercely competitive school environment in City R, so I was also full of anticipation for country life. But not long after, a group of villagers came over. He introduced himself. "I am the head of the Village Elders Association. The other man is the village chief." My family realized this place wasn't heaven, but hell. They came to demand money for some kind of fund. The village chief said, "City folks probably don't understand. In villages like this, as long as you're a villager, you absolutely must contribute to the village development fund. This is the process of becoming a villager, so please pay it before next week. Looking at how beautiful your house is, you must be quite well off." His dad spoke up. "Wait a minute. I know the village has a village development fund. I asked the people here before, but I heard it was 3 million. How did it suddenly become 30 million? Besides, when I built this house, I went into debt, so I really can't afford such a large amount of money." He said, "This isn't a market. What's the use of haggling? Besides, who said it was 3 million? Moreover, I am the village chief here." The old man, with a mocking and menacing look, said, "Look at this attitude. You basically don't want to become a part of the village at all." And the very next day, as the family was on their way to take him to school, a woman blocked the road. His mom reminded her, "Ma'am, this is right in front of our house. Why are you drawing things in the middle of the road like this? Could you please move them aside a bit? I still have to take my son to school." Hearing that, she snapped. "What is this brat blabbering about? Since my great-grandmother's time, we've been drying chili peppers here. Seriously, I don't know where these beggars move from, but they dare put on airs with me." The ostracization of outsiders by the locals was worse than we could have ever imagined. They caused trouble, even smearing feces on our walls, making it stink and look disgusting. And at midnight, the drunken men in the village came knocking on our door. "We're here for a house tour. Is your mom home? Tell her to set up a feast." Endless harassment and slander. The gossiping aunties loved spreading rumors about things that weren't true. I heard the newly moved family stole money from their company and fled here. Oh my, no wonder they built such a beautiful house. My parents lived in agony every day, always regretting their choice. And my school life was not smooth sailing either. The boy was bullied, buried in the ground by his classmates with only his head sticking out. This brat isn't a villager, nor is he a tourist. Then he really is an idiot. The village chief's third son, Gu Jung-chu, and his gang of friends constantly bullied the boy. Idiots should be buried in the ground. I don't know if it was instigated by the village chief or if it was just his nature, but every day he bullied me in ways I had never experienced in City R. When they got bored, they just ignored me and left. Is it okay that they just left like that? It's fine because there will be plenty of people picking wild vegetables passing by here. Someone will pull me up later. However, those people would definitely laugh and tell me meaningless things like, kids are naturally mischievous. Everyone was like that when they were little. They considered these things completely normal. The way people here bully others is entirely different from City R, because it's not just the students and teachers, but everyone in the village is an enemy. No one helped me or my family until... Suddenly, a young woman ran over and helped dig me out. There was one person, the only voice with a City R accent that could be heard in this village. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Miss Sun Hee sung. The two of them sat together and confided in each other. Those kids were really too much, weren't they? It's probably because they find people from City R quite unfamiliar. It should be fine after a while. I'll work hard with you too, so you have to stay strong, you hear me? The teacher encouraged him to lift his spirits. Teacher Haesung moved to this village as a teacher around the same time as me. Moreover, she, just like us, is originally from the city, so it was clear that she was enduring the same situation as us. When he was just walking by, he caught sight of her digging up sweet potatoes with the villagers. That woman snapped at her. "Oh dear. Teacher, why are you so slow? Hurry up. If you keep dawdling, the sun will set." But she remained cheerful with a smile on her face. Yes, I'll work faster. After school, she was called by parents to do farm work. I don't know if it's because there aren't many young women in the village, but whenever there was a party, she'd be called out to drink, and then she'd be writhing in pain, throwing up on the side of the road. But she had no choice but to accept it all, because here, the powerful figures in the village elders are the leaders and key figures. If you happen to anger them, you'll end up like my family. You won't survive. In a place with no relatives, the teacher is just like us. No, perhaps she's living an even harder life than us. But exactly because there was a teacher like her, who despite living a very tough life herself, was still willing to stand in my shoes and comfort me. She still appeared to love life and enjoy it. The twilight is so beautiful. The scenery here is really great anyway, right? I was finally able to breathe a little sigh of relief in this village that felt like a prison. But while we were talking, a voice suddenly rang out. Aigu. Who do we have here? Isn't this teacher's son? It was the village chief. Teacher's son greeted him politely. Hello, village chief. He immediately asked, what are you two doing here? I'm having a chat with my student. The boy also stuttered a greeting. Hello, sir. He scoffed and criticized. You're not from this village. What are you greeting me for? Then he turned to the teacher and asked, Miss, are you free in 2 hours? Tonight the village elders are having a few drinks at my place. You should come over too. They really like you teachers. Hearing this, the teacher turned pale. Who would like to serve drinks to a bunch of old men? But having no other choice, she agreed, yes, I'll drop by later. The little boy whispered, Miss, will you be okay? I thought you couldn't drink. But the teacher didn't complain at all, kindly wanting to teach the boy who bullied him a lesson. That's great. I'll probably see young Chul at the village head's house. When the time comes, I'll have a proper talk with him and tell him to stop bullying you. Hae-son happily gave a thumbs up. Just trust me, okay? When he returned home, his dad put down a thick envelope of cash and said, Jiu Jung, take this to the village head. His mother immediately tried to stop him. Honey, this is our living expenses for the whole year. But the father could only say dejectedly, what else can we do? We can't keep living like this forever. It's fine for us to endure this kind of treatment, but what about Jiu Jung? Since he started going to school, have you ever seen his face and clothes clean? Jiu Jung, take this to the village head's house to make a good impression on him. That way, his son will probably behave a bit better. Until that evening, when he was about to go out, it started raining heavily. Yu Jung hurriedly ran to find a raincoat to wear. Suddenly, halfway there, he came across a horrifying scene. Under the pouring rain, the man grabbed the teacher by the hair and dragged her away, ignoring Hai-seong's desperate pleas. Village head, I absolutely won't say a word. What I saw at the village head's house, I won't tell anyone. He even retorted mockingly, go ahead and tell them. Like I just said, this is nothing in our village. I'm only doing this to let you know the rules of this village, so listen closely. The rule of this village is me. The words spoken by me, village head Gu Man Chun, are the laws of this village. The words of the ultimate guide, do you understand? He spoke while revealing his beastly nature. I just told you, right? It's no big deal, so you should have just sat there obediently and drank. He laughed maniacally, not caring how terrified the girl was. But you overreacted and ran away. How could the elders and I not be sad about that? Then a camera flash went off. It was Yu Jung, who had rushed over at some point, raising his phone to take a picture of this scene as evidence. I don't understand why you have to endure such things. Facing a group of men from the village, the little boy also trembled with fear. The village head immediately yelled to catch him. Yu Jung panicked and had to run for his life. But the only thing for sure is that this village is completely abnormal. After running away and luckily being saved by a fisherman, he told himself, Miss, wait for me. I will definitely bring the truth to light, and return here with people who can help us. People who are even stronger than those scums who consider themselves the law. Thus, a new journey for Na Hua Jin and Im Hanrim on this island began. Standing on the deck facing the wind, our main character with a cigarette in his mouth and his phone showing the evidence photo from that day in his hand, had to think about how to deal with these villagers. I don't know where the main character found a wig and a pair of glasses, but he just plopped them onto Hanrim's head, much to her astonishment. The older sister looked at the wig and asked, What is this for? He replied, As a supervisor of the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau, your red hair is your defining feature. Although you've only appeared in the official media once, your red hair easily leaves a deep impression on others. But conversely, if you change your hair color and wear glasses, probably not many people will recognize you. It turned out he wanted her to disguise herself so the villagers wouldn't recognize her. Furthermore, this area is a closed society. Outside public authority won't be of any use and will only increase their vigilance. After putting on the wig, Han Rim complimented. The wig you picked is really nice. Then let's cast public authority aside. From afar at the pier, a few silhouettes appeared, seemingly waiting for them. The village head from the story and two other men were standing at the pier with smiling faces. Upon arriving, they were led to a house. This was the dormitory where the teachers would stay. The three men walking behind them gossiped. Ayo, it seems the district really cares about our village. They just sent a teacher earlier this year, and now they sent another one. Makes sense. I've also put a lot of effort into the people up in the district. Han Rim whispered to herself. Just how many years old is this house anyway? The village head spoke up and asked, by the way, I only heard that one teacher was coming, so who between the two of you is the new teacher? The older sister happily replied, my name is Na Han Rim, the new teacher. Hua Jin also introduced himself, and I am her older brother. These two were making up a scenario again to easily investigate the village. Due to some matters, I'm currently on leave, and it just so happens that my little sister said she wanted to go to a place with fresh air. So I thought I could come here to rest for a bit and ended up tagging along. The village head said, Teacher, you can go to the principal's office to register first. As for the teacher's brother, follow me, I'll tell you about the village's rules. Han Rim awkwardly said, then I'll head to the school first, senior. No, not senior, brother. No, that's not right, big brother. After explaining the rules, they stopped in front of a house. Na Hua Jin suddenly exclaimed, 5 million won. The village head explained, city folks might not understand. In villages like this, as long as you're a villager, you definitely have to contribute to the village development fund. I heard this is your sister's first job. She has to stay here for over 2 years anyway. If she becomes an official resident here and lives in harmony with the villagers, she'll get good remarks on her personnel evaluation. I should have collected more, but since you two are still young, I'm giving you a discount. Before he could finish his bullshit, he declared bluntly, and not paying. You guys are robbers. How can you force someone you just met to hand over 5 million right away? We have never worked like this before either. A bald guy stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and angrily scolded. Look at this brat talking so insolently. How dare you call someone old enough to be your father a robber, huh? Are you tired of living? Do you see my hair? This is because I couldn't control my power, so it fell out. Wait, isn't it just genetic baldness, old man? I'll give you a taste of a seaman's fist. He kept running his mouth, making threats. A fishing village man should be robust and tan like in the stories, not like this old geezer. Seeing that, the village head spoke up to stop him. Aya let it go. We're not gangsters. If they don't want to be residents, what can we do? But whatever the consequences are, you too will have to bear them yourselves. Before leaving, he added a warning. You better watch out. If I catch you slipping, I'll definitely show you my uncontrollable power. Even after leaving, the bald guy was still frustrated. This isn't your style at all. Are we just going to let him go like this? That brat is only acting so arrogant because he's big. Let's call the young men in the village to teach him a lesson. A few unsettling things have happened lately, so don't cause any more trouble. Let's just take it slow. No need to rush. Right now, the most important thing is to catch the guy who took the picture and ran away. Hurry up and prioritize dealing with that first. After saying that, the three of them leisurely walked back. But what did he mean when he said, we have never worked like this before either? Of course, it's because it's not their first time dealing with sly old foxes like you. At the school. Is this your first job? Ayo. They just love assigning rookies to remote rural areas like this. A young and beautiful lady like you must have cried for a long time after receiving the appointment letter, right? In the office, Han Rim was talking to the principal. Hearing that, she bluntly replied, no, I didn't. I started traveling everywhere since I was 20, meaning she joined the military and marched thousands of miles. There's almost no place I haven't set foot in, so I'm even more familiar with places like this. This old man was even balder than the guy from earlier. He sighed sympathetically. Ayo, such a beauty, you must have suffered quite a bit of hardship. Those ignorant fools who only spout taboos about island regions and such are the ones who think the countryside is a dumpster. Honestly, once they get here, everyone ends up liking this place. The air is fresh. The people are simple and honest. Han Rim gently reminded him, Principal, even though I don't want to judge the behavior of an elder, don't you know the rule against smoking indoors? He immediately brushed it off. Aya, why are you making a fuss over these things? Here there's absolutely no need to worry about such trivial matters. Saying that, he took another drag of his cigarette. Listen carefully. Han Rim already disliked the smell of cigarettes, so she lightly waved her hand to fan the smoke away. You just need to do one thing well. That is to be obedient and listen. Don't casually talk back to your elders like you just did. While talking, he put on an old pervert face and reached out his filthy hand, attempting to touch Han Rim's thigh. He actually placed his hand on her thigh and even brought up Hai Sung, the teacher who came from the city not long ago. It's exactly because she couldn't do that such a thing happened to her. Han Rim's eyes immediately became sharp, probably thinking about how to beat him up to her heart's content. At this time, Hua Jin was also wandering the village roads looking for that little boy's house. Based on the address, Gyu Zhang's house should be around here. Suddenly, he saw something very shocking. The house ahead was surrounded by a group of men who were smashing the furniture and even shattering the windows. The couple tried their best to stop them. "What are you doing?" "Stop smashing. Please stop smashing." But they acted like they were deaf, continuing to strike mercilessly. The father asked, "Why on earth are you doing this?" An old man replied, "I just told you, didn't I? Your son stole my family's heirloom, the golden toad. Because of this, my father is bedridden with illness. How are you going to take responsibility? Oh, and don't even think about using money to solve this. I must see that brat and make him apologize in person." This old geezer lied through his teeth without blinking an eye. The couple was trembling with anger. The husband couldn't contain his anger anymore, grabbing the old man's collar to warn him. "Stop messing around. We don't even know where Gyu Zhang is. Out of worry for him, we stayed awake for 3 nights straight. He disappeared when he brought the money you demanded to hand it over. Did you do something to him? And now you're doing this because of a guilty conscience." Suddenly, a foot lashed out and kicked the father, making him fall flat on the ground. It was that bald guy again. "Aya, your talent for playing the victim is really top-notch. You think we don't know you hit him away? He was about to hit someone with a stick. You bastard, hand him over right now. If you keep acting like this, I'll have no choice but to use my uncontrollable power." A hand caught the stick that was about to come crashing down. Being stopped, the bald guy angrily shouted, "Ayo, you dare to stop me? Are you tired of living?" The main character gently replied, "No, but I thought about it and suddenly felt a bit annoyed. I came to this place with fresh air to fix my hot temper." He let out a breath and then smiled slyly. "Yet I got grabbed by the collar by a bald geezer who only spouts nonsense." Baldness? This is a side effect of my power. This guy definitely has mental issues and is having delusions of grandeur. His face darkened as he said, "The compensation for mental distress is 5 million won. Are you going to pay it right now? Or should I beat you up so you have to pay 5 million won in hospital bills?" And yet the bald guy didn't know his place, continuing to charge in, intending to beat the main character up for his own satisfaction. Damn it, today my power is truly uncontrollable. Before he could even touch a hair on his head, Hua Jin grabbed his hand tightly, crushing it until it swelled, making him roll his eyes back and squeal miserably like a pig being slaughtered. Back at the principal's office, Han Rim was also shaking hands with the old man, but her grip was so strong it crushed the hand that tried to pull that dirty trick. Yet her face remained emotionless as she innocently asked, "What about the teacher from the city?" He screamed out in pain, "Let go of my hand, quick." Han Rim said, "For the sake of my junior, I need to understand the situation a bit. If you don't speak, I won't let go." The cracking sound of bones echoed. Waiting any longer would leave the old man's hand meeting a full cast. The bald guy, with tears and snot running down his face, stammered a question. "WJ, what's wrong with you? Are you a gangster or something?" Han Rim smiled brightly and answered, "That's right, Aya. No, I'm not. I'm not a gangster." On the other side, Na Huajin had also beautifully dealt with the bald guy with delusions of grandeur, stomping hard right on his face. The guy laid flat on the ground, constantly mumbling, I know I was wrong. My hair fell out purely naturally. It has nothing to do with your strength." Huajin suddenly turned to ask the village head, looking like an Asura demon rising from hell, with blood splattered all over his face, scaring the guy half to death. "If I want to be the village head here, what should I do?" Extorting money from others, throwing tantrums to cause trouble. It feels like these things are no different from what I usually do. My desire is to expand my turf. That's definitely a tempting position. The more he listened, the paler he got. What exactly do you do for a living? You still don't know by now, Han Rim said. My brother is the real gangster. With a face like this, who would believe he's a teacher? As he answered, he flashed a devilish smile that was scary as hell.